Chapter 13:13. Although it was just a faint greeting, when the words Elder Qian Yu entered her ears, the woman opposite him trembled violently as she raised her head and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Immediately, a look of surprise and confusion flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she had recognized Yang Kai but wasn't quite sure. A complicated look on her face. What's wrong? Does Elder Qian Yu not recognize this Yang? Yang Kai smiled at her. Yang Kai! Qian Yu exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently. It's really you! In this kind of place, besides me, who would know you are Elder Qian Yu? Yang Kai raised his brow. Qian Yu's expression became even more strange as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, both wanting to laugh and wanting to cry. After struggling for a long time, she finally calmed down and a touch of cordiality appeared in her eyes, as if she had found a family member she had not seen for a long time. Taking a deep breath, her full breasts heaved up and down as she called out, I never expected to meet you here. Yang Kai grinned. I didn't expect that either. Right, let's sit down and talk. Qian Yu suddenly recovered and quickly said. Yang Kai nodded and sat down. Qian Yu also sat down, and as their eyes met, both of them fell silent. Obviously, both of them had a lot of questions they wanted to ask, but for a while they didn't know where to start. Qian Yu's mood was unstable, but so was Yang Kai. This lady Yu in front of him turned out to be Elder Qian Yu of Tongxian Realm's Ice Sect. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with this woman. At most they could be considered acquaintances. However, she had taught Su Yen cultivation before, and although they weren't master and disciple in name, there was still some friendship between them. After Meng Wuya brought Xianing Chong and Su Yen back to Tongxian Realm through the Void Corridor under the central capital, because Meng Wuya had to remove the profound heavenly sealed demon commander Zhang Yuan had placed on him, he couldn't protect Su Yen all the time, so he had entrusted her to Ice Sect, a hidden sect. Later, Yang Kai also came to Tongxian Realm, and after many inquiries, he also rushed to Ice Sect, where he met Elder Qian Yu and even fought with her. At that time, in Ice Sect, in addition to Qian Yu, Yang Kai vaguely remembered there were several other Saint Realm elders. One of them was Qian Hao, Elder Qian Yu's brother, while Ice's Ice Sect, Sex Ice Sect, Ice Sects, Ice's Masters' elders, SSSSS. At that time, Yang Kai only had a transcendent realm cultivation and was able to fight against several Saint Realm Masters of Ice Sect. It was all thanks to his soul-devouring insects that he was able to force out Ice Sect's Sect Master, Qinya, and after a long conversation, he was able to fuse with Su Yan's soul and reach the grand accomplishment stage of his yin-yang joyous unification art. Less than 20 years had passed since then, and the elder-level character that Yang Kai had to look up to had now fallen into a lonely and desolate state. She even seemed to have some freedom, unable to make her own decisions, and could only wait here for guests to choose. Using a dual cultivation secret art to help others break through bottlenecks, the vicissitudes of time, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. Moreover, his cultivation was now higher than Elder Qian Yu's. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind before Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he smiled. I heard that Lady Yu used to cultivate an ice attribute secret art. May I ask where Lady Yu came from and how she ended up here? Qian Yu frowned and subconsciously glared at Yang Kai, but after seeing the strange light in his eyes, she suddenly understood and replied faintly. I indeed used to cultivate an ice attribute secret art, but that has nothing to do with honored guest. As for how I ended up here, honored guest has nothing to do with it. Yang Kai didn't seem to care and just smiled indifferently. Since that's the case, this Yang won't ask. However, when we begin our dual cultivation secret art, it's only natural that we communicate more. So this Yang would like to have a long talk with Lady Yu to enhance our mutual understanding. What does Lady Yu think? Since it is honored guest's request, this mistress will naturally cooperate. Qian Yu replied indifferently. Yang Kai gently nodded and began chatting casually with Qian Yu about some trivial matters, most of which were interesting rumors about various places. Qian Yu listened with great interest, and although her expression remained cold, her beautiful eyes revealed a look of curiosity. After a long silence, Yang Kai's voice paused and his expression became serious as he nodded lightly to Qian Yu. Good. The divine sense monitoring us has left. Qianyu's expression also became solemn as a look of surprise appeared on her face. Yang Kai, you're still somewhat unfathomable. Back then, you were just a transcendent yet dared to break into Ice Sect alone. Now that you've come to Joyous Union Pavilion, you're actually able to detect the divine sense monitoring us. How did you do it? The divine sense monitoring them here must belong to an origin-returning realm master. If Qianyu hadn't noticed Yang Kai's strange look, she wouldn't have cooperated with him so much. However, Qianyu clearly sensed that Yang Kai's cultivation was just a second-order Saint King, which greatly surprised her. Yang Kai smiled lightly. My divine sense is slightly stronger than an average cultivator's. It's more than just slightly stronger. Qianyu smiled bitterly and shook her head, not wanting to get to the bottom of this matter, instead eagerly asking, "Why are you here? I also want to ask you this question." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he looked at her solemnly. It's a long story. Qianyu smiled bitterly. Qianyu smiled bitterly, picked up the cup and teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Yang Kai. After sorting out her thoughts for a moment, she said, "Presumably you now know why our ice sect has been hiding in that glacier world all this time, right? And I understand a little. It is said that you were there to guard the bone race." Yang Kai nodded lightly, recalling some memories of the past. But the bone race's resurgence was too fierce, something our ice sect had not anticipated. Among them, there was even an unrivaled existence, and our ice sect was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. With just a few Saint Realm Masters, it was impossible to resist. Fortunately, when the seniors of Ice Sect killed the Bone Race, they seized a star shuttle which was controlled by each generation's Ice Master. After Ice Sect was destroyed, Ice Master Qingya knew that she could not escape with us, so she could only take the risk of breaking into the Starfield's gate near Ice Sect. By relying on the power of that star shuttle, we were able to enter star territory. I also inquired about this. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Since we entered star territory, how could we appear here? What about Ice Master Qingya? What about Su Yan? Where are they now? Yang Kai asked anxiously. Qian Yu's expression darkened. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face suddenly went pale as a bad feeling filled his heart. Qian Yu saw his expression and immediately knew he had misunderstood, quickly waving her hand and saying, "You don't need to think too much. Although I don't know where they are now, Ice Master Qingya and Su Yan should be fine." "How can you be so sure?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Because of this, Qianyu suddenly flicked her wrist and two crystal-clear ice beads appeared in her palm, each of them about the size of a fingernail, pure and flawless. As soon as he saw these two ice beads, Yang Kai's expression froze as he stared at one of them, unable to move his eyes away. He felt Su Yan's aura from this ice bead, while the other one contained Qing Ya's aura. What are these? Yang Kai looked up at Qianyu. These are ice soul beads condensed using one of our ice sect's secret techniques. As long as the bead exists, the owner exists. If the bead shatters, the owner dies. Qianyu explained softly. Each ice soul bead corresponds to one person. We were afraid of being separated from one another in Star's territory, so we condensed them as a precaution. I have their ice soul beads and they also have mine. Since these two ice soul beads haven't shattered, it means they are still alive. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed as a look of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes. As long as Su Yan was fine, he felt relieved. Although he didn't know where she was now, one day the two of them would meet again, Yang Kai firmly believed. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Can you give me this ice soul bead?" Qianyu smiled lightly. "Of course. That's not a problem, after all. You are the closest person to Su Yan in this world." Saying so, she handed over the ice soul bead that belonged to Su Yan. Yang Kai thanked her profusely before reaching out and accepting it. As soon as he touched it, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of Su Yan's appearance and the smile she gave him all those years ago, a trace of tenderness flashing across his eyes. Yang Kai sensed the aura of this ice soul bead for a moment before carefully storing it into his black book space. After doing this, Yang Kai let out a long sigh as his body and mind relaxed greatly. The invisible pressure that had been weighing down on his heart for so long also dissipated at this moment, and the Saint Qi in his body began to circulate uncontrollably, causing the nearby world energy to surge violently. After learning that Su Yan was fine, Yang Kai felt the pressure in his heart disappear and his aura began to fluctuate, showing faint signs of breaking through on the spot. For a long time, although Yang Kai hadn't spoken much about Su Yan to anyone, even if it was just for himself, he would only occasionally think about her. But this kind of worry and concern had subtly become a stumbling block on Yang Kai's path forward, and also a shackle in his heart. Now, under the impact of Su Yan's aura, this shackle had broken, and with the ice soul bead, Yang Kai was naturally able to relax. After refining the profound in sunflower water in Luyan's desert, Yang Kai's cultivation had soared to the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. Now, almost 2 years had passed and he was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. Today's events were just a prelude. Even without today's events, Yang Kai estimated that he would be able to break through in 3 months at the earliest and half a year at the latest. He had rushed back to Dragon Cave Mountain in a hurry because he wanted to prepare for this breakthrough. The abnormalities in his body naturally didn't escape Qian Yu's eyes, and she stared at him suspiciously. Qian Yu smiled happily and was about to congratulate him when Yang Kai frowned, forcibly suppressing the tumbling of his Saint Qi, blushing slightly before returning to normal. Chapter 13-14. The world energy that had been stirred up by Yang Kai's aura also returned to normal at this moment. Why did you give up this opportunity? Qian Yu's eyes flashed a strange light as she asked regretfully. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It's fine. I'll come back here sooner or later. What I want to know now is what happened after you entered Star Territory and how you were separated. Qian Yu heard this and smiled bitterly, but still nodded. Very well. If you're so worried, it's not the best time to break through. Immediately, Qian Yu began explaining the situation after Ice Sect's group entered Star Territory. Through her description, Yang Kai learned that the situation they encountered after entering Star Territory was far more dangerous than his own. Needless to say, the star field storm and the asteroid sea were also extremely dangerous. After all, their physical strength and divine sense cultivation were not as good as Yang Kai's, so after entering Star Territory, they were unable to easily resist the dangers in front of them. If it weren't for Qingya and the others fully defending themselves, with Su Yan's cultivation, she would have long since fallen. Even so, 2 of Ice Sect's Saint Realm elders failed to escape from the star field storm and died, leaving behind only Ice Sect's Qingya, Su Yan, Qian Yu, and Qian Hao, the brother and sister Qian Yu. The remaining 4 people wandered Star Territory for several years, and just as they were in despair, they suddenly discovered a void corridor. Although they didn't know where this void corridor in Star Field led to or what kind of dangers lay ahead, if they gave up this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. So after some discussion, the 4 of them rushed into the void corridor. However, the void corridor seemed to be somewhat unstable and branched off into many forks, so the group inadvertently became separated. After Qian Yu passed through the void corridor, she found herself on Shadowed Star. As for the others, she didn't know where they had gone. After hearing this, Yang Kai's face darkened. If they had all separated after passing through the same fork, then Ice Master Qingya, Elder Qian Hao, and Su Yan must have all arrived on Shadowed Star, but they had all taken different forks in the void corridor. Who knew where these forks would take the remaining 3? Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that there was a 90% chance that the remaining 3 were not on Shadowed Star, because there was a faint connection between him and Su Yan that would only grow stronger as his strength grew. Yang Kai had once used a drop of golden blood to circle Shadowed Star, so if Su Yan was really on Shadowed Star, he would definitely have noticed. There was actually a fork in the void corridor. This made Yang Kai somewhat confused, but the world was big and filled with all kinds of strange things. He was just a small character in the second-order Saint King realm, so there were many things he couldn't understand. The existence of the Ice Soul Bead showed that these 3 people were still alive, but Yang Kai didn't know where they were on Shadowed Star's territory. After Qian Yu arrived on Shadowed Star, she appeared near Black Crow City. At that time, she had passed through the void corridor and was extremely weak. Unfortunately, in that situation, she had encountered a few cultivators who harbored evil intentions towards her. Seeing her extraordinary beauty, they decided to kill her. Fortunately, an origin-returning realm master who happened to be nearby rescued her and brought her back to Joyous Union Pavilion. Since then, Qian Yu had been living in Joyous Union Pavilion and was given a dual cultivation opportunity by her savior. As time passed, Qian Yu gradually understood what kind of shady business this place was and what kind of fate awaited her. Fortunately, her cultivation was not low, having reached the First Order Saint King realm, but not everyone could visit her. Occasionally, there would be a few honored guests who would pay a high price, but none of them would choose her, allowing her to survive until now. Today, when Qian Yu received news that an honored guest was about to visit, she was about to be married. Qian Yu's heart was filled with anxiety, but how could she have known that this honored guest would actually be Yang Kai? When Qian Yu was telling this story, Yang Kai didn't interrupt and just listened quietly. As if she was holding back a lot of bitterness, Qian Yu wiped a few tears as she spoke. This wasn't surprising, though. In the past, she was an elder of Ice Sect, and although she wasn't famous, she was still considered one of Tong Xian Realm's top characters. However, after coming to Star's territory, she hadn't even had time to see the splendor of Star's territory before escaping death several times. After she finally settled down, she was placed under house arrest here and became a prostitute. The difference between now and then was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort her. Speaking of which, Qian Yu was barely his elder, but as a successful cultivator, she had quite a bit of experience in maintaining her youthful appearance, so it was impossible to tell her true age from her appearance alone. Yang Kai couldn't comfort her like he had comforted his peers. That would be overstepping his boundaries. After Qian Yu calmed down, Yang Kai said, "If I were to let you see the Star territory you lost again, would you still be able to recognize it?" "I wouldn't dare say I would be able to recognize it 100%, but I do have some impressions of some of the nearby stars." Qian Yu gently nodded. "Good." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "When you have time, tell me the characteristics of those stars. Naturally, that's not a problem, but with just these, how can you determine their location?" "You don't need to worry about that. I naturally have my own methods." "Oh right, you just said you had some kind of seal placed on you? If it's convenient, can you let me take a look?" "Naturally, you can take a look, but don't act rashly. The one who placed the seal is the origin-returning realm master who rescued me and is also one of the owners of Joyous Union Pavilion. She usually meditates in a secret room here, so if you disturb her, it won't be good." "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly. After Qian Yu stretched out her hand, he stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on her wrist, sending his Saint Qi into Qian Yu's body. As he investigated, Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified. After a long time, he withdrew his fingers and showed a thoughtful expression. "This seal isn't too vicious. It seems that person just didn't want you to run away. And I tried to run away a few times, but every time she activated this seal, I felt powerless and couldn't run far. On top of that, if I hadn't been on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm a few years ago, she wouldn't have tolerated me acting so presumptuously. A few years ago, Qian Yu was just a Saint Realm cultivator, but the price of a Saint Realm woman and a Saint King realm woman was completely different in Joyous Union Pavilion, so even if Qian Yu had a bad record of running away, that person only punished her slightly and didn't really intend to harm her. After Qian Yu successfully broke through to the Saint King realm, that person couldn't wait to push her out and make her a dual cultivation partner. Now that Yang Kai thought about it, the reason she had rescued Qian Yu at that time was probably because she had such intentions. After all, Qian Yu seemed to have no one to rely on and her cultivation wasn't low. On top of that, she was still a virgin, so it was undoubtedly much more cost-effective than Joyous Union Pavilion cultivating such a woman from scratch. That's all for me. What about you? What's the situation on Tong Xian Realm? Is the bone race raging? Qian Yu tidied up her appearance and asked nervously. Although she had already come to Star territory, for her, Tong Xian Realm was still her home. Every time she thought about it, she couldn't help but worry about it. Yang Kai smiled lightly. You don't need to worry about the bone race. They have already been wiped out. When I left, Tong Xian Realm was thriving. During the demon race, the relationship between the monster race and the human race has also become much more harmonious because of the common enemy. The bone race has been wiped out? Qian Yu looked surprised and asked, "How did they do it?" Yang Kai then briefly explained how Tong Xian Realm's 3 clans had joined forces to fight against the bone race, causing Qian Yu to be fascinated and smile constantly. Under her questioning, Yang Kai also told her some of the things that had happened after he entered Star Territory. Compared with Qian Yu's experience, Yang Kai's journey was undoubtedly much more exciting and dangerous. As soon as he entered Star Territory, he was captured and placed in the starship's power room to have his Saint Chi extracted to supplement the starship's energy, almost dying in the process. After an accident in the chaotic abyss, his starship was destroyed and he was stranded on the floating continent where he was restrained by Guizhou. After finally escaping from the floating continent and heading to Water Moon Star, he inexplicably became enemies with Xueyu's 3rd young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. On his way to Rainfall Star, he almost died. After unlocking the soul chains and escaping from Rainfall Star, Yang Kai fell into a deep sleep for several years before being protected by the blood-red crystal and drifting all the way to Shadowed Star, where he encountered Wu Yi and the others from the Haika family and was rescued. Yang Kai didn't stop until the recent opening of Lu Yan's Sandfield. Of course, Yang Kai subconsciously ignored the erotic battle with Xueyu's 3rd young master on the Dead Star. And in his narration, Xueyu was just a man. After listening to Yang Kai's story, Qian Yu couldn't help feeling a mixture of envy and admiration. She was envious of Yang Kai's freedom and unfettered freedom, but she also admired him for braving so many dangers along the way. Yang Kai's original intention in entering the Starfield was to find Su Yan, which gave Qian Yu a good impression of Yang Kai. She felt that Su Yan had not entrusted her life to the wrong person. Moreover, from his concern for Su Yan just now, it was clear that even after so many years, Su Yan's weight in his heart hadn't diminished in the slightest. After a moment of silence, Qian Yu suddenly smiled mysteriously as she turned to Yang Kai and said, "Looking at you, it seems you're living quite comfortably, even having the time and energy to come to such a place." Yang Kai gawked for a moment before immediately understanding that Qian Yu was speaking up for Su Yan, quickly waving his hand. "Elder Qian Yu misunderstands. I actually came here for a reason. Naturally, there is a reason. Every man who comes here will say the same thing. But considering your performance just now, I will give you a chance to explain yourself on behalf of Su Yan. If you really have something important to do here, then that's fine, but if you don't, don't blame this elder for speaking ill of you the next time she sees Su Yan." Qian Yu looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on, but he quickly calmed down and explained why Chun Fan Lei had invited him here, while also mentioning his suspicions about Wang Yuhan. Chapter 13-15. Qian Yu was able to become an elder of Ice Sect and cultivate to the 2nd Order Saint Realm on Tongxian Realm, so she was naturally an intelligent person. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, how could she not understand the twists and turns of the story? After pondering for a while, she said, "If that's the case, you really have a reason for coming here. However, that Wang Yuhan is really quite scheming. The plan he devised is actually quite intricate and watertight. This person can't be underestimated." Yang Kai smiled faintly and said slowly, "If he just wants to smear my name and make Chan Shirtao look down on me, that's fine. But if he has other malicious intentions, Although he had guessed some of Wang Yuhan's intentions, Yang Kai had no intention of leaving. Originally, he had stayed here with the intention of deliberately finding trouble to force Wang Yuhan to reveal his true intentions, but he hadn't expected to see Qian Yu here, so naturally, he had taken advantage of the situation and come to this ice and snow pavilion. "You're still so unruly," Qian Yu muttered in shock. Qian Yu stared at this scene in a daze. Wasn't the situation in front of him similar to when he had single-handedly broken into Ice Sect and caused havoc? Whether it was at that time or now, Yang Kai's strength wasn't at the peak, but he dared to do things that ordinary people didn't dare. After thinking about it for a while, Qian Yu said, "But since you dare act like this, you must have something to rely on. I won't try to persuade you, but you must be careful. I don't want to have to collect the corpse of an old acquaintance here. Don't worry. If I can't beat him, I'll run." Yang Kai grinned. "But first, you have to tell me, What is the background of this joyous union pavilion? Background? Qian Yu frowned. I don't know much about the specifics. After all, since I came here, I haven't had much contact with outsiders. But from the conversations of some of the maidservants, I know that there are 3 origin returning realm masters guarding this place all year round. On top of that, this joyous union pavilion seems to be a secret property of a sect called Imperial City Sect with the support of this place's city lord. Imperial City Sect? Kai Yang stared blankly for a moment. He felt as if he had come into contact with this sect's disciple before, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember. Since he couldn't remember, it shouldn't be anything important. So Yang Kai didn't take it to heart. Rubbing his chin, he muttered, with 3 origin returning realm masters guarding this place, the security is quite tight. Seeing the strange light in his eyes, Qian Yu's beautiful face paled as she shouted, What do you want to do? Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled. It's not what you think. I have no enmity with this place. Naturally, I won't do anything bad here. I just want to take you away. Take me away? Qian Yu's face lit up with joy, but it quickly dimmed as he smiled bitterly. You want to take me away? Easier said than done. What's the problem? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Of course there are difficulties. They are not big, but they are not small either. Since you were able to come to Ice and Snow Pavilion, you must have paid a lot of Saint Crystals, right? I don't know where you got those Saint Crystals from, but if just one night of pleasure costs so much, the price you would have to pay to take me away would likely be at least 10 times that. Do you even have that many Saint Crystals? Obviously, in her opinion, it was impossible for Yang Kai to pay such a high price. Just one night of pleasure here would cost an astronomical number of Saint Crystals in Qian Yu's opinion. However, Yang Kai smiled happily and said confidently, You don't need to worry about that. I can still take out a few trivial Saint Crystals. A few trivial. Qian Yu couldn't help covering her red lips as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. As if she was trying to get to know him all over again. She couldn't figure out how Yang Kai could have such a huge net worth. I just don't know if Joyous Union Pavilion will release you. It stands to reason that a woman like you who has lost her primordial Yin after receiving an honored guest shouldn't be treated seriously by Joyous Union Pavilion. Yang Kai said before suddenly showing a trace of embarrassment. This Yang's words were a bit rude. Please don't take offense, Elder Qian Yu. Qian Yu's pretty face blushed slightly, giving her a somewhat delicate and charming look, but she quickly recovered and slowly said, It's nothing, what you said is true. But do you think those people from Joyous Union Pavilion won't be able to tell whether I have lost my primordial Yin or not? If you want to redeem me while I'm still a virgin, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. That's true. I'm afraid Joyous Union Pavilion will raise the price. But it doesn't matter. There is no deal in this world that cannot be negotiated. It just depends on whether the appropriate price can be paid. You and I both came from Tong Xian Realm. Being able to meet here is heaven's will. In any case, I won't allow you to remain here. Hearing this, Qian Yu showed a trace of gratitude on her face and didn't say anything more. But she was also faintly looking forward to it in her heart. If she could leave this place, how could she have stayed here until now? But today, Yang Kai's arrival had finally given her a glimmer of hope. If she missed out on this opportunity today, she may have to spend the rest of her life here, reduced to a prostitute. Immediately, Yang Kai asked about some more details about Joyous Union Pavilion. Qian Yu naturally told him everything she knew, but there were many things she didn't understand, so she couldn't provide Yang Kai with any help. After an hour, Qian Yu summoned the maidservant of Joyous Union Pavilion and gave her some instructions. The maidservant glanced over at Yang Kai with some surprise before leaving with a complicated look on her face. After waiting for about the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, the young woman who had dealt with Yang Kai before appeared in the loft and looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Apparently, she had heard some information from the maidservant. Qian Yu personally served tea and then stood beside Yang Kai, her expression faintly nervous. The young woman took a few sips of tea before calmly opening her red lips and exhaling. I heard that young lord intends to redeem Lady Yu and return her freedom? Yang Kai nodded calmly and got straight to the point. I am very satisfied with this lady you are, so I want to take her away from here. I wonder if your joyous union is willing to let her go." The young woman giggled when she heard this and glanced over at Qianyu, a trace of surprise flashing across her eyes before she said, "If this mistress is not mistaken, Yuer's primordial Yin seems to have not been picked. Since young lord has not done such a thing, why do you insist on taking Yuer away?" Yang Kai frowned. "Naturally, I have my own reasons. Does your joyous union need to inquire about this?" "Young lord, please forgive us. It's just that our joyous union pavilion has very few precedents of girls being redeemed, so this mistress has to be cautious." A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face as he pondered for a while before saying, "In that case, I really should give your joyous union an explanation. Yes, Lady Yuer and I are indeed innocent. What I want is the ice attribute secret art she cultivates. It will be useful for my future cultivation." Ice attribute secret art? If that's the case, this mistress is puzzled. There are countless cultivator who cultivates this secret art. So why does young lord only want Lady Yuer? Saying so, the young woman's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of his heart. Yang Kai chuckled. "There are indeed many cultivator who cultivates this secret art, but there aren't many who can hit it off with me. If I were to say that Lady Yuer and I fell in love at first sight, would you believe me?" The young woman couldn't help giggling. Qianyu, who was standing next to Yang Kai, also blushed slightly, giving her a bashful appearance. "It seems that Lady Yu doesn't believe me, but this is the truth. This one has nothing to hide." Yang Kai didn't try to justify himself. In any case, he firmly believed this was the reason. The young woman frowned and suddenly got up, walked over to Qianyu's side, intimately holding her arm, and smiled at Yang Kai. "Young lord, please don't blame this mistress. It's not that this mistress is being careful. It's just that Yuer is a disciple that our Joyous Union Pavilion has cultivated since she was a child. The price we have paid is not small. On top of that, this mistress and Yuer are like sisters, so I really don't want her to leave. I want her to stay with me for a while. Cultivated since childhood. Like sisters." Yang Kai gave a faint smile, but the smile on the young woman's face didn't diminish in the slightest as she calmly stared at Yang Kai. If Yang Kai hadn't known Qianyu for a long time and knew her origins, he likely would have been deceived by her. This woman's ability to speak such blatant lies was quite good. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became serious as he waved his hand and said, "Lady Yu, please state your price. Since you haven't flatly refused, there is still room for negotiation. Give me a number and I'll see if I can afford it. Let's talk about it, it's just a transaction." The young woman curled her lips slightly before turning around and returning to her seat, faintly saying, "Since young lord is so straightforward, this mistress won't beat around the bush. Indeed, our Joyous Union Pavilion's young lady has been redeemed before, but no Saint King Realm young lady has ever been redeemed. Young lord wants to set a precedent. If you really want to do this, the price you will have to pay will not be small. Tell me about it." Yang Kai looked at her faintly. The young woman's brow furrowed slightly as she glanced over at Qianyu and said, "If Lady Yuer had already lost her primordial Yin, that would naturally be a different matter, but now that she is still a virgin, the price will be much higher. Lady Yu isn't mistaken, right?" Yang Kai suddenly sneered. "I've already paid the Saint Crystals tonight, so it stands to reason that Lady Yuer's primordial Yin already belongs to me, yet you still want to use it to bargain?" "Indeed," the young woman smiled tenderly. "But young lord didn't take Yuer's primordial Yin, right? That's naturally a different matter. But if young lord wishes to go back on his word, this mistress won't stop you. How about we discuss this matter again after you've completed your dual cultivation?" She seemed to be certain that Yang Kai wouldn't do such a thing, so when she spoke of this, she had a confident expression on her face. Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold, while Qian Yu's expression didn't look any better. No matter who it was, being bargained like this in front of their eyes, especially when it was related to their purity, their expression would become very ugly. Chapter 13:16. Listening to the meaning of this young woman's words, If they took Qian Yu's primordial Yin now, the price for her redemption would undoubtedly be much lower. This was what Yang Kai and Qian Yu had been worried about before, but how could Yang Kai do such a thing? He could only pinch his nose and accept this loss. Yang Kai's heart was filled with depression. With a cold expression, he said, "This one cannot accept young lady's proposal. You have a point." Seeing him compromise, the young woman immediately smiled happily and continued, "Not to mention the resources consumed to cultivate Yuer. The dual cultivation method that young lady Yuer cultivates is a secret of our joyous union pavilion. Since young lord intends to redeem her, have you thought about how to deal with Yuer's secret cultivation method? Could it be that young lord intends to buy this dual cultivation method as well?" Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly as he suddenly realized that he had overlooked this issue. However, his mind quickly changed and he immediately refuted. "Young lady must be joking. Your pavilion's dual cultivation method is indeed amazing, but as far as I know, I'm afraid it has many hidden dangers, right?" The young woman heard this and shot a cold glance at Qian Yu, seemingly thinking that Qian Yu had revealed something. Yang Kai lightly said, "Rest assured, young lady Yuer didn't tell me anything about this dual cultivation method, but I know that there is no such convenient secret cultivation method in this world. Your pavilion's dual cultivation method is indeed unique, but there must also be some hidden dangers." The young woman's complexion changed a few times, but she didn't try to deny it and instead nodded. "I didn't expect young lord to be such a well-informed person. Yes, our joyous union pavilion's dual cultivation method does have some hidden dangers, but this is not a secret. Many people know about it, even the guests who come here are aware of it." Oh, this time it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. "Is it convenient for young lady to tell me? It doesn't matter if I tell you. In any case, you can ask around outside and find out. The hidden danger is that if you use this dual cultivation method to break through your bottleneck, you may not be able to improve your cultivation in the future and will stop here." "I see." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Since you know that there are hidden dangers, why did you come here to break through the bottleneck?" "Because those customers feel that they have no hope of making another breakthrough in their lives. They naturally don't care about any hidden dangers. If they come here, they might be able to advance to the next level and fulfill their wishes. If it were young lord who had been stuck at a bottleneck for hundreds of years and was unable to make any progress, what would you do if you knew that our joyous union pavilion had an opportunity to help you break through?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said seriously, "I'm afraid he can't resist the temptation. That's right, even if this dual cultivation technique has hidden dangers, it is still a rare and good cultivation technique. Young master wants to redeem Yuer, and Yuer has cultivated this dual cultivation technique. Who knows if young master has any ideas about this cultivation technique? You know that very well. Why do you have to threaten me with this?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "I'm not stupid enough to ruin my bright future by relying on a dual cultivation." The young woman chuckled. "I'm not threatening you, but I have a duty to remind you of this. However, if young lord insists on taking Yuer away, there is still room for negotiation." "I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai raised his brow. "If Yuer cultivates this dual cultivation technique to the deepest level, even if young lord pays a high price, this mistress will not dare to let her go. Fortunately, Yuer has not cultivated this technique for a long time and has not touched the later levels, so there is room for negotiation. This mistress has 2 proposals, but I don't know which one young lord will choose." Saying so, she turned to Yang Kai and waited for Yang Kai to signal her to continue before casually saying, "The first proposal is very simple. You just need to abolish Yuer's dual cultivation technique." As soon as these words came out, Qian Yu's face paled and her tender body began to tremble. Yang Kai also couldn't help frowning. Although Qian Yu had been forced to cultivate this dual cultivation technique after coming to Joyous Union Pavilion, she had already cultivated it. If he really abolished it, it would inevitably affect her foundation. If she was lucky, she would only lose some of her yuan qi and would have a chance to recover after some rest. If she was unlucky, no one could say what the consequences would be. So Yang Kai immediately shook his head. "This method won't work. Tell me the second one." The young woman seemed to have expected this and smiled before continuing. The second is to make young lord pay a higher price. It's the same as having me buy the first few levels of Yuer's dual cultivation technique, right? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. You can say that. This mistress is an easy person to talk to, so young lord won't find this difficult, right? This proposal is reasonable. There is nothing difficult about it. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The young woman's face lit up. Young lord is really straightforward, but the price young lord will have to pay will not be small. Then what kind of price does this joyous union pavilion want? Yang Kai looked at her lightly. The young woman frowned slightly and thought about it carefully for a moment before reporting a number. Qianyu, who was standing behind Yang Kai, trembled as a trace of despair flashed across her beautiful eyes. This number was simply beyond her imagination. With her little understanding of Shadowed Star, she knew that such a sum of Saint Crystals was enough to buy an excellent origin-grade artifact. Even if she spent her entire life accumulating such wealth, she might not be able to afford it. Yang Kai also seemed to show an awkward expression, no longer displaying his previous cheerfulness, as he rubbed his chin and fell silent. Seeing this, the young woman smiled faintly and said, Young lord shouldn't try to lower the price. Since this mistress has quoted such a price, it must be in line with the rules of our joyous union pavilion, so this mistress cannot change it at will. If young lord cannot afford this price, please return to where you came from. Her last sentence was not polite at all, as if she had already determined that Yang Kai was powerless and did not intend to waste any more time with him. Yang Kai sighed slightly and said, Such a huge amount of Saint Crystals really makes me feel a bit embarrassed. The young woman sneered but did not answer. Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject and asked, Does your joyous union accept collateral? Collateral? The young woman raised her brow. And artifacts, pills, or materials? Yang Kai replied, However, these things are very important to this Yang, so I can only use them as collateral. After I go back, I will collect enough Saint Crystals to redeem them. After all, no one will carry such a large amount of Saint Crystals around with them. What you say has some truth, but it also depends on what you want to use as collateral. If young lord casually leaves a few things here and then disappears, wouldn't my joyous union pavilion suffer a great loss? On this point, young lady can rest assured. Since I want to use them as collateral, I will definitely use some of my most important things as collateral. It's impossible for me not to ask for them back. Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand and in the next moment, 2 jade bottles, 2 artifacts, and a space ring appeared on the table. Pushing these things towards the young woman, Yang Kai said lightly, Young lady, please check if these are enough. The young woman glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously but did not act polite, directly picking up the space ring and releasing her divine sense to inspect it. After discovering that there were some Saint Crystals inside, she put it back down without a trace. Although there were many Saint Crystals here, they were far from enough to cover the price she had just quoted. Picking up one of the jade bottles again, she opened it and sniffed, her beautiful face changing slightly as she poured out a pill from the bottle without hesitation and placed it on the palm of her hand to examine it carefully. A moment later, she showed a hint of surprise. An origin-grade low-rank fire cloud pill, and its quality is so good. Which alchemy grandmaster refined it? Yang Kai did not comment, nor did he have any intention of answering her question. However, the young woman's expression was undoubtedly much more dignified than before, because anyone who could obtain such a bottle of origin-grade low-rank pills must have some kind of relationship with one of those alchemy grandmasters. Their identity was either rich or noble, so she no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. After all, the Imperial City sect behind Joyous Union Pavilion was just a medium-sized sect with no such alchemy grandmaster. After checking the other bottle of pills, she found that they were also origin-grade low-rank pills, further confirming the guess in the young woman's heart. These 2 bottles of pills alone were extremely valuable and were not things that could be bought with Saint Crystals. The 2 artifacts weren't particularly valuable, both being Saint King-grade high-rank artifacts, but they were still worth a few Saint Crystals. These 2 bottles of pills were obtained with great difficulty and will be of great use to my future cultivation, so it is impossible for me to give up these 2 bottles of pills. You shouldn't have any doubts now, right? Yang Kai looked at the young woman with a smile. The young woman nodded slowly, the doubts in her heart disappearing. To be honest, even an ordinary origin returning realm master might not be able to obtain these 2 bottles of pills, so for a second-order Saint King to obtain them, he obviously had extraordinary connections and means. What she didn't know was that these 2 bottles of pills were refined by Yang Kai himself. Seeing her contemplating, Yang Kai didn't intend to disturb her, instead quietly casting a reassuring glance to Chen Yu. He could also see that this young woman had obviously been moved by his offer and wouldn't make any excessive demands. Once this transaction was concluded, he would immediately take Chen Yu away from Black Crow City and never return. As for the pills and artifacts he had to hand over, how could Yang Kai care about them? The reason why he didn't use Saint Crystals to complete the transaction was because Yang Kai was being cautious. It wasn't that he didn't have any, but if he took out so many Saint Crystals at once, it might arouse the greed of others. Seeing this, Chen Yu couldn't help smiling. After a long time, the young woman seemed to have made a decision and raised her head to smile at Yang Kai. But just as she was about to say something, her expression changed and she quickly took out a communication artifact and apologetically said, "My apologies, young lord, please wait a moment." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, indicating that there was no harm. The young woman poured her divine sense into the communication artifact in front of Yang Kai, seemingly communicating with someone, her expression constantly changing as she did so. After a while, she put away the communication artifact with a confused look on her face and turned an embarrassed look towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart clenched as he suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 13:17. Sure enough, the young woman smiled apologetically and said, "Young lord, I'm afraid this deal is not possible." Not possible. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a look of annoyance appeared on his face. Is the price I offered not enough? That's not the case. The young woman shook her head helplessly. It's just that this mistress has just received a message from above stating that no one can redeem you. As for the specific reason, it is inconvenient for me to tell you. When Chen Yu heard this, her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as her face paled. She had just seen the hope of freedom, but now it had been ruthlessly extinguished. The blow she received was unimaginable. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely ugly as he stared coldly at the young woman opposite him. Seeing the embarrassment and apologetic smile on the other party's face, he immediately understood that this matter was not something she could decide. So even if he became angry with her, it would be useless. Taking a deep breath, he asked thoughtfully, "The message you received, did it say that no one can redeem Lady Yu, or did it say that no one can redeem her? Is there a difference?" The young woman was stunned. "Just answer me." Yang Kai snorted. Seemingly feeling a little ashamed for suddenly going back on her word, the young woman hesitated for a moment before replying, "Only Yuer's name was mentioned. As for the others, no one else was mentioned." "I know, heh." Yang Kai sneered again, his eyes flashing as he said, "Young lady, how about this? I still feel that there is no deal in this world that cannot be negotiated, only a price that cannot be paid. If you can promise me to take Yuer away, I will pay you an additional bottle of spirit pills. How about it?" Saying so, Yang Kai took out an exquisite bottle, a pained expression appearing on his face as he solemnly handed it to the young woman. The young woman smiled helplessly. "Young lord is making things difficult for this mistress. Since this matter has already been spoken, this matter is really not something this mistress can decide. Whether you can decide or not, take a look at the spirit pills in this bottle first. If you really can't agree, I hope you can contact the person who sent the message just now and ask him what kind of price he wants me to pay." The young woman's eyes flashed with surprise as she said in astonishment, "It seems that Miss Yuer is very important to the young lord. Yuer is very lucky to be appreciated by such a person." When she looked at Chen Yu again, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy. Yang Kai was so insistent on redeeming Chen Yu. It was clear that he valued her very much in his heart. For a woman who had wandered about in the mortal world, this was undoubtedly the happiest thing. She was also a woman, so she naturally felt the same way. So she didn't immediately refuse Kai Yang's request. Instead, she symbolically opened the small bottle and lowered her head to take a look. Her originally indifferent expression changed when she saw the contents of the bottle. Her apricot eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. There was only one pill in the bottle. It was round and rolling, pure white and flawless. It exuded a very comfortable aura. Smelling it, the young woman even felt her mood become stable. She glanced at Yang Kai in amazement and saw the other party looking at her with a faint smile. Not daring to act carelessly, she quickly poured out the pill and placed it on the palm of her hand to examine it carefully. After a long time, she put the pill back down and took a deep breath before turning a strange look towards Yang Kai. Although this mistress doesn't know much about pills, she can barely recognize that this should be a severing demon's pill. Yes? Young lady's eyesight is quite good. It is indeed a severing demon's pill. Yang Kai's face twitched as he nodded, seemingly somewhat distressed. This kind of thing is one of the best auxiliary pills for Saint Kings to break through to the origin returning realm. Although it is not as rare as an origin condensing pill, its value is comparable. Young lord, are you sure you want to use this thing as collateral? Yang Kai shook his head. It's not collateral, it's a bargaining chip. Let me take you away, and this severing demon's pill will belong to your joyous union pavilion. A bargaining chip? The young woman was overjoyed when she heard this, and her expression flickered for a moment before she grit her teeth and said, Young lord, please wait a moment. I will help you contact my superiors and see if they are willing to release her. To be honest, if I could really make this decision, this transaction would have been completed long ago. But she smiled bitterly as she realized how rare and precious this severing demon's pill was. Not daring to neglect, she quickly took out her communication artifact again, poured her divine sense into it, and began communicating with an unknown person. While she was communicating, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he quietly spread out a strand of his divine sense, instantly sweeping through Joyous Union Pavilion, except for some places with particularly powerful spirit arrays that he did not dare to touch, as well as the places where the origin returning realm masters were guarding. Yang Kai had finished inspecting the entire Joyous Union Pavilion in just a short time. Not long after, Yang Kai obtained the information he wanted and thought to himself, sure enough. He sneered in his heart while calmly withdrawing his strand of divine sense. Looking at the other side of the hall, Yang Kai saw that the communication between the young woman and the unknown person had not yet ended, but the young woman was obviously arguing for something with an ugly expression on her face, seemingly unwilling to give up the severing demon's pill. This was not surprising, though. The usefulness of the severing demon's pill was not great, but it was not small either. If the heart demons that appeared during a cultivator's breakthrough were not too strong, naturally there was no need for the severing demon's pill, but if the heart demons that appeared were too strong and interfered with the breakthrough, this kind of pill was necessary. This was very likely to be related to the success or failure of a cultivator's breakthrough. The severing demon's pill in Yang Kai's hand was something he had refined casually for Changqi and Howen to break through to the origin returning realm, but these two had the 10,000-year incense that Yang Kai had brought back from the Luyen Desert, so they did not encounter any heart demons during their breakthroughs. The severing demon's pill had been saved and was now being used by Yang Kai to trade. He still had a lot of origin condensing pills, but he was not stupid enough to take them out. The value of the two pills was about the same, but the origin condensing pills were undoubtedly countless times more precious. While the young woman was communicating with the other party through her communication artifact, Yang Kai's expression was also uncertain. He had to take Chen Yu away, so it would be best if she agreed to the trade, but if she did not, he could only use thunderous means to subdue this young woman and immediately take Chen Yu away. Of course, if things really reached this point, he would no longer be able to remain in Black Crow City, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai was not willing to shed all pretense of cordiality with Joyous Union Pavilion. After all, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. He was only a second-order Saint King right now, but there were 3 origin returning realm masters in Joyous Union Pavilion. This place also had the support of the local city lord, so it was not easy to provoke them. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai's expression became indifferent as he secretly sent a message to Chen Yu. telling her to prepare herself before waiting quietly. After a while, the young woman put away her communication artifact in frustration and annoyance before looking at Yang Kai apologetically and slowly shaking her head. This mistress is really powerless. I don't know why my superiors insist on keeping Lady Qianyu here. Young lord, please return. Yang Kai slowly got up and nodded. Good. Since that's the case, I won't embarrass you any further. You can stay here for a while. Saying so, he smiled slyly towards the young woman. The young woman's heart clenched, but before she could react, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly descended on her knowledge sea, causing her knowledge sea to tumble and her vision to blur. At the same time, she saw the young man in front of her flicker and rush in front of her, his big hand reaching out towards her. The young woman's face was filled with shock as she tried to resist but was unable to circulate her Saint Qi at all. She was also a second-order Saint King cultivator, but when facing Yang Kai, an opponent of the same level, she was unable to fight back, so the shock in her heart could be imagined. The next moment, a scorching hot force rushed into her body from all directions. These forces seemed to be connected to each other and formed a very ingenious seal inside her body that sealed her cultivation. The young woman's tender body went limp and she did not even have the strength to move her fingers as she shouted, "Young lord, what is the meaning of this? Daring to behave so atrociously in Joyous Union Pavilion, you won't have a good end." Yang Kai grinned and flicked his finger, causing the young woman's mouth to suddenly close, no longer able to open her mouth. He then leisurely said, "I'll take her away, but I'll leave her behind. In this transaction, I don't think your pavilion will suffer a loss. On the contrary, you'll make a lot of money. As for the people above, after you regain your freedom, you should investigate them. Perhaps it was some petty thief who used a chicken feather as an arrow to stop you from making this transaction with me. And after investigating this matter thoroughly, you'll know you won't be punished." The young woman stared at Kai Yang in bewilderment, not understanding the meaning behind his words. She wanted to ask, but she couldn't open her mouth and could only watch as the figures of Yang Kai and Qianyu disappeared from her sight. Feeling extremely anxious, Qianyu forced herself to use one of her secret techniques to shatter one of her earrings. The moment the earring burst, Yang Kai immediately noticed and his expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Let's go!" Saying so, he wrapped his arm around Qianyu's waist, intending to quickly take her away from this place. "Want to leave?" A tender voice suddenly came from the void, accompanied by a trace of coldness. "Since you dare act presumptuously in Joyous Union Pavilion, you'll stay here for me." As soon as these words fell, an invisible force suddenly enveloped Yang Kai, causing the surrounding air and space to solidify and become extremely viscous. Yang Kai's body, which had just soared into the air, suddenly fell to the ground. Sure. Yang Kai's eyes shrank. This was not the first time he had seen this kind of power, so he immediately recognized it. After landing, Yang Kai immediately shielded Qianyu behind him and turned his gaze towards a certain place. Over there, a beautiful figure flashed and a middle-aged woman leisurely appeared. This beautiful woman wore a light blue palace dress that vividly accentuated her fiery figure. Her pretty face was filled with anger as she stared coldly at Yang Kai. After seeing this middle-aged woman, Qianyu's complexion changed greatly, and she exclaimed, "Steward Lien!" Hearing Qianyu's shout, Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking, feeling troubled. Chapter 13:18. When he was chatting with Qianyu just now, Yang Kai learned that the origin-returning realm master who had rescued her from Joyous Union Pavilion and taught her the dual cultivation method was none other than Manager Lien in front of him. She was a powerful second-order origin-returning realm master and ranked first among the 3 origin-returning realm managers in Joyous Union Pavilion. Below her were 2 managers from the first-order origin-returning realm. If it were the other 2 managers from the first-order origin-returning realm, Yang Kai was confident he could break through their blockade with Qianyu, but with this Manager Lien he wasn't so confident. After all, there was a great realm gap between the 2 of them. As long as they were entangled, the other 2 origin-returning realm masters would definitely come. At that time, he would have to face 3 origin returning realm masters alone while also having to take care of Qian Yu. The consequences could be imagined. After the accident in the corpse cave last time, Yang Kai didn't dare to use his spatial tear escape rashly while carrying someone with him. As various thoughts crossed his mind, Manager Lien glanced at Qian Yu coldly and snorted, Your courage isn't small, actually daring to join forces with outsiders to try to escape from here. It seems that the punishment you received before wasn't enough to teach you a lesson. Saying so, Yang Kai's divine sense flickered slightly and Qian Yu, who was being protected by Yang Kai, suddenly let out a pitiful scream as her tender body fell to the ground, her face pale and sweaty. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy, but he didn't act rashly. He could tell that this Manager Lien had only activated the seal on Qian Yu's body and had no intention of harming her life. After a while, Qian Yu's screams gradually weakened and Manager Lien finally shifted her gaze from Qian Yu to Yang Kai. A sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth as she said lightly, I was wondering who had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall, daring to take one of my Joyous Union Pavilion's people and escape, but it turns out it's just a little Saint King realm brat. Who gave you such courage? Do you know what the consequences of doing so will be? Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as he helped Qian Yu up from the ground and swept her with his divine sense. After confirming that she hadn't suffered any serious injuries, his expression eased a little and he turned his eyes to the middle-aged woman. Faintly, he said, Manager Lien, right? This one is not taking her away realm. I have already made a deal with your esteemed pavilion to redeem her. What is the deal? Can't I take the woman I've taken a fancy to? Could it be that your pavilions? You even do some murdering and robbing on the side? How dare you? The middle-aged woman's face turned cold. With a shout, she waved her hand and sent a beam of light towards Yang Kai. Seeing this attack use Yang Yu Yang Yen Yu was Yen, of Red Union, a black flame suddenly burst from his fist as Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi fiercely and punched out. Fist shadows that were visible to the naked eye shot out, containing scorching power. They immediately collided with Manager Lien's attack. Rumbling sounds rang out as light shot out in all directions. Countless fist shadows collapsed, but Manager Lien's attack also dissipated midway as it was completely blocked. Yang Kai still stood in place without moving, but when Manager Lien saw this scene, a look of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes as she stared at Yang Kai. Although she hadn't used her full strength in that blow just now, she had at least used 30% of her strength. What's more, the other party was still wrapped in her sure, yet he was still able to easily resist her attack, which greatly surprised Manager Lien. Forget about a mere second-order Saint King. Even a peak Saint King realm master wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat. She had thought that she would at least be able to punish Yang Kai for his presumptuous words. Seeing that her attack had failed, she didn't try again, instead staring at Yang Kai suspiciously as a thoughtful light flashed across her beautiful eyes. She could also tell that Yang Kai was not an ordinary cultivator and was likely an elite among elites. Being able to possess such strength in the second-order Saint King realm, his background was definitely not low. So before she figured out Yang Kai's origins, it would be inconvenient for her to take action again, lest she provoke a powerful enemy for Joyous Union Pavilion. The commotion here had naturally alarmed the entire Joyous Union Pavilion. A moment later, the other 2 masters from the First Order Origin returning realm arrived, and after seeing the scene in front of them, they were both surprised and quickly gathered around Manager Lien to inquire about what had happened. On the other side, a figure quickly rushed over and landed directly beside Yang Kai, asking in amazement, Brother Yang, what happened? It was Chun Fan Lei. However, looking at his robes and his appearance, it was obvious he hadn't done anything yet and had rushed over as soon as he heard the commotion. Yang Kai glanced at him with a wry smile and whispered, It's not convenient to explain right now. I'll tell you later. Chun Fan Lei didn't ask any more questions and instead quietly glanced towards the opposite side. At a glance, his heart filled with bitterness, never having expected that the first time he entered a brothel in his life, he would cause such a big commotion. The 3 Origin returning realm managers of Joyous Union Pavilion had gathered here and were pointing at Yang Kai, but it was impossible to tell what they were talking about. In all directions, Countless guards from Joyous Union Pavilion had surrounded this place, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Chun Fan Lei couldn't help feeling a bit of regret in his heart. He felt that he really shouldn't have come to this damned place today, provoking this kind of trouble for no reason. After a while, the three Origin returning Realm Masters seemed to have reached a conclusion, and Manager Lien turned to Yang Kai with a sullen face and shouted, "You just said you have redeemed you, Who did you make this transaction with?" Reporting to Manager Lien, it was this junior servant. A voice called out. It was the young woman who had been talking to Yang Kai before. The seal Yang Kai had placed on her wasn't very strong and was only meant to stall for time. So after a short period of time, she had broken through the seal on her own and regained her freedom. Arriving here, she happened to hear Manager Lien's question, so she didn't dare to neglect and immediately answered, "Shao Qing, what happened? Did he attack you?" Manager Lien saw that something was wrong with the young woman and asked with a cold expression, "This junior servant is fine and this young lord has no malicious intent." The young woman actually put in a good word for Yang Kai, obviously really moved by the price Yang Kai had just offered. Even so, daring to attack someone in Joyous Union Pavilion is not taking us seriously. Manager Lien didn't say anything, but the other old man in blue robes coldly snorted as he stared at Yang Kai with an unfriendly gaze. Manager Wang is right. This matter will be noted down for the time being. But what about the deal this little brat just mentioned? Manager Lien asked the young woman. The young woman hesitated for a moment before whispering the various conditions she had discussed with Yang Kai and the obstacles they had encountered. The three stewards of Joyous Union Pavilion all listened to her, each of them wearing different expressions. When Manager Lien heard that Yang Kai had actually paid such a high price to redeem Qianyu, she was naturally surprised. Although she was still a little annoyed by Yang Kai's previous actions, the coldness on her face had undoubtedly dissipated greatly. Manager Wang, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something and intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards a nearby loft, a look of disappointment flashing across his eyes. The last Origin returning realm steward, on the other hand, remained indifferent. After the young woman finished speaking, Manager Lien nodded lightly. "And, according to the rules of the pavilion, since this little brat is willing to pay such a high price, there is no harm in agreeing. You also have the right to agree." Manager Wang, Manager Su, which one of you insisted on keeping you? What is the meaning of this? "It's none of my business. I've been in retreat all this time." Manager Su, who looked indifferent, slowly shook his head. Manager Lien heard this and turned her eyes to the old man surnamed Wang. The old man surnamed Wang wore a helpless look and was about to speak when Yang Kai grinned and said, "I'm afraid Manager Wang doesn't know about this matter, right?" "What do you mean?" The beautiful middle-aged woman's expression turned cold. "Come out." Yang Kai suddenly shouted coldly as a golden thread shot out from his hand and flew directly towards a nearby loft. The golden thread disappeared in a flash, as if it had broken through space and flew off to some unknown location. In the next moment, a scream of panic rang out from the loft as St. Chi burst out from inside, but it quickly subsided. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and the golden thread flew back to him again. At the other end of the golden thread was a male cultivator who was frantically trying to break free. "Boy, you dare!" Manager Wang saw this and suddenly shouted, raising his hand to attack Yang Kai. "If you dare move, I'll crush him right now." Yang Kai sneered as the golden thread in his hand suddenly released an extremely dangerous aura. Manager Wang's face changed and he didn't dare to act rashly again, but his eyes were filled with fire as he glared at Yang Kai, wishing he could swallow him whole. Taking back the golden thread, Manager Wang brought back the man who had been tied up. Manager Lien finally showed a look of shock. With her second-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was naturally able to clearly see what had just happened. The cultivator hiding in the nearby loft was a third-order Saint King, but he had actually been captured by this second-order Saint King youth in less than a breath of time. This young man, just what is his background? How did he possess such powerful combat power? Moreover, the golden thread in his hand was quite strange, somewhat similar to an artifact, but it wasn't. The aura it gave off was also quite strange. Manager Lien's face became gloomy as she secretly felt that this young man was not to be trifled with. Perhaps he had a powerful background, one that Imperial City sect could not compare to. Brother Wang. After Yang Kai brought the man in front of him, Chun Fanlei couldn't help shouting as he stared at the other party in surprise. Brother Wang, why are you here? Didn't you say you had something to do outside? Wang Yuhan's face was extremely ugly and he was in no mood to answer Chun Fanlei's question. Instead, he cast a pleading look towards Manager Wang not far away, his mouth squirming as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, a look of unwillingness filling his face. Also surnamed Wang. The beautiful middle-aged woman's eyes flashed as she seemed to realize something, turning to the old man surnamed Wang with a faint smile and asking, Manager Wang, what is the relationship between you and this boy? Chapter 13:19. The old man surnamed Wang wore a bitter expression and replied honestly, I've let Manager Lien see a joke. This boy is one of this Wang's descendants and is currently a disciple of Extreme Tao sect. On this trip to Black Crow City, he came here to visit this old master. Visit? The beautiful middle-aged woman nodded lightly. It's rare for him to show such filial piety, but it's not as simple as visiting, is it? Why is Manager Wang's manager token in the hands of this little brat? As she spoke, she suddenly opened her hand and an invisible suction force appeared, sucking in the token in Wang Yuhan's hand. It was the token Manager Wang had given to Wang Yuhan before. The old man surnamed Wang's face instantly became gloomy and resentful. He didn't know that Wang Yuhan would be so bold as to use his manager token to communicate with the young woman named Xiao Qing on his behalf and obstruct Joyous Union Pavilion's transaction. If he had known, how could he have so easily handed over his token to the other party? His original intention was simply to not intervene in the affairs of the younger generation and to make things easier for his grandnephew. Now that such a thing had happened and even alarmed the beautiful middle-aged woman, things would likely not end well. Faced with the questioning of the beautiful middle-aged woman, the old man surnamed Wang didn't know how to answer and could only remain silent. Manager Lien was also a smart person, and after only a moment of thought, she was able to guess what had happened. Her expression becoming cold, she quietly sent a message to the old man surnamed Wang. I don't care what kind of grievances your descendant has with that little brat, but a trivial outsider daring to intervene in the affairs of Joyous Union Pavilion and even obstructing the transaction, you should know the consequences. The old man surnamed Wang's heart clenched and his expression became even more bitter. The beautiful middle-aged woman snorted and continued, But since things have already become like this, I can't blame you in front of outsiders. This time, the price that little brat offered was not low, so as long as he still wants to take you away, the transaction can still be completed. Manager Wang, this time you will be fined a year's salary? Do you have any objections? I wouldn't dare. I'll follow Manager Lien's decision. The old man surnamed Wang heard this and his expression relaxed slightly. Also, your descendant should never set foot in Joyous Union Pavilion again. Otherwise, don't blame this mistress for being impolite. The beautiful middle-aged woman warned again. The old man surnamed Wang naturally nodded in agreement. While the two were communicating with each other through divine sense, Yang Kai naturally saw it. Although he didn't know what they were talking about, judging from the current situation, it didn't seem to be a bad situation and there was still room for maneuver. A moment later, the beautiful middle-aged woman finished dealing with old man Wang's matter and raised her beautiful eyes to look at Yang Kai, the corners of her mouth curving into a smile as she said, Little brat, although the price you offered was very tempting and was more than enough to redeem you from this place, daring to forcibly take her away without our full consent and even attacking Xiao Qing, you really don't take us seriously. Yang Kai's expression flashed for a moment before he grinned and cupped his fists. Junior's actions just now were truly reckless. I hope several seniors can be magnanimous and forgive him. Sister Xiao Qing, this one will also accompany you here for a moment. With his shrewdness, how could he not see that the previous obstruction was all Wang Yuhan's doing? The beautiful middle-aged woman and the others were obviously very satisfied with the price Yang Kai had paid. The only problem now was that Yang Kai's actions just now had damaged the reputation of Joyous Union Pavilion. After all, the commotion here wasn't small at all. Many guests from the nearby lofts who had come here to seek pleasure were peeking around with curious expressions on their faces. If the beautiful middle-aged woman really let him go so easily, the dignity of the three managers would be swept to the ground. The other party only needed a way out of this embarrassing situation, so Yang Kai was naturally happy to cooperate. Seeing him act so tactfully, the beautiful middle-aged woman's smile blossomed even more, but she still turned to the woman named Xiao Qing and coldly said, "Xiao Qing, what do you think? This little brat attacked you just now. If you want to teach him a lesson, just say so. I won't let him off so easily." The young woman glanced at Yang Kai and whispered, "Although this young lord attacked this junior servant just now, he didn't hurt this junior servant at all. He only slightly restricted this junior servant's freedom. This junior servant wasn't injured. This matter is entirely up to Manager Lien to decide." "Good." The beautiful middle-aged woman nodded with satisfaction before hesitating for a moment before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "How about this? The previous transaction is still valid, but the content of the transaction needs to be modified." "Modified?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Yes, I don't want you to pay a bigger price, lest you say I'm bullying you. Since you want to take Yu away so badly, you must really like her. I can't break up a pair of lovebirds, so what harm is there in fulfilling your wish? However, the things you put up as collateral will be used as bargaining chips in this transaction. You don't need to redeem them, just treat them as your punishment. After this transaction, you and my Joyous Union Pavilion will no longer have anything to do with each other. Joyous Union Pavilion will not settle accounts with you in the future." The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Obviously, the 2 bottles of origin grade pills that Yang Kai had put up as collateral were quite tempting to her. "This?" Yang Kai showed an extremely awkward expression. "What? You still don't agree?" The beautiful woman's face became cold. "If that's the case, then this transaction is invalid. Leave you behind and I'll talk to you about your disrespect to my pavilion." Yang Kai's face twitched as he forced a smile and said, "Senior must be joking. Junior is very satisfied with Senior's proposal and wouldn't dare disagree. Since that's the case, we'll do as Senior says. But before that, Junior has a request." Seeing Yang Kai really agree, a touch of joy flashed across the depths of the beautiful woman's eyes, but she still maintained a calm expression and said, "Boy, don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. This request is as simple as lifting a finger for Senior." Yang Kai didn't show any fear and responded calmly, "Let's hear it for now. If it's too excessive, there's no need to ask." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "This one just wants to ask Senior to lift the seal on Lady Yu. If that's all you have, I can satisfy you." The beautiful woman nodded lightly. After all, the seal on Qian Yu's body was planted by her, so how could it be lifted by her? Immediately beckoning to Qian Yu, she called out, "You, come over here." Qian Yu glanced over at Yang Kai subconsciously, and seeing Yang Kai nod to her, she slowly walked over. Yang Kai stood in place calmly and waited quietly. In fact, a seal placed by a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was not necessarily impossible for him to lift, but it would definitely take some time and effort. Perhaps during this period of time, he would even have to come into physical contact with Qian Yu, which made him quite worried. Now that he could ask the other party to help him, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it go. Judging from his performance just now, these people from Joyous Union Pavilion probably thought they had obtained a great bargain in this transaction. Lifting the seal didn't take much time, and after half a cup of tea's worth of time, Qian Yu returned with a happy look on her face. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her inquisitively, she quickly nodded, indicating that the seal on her body had been completely lifted. "All right, let's end this matter here. Boy, take Yu and get out of here. Treat her well in the future. If you dare make her do anything dangerous, I won't let you off." The middle-aged woman waved her hand and ordered him to leave. Yang Kai didn't know how much sincerity there was in the latter half of her sentence, but he guessed that she was just trying to win his heart. In any case, she didn't need to pay any price for her words. Taking Chen Yu and Chen Fan Lei with him, Yang Kai left. Wang Yuhan also wanted to leave, but under the watchful eyes of the middle-aged woman, he didn't dare to move and could only cast a pleading look towards his senior. Manager Wang was so angry that he couldn't even protect himself right now. So how could he have the leisure to pay attention to Wang Yuhan? After Yang Kai and the others left, the beautiful woman coldly snorted and said, "Manager Wang, take your descendant and come with me. I need to explain this matter to you." In front of others, it was not convenient for her to embarrass this old man surnamed Wang. But how could she not hold him responsible? The old man surnamed Wang wore a bitter expression as he nodded, glaring fiercely at Wang Yuhan before following the middle-aged woman. Inside Flying Spirit Hall, Yang Kai's group of 3 returned and entered Floating Flower Snow Moon Pavilion. Along the way, Chen Fan Lei kept glancing over at Chen Yu, a look of great confusion on his face. He really couldn't understand why Yang Kai had only gone out to have fun once but had actually brought back a woman. Moreover, from the conversation he had with the people from Joyous Union Pavilion, it seemed that in order to bring back this woman, Yang Kai had paid a huge price. What's so special about this woman? Chen Fan Lei was puzzled. Yang Kai didn't explain anything to him, and Chen Yu simply followed Yang Kai's lead. While enjoying her freedom, she was secretly shocked by Yang Kai's growth and wealth. When she first met Yang Kai, his cultivation had been several minor realms lower than hers, but now he had surpassed her. On top of that, he had even taken a blow from Manager Lien in Joyous Union Pavilion and remained unscathed. Presumably, among Saint Kings, he was one of the best. The price he had paid to redeem himself was something Chen Yu didn't even dare imagine. He had left Tongshen realm later than she had and entered the Star territory. So how was he able to grow so much in such a short time? How was he able to accumulate so much wealth? Chen Yu was deeply shocked. As soon as the 3 of them entered Floating Flower Snow Moon Pavilion, they saw Qian Shitao and Luing chatting with Yang Yun in the reception area on the 1st floor. However, from the anxious expression on Yang Yun's face, it was obvious she wasn't good at dealing with others. As soon as she saw Yang Kai return, her beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly got up. "You're back? Sister Chun and Sister Luing have been waiting for you here for more than an hour. What business do 2 young ladies have with me?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "It's nothing. It's just that Fan Lei isn't in his room, so I came to look for him. It seems he really was with little brother Yang." "Oh, who is this girl?" Chun Shitao suddenly looked at Chen Yu with a puzzled expression. Chapter 1320. Faced with Chun Shitao's inquiry, Yang Kai only explained that Chen Yu was an old acquaintance of his and didn't go into too much detail. Even if Chun Shitao was suspicious, she wasn't stupid enough to get to the bottom of this. On the other hand, Yang Yenyun's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Chen Yu thoughtfully, her heart filled with suspicion. Chen Shitao and the others didn't know the details of Yang Kai, but Yang Yenyun couldn't be clearer. Yang Kai came from the outside world and wasn't a native of Shadowed Star, but now an old acquaintance of his had appeared. Could it be that this First-Order Saint King woman also came from the outside world? Chun Shitao hadn't expected that Chen Yu not only came from the outside world, but also came from the same place as Yang Kai. After the host and guests took their seats, Chun Shitao immediately began asking Chen Fan Lei where he had gone and why he hadn't returned yet. Chun Fan Lei's face flushed red as he turned a pleading look towards Yang Kai, not knowing how to explain. He couldn't tell his big sister that he had nothing better to do at night and had gone to visit a brothel with Yang Kai, right? On top of that, he was the one who had brought Yang Kai there, so if he really said that, he wouldn't be scolded afterwards. Seeing Chen Fan Lei's awkward look, Chen Shitao seemed to have guessed something and turned to look at Yang Kai with a smile. "Little brother Yang, where did you and Fan Lei go last night? Why do I smell a strange scent of rouge?" Yang Kai glanced over at Chen Fan Lei and saw him winking at him, smiling bitterly and saying, "Brother Chun, if nothing had happened tonight, I wouldn't have said anything, but with so many things happening tonight, it's probably impossible to conceal them, so please tell me the truth." Hearing this, Chen Fan Lei immediately became dejected. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and began to recount the events of the night. After hearing that the two of them had really gone to that kind of brothel, Chen Shitao's pretty face became so cold it was as if a layer of frost could be scraped from it. But when she heard that there were so many twists and turns to this matter, and that Wang Yuhan was involved, she couldn't help feeling shocked. After listening to Yang Kai talk about the hidden dangers of the dual cultivation secret art to a cultivator, her beautiful face couldn't help turning pale as she hurriedly asked, "Fan Lei, you didn't really?" Chan Fan Lei quickly waved his hand. No, thanks to Brother Yang's warning in advance. I only had a brief conversation with that girl about life. Other than that, nothing else happened." Hearing this, Lu Ying couldn't help giggling, and even the annoyed and worried Chen Shitao couldn't help smiling. After entering that kind of brothel and paying the money, not only did he not take any substantial action, he even dragged a woman to talk about life. Perhaps only Chen Fan Lei would do such a thing, and the woman accompanying Chen Fan Lei was probably also confused. However, because of this, Chen Shitao finally relaxed. After pondering for a moment, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. So, the reason why Fan Lei went to that kind of place was because of Wang Yuhan's unintentional words? And little brother Yang was just pulled along by Fan Lei to give him some courage. Whether it was unintentional or not, I don't know, but he went to Joyous Union Pavilion one step ahead of me and targeted me at every turn, hindering me from doing what I wanted to do, Yang Kai said lightly. Chen Shitao's expression changed slightly as she thought about it. Wang Yuhan should understand Fan Lei's temperament very well and know what to say at what time and how it will affect Fan Lei. It seems that his ultimate goal is little brother Yang, and Fan Lei is just a springboard. Hateful. In order to deal with little brother Yang, he actually doesn't care about Fan Lei's future. Where is the image of a brother? If he really succeeds this time, wouldn't Fan Lei be unable to take another step forward in the future? Wang Yuhan's actions this time seemed to have really touched Chen Shitao's reverse scale, causing her to become extremely annoyed, her eyes flashing a cold light. Fan Lei, don't have any dealings with this kind of person in the future. After returning to Extreme Path Sect, you must report this matter to your master. Ah, I must report to master. Then about entering Joyous Union Pavilion, Chen Fan Lei suddenly hesitated. Naturally, you must tell him everything. What's wrong? You don't want to? If you don't want to, I'll go to Extreme Path Sect myself. Chen Shitao glared at him and shouted. Chen Fan Lei didn't dare to refute and immediately nodded obediently. He believed that after this incident, even if Wang Yuhan wasn't afraid of being expelled from Extreme Path Sect, he would still be severely punished, and the former was more likely. Chen Shitao remained silent for a while before suddenly remembering something and calming her anger. She politely bowed to Yang Kai and said, "This time, it was all thanks to little brother Yang. Otherwise, Fan Lei would not have known he had been caught in a trap. This mistress offers her thanks." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "I'm afraid I've implicated Brother Chan in this matter. It's not his fault. And now that things have gotten to this point, there's nothing more to say, but I do have one more thing to tell Sister Chun." "What is it?" "Little brother Yang, there's no harm in asking." Yang Kai flipped his hand and took out something that looked like a piece of dead wood. It was completely charred black and had no aura or smell, as if it was just a piece of dead wood that could be found anywhere. "Does Sister Chun recognize this thing?" Yang Kai asked. "This is..." Chen Shitao frowned and looked at it hesitantly, seemingly unable to recognize it for a while. "Oh, is this beast drawing incense?" Chen Fan Lei called out in surprise. "It seems that Brother Chen has some understanding of this thing, so he should also know where it came from, right?" Yang Kai looked at him. "And Brother Wang and I used this thing before to lure out a monster beast that was good at concealing itself. This thing is very useful. As long as it is lit, it can attract a nearby monster beast. Moreover, it is colorless and odorless, so our cultivator can't detect its aura," Chen Shitao explained. "It turns out that Brother Yang also has this beast drawing incense, but it seems to have burned out already. Where did Brother Yang get it?" "Grand Burial Valley, next to the Thunder Pond." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chen Fan Lei's expression froze for a moment while a thoughtful look flashed across Chen Shitao's beautiful eyes before her expression changed drastically as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Actually, I didn't find this thing, it was Yang Yen-yun who found it. When he was collecting the thunder liquid, he accidentally found it. If it weren't for Yang Yen-yun's deep understanding of strange things, I'm afraid he would have missed it. Yang Kai handed the beast-drawing incense to Chen Shitao before turning to Chen Fanlei and asking, "Brother Chen, it's not that I want to measure the heart of a gentleman with my own petty heart, but dare I ask if your brother Wang has been to the Thunder Pond before?" "Little brother Yang means." Chen Shitao's phoenix eyes narrowed. "Sister Chen already knows, so why bother asking?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chen Shitao gently nodded before turning to Chen Fanlei and asking, "Fanlei, has Wang Yuhan been to the Thunder Pond before?" "And he has been there before. A few years ago, he accompanied another brother there. That brother cultivated the same secret technique as me, and also broke through with the help of the Thunder Pond. So when I was about to break through this time, Brother Wang proposed to go there." Chen Fanlei scratched his head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Chen Shitao ground her teeth and said coldly, "Wang Yuhan, it seems that the last time we were in danger in the Thunder Pond was also his doing." "Impossible!" Chen Fanlei exclaimed. "Why would Brother Wang do such a thing? On top of that, if it weren't for Brother Yang arriving in time, I'm afraid he would have lost his life." Chen Shitao shook her head. "I don't know the specifics, but if my guess is correct, when Wang Yuhan went to the Thunder Pond a few years ago, he should have discovered the Silver Night Thunder Beast. But at that time, it should have only been an 8th Order beast. As you can see, the Silver Night Thunder Beast broke through to the 9th Order not long ago. This was something Wang Yuhan did not expect, so he even put himself in danger. As for why he did this, probably because he wanted to create a dangerous situation and take advantage of the opportunity to save the beauty and win her heart." Yang Kai chuckled and finished Chen Shitao's sentence. Chen Shitao blushed and glared at Yang Kai, but she did not deny it, apparently agreeing with Yang Kai's guess. Chen Fanlei heard this and wore a look of shock, muttering to himself, "How could Brother Wang be such a person?" The crisis in the Thunder Pond and the changes in Joyous Union Pavilion were all related to Wang Yuhan, making Chen Fanlei unable to accept this for a while. "Fanlei, you haven't seen much of the world yet, so it's understandable that you can't recognize people clearly. In the future, you just need to be more vigilant. This time, you met a noble like little brother Yang who saved you from danger several times. But next time, you may not be so lucky," Chen Shitao said earnestly. Chen Fanlei nodded subconsciously. While she was teaching Chen Fanlei, Yang Kai stood silently to the side. In fact, he had not intended to expose the matter of the beast drawing incense from the beginning. After all, although Wang Yuhan had used some tricks, he was still pursuing a beautiful woman, so there was no need for him to ruin things. However, tonight's events had made him extremely uncomfortable, so naturally, he wouldn't be polite to Wang Yuhan. He didn't mind stepping on this kind of petty villain a few more times. After such an incident, Chen Shitao was no longer in the mood to remain, so she immediately took Lu Ying and Chen Fanlei out of Floating Flower Snow Moon Pavilion and returned to her own residence. Looking at her appearance, it seemed she intended to teach Chen Fanlei a good lesson. After they left, Yang Kai turned to Chen Yu and said, "You rest here for 2 days. After that, you can leave with us." Then, he introduced Yang Yen and Chen Yu to each other. When they learned that Chen Yu actually came from the same world as Yang Kai, Yang Yen was taken aback, but for some reason, his attitude towards Chen Shitao was neither cold nor warm. But when facing Chen Yu, a woman he had just met, he became more enthusiastic, returning to his room with her as if he had a lot to say to her. Chen Yu also wanted to ask about Yang Kai's situation, so naturally, she didn't refuse. After everyone was done, Yang Kai returned to his room to rest alone. Over the next 2 days, Yang Kai stayed inside Floating Flower Snow Moon Pavilion, and after these 2 days of getting along, the relationship between Chen Yu and Yang Yen seemed to have become much more harmonious. At noon on the 3rd day, a maid from Flying Spirit Palace came to report that Chen Shitao and the others had arrived. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this and released his divine sense, calling out to Chen Yu and Yang Yen before heading downstairs. Chapter 13:21. Sure enough, Chen Shitao brought good news. The origin-returning realm senior Chen Fanlei knew had returned on time last night, and when Chen Fanlei went to ask him this morning, the other party had agreed without any hesitation. Now that everything in Black Crow City's space array had been prepared, Yang Kai could leave for Heavenly Fate City at any time. Even the cost of using the space array for Yang Kai's group of 3 was paid by Chen Fanlei. Yang Kai was not surprised by this. After all, the Chen family siblings were people who knew how to repay kindness. A trivial amount of Saint Crystals was nothing to them, so Yang Kai did not act politely and immediately called out to Yang Inflammation and Qian Yu before following Chen Shitao to the location of Black Crow City's space array. Every city's space array was heavily guarded by experts, and Black Raven City was no exception to this rule. When they entered the main hall where the space array was located, Yang Kai immediately noticed the auras of at least 4 origin-returning realm cultivators hiding nearby. Next to the space array, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar was talking to Chen Fanlei, a warm smile on his face as he nodded slightly from time to time, seemingly having a good relationship with Chen Fanlei. Yang Kai immediately knew that this middle-aged scholar was the senior the Chen family siblings had mentioned. Seeing Yang Kai and the others arrive, Chen Fanlei excused himself from the middle-aged scholar and quickly greeted them with a smile. "Brother Yang, I have not failed to live up to your expectations. Everything has been prepared." "Many thanks, Brother Chen." Yang Kai cupped his fists politely before following Chen Fanlei to the space array. Chen Fanlei pointed to the middle-aged scholar and said, "This is Senior Jiang Wenjie. He was able to use the space array so easily this time. It was also Senior Jiang who helped us." "Many thanks, Senior Jiang." Yang Kai gently nodded to the middle-aged scholar. The other party swept his eyes over Yang Kai for a moment before smiling lightly. "Sure enough, heroes come from the young. Nephew Yang doesn't look very old, but just like Nephew Chen, you are already a second-order Saint King. In the future, your future will be limitless." Jiang Wenjie had only said this out of respect for Chen Fanlei's face. He didn't have a deep friendship with Yang Kai, but since the other party had praised him so highly, Yang Kai naturally had to act humble. Shortly after, Jiang Wenjie ordered someone to open the space array. After Yang Kai bid farewell to the Chen siblings, he led Yang Inflammation and Qian Yu into the space array. In the next moment, the space array shone brightly, and space force fluctuations rippled out. Just as the figures of Yang Kai and the other 2 blurred, Jiang Wenjie suddenly looked at Yang Kai. His lips moved. A light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. He didn't have time to ask anything before a slight dizziness enveloped him. On the other side, on a space array many tens of thousands of kilometers away from Black Crow City, Yang Kai's trio appeared. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space, so this kind of long-distance transmission wasn't too taxing for him. He could even use this kind of transmission to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. However, whether it was Yang Inflammation or Qian Yu, neither of them could accomplish this feat as easily as Yang Kai. After a single transmission, both of them felt dizzy, but it wasn't a big problem. Circulating their Saint Qi slightly, they dispelled the discomfort in their minds. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Inflammation's expression became confused while Qian Yu asked in surprise, "Is this the Heavenly Fate City you mentioned? Why is there no one here?" "This isn't Heavenly Fate City." Yang Kai's face sank as he finally understood what Jiang Wenjie meant when he sent him a divine sense message at the last moment, telling him to be careful along the way. Looking around, although this place was also a large hall with a space array at their feet, it was very dilapidated. Clearly, this wasn't the Heavenly Fate City from his memory, but rather an abandoned city. "Yes, this isn't Heavenly Fate City," a gloomy voice suddenly called out from the side, causing Qian Yu and Yang Inflammation to be startled at the same time. Turning their heads to look, they saw a familiar face with a smug and ruthless grin on his face as he stared at Yang Kai, as if there was some kind of deep hatred between the two of them. Seeing this person's face, Kai Yang understood everything. Looking at him, he grinned and said, "Brother Wang, it really is a small world." Wang Yuhan sneered, "I've been waiting for you here. This is the place I chose for you to be buried. Brother Yang, see if you're satisfied." Good, Good, as a burial place, this is indeed a good place, but I don't know if it's yours or mine. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted. Steward Wang is also here, right? Since you're here, what's the point of hiding? Just show yourself. Saying so, he turned his head and looked towards the nearby ruins. An old man with a gloomy face slowly emerged from the ruins. Not only that, but behind him were several Saint King realm cultivators, all of whom were glaring at Yang Kai with unfriendly gazes. One or two of them even turned their eyes towards Chen Yu, a hint of obscenity flashing across their eyes. Seeing this situation, Chen Yu's face paled. How could she not know that she had just stepped into the gates of hell? Although she didn't know the specifics of what had happened, she could faintly guess that there had been a problem with the previous transmission. Young man's tone isn't small, you really don't know how high the heavens are. The old man surnamed Wang coldly snorted. Wang Yuhan laughed wildly as his expression became fierce. Yang Kai, when you ruined my plans time and time again, you never thought you would have such a day, but now it's too late to regret. Regret? You think too highly of yourself. Yang Kai just stared at him indifferently, not showing the slightest trace of surprise or panic, which greatly surprised Wang Yuhan. He had thought that the other party would definitely be panicked, and it would be best if he could force him to kneel down and beg for mercy. Then Wang Yuhan would humiliate and torture him to avenge himself, but how could he have known that this kind of intimidation would have no effect at all, causing him to feel a strong sense of powerlessness? Although Yang Kai knew that Wang Yuhan would definitely not give up, he had never imagined that there would be an abandoned city here where the space array could still be used. In his imagination, the three of them would pass through Black Crow City and teleport directly to Heavenly Fate City. Even if Wang Yuhan wanted to retaliate, he wouldn't have any chance, and Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the other party at all. He hadn't expected that his group would be teleported to this place, nor did he expect that the old man surnamed Wang would have such great ability to get Black Crow City to cooperate with him. That Zhang Wenjie from before must have known something about the situation, which was why he had reminded Yang Kai at the last moment, which could be considered as returning Chun Fan Lei's favor. As for whether Yang Kai lived or died, he probably didn't care. After all, there was no friendship between them. A long night is fraught with dreams. Let's begin. Seeing Yang Kai so calm, the old man surnamed Wang inexplicably had a bad premonition, decisively waving his hand and shouting, "This little brat is a bit unusual. I'll deal with him myself. I'll leave those two women to you. Sister Yu is still a virgin and has cultivated Joyous Union Pavilion's dual cultivation technique, so she should be of great benefit to you. As for the other girl, I want her." Wang Yuhan smiled coldly. Understood, old man Wang. Leave that girl to young Master Wang. The several Saint King realm masters behind old man Wang also nodded quickly, all of them staring towards Chen Yu with lewd smiles, causing her blood to run cold. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he pushed his Saint Chi, and a layer of black flames suddenly appeared around his body, making him look like a burning black fireball that exuded an extremely strange and terrifying aura. Immediately after, a long black sword appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and with a wave of his hand, he sent out a series of sword waves. A grain of rice dares to release its brilliance. Old man Wang saw that Yang Kai actually dared to take the initiative to attack and immediately became furious, coldly shouting as he sent out an invisible force with him as the source. Under the influence of this force, the sword waves that shot out were actually impeded, as if they had fallen into a swamp. Their speed greatly reduced, and as they broke through space, the sound of friction and cutting could even be heard. Although Old Man Wang was only a first-order origin-returning realm cultivator, he had immersed himself in this cultivation for many years and had a deep understanding of Shi, so he was able to suppress Yang Kai's arrogance with a single move. Seeing this, Wang Yuhan and the other Saint King realm masters were overjoyed and were just about to take action when the several sword waves suddenly twisted and turned into black streaks of light, as if they were snakes that had been given life. Shaking their heads and tails, these black streaks of light instantly regained their original speed and arrived in front of the Saint King realm masters in the blink of an eye, opening their jaws and biting towards them. Yuan control technique. Old man Wang's eyes twitched as he was greatly surprised. instantly condensing his shi. At the same time, Wang Yuhan and the other Saint Kings also quickly moved to block these black streaks of light. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of explosions rang out as the fanged snakes that had been blocked instantly exploded, transforming into pitch-black demonic flames that shot out in all directions. Although they weren't able to injure anyone, it still caused them to be flustered for a moment, causing them to be in an incomparably sorry state and revealing fearful and terrified expressions. Old man Wang's face went pale. He was confident in his identity, and because of Wang Yuhan's request, he did not intend to take the initiative to kill Yang Kai, only intending to slightly restrain Yang Kai and allow Wang Yuhan to personally avenge him. But how could he have known that a moment of carelessness would almost cause his grandson to suffer such a great loss? Yuan control technique was an extremely profound technique that was not something a Saint King realm cultivator could master. Only after reaching the origin returning realm and comprehending shi would one be able to grasp the secrets of Yuan control technique. But today, he had witnessed it from a mere second-order Saint King realm cultivator. So how could he not be shocked? On top of that, the other party's black flames also seemed to be quite strange. When Old Man Wang used his divine sense to investigate them, he actually felt an aura that frightened him greatly. It was as if once he was contaminated by these flames, the consequences would be dire. Old Man Wang no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai and quickly condensed and strengthened his shi before sending it towards Yang Kai. Yang Yun and Xian Yu, who were standing beside Yang Kai, both let out muffled groans as they felt as if their hands and feet had been shackled by invisible shackles, unable to move or even circulate their Saint Qi. Chapter 13:22. With an origin-returning realm master attacking with all his strength, Yang Kai was naturally affected. The moment his figure slowed down, an overwhelming number of attacks began to rain down on him. It was Wang Yuhan and the others who had taken advantage of this opportunity to launch attacks. These attacks included martial skills and artifacts, each one filled with anger, clearly intending to kill Yang Kai on the spot. As long as Yang Kai died, these two women would not be a threat to them at all. In the face of such an attack, Yang Kai simply flipped his hand and a shield with a purple aura appeared in his hand. Immediately after, a strong wind and earth attribute aura burst out from the shield. Suddenly, a gust of wind and sand rolled up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, a small sandstorm formed around Yang Kai's trio, completely covering their figures. A loud bang rang out as the attacks and artifacts bombarded the sandstorm but were unable to penetrate it in the slightest as they were all swallowed up by it. Seeing this situation, Wang Yuhan's expression became cold. Back in Grand Burial Valley, he had seen Yang Kai use this origin-grade high-rank artifact, so he naturally knew how extraordinary it was. Now that he was personally attacking it, he understood just how powerful this shield's defense was. With such a defensive artifact, as long as the cultivator wielding it did not run out of Saint Qi, it was not something a few Saint King realm masters could break. Could be said that once the sandstorm surrounded Yang Kai and the others, they were in an invincible position. Good! The old man surnamed Wang's eyes lit up as he excitedly declared, "This old master wants this artifact." Saying so, he opened his hand and condensed a giant palm formed from his Saint Qi and directly grabbed towards Yang Kai and the others. These 5 fingers were like 5 mountains falling down, and even before they had reached the sandstorm, Yang Kai felt as if the world itself was under his control. At the same time, an almost imperceptible golden light suddenly flew out from the sandstorm and transformed into golden threads that cut through the air. The huge Saint Qi palm formed by the old man surnamed Wang only lasted a breath of time before it was cut into pieces by these golden threads and collapsed, no longer posing a threat. The golden threads that filled the sky also disappeared at this moment. Before Wang Yuhan and the others could react, the golden threads had already flickered and arrived in front of them. Once again, they covered the sky and converged into a giant net that enveloped the Saint King realm cultivator. "Be careful of these golden threads," the old man surnamed Wang hurriedly warned as he tried to suppress the golden threads with his shi. But what terrified him the most was that, not only was the golden threads not obstructed in the slightest, Instead, his aura had been cut into pieces. There was no way it could take shape. Impossible! The old man surnamed Wang's face's face to the heavens and shouted in shock, "Demon blood secret technique! This is the demon blood secret technique. You are a cultivator from? Face. He finally recalled the origin of this golden thread through some of his own experiences. However, what Yang Kai couldn't understand was why the demon blood thread secret technique was golden in color. After all, he had heard that demon blood temple's demon blood threads were red. As for the demon blood thread secret technique, it was one of the few secret techniques on Shadowed Star that could break sure. Whether I am a cultivator from demon blood temple or not is none of your business. Yang Kai's figure was hidden in the sandstorm, his expression indifferent as he waved the golden threads in his hand, catching Wang Yuhan and the other Saint King Realm cultivator off guard. At the same time, Yang Kai issued a vague order with his divine sense. Wang Yuhan and the others were all third order Saint Kings, so their strength was not weak. Seeing the old man surnamed Wang act like he was facing a great enemy, how could they not use their strongest defensive methods to defend themselves against this golden silk? One or two of them even began using their secret techniques in preparation to evade. However, what shocked them the most though was that before they could do anything, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their knowledge seas, causing their minds to become unstable. Unable to circulate their Saint Chi and artifacts, they could only watch helplessly as the golden thread descended upon them. With a loud chi-chi sound, the golden threads disappeared in a flash and were once again taken back by Yang Kai. Wang Yuhan and the other Saint King Realm cultivator stood motionless in place, their eyes filled with horror, as if they had seen something unbelievable. "Yuhan!" The old man surnamed Wang shouted in a trembling voice. "Seventh Master!" Wang Yuhan opened his mouth to respond, a pleading look on his face, but before he could finish his words, his body suddenly split apart and turned into a pile of minced meat. Walla. The other Saint King Realm cultivators also suffered the same fate as Wang Yuhan, all of them shattering like a mirror, their wounds neat and smooth, as if they had been cut open by some kind of sharp weapon. With just a single blow, all of these Saint King Realm cultivator had fallen. The scene was extremely horrifying and the smell of blood filled the air. The old man surnamed Wang stared at the place where Wang Yuhan had fallen and the neatly arranged pieces of his body, his eyes going bloodshot as he flew into a rage. He was unable to accept such a scene. The other party was just a second-order Saint King Realm cultivator. How could he have killed so many opponents who were no weaker than him in an instant? This scene made him feel like he was in a dream, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. After staring blankly for a while, he turned his head towards Yang Kai's position and grit his teeth as he shouted, "Little brat, you dared to kill my grandson? What kind of conspiracy did you use? Scheme?" Yang Kai sneered and waved his hand, dispersing the sandstorm that had been enveloping him, revealing his figure once again. Staring at the old man surnamed Wang mockingly, he said lightly, "When you die, you'll understand. Ignorant brat, you think you can kill this old master?" The old man surnamed Wang laughed in anger, his Saint Chi fluctuating violently as the murderous intent in his eyes thickened. Obviously, he was enraged by Wang Yuhan's death. As soon as his voice fell, a yellow bell suddenly appeared in his hand. This yellow bell was only the size of a palm and looked quite ordinary, but Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, not daring to underestimate it in the slightest. The other party had the strength of an origin-returning realm master, yet he had actually used an artifact to deal with a mere second-order Saint King. Although this old man was somewhat angry, it was obvious he was using his full strength. Just as he was preparing to guard against the strange power of the yellow bell, the other party's wrist suddenly shook, and the sound of a bell suddenly rang out. When the sound of the bell entered his ears, Yang Kai actually felt his heart beat violently. Immediately, the blood in his body began to flow faster, and an uncontrollable violence began to spread out from his body. This old master has never used the soul-burying bell on a Saint King Realm cultivator before. It is your honor to die under this bell. The old man surnamed Wang grit his teeth and shouted as he gently shook the yellow bell in his hand again. As soon as this sound entered his ears, Yang Kai's heartbeat began to beat again. This beating was extremely strange and exaggerated, and after 2 beats, Yang Kai actually felt a severe pain in his chest, as if his heart was about to burst. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly as he suddenly realized that any origin-returning realm master could not be underestimated, especially an old cultivator like this old man surnamed Wang. Although his cultivation was unable to advance at all, his means of killing enemies were becoming more and more profound as he grew older. Pushing his Saint Chi to forcibly suppress the pain and violence in his heart, Yang Kai summoned the 100 Mountains picture and sent out a series of mountain phantoms towards the old man surnamed Wang's head. Thunderous booms rang out incessantly, but the old man surnamed Wang simply ignored the mountain phantom. He opened his mouth and spat out a small, pitch-black flag. The small flag expanded in the wind, instantly expanding to a radius of more than 100 feet, covering the old man surnamed Wang's head. When the mountain phantom came crashing down, strange phantoms with indistinct faces suddenly rushed out from the small flag. These phantoms slammed into the mountain, preventing it from falling even a bit further. "Little brat, use whatever means you have. This old master will let you die with understanding," the old man surnamed Wang shouted wildly, as if Yang Kai was his prey. Yang Kai sneered, "Old dog, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm not fighting you one-on-one. You're counting on these 2 little girl." The old man surnamed Wang looked towards Chen Yu and Yang Inflammation sarcastically, but before he could finish his words, his face suddenly changed as he saw Yang Inflammation take out an exquisite pagoda-like artifact and gently toss it into the air, causing it to float mid-air. This pagoda had 7 floors, each of which exuded a different color. After the 7-story pagoda floated into the air, it began to rotate in different directions and at different speeds. As it rotated, a beautiful melody suddenly resounded throughout the world. This melody was extremely beautiful, as if many people were playing different instruments in unison. The rhythm was also very pleasant to the ears. Mixed with this melody was an invisible force that spread out, not only purifying Yang Kai's violence and dispelling the pain in his heart, it even covered up the sound of his opponent's soul-burying bell. A sound attack artifact. The old man surnamed Wang stared at this scene in disbelief, the corners of his eyes twitching. His sure had been broken by Yang Kai's golden blood threads, and the power of his soul-burying bell had also been suppressed by this 7-story pagoda. He suddenly realized that these people seemed to have come here specifically to restrain him, causing him to feel both angry and uneasy. Yang Kai had already taken a step forward, the demonic flame sword in his hand slashing out a shocking sword wave towards the old man, laughing as he said, "Old dog, just because Wang Yuhan was jealous, you want to kill me? You really are a competent elder. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Arrogant little brat." How could the old man surnamed Wang put this sword wave in his eyes? Pushing his Saint Chi, he pushed his hand forward and directly broke this sword wave. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt a burst of pain in his knowledge sea, as if something was wreaking havoc inside it, causing him to pale in fright. Before he had time to investigate his knowledge sea though, another jet black sword wave appeared in front of him. The old man surnamed Wang once again stretched out his hand in an attempt to break this attack. The sudden change in his knowledge sea made it impossible for him to investigate this attack, so when his hand came into contact with this jet black attack, he realized that it was not a sword wave at all. He cursed in his heart and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. That pitch-black attack was like the sharpest weapon, directly cutting through his palm. Like a hot knife through butter, it cut through all the way to his shoulder without any resistance. Half of his arm strangely disappeared, as if it had been swallowed by an invisible beast. Chapter 13:23. In a moment of carelessness, half of his arm had disappeared, shocking the old man surnamed Wang and causing him to stumble back a few steps. After steadying himself, he glared at Yang Kai in shock and anger, a look of disbelief filling his face. He, an origin-returning realm master, had actually been injured to such an extent while fighting a second-order Saint King cultivator. If he were to speak of this, no one would believe him, condensing his Saint Chi to his severed arm to prevent the blood from flowing out. The old man surnamed Wang took out a pill from his space ring and tossed it into his mouth, staring at Yang Kai with a look of dread. Since the other party had the means to injure him, he could definitely kill him. It wasn't until now that he had time to investigate the abnormalities in his knowledge sea. If it weren't for the changes in his knowledge sea just now, he wouldn't have been struck so easily. He would definitely have been able to see the strangeness of that attack, so he really wanted to know what had happened to his knowledge sea. After a quick investigation, the old man surnamed Wang paled and shouted in shock, "Soul-devouring insects? How is that possible?" Under his investigation, he was surprised to find that in his sea of consciousness, there were countless tiny insects that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. These insects were very subtle and silent, hibernating in his sea of consciousness, as if they were waiting for some order to attack. The changes in his knowledge sea just now were obviously caused by these soul-devouring insects devouring his soul. The reason why those Saint Kings were unable to withstand Yang Kai's attack was most likely also because of these insects. Otherwise, how could they have failed to avoid being cut by the golden silk? After understanding this, the old man surnamed Wang broke out in a cold sweat. He had naturally heard of the soul-devouring insects, but although ordinary soul-devouring insects were notorious, he didn't put them in his eyes. With his powerful strength as an origin-returning realm master, he was fully capable of expelling them. However, these soul-devouring insects were obviously not ordinary and had clearly evolved. The old man surnamed Wang tried to expel them with his divine sense, but they refused to budge and continued to hide in the depths of his knowledge sea, becoming a hidden danger to him. If he wanted to completely expel them, it would be impossible to do so without meditating for at least 1 or 2 hours. With this thought, the old man surnamed Wang immediately began to think of retreating, his expression flickering. His Sure and the soul-burying bell were restrained by the other party. Now that he was seriously injured and the soul-devouring insects in his sea of consciousness were waiting for an opportunity to attack, he was afraid that if he didn't leave now, he would be in grave danger. He was very afraid of the attack that could swallow half of his arm. You can actually recognize the soul-devouring bug? You're quite knowledgeable, old thing, but consider yourself unlucky. Your power is useless against me. This young master is your nemesis. Yang Kai laughed sarcastically as he waved his hands and sent out a series of space blades. Each of these space blades was pitch black in color and tore through space. If someone used their divine sense to investigate, they would find that the inside of these space blades was nothing but nothingness, as if there was nothing there at all. In an instant, more than a dozen pitch-black space blades shot towards the old man surnamed Wang. The corners of the old man surnamed Wang's eyes twitched, and his expression became extremely ugly as he shouted, "Boy, don't be too arrogant." At the same time, his body suddenly expanded and a mass of black chi spread out, instantly covering a radius of more than a dozen meters. It was unknown what kind of secret art this old man was using to try and conceal his figure. However, when the dozen or so space blades cut through the black fog, they immediately opened up a dozen or so paths through it. Before the old man surnamed Wang could finish his words, he let out a strange cry and hurriedly dodged the space blades that approached him. "Come, come, come. Show me all the means you have. This young master will let you die with understanding." Yang Kai grinned coldly and continued to use idle chatter to disturb the old man's state of mind and arouse his anger. However, his hands did not stop, the space blades raining down on the old man like water. The old man surnamed Wang almost coughed up blood in anger. These words were clearly what he had just said to Yang Kai, but now the situation had taken a turn for the worse and the other party had actually returned them to him. As if he had been slapped in the face, the old man surnamed Wang's face burned with unwillingness and bitterness. Under the ravaging of the space blades, he didn't even have the mood to respond and could only silently dodge. If he hadn't realized what kind of attack this was when half of his arm had been swallowed up the first time, now he could faintly guess. After all, the space force fluctuations emitted by the space blades were extremely clear, so he wasn't a fool. The old man surnamed Wang was shocked. He had never known that there was someone on Shadowed Star who could cultivate the Tao of space to the point of condensing it into a blade and use it to attack enemies from a distance. Even Elder Mo Shaosheng of Heaven Battling Union couldn't accomplish this. It was rumored that Elder Mo was also proficient in the Tao of space. When the space arrays of many great forces were damaged or malfunctioning, they would invite him to repair them, but Elder Mo's use of the Tao of space was on a completely different level compared to this arrogant young man. Not only did the other party possess soul-devouring insects that could restrain him, but he was also proficient in this strange Tao of space. The old man surnamed Wang no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai and instead began to treat him as an equal. The space blades seemed endless, ferocious, and unstoppable. Wherever they passed, they swallowed up all that stood in their way, forcing the old man surnamed Wang to dodge in a sorry state. "Old dog, do you only know how to dodge?" Yang Kai shouted as he sent out a few more space blades. Suddenly, the phantom image of a budding lotus appeared in his eyes and he shouted, "Blossoming Lotus!" The old man surnamed Wang, who was taking advantage of the terrain to dodge the space blades, suddenly paused. Even without meeting Yang Kai's eyes, he felt the phantom image of a lotus appear in his mind. In an instant, it was as if the entire world had disappeared and was replaced by this seven-colored flower bud. In the next moment, the old man surnamed Wang felt the strength of his knowledge madly gather towards a certain place, completely out of his control. The source of this convergence was actually the lotus bud that had strangely appeared. As the strength of his knowledge poured into it, the lotus bud actually bloomed rapidly. Although he didn't know what mysteries this blossoming lotus possessed, the old man surnamed Wang knew that he absolutely couldn't allow it to fully bloom. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely dire. With a scream, the old man surnamed Wang bit the tip of his tongue and forcibly withdrew his attention from the blossoming lotus bud, at the same time causing his knowledge to tumble violently. Kong. With a loud bang. The old man surnamed Wang was shaken from the depths of his soul and his face suddenly went pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His figure staggered and his complexion seemed to have aged several dozen years in an instant. He had used some unknown secret technique to burst open the lotus bud, but at the same time, his soul had also suffered some damage. Qianyu was dumbfounded as she watched from the side, a look of both surprise and joy flashing across her beautiful eyes. When she realized that they had been ambushed, Qianyu thought that this time there was really no escape. But how could she have imagined that the enemies who were so powerful and invincible to her would be easily defeated and killed by Yang Kai? Even the last origin returning realm master, Manager Wang, was not Yang Kai's opponent. If Qianyu didn't know Manager Wang personally, she might have thought he was just a Saint King realm cultivator. But she knew that Manager Wang was a genuine origin returning realm master. Usually, when she saw him, she would tremble with fear and speak carefully. But now, Manager Wang was panicking like a stray dog, no longer possessing the demeanor of a powerful senior. For a time, Qianyu's heart was filled with mixed feelings as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, thinking that Su Yan's vision was really good. When she first met Yang Kai, she had somewhat looked down on him. But how could she have known that Su Yan would have such great foresight? At this moment, Qianyu finally relaxed and glanced over at Yang Inflammation, only to find that the other party's face was indifferent, without the slightest trace of nervousness. Only then did she understand that Yang Inflammation had full confidence in Yang Kai and that she had simply been overthinking things. An origin returning realm master is only SOSO. Yang Kai sneered. To be honest, I have no interest in Shan Shirtao at all, nor do I have any intention of obstructing Wang Yuhan. It's just that your grandson is too narrow-minded, insisting on seeking his own death and even implicating you as his elder. If I were you, I would just smash my head against the wall and kill myself. Why bother struggling to survive? Listening to his sarcasm and ridicule, the old man surnamed Wang felt both annoyed and regretful at the same time. If things were really as Yang Kai said, then what was the point of him coming here? Had he come here specifically to be humiliated and die? At this moment, the old man surnamed Wang wished he could grab Wang Yuhan out of the underworld and kill him a dozen times over. Although his face was extremely ferocious, He didn't have much energy left to vent his anger. He knew that even in his peak state, he couldn't do anything to this young man, so if he didn't leave now, he was afraid he really wouldn't be able to. A vicious glint flashed across his eyes as the old man surnamed Wang suddenly pointed his finger. A beam of profound light shot out and struck the flag that had been resisting the 100 Mountains picture. The flag immediately began to tumble as an extremely unstable energy fluctuation emanated from it. Soon after, with a loud bang, the flag exploded, releasing countless bizarre phantoms that flew uncontrollably in all directions. This artifact actually has the power to self-destruct. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly took back the 100 Mountains picture before summoning his purple shield again to protect Qian Yu and Yang Yan, so they wouldn't be caught in the explosion. After doing this, Yang Kai looked up and found that the old man surnamed Wang was already 1,000 meters away. He had actually fled. Yang Kai coldly snorted as his wind and thunder wings unfurled behind him and his figure disappeared in a flash. So far, Yang Kai had yet to kill an origin-returning realm cultivator. So how could he miss such a rare opportunity? Moreover, judging from the methods used by the old man surnamed Wang, his understanding of Shi had clearly reached a certain level. As long as he killed him and absorbed his spiritual energy, as well as his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, Yang Kai might be able to comprehend Shi and prepare to break through to the origin-returning realm. Although the old man surnamed Wang's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he was still injured while Yang Kai had the assistance of his wind and thunder wings, so his speed was naturally much faster. Chapter 13:24. The distance of 1,000 meters was quickly closed, and just as he was about to catch up to the old man surnamed Wang, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a shocking energy fluctuation from behind him. Immediately after, a stream of light shot past him and struck the old man surnamed Wang in the back. With a pitiful scream, the old man surnamed Wang fell to the ground and struggled for a moment before falling completely still. Yang Kai raised his brow and glanced back in surprise to see Yang Yan in his black robe holding a crossbow-like artifact in his hand and waving it towards him. Yang Kai recognized this artifact as one of his spoils from the battle in Luyan Desert. He had obtained it from a cultivator from the Xie family who had once used this artifact to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the other party had failed and was ultimately killed by Yang Kai. However, although this artifact was quite powerful, the price to pay for using it was too great. It required a blood sacrifice and was an evil artifact. So Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to it after obtaining it and had simply tossed it into his space ring. Unexpectedly, Yang Yan had refined and improved this artifact at some point and was now using it to deal with an enemy. Since the old man surnamed Wang was dead, it saved him a lot of trouble. Yang Kai immediately walked over to the old man's body and silently urged the power of his demon eye of annihilation. Soon, the old man's soul was sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and purified. After removing the old man's space ring, Yang Kai immediately returned. Inside the abandoned hall, Qian Yu's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai, as if she didn't recognize him. After using the crossbow artifact, Yang Yan was also somewhat exhausted and his face was obviously pale. It seemed that even though this artifact had been refined and improved by her, the price to use it was still not small. Let's rest for a while, we'll continue on our way. There shouldn't be any more ambushers here. Yang Kai said and handed Yang Yan a bottle of pills. Then he walked towards the space array. He wanted to completely destroy this space array. Regardless of whether the other party had arranged a backup plan, he couldn't leave behind any clues. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Yan hurriedly adjusted his breathing, while Qian Yu went to collect the belongings of the other Saint King realm cultivator. A moment later, except for Yang Yun, who was still meditating, Yang Kai and Qian Yu were ready. Qian Yu handed over the space rings left behind by the others, a look of shock still on her face. Even now, she was still unable to accept what had just happened. Yang Kai glanced at her and naturally knew what she was thinking, waving his hand and saying, "Keep it for yourself. There shouldn't be anything good here, but it's still suitable for you to use. Don't worry about it. When you arrive at Dragon Cave Mountain, you'll understand just how rich they are. These things won't be of much use to you in the future." Qianyu froze for a moment but didn't refuse, replying happily, "I'm looking forward to it." She couldn't help looking forward to Dragon Cave Mountain. Since arriving in Star Territory and arriving at Joyous Union Pavilion, she hadn't met anyone she knew and had no place to rely on. She felt like a tree without roots, water without a source, suffering every day. But now Kaiyang had finally appeared. This allowed her to find a pillar of support, and she couldn't help but be filled with hope for the future. Although Kaiyang was just a junior to her, this junior had now walked ahead of her in terms of cultivation realm, so it didn't matter if she relied on him a little. While waiting for Yang Yen to recover, Yang Kai sat to the side, thinking about the gains and losses of this battle. This was not the first time Yang Kai had fought with an origin-returning realm master, but it was the first time he had killed one. If not for the interference of the soul-devouring insects and the mysteries of the Tao of space, Yang Kai would not have been their opponent. However, it was also this battle that allowed him to understand that the golden blood thread he cultivated could actually break through Shi. This was a pleasant surprise. When Deng Ning of Demon Blood Temple taught him the Demon Blood Thread secret technique, he had not mentioned this point. Facing an old man surnamed Wang from a first-order origin-returning realm, Yang Kai had to use his full strength. So what if he was facing a second-order or third-order origin-returning realm master? Yang Kai suddenly realized that his cultivation was still too low. After returning from this trip, he should break through to the next realm. Only when his cultivation reached the origin-returning realm would he be able to act without fear on Shadowed Star. Half a day later, after Yang Yen had mostly recovered, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and left the desolate city with the two women. After flying for 2 days, when they passed by a small city, Yang Kai went down to inquire about the direction and learned that this place was only half a month away from Heavenly Fate City, causing him to be overjoyed. He was really worried that this desolate city was further away from Heavenly Fate City than Black Crow City, but it seemed that their luck was quite good. The place Wang Yuhan had chosen to ambush them was not in the opposite direction of Heavenly Fate City. On top of that, this place was Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so with his friendship with Chen Tong, Wei Guchang, and Dong Shinner, Yang Kai was basically safe here. Along the way, Yang Kai did not say a word as he planned what he would do in the future, while Yang Yen and Qian Yu chatted from time to time. Half a month passed by in a flash, and when the group of 3 returned to Dragon Cave Mountain, Qian Yu fell in love with this place at first glance. Although Dragon Cave Mountain was not as magnificent and domineering as the other great sects, it had its own unique style. The scenery here was picturesque, and it was like a paradise on earth. After handing Qian Yu over to Yang Yen, Yang Kai went to see the divine tree and learned that it had been doing well during this time. Under its nourishment, the transplanted golden sun fruit tree had become full of vitality and no longer withered. After letting the divine tree swallow a drop of golden blood, Yang Kai immediately announced that he would enter retreat. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai played with a crystal-clear cold bead in his hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. This bead was none other than Su Yan's Ice Soul bead. If the bead existed, she would exist. If the bead broke, she would die. Although Yang Kai did not know where Su Yan was, as long as this Ice Soul bead was still there, it meant she was safe. This bead had a trace of Su Yan's aura, which made Yang Kai feel nostalgic. After staring at it for a long time, Yang Kai grinned, held the Ice Soul bead in his palm, closed his eyes, and began circulating his secret art to break through his bottleneck. Back in Joyous Union Pavilion, Yang Kai's third-order Saint King bottleneck had already been touched, but at that time, he had been anxious to inquire about Su Yan's whereabouts, so he had forcefully suppressed it. Now that he had returned to Dragon Cave Mountain, the first thing he needed to do was naturally break through his current realm. The 10,000-year incense had been burning all this time, giving off a soothing fragrance. The place Yang Kai chose to meditate was under the 9-branch jade crystal tree, where he could comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. So this time's breakthrough was not a hindrance to him at all. In just 10 days, without using any pills or Saint crystals, Yang Kai successfully broke through to the third-order Saint King realm. The sound of his breakthrough did not leak out as it was completely blocked by the barriers around the cave mansion. So no one on Dragon Cave Mountain even knew he had broken through. After spending another month or so consolidating his cultivation, Yang Kai began to count his gains from this trip. With a thought, Yang Kai took out another bead and played with it in his palm. This bead was different from Su Yan's Ice Soul bead in that it was gray and inconspicuous. It was the colored glass bead that Dai Yuan had given him. This was the essence condensed from Dai Yuan's Thousand Illusion colored glass art after she cultivated the Thousand Illusion colored glass art. It was equivalent to a monster beast's monster core and was extremely precious. Dai Yuan had said that if he could refine this colored glass bead, he might be able to comprehend the mysteries of the colored glass divine light. The colored glass divine light had the effect of binding one's body and capturing one's soul. Yang Kai had also suffered a small loss before and was deeply aware of this. If he could really achieve what Dai Yuan said, he would have one more method to deal with his enemies in the future. Moreover, the colored glass divine light had some similarities to his demon eye of annihilation. The demon eye of annihilation also had the ability to suppress one's soul, so if he could combine the two, Yang Kai could not say what kind of mutation would occur. After quietly contemplating for a while, Yang Kai came up with a plan in his heart and put the colored glass bead aside before taking out the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace. When he was extracting the sun's true essence from the corpse cave, the artifact spirit had suffered some injuries, but after that, Yang Kai learned that this was actually a blessing rather than a curse for the artifact spirit Firebird because it had actually absorbed a trace of the sun's true fire and was currently hiding inside the artifact refining furnace to assimilate it. Now, more than a month had passed, but the artifact spirit Firebird showed no signs of waking up and was still refining and assimilating the trace of sun's true fire. However, Yang Kai found that the sun's true fire seemed to have decreased significantly while the artifact spirit Firebird's aura had become much stronger. Yang Kai immediately understood that the artifact spirit Firebird had really obtained huge benefits. Ignoring it, Yang Kai put away the artifact refining furnace. Next, Yang Kai inspected the stone mongoose. Like the artifact spirit Firebird, the stone mongoose had also been injured, but after the stone mongoose spat out the sun's true essence, Yang Kai had told it to absorb the essence of various minerals to repair itself. Now that he had seen the results, he could not help feeling quite surprised. The stone mongoose's injuries had actually healed, and after being released by Yang Kai, its eyes seemed to have gained a lot of intelligence. However, what Yang Kai was more concerned about was that the stone mongoose seemed to contain an extremely tyrannical fire attribute energy. Even when Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate it, he was unable to see through it. As soon as his divine sense came into contact with this energy, it was incinerated. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai had not expected that the stone mongoose had actually absorbed the sun's true fire. What's more, the stone mongoose had completed its transformation much earlier than the artifact spirit Firebird, which made Yang Kai feel pleasantly surprised, as expected of an innate divine technique. Even the artifact spirit born from the fire attribute cannot compare to it. The stone mongoose was born with the divine technique to purify minerals, and now that it had absorbed the sun's true fire, its purification would be even more thorough and perfect in the future. Unfortunately, he had not been able to find another blood essence stone. After all, there was another stone mongoose in his black book space. Without the blood essence stone, that stone mongoose could not truly be born. After confirming that not only was the stone mongoose fine, but it had also profited from its misfortune, Yang Kai gave it an order with his divine sense. The stone mongoose opened its mouth and spat out countless refined minerals, which soon formed a small mountain in front of Yang Kai. Chapter 1325. These things were all swallowed by the stone mongoose in the corpse cave. At that time, Yang Kai and Yang Yen were busy trying to collect the sun's true essence, so they didn't have much time to deal with the mountains of ores and Saint crystals. So they asked the stone mongoose for help. There were 7 or 8 mountains of various ores and Saint crystals in the corpse cave, and although the stone mongoose had only swallowed about half of them, it was still an astonishing amount. Some of these ores had been absorbed by the stone mongoose to strengthen itself and make up for the damage caused by the sun's true fire, but most of them were now piled up in front of Yang Kai. At that time, Yang Kai had been in too much of a hurry to check the quality and type of these ores, but since they had been piled up outside, their quality and rarity were definitely not as good as those stored in his space ring. Now, after scanning them with his divine sense, Yang Kai was able to confirm his guess. However, he didn't need to worry about this as all of these ores would be handed over to Yang Yen to deal with. Just as he was about to put these ores back into his space ring, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise as he stared at a certain spot on the mountain in front of him. Waving his hand, a fist-sized, round, white, and flawless object appeared in his hand. Staring at this ball in surprise, Yang Kai soon seemed to remember something, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Circulating his secret art once more, he noticed a huge amount of pure energy seeping out of the ball in his hand, causing his expression to become strange. Staring at the stone mongoose in a daze, he asked in amazement, "You can even purify this kind of thing?" The stone mongoose tilted its head and looked at him without saying a word. Yang Kai smiled slightly, knowing that it probably couldn't express its emotions. After all, the stone mongoose's sentience was limited. Reaching out, Yang Kai took out the cave mansion's barrier token that Yang Yen had given him before and poured his Saint Chi into it to transmit a message. A moment later, the cave mansion's barrier was opened from the outside and Yang Yen walked in quickly, asking curiously, "Weren't you in retreat? Why did you call me?" "Look at this." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tossed the ball over to her. Yang Yen caught it, glanced at him suspiciously, and then began to carefully examine it. After a while, Yang Yan's beautiful eyes widened as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face, as if she had discovered something incredible. Quickly rushing over to Yang Kai, she asked anxiously, "Where did you get this thing? Is there anything else?" Kai Yang pointed at the small mountain in front of him. Yang Yen turned her head and looked over, but when she discovered that there were many round balls like the one she was holding in her hand, she couldn't help becoming slightly absent-minded. Yang Yan's Yang Yen, Yang Yan's Yang Yang to Yang Yen to Yang Yen, S to Yang Twos to Yang Monarch's Yang Stone. "Leave some for me." Yang Kai looked at her with a depressed expression. "What do you want to do with this?" Yang Yen snorted as she covered her space ring with her small hand. "Cultivate. You can tell what this thing was transformed from, right? I just broke through not long ago, so I can use this to better stabilize my realm." Yang Kai scratched his face. "Of course I can tell. This thing should have been transformed by Xiao Xiao, right?" Yang Yen picked up the stone mongoose and kissed it a few times on the cheek, leaving Yang Kai dumbfounded and the stone mongoose at a loss. "I never expected Xiao Xiao to be able to purify and compress even Saint crystals. This is great. The problem I was worried about was solved just like that. Hee hee." Yang Yan's beautiful eyes stared at the stone mongoose as if she couldn't wait to kiss it a few more times. How could the stone mongoose be able to purify and compress Saint crystals? "Didn't you know about this before?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Yang Yen shook her head. "I tried before, but Xiao Xiao didn't have this ability." However, the stone mongoose was born with the ability to absorb the essence of various minerals and transform them into its own ability. Now that it can do this, I'm guessing it has something to do with the sun's true essence. Although I'm not certain, it shouldn't be wrong. Hearing this, Yang Kai gently nodded. The sun's true essence was said to be the hottest essence extracted from the stars and refined by the stone mongoose. So it wasn't surprising that the stone mongoose's ability had undergone some changes. However, the fact that even Saint crystals could be purified and compressed and formed into a spherical object was shocking enough. Within the star territory, the best quality Saint crystals known to exist so far were high-rank Saint crystals, but this spherical object had broken this common sense and set a new precedent. The energy contained in this sphere was far purer and more abundant than high-rank Saint crystals. Yang Kai had sensed it just now and felt that the energy contained in this sphere was equivalent to the sum of 5 or 6 high-rank Saint crystals. This didn't mean that the value of this sphere was only equal to that many high-rank Saint crystals. It was actually far more valuable than that. Because in theory, the exchange ratio between high-rank Saint crystals, mid-rank Saint crystals, and low-rank Saint crystals was 1 to 10, but any cultivator knew that the higher the grade of Saint crystal, the more valuable it was. The better the quality of Saint crystals, the more help a cultivator could provide when breaking through bottlenecks, restoring Saint Qi, or meditating. At a critical moment, it could even be a matter of life or death. Although the energy contained in this sphere was only equivalent to the sum of 5 or 6 high-rank Saint crystals, if it was circulated in large quantities, it could be exchanged for at least 10 or even 20 high-rank Saint crystals. Of course, this was only in the early stages of mass circulation. If this sphere were to be sold alone, 10,000, 100,000, or even more was possible. After all, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Of course, Yang Kai didn't have any ideas about this. Judging from Yang Inflammation's performance just now, this Saint crystal compressed by the stone mongoose was definitely of great use to her. On top of that, it was very likely to be related to something she had mentioned before, but Yang Kai didn't ask about it in detail. Since Yang Inflammation said she wanted to give him a surprise, all he had to do was wait and see. There was no need to beat around the bush. After determining that these spheres were refined by the stone mongoose after it had refined the sun's true fire, Yang Kai relaxed and asked Yang Inflammation about Qian Yu's situation. After learning that she had arrived here, she had gotten along very well with the cultivator here. Wu Yi had provided her with a lot of cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, so she was now in retreat. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Inflammation left happily, not only taking away the spheres and various minerals, but also the stone mongoose. According to her, if she hadn't seen Yang Kai open the cave mansion's barrier, she would have rushed in to ask Yang Kai for the stone mongoose's help. With the stone mongoose by her side, the efficiency of her artifact refining would greatly increase, which would be of great help to her grand plan. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai opened the cave mansion's barrier again and touched the ring on his finger that Yang Inflammation had specially refined for him, a smile appearing on his face. There were only 2 things inside this ring. One was the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, and the other was the sun's true essence. But these 2 things were also the 2 most valuable things Yang Kai had obtained on this trip. If either of them were leaked out, it would cause a sensation on Shadowed Star. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai took out another ancient book, a dignified look on his face as he fell silent. This ancient book was also obtained from the corpse cave and belonged to the ancient Yang sect. At that time, there were too many ancient books, so Yang Kai hadn't carefully examined them. Later, when Yang Inflammation was refining the ring that stored the sun's true essence, Yang Kai had casually browsed through a few of the books and discovered this ancient book, which had aroused his interest. Because this ancient book didn't record any secret art, but rather one specifically used to temper one's physique. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than that of a cultivator of the same level, but this was only possible because of the various opportunities he had encountered over the years, not because he had deliberately cultivated it. Because secret arts specifically for tempering one's physique and cultivating one's soul were extremely rare and precious. Even if some were occasionally circulated, they were mostly trash that couldn't even enter the eyes of powerful masters. Naturally, Yang Kai didn't care about them. However, Yang Kai had never expected to obtain the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art in the ancient Yang sect's corpse cave. When Yang Kai first saw it, he thought it was a secret book that introduced the sword Dao, but after carefully examining it, he realized it was actually a secret art for tempering one's physique. Yang Kai had roughly studied this secret art before and knew how profound and rare it was. If what this 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art said was true, then if one cultivated this secret art to the extreme, they would be able to achieve an immortal and indestructible physique. Moreover, after cultivating this secret art to a certain degree, they would be able to condense their blood qi into the profound heavenly 5 elements sword qi, which would be extremely powerful when facing an enemy. This greatly excited Yang Kai, but the requirements for cultivating this secret art were also extremely harsh. The strength of one's physique had to be at least twice that of a cultivator of the same rank in order to be able to withstand the pain and devastation of cultivating this secret art. Yang Kai felt that this shouldn't be a problem for him. Secondly, one's vitality had to be extremely vigorous, because cultivating this secret art would cause great harm to one's physique. If one's vitality was even slightly lacking, it was possible to fail in cultivating this secret art and die. The gains simply weren't worth the losses. Yang Kai felt that this requirement wasn't a problem for him. In terms of the strength of his vitality, Yang Kai didn't dare claim to be the strongest master in Star Territory, but with the strange nature of his golden blood, there were few who could surpass him. Thirdly, in order to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, one needed to find supreme treasures of the 5 elements and absorb and refine the energy contained within them. After countless years of accumulation, one would finally be able to form the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. As for what a supreme treasure was, the ancient record of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art gave a rough explanation. If one wanted to cultivate this secret art, one needed to find materials equivalent to a 10th order monster beast's monster core at the very least. This alone was something no one on Shadowed Star could accomplish. A 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master, and Shadowed Star simply didn't have such a thing. Yang Kai had 2 treasures that absolutely met these conditions: the sun's true essence he obtained on this trip and the profound sunflower water he had previously obtained. The 10,000-year ice jade pedestal also met these conditions, but if he really wanted to cultivate it, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to use it. Yang Kai still had some use for it. Chapter 1326. Of the 5 elements, there was no need to worry about water and fire. In addition, Yang Kai also had the Thunder Wood, a wood attribute treasure. This Thunder Wood was obtained by Yang Kai before he came to Shadowed Star. It was formed from the flesh and blood essence of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan after it died. In terms of value, it was no worse than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. As for the metal and earth supreme treasures, Yang Kai still had no clue what to do with them. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. After all, even if he had collected all 5 supreme treasures of the 5 elements, he did not have much time or energy to cultivate them. There were too many things he had to deal with right now. He had to cultivate his Space Blade and Golden Blood Thread secret technique, refine the Dragon Bone and Dragon Bead, and find a way to refine the Colored Glass Bead. This was especially true for the Golden Blood Thread secret technique. After learning that it could actually break Shi, Yang Kai's evaluation of it rose to a whole new level. Demon Blood Temple's secret technique was indeed worthy of being their foundation and had many unique aspects. Right now, Yang Kai had only cultivated a single golden blood thread and had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage. If he wanted to cultivate more golden blood threads, he did not know how much time it would take. For these reasons, even though Yang Kai was extremely envious of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he would not immediately begin cultivating it. At the very least, he would wait until he had collected all 5 of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. However, there was no problem in comprehending it first. Once he became familiar with it, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in the future. After secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai temporarily put the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art into his space ring, sorted out his thoughts, and began to absorb the spiritual energy left behind by the old man surnamed Wang to spy on his heavenly way martial Dao. This was the first spiritual energy left behind by an origin returning realm master that Yang Kai had absorbed, so naturally, he had to be very careful, swallowing it bit by bit, not wanting to miss even the slightest bit. 3 days later, the spiritual energy left behind by the old man surnamed Wang was exhausted and Yang Kai opened his eyes, revealing a thoughtful look. Although the old man surnamed Wang's cultivation was not very high, he had been immersed in the First Order Origin Returning Realm for many years and had his own unique understanding of Shi. Now, more than half of these insights had become Yang Kai's wealth. Through this devouring, Yang Kai had a slight understanding of what real Shi was. Understanding was one thing, but if he wanted to cultivate, it was still a bit difficult. He could only wait until his own cultivation base had also broken through to that level before he could really start cultivating. However, if he encountered another origin returning realm master, Yang Kai would be able to use his understanding of Shi to make some countermeasures, so he wouldn't end up with nothing. Yang Kai believed that as long as he killed more origin returning realm masters in the future, his understanding of Shi would become more and more thorough. Accumulating sand to build a tower, it would not be impossible for him to eventually reach an unparalleled level. Only when an origin returning realm master cultivated their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage would they have a chance to break through to the origin king realm and on Shadowed Star there was no one who could reach this level, which was why no Origin King Realm Master had ever appeared on Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star's world principles suppressed an Origin returning Realm Master's comprehension of Sure. Yang Kai had not yet reached this point, but it was impossible for him to be trapped on Shadowed Star forever. If one day he really managed to reach the Third Order Origin returning realm, he would leave this place no matter what, escape the Shroud of World Principles, and reach the Origin King realm in the outside world. It was too early to think about such things though. So Yang Kai quickly collected his thoughts and took out the colored glass bead that Dai Yuan had given him. Placing it in his palm, he silently poured his Saint Qi into it and began refining it. As soon as he began refining this colored glass bead, Yang Kai's expression shook and he immediately showed a look of pleasant surprise, immediately increasing the output of his Saint Qi. Almost imperceptibly, the colored glass bead's colored glass light drilled into Yang Kai's body bit by bit and, under Yang Kai's deliberate direction, converged into his left eye. The colored glass bead was equivalent to the monster beast's monster core, and Yang Kai had only thought that refining and absorbing the energy from the monster beast's monster core would be the most direct way possible. So he had given it a try, but he had not expected it to actually work and be so effortless. This made him overjoyed. Holding his breath, Yang Kai concentrated on absorbing this colored glass bead, while continuing to cultivate the golden blood thread in his body. Time flew by and 2 months passed. On this day, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked at his empty hands, frowning slightly. After 2 months of absorption, the colored glass bead given to him by Dai Yuan was completely consumed by him and no longer existed. However, although he had absorbed the colored glass bead's colored glass light into his body, it would still take some time for him to completely refine it. Now, inside his knowledge sea, the demon eye of annihilation suspended midair was shrouded in a dazzling light. This light was the colored glass divine light contained in the colored glass bead. However, Yang Kai felt that the speed at which it was merging with the demon eye of annihilation was very slow, somewhat different from what he had expected, which made him a little depressed. After all, according to his previous calculations, the demon eye of annihilation and the colored glass divine light were similar and theoretically could be easily merged, but now it seemed that he had been too naive. However, this situation was also within his expectations. In any case, as long as there was enough time, the colored glass divine light would be able to merge with the demon eye of annihilation. It was just a matter of time. Putting this matter aside for the time being, Yang Kai shook his hand and 2 golden threads appeared. One of them shone with golden light and was incomparably sharp. As it trembled, it seemed to be able to cut through space. This might was unparalleled. However, the other golden thread was clearly inferior. Not only was its color not bright, but the power contained within couldn't be compared to the first one. This golden thread was the second golden blood thread Yang Kai had cultivated. When Demon Blood Temple's disciples cultivated this secret technique, even if they spent their entire lives cultivating it, they might not be able to cultivate 2 golden blood threads because the foundation of this secret technique was one's own vitality. Each person's vitality was limited, and if one used too much, their lifespan would be shortened. In Demon Blood Temple, only the few elders who had reached the 2nd or 3rd order origin returning realm could cultivate 2 or 3 golden blood threads. Anyone below the origin returning realm could only cultivate 1. Even so, these elders were only able to cultivate golden blood threads after wantonly searching for pills that could nourish one's vitality. Otherwise, if they lost too much of their vitality, they would likely die. However, Yang Kai was different. He had several dozen drops of golden blood in his body, and each drop of golden blood could be transformed into a golden blood thread. What's more, golden blood could also be replenished, so in theory he could cultivate countless golden blood threads. This was why he had chosen to cultivate this secret technique at the time, because this secret technique was simply tailor-made for him. More than a month ago, Yang Kai felt that he had cultivated his first golden thread to its peak. It wasn't that the golden thread had been tempered to its peak, but because he had only obtained the first half of the demon blood thread secret technique. As for how to further temper his golden thread and make it more powerful, Yang Kai had no clue. In desperation, Yang Kai chose to cultivate his second golden thread. With his previous experience, This second golden thread took shape much faster than the first, and Yang Kai believed that it wouldn't be long before it became as powerful as the first one. After cultivating his second golden thread, Yang Kai faintly understood something. He felt that this secret technique was not as simple as he had imagined. If there were enough golden threads, perhaps they could be combined to form other transformations. However, there was no introduction to these transformations in the first half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique, so Yang Kai guessed that they were hidden in the second half. After cultivating his golden thread to its peak, Yang Kai was unable to continue tempering it, and he had no clue about the transformations and combinations that Yang Kai had guessed. It seemed that if there was a chance in the future, Yang Kai would really have to pay a visit to Demon Blood Temple and obtain the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Only then would he be able to progress further on this Tao. The harvest from this time's retreat was huge, and Yang Kai calculated the time and felt that it was time for him to exit. He remembered that Yang Yan had said last time that she would need to borrow Yang Kai's strength in her ongoing plan, but he didn't know if that time had come. Since he had been in retreat all this time, she definitely wouldn't dare disturb him. Making up his mind, Yang Kai went to take a look at the red candle fruit again. After confirming that the piece of red candle fruit had not withered under the nourishment of the red candle stalk, Yang Kai opened the cave mansion's barrier and walked out. The world energy aura in Dragon Cave Mountain seemed to be much denser than before, and there weren't many cultivators living here. Their cultivations were also quite uneven, so the consumption of world energy was naturally not great. This caused the world energy aura here to become denser and denser, unlike other great sects that had tens of thousands of disciples. Even if they had good earth veins to provide world energy, they could only maintain a balance. All around, Yang Kai looked around but did not see anyone. Not surprised by this scene, Yang Kai released his divine sense and soon found the location of Yang Yan and the others. However, what puzzled Yang Kai was that all the important figures on Dragon Cave Mountain had gathered together, as if they were discussing something important. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang slowly walked towards the bamboo house where these people were. But before he even reached the bamboo house, he heard Howen's voice from afar. "They've gone too far. Aren't they just sitting on the ground and raising the price? Why is this happening?" Immediately, Chang Chi's comforting voice rang out. Good. Old Hao, sit down first. These youngsters are all calm. So why are you so agitated?" "Foreign Elder Chang, what do you think about this?" Wu Yi seemed to be asking. "Heh. I think there's something strange about this." Chang Chi replied with a sneer. "Our cooperation with Shadow Moon Hall isn't a matter of just 1 or 2 days. Over the past 2 years, we've imported and purchased many materials from them, but at least 200 million Saint crystals. We've always cooperated with them in good faith, not deceiving anyone, but this time the price of materials has actually increased. It's really strange. And not only that, they even detained Yufeng. It's really strange." Howen seemed to have calmed down and agreed. "Also, I've noticed something strange," Wu Yi said thoughtfully. "What is it?" Since 3 months ago, the shopkeepers and workers of Shadow Moon Hall in Heavenly Fate City seem to have changed a lot. Now all the people we're familiar with have disappeared. I can't even find Luo Qing. Inside the bamboo house, the group of people looked at each other and suddenly realized that something must have happened inside Shadow Moon Hall. Chapter 1327. Just as everyone was feeling surprised, the door of the bamboo house was pushed open and a figure stepped inside. Everyone was startled at first, but after seeing the face of this newcomer, they couldn't help standing up, Wu Yi happily calling out, "Yang Kai, you've come out of seclusion?" Yang Kai nodded before sweeping his eyes around, his gaze eventually landing on Chen Yu. Finding that her complexion was much better than when he saw her in Joyous Union Pavilion, Yang Kai immediately relaxed, knowing that she was living happily here. To the side, Chang Chi and Howen exchanged a glance, a look of shock flashing across their eyes before they cupped their fists and said, "Congratulations, Nephew Yang, for breaking through to the Third Order Saint King realm. Nephew Yang's cultivation speed is simply unmatched on Shadowed Star." The last time they went to Luyen Sandfield, Yang Kai was just a first-order Saint King, but after coming out of Luyen Sandfield, he had broken through to the second order, and now he had actually broken through to the third order. Only 2 or 3 years had passed since then, shocking the two of them and making them feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Compared with Yang Kai's promotion speed, their aptitude was simply mediocre to the extreme. 2 foreign elders are too polite. This junior only obtained some opportunities to reach this height. Compared to those true geniuses, he is nothing. Yang Kai smiled modestly before changing the subject. Let's not talk about this matter for now. I just heard you talking about Shadow Moon Hall and Yufeng being detained. What's the situation? Tell me about it. Seeing Yang Kai ask, everyone glanced at each other before Wu Yi took the initiative to explain. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai learned that something bad had really happened in Heavenly Fate City. A month ago, Dragon Cave Mountain had ordered a batch of goods from Shadow Moon Hall. A few days ago, Yufeng had taken a few Haiku family cultivator to Heavenly Fate City to pick up the goods. But he hadn't expected that the other party would not only fail to fulfill their previous agreement but also raise the price of those goods by more than 30%. Yufeng naturally wouldn't accept such a price. At that time, he had tried to reason with the person in charge of Shadow Moon Hall in Sky Fortune City. But he hadn't expected that the other party wouldn't budge an inch. Yufeng had no choice but to ask the other party to refund the deposit. After all, the other party had broken the contract first. Yufeng felt that even if he didn't buy these goods, he couldn't suffer such a great loss. Who would have thought that the other party wouldn't retreat at all? Not only did they not retreat, they even started beating people up. The 5 disciples that Yufeng brought with him were all injured. During the battle, Yufeng and the others naturally wouldn't allow themselves to be captured without a fight. They put up a little resistance and broke several shelves in the shop before being captured by an origin-returning realm master. Not only were they detained, but the saint crystals they had prepared to trade were also confiscated. Only 1 disciple was allowed to return and inform Dragon Cave Mountain to prepare a large number of saint crystals as ransom. If not for this, Wu Yi and the others wouldn't have known such details. After listening to this, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, his expression as calm as an ancient well. After pondering for a while, he asked, their lives aren't in danger, right? According to the disciple who came back, although the injuries they suffered weren't light, they weren't serious and only needed a few days to recover. Good. That's good. Yang Kai gently nodded before looking up at the crowd and asking, what do you think is wrong? What's wrong? Wu Yi was startled and shouted, everything is wrong. We've been cooperating with Shadow Moon Hall for so long without any twists and turns. We pay Saint Crystals to buy materials and they make a lot of money from us. Over the past 2 years, we've become Shadow Moon Hall's biggest customer. They can't wait to curry favor with us. So why would they do something so despicable? Moreover, the people below Shadow Moon Hall definitely don't have the guts to do such a thing. I suspect someone from above is behind all of this. This old man feels the same way. Changqi echoed from the side. Our Dragon Cave Mountain's foundation is still shallow, although we are sitting on a huge amount of resources. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Perhaps Shadow Moon Hall has become impatient with our business dealings and wants to swallow us whole. Do you suspect Qian Tong? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. It's not impossible. Wu Yi nodded. It's possible, but I don't think Qian Tong has anything to do with this. Yang Kai shook his head. Of all the people present, he had the most dealings with Qian Tong. Without even mentioning Qian Tong's personality, his friendship with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, as well as the fact that he had saved them in Luyan's desert, made it clear that Qian Tong wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing it. I just heard you say that since 3 months ago, all the shops in Heavenly Fate City belonging to Shadow Moon Hall have been replaced? Is that true? Yang Kai asked again. It's true. Wu Yi nodded quickly. Because I often go in and out of Heavenly Fate City, I'm quite sure about this. In the past 6 months, has anything unusual happened in Shadow Moon Hall? Yang Kai frowned. If we're talking about unusual events, there have been none in Shadow Moon Hall, but there have been some. In the past few months, a lot of unfamiliar faces have entered Dragon Cave Mountain. At first, they just wandered around the periphery, but later, a few of them actually broke in and were trapped in the spirit array. After they were captured, they simply said it was an accident. Because their strength wasn't high, we didn't embarrass them and let them go after giving them a warning. As for the big event, there really was one. What? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Grandmaster Gulin passed away. Wu Yi quickly said. Grandmaster Gulin? Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly asking, the origin grade low-rank artifact refiner from Shadow Moon Hall. And it happened about half a year ago. Rumor has it that after Grandmaster Gulin repaired an artifact in Shadow Moon Hall, he suffered a huge loss of vitality and didn't have much lifespan left. In the past few years, he hasn't even refined another artifact. Does this have anything to do with us? I don't know the specific situation, but perhaps it has something to do with it. A thoughtful look flashed across Yang Kai's face. I heard from Chen Tong that he and Grandmaster Gulin had a very good personal relationship. Wu Yi pondered for a moment before asking in surprise. What you mean is that Grandmaster Gulin's death affected Elder Chen Tong, and since we have always been sheltered by Chen Tong, we were also affected. Yang Kai grinned. I'm just guessing. Perhaps that old dog Chen Tong is burning the bridge after crossing the river. But if this matter is really related to the internal struggle of Shadow Moon Hall, it's best we stay out of it. We can't get involved in Shadow Moon Hall's affairs. Wu Yi immediately raised her guard. Wu Yi suddenly became vigilant. She hadn't thought about it so deeply before, but after being enlightened by Yang Kai's words, she seemed to understand the essence of the matter. Is there any news from Wei Guchang and Dong Shenner? Yang Kai asked again. Wu Yi shook her head. Shadow Moon Hall announced to the public that the two of them are in retreat, trying to break through to the origin returning realm. But I don't know the specifics. Understandable. Forget it, it's better to rely on oneself than others. Since Yufeng has been detained, I'll make a trip to get him back. Losing St. Crystals is one thing, but I can't let anything happen to him. That's 20 million St. Crystals we're talking about, Wu Yi said with a distressed expression. And what are you going to do about it? If they don't care about face, there's no need to give them any face. Otherwise, they'll really think my Dragon Cave Mountain is easy to bully. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Wu Yi was dumbfounded. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. If it's really because of the internal struggle of Shadow Moon Hall, we don't need to worry too much. Right now, they're too busy dealing with other matters, so there's definitely no master there. On top of that, I really want to know who wants to target our Dragon Cave Mountain. If I don't go there myself, how can I figure it out? This old master will accompany you. Chang Chi stood up. Howen also said, this old master will go as well. Although old Chang and I don't have high cultivations, we're still origin returning realm masters. Since breaking through, we haven't had a chance to fight anyone. This trip will be a good opportunity to test our strength. The two old men looked at each other and smiled. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before nodding. Good. Then I'll have to trouble two foreign elders. The rest of you don't need to follow me. Just stay here. And then you must be careful, Wu Yi exhorted. After the discussion, Yang Kai immediately led Chang Chi and Howen out of the bamboo house, summoned his star shuttle, and flew straight to Heavenly Fate City. In Heavenly Fate City, in a shop called Gathering Source Hall, Yufeng and the others were tied up in a room in the inner courtyard. Their faces were all bruised and swollen, and the Saint Chi in their bodies seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Clearly, a powerful seal had been placed on them. They were lined up in a row and kneeling on the ground. In front of them, there was a sinister-looking old man sitting on a sandalwood chair. The old man's hair was white, and he held a purple teapot in his hand. His eyes were half closed, as if he was asleep. However, the light and ruthlessness that occasionally burst out from his eyes showed that he was more alert than ever. Tell me, what's the safe route in and out of Dragon Cave Mountain? Tell me and I'll let you go so you don't have to suffer any more physical pain. Next to the old man was a ferocious-looking brawny man, who was holding a 3-finger-thick whip and playing with it as he asked coldly, Bah! Yufeng spat out a mouthful of spit mixed with some blood, hitting the brawny man's cheek. You want to know the route in and out of Dragon Cave Mountain from Grandfather? Dream on. Grandfather won't tell a bunch of despicable people like you even if he dies. The brawny man remained motionless, allowing the spit to slide down his cheek as he grinned wickedly. The whip in his hand suddenly whistled through the air and landed on Yufeng's face. With a crisp crack, the right side of Yufeng's face split open and a piece of flesh flew out. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. Yufeng's entire body was knocked askew and he almost fell to the ground. But he quickly straightened up and grinned. Continue! Even if you beat Grandfather to death today, don't think you'll learn anything from me. When you rush into Dragon Cave Mountain, you'll have a taste of those thousands of spirit arrays. Ha 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 ha. A series of wild laughter caused the brawny man's face to darken and the old man sitting on the chair to become impatient. Chapter 13:28. The old man's cultivation was only at the peak of the First Order origin returning realm, so if it weren't for his scruples, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to kill Yufeng and use his soul-searching secret technique to obtain the information in Yufeng's mind. It was only because of a number of reasons that the old man didn't dare to kill people so easily. Moreover, using his soul-searching secret technique consumed a lot of energy, so there was no guarantee he would be able to obtain the information he wanted. So he could only resort to this method to threaten Yufeng and the others. Seeing Yufeng act so stubbornly, the brawny man sneered, Good, good, good. I like people like you who have backbone. You can insist on keeping your mouth shut. But what about them? I'd like to see if all of you are as tough as you are. As he spoke, he looked at the second person and asked the same question. And the answer he got was actually a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. The brawny man lashed out with his whip again, sending the Haika family disciple flying a few times before crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the third person, his expression becoming extremely gloomy as he snapped, Speak. It'll be easy for you to speak, or else you'll suffer. The third Haika family disciple raised his eyes and looked at him indifferently. This disciple was only a first-order saint, the one with the lowest cultivation among the group. Now that his Saint Chi had been sealed, if he were to take a hit from this whip, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 10 days to half a month. Yufeng opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but before he could, the man said, Rest assured, Brother Feng, although we haven't been on Dragon Cave Mountain for long, each of us has obtained a lot of benefits. How could we be ungrateful wolves who repay kindness with enmity? The Shadow Moon Hall is nothing. Could it have helped so many of us break through 1 or 2 minor realms in such a short period of time? Good. Yufeng's heart warmed as he nodded heavily, knowing that this man was right. 50 to 60 Haika family disciples had left the family with Wu Yi and joined Dragon Cave Mountain. In the past 2 to 3 years, they didn't have to worry about cultivation resources at all, and they had an endless supply of various pills. Their lives were countless times better than before, and each of them had obtained at least 1 or 2 artifacts to defend themselves, all of which were Saint King grade. It could be said that every Haika family disciple had already regarded Dragon Cave Mountain as their home and had developed a strong sense of belonging. Seeing this, the brawny man knew that it was pointless to ask, so he stopped talking and raised the whip in his hand. Just as the whip was about to strike, the old man sitting on the chair suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look outside. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a loud bang rang out, mixed with a violent Saint Chi fluctuation. There seemed to be a fight taking place outside, accompanied by a few cries and screams before everything calmed down. Who's intruding into gathering hall? The old man's face became cold as he stood up and rushed out, but just as he was about to fly out, he let out a strange cry and flew back as if he had suffered a heavy blow. A beam of light followed closely behind him and fell directly into the room, enveloping the old man in an imposing manner. The old man's face filled with shock as he quickly summoned a small shield-like defensive artifact to block in front of him. A loud explosion rang out and the old man was forced back a few steps before he was able to cushion the impact. Looking at his shield again, his face couldn't help twitching. Yang Kai's origin-grade low-rank defensive shield was now stained with clusters of black flames. These flames were so hot that the surface of the shield was showing signs of melting. This scene caused the old man's soul to leave his body as he realized that if he had been hit by these flames just now, even if he didn't die, he would have been severely injured. Before he could react, two forces descended from the sky and enveloped the entire room. When he looked up again, he saw a tall and sturdy young man, wrapped in a cold aura, leisurely entering. Behind this young man were two old men, both of whom were first-order origin returning realm cultivators just like him. The shur that had enveloped the room was released by these two old men. The old man's eyes narrowed as he knew that the situation was not good. He was the only origin returning realm master here, so it was impossible for him to fight two people at once. Hurriedly taking out an item from his space ring, he crushed it and breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai, Foreign Elder Chong, Foreign Elder Hao. Yu Feng and the others saw the newcomers and were overjoyed and shouted. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw the tragic injuries on these people's bodies, causing his eyes to shrink as infinite murderous intent surged in his heart. Yu Feng and the others' injuries were already very serious, and their vitality was clearly insufficient. There were obvious signs that their foundations had been damaged. If Yang Kai had come out of seclusion 2 days later, their cultivations would have regressed, but it was not too late now. As long as he provided them with some pills, they would recover in a few days. You're Yang Kai. The old man was taken aback when he heard this and stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly, not showing any intention of responding, instead signaling to Chang Chi with his eyes. Chang Chi understood and immediately stepped forward, condensing his Saint Chi into a sharp blade at his fingertips. First, he unbound Yu Feng and the others, then probed the seals on their bodies, frowning deeply. Although these seals were also issued by the First-Order Origin Returning Realm Cultivator, it would take Chang Chi at least 2 hours to crack them. Obviously, now was not a good time. Leading Yu Feng and the others to Yang Kai's side, Chang Chi whispered a few words to him before standing aside. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to the old man and narrowing his eyes. From what you said just now, it seems you already know me? Humph. So what if I do? The old man coldly snorted. Yang Kai showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and suddenly asked, Your surname is Xie? The old man's expression changed slightly as he became shocked and blurted out, How did you know? Sure enough. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face. When he was discussing this matter with Wu Yi and the others, he had already guessed this. If Dragon Cave Mountain was really implicated because of the internal strife within Shadow Moon Hall, then his side shouldn't have been implicated so deeply. After all, no matter who it was, Dragon Cave Mountain was a big customer, so cooperating with it would only bring benefits and no harm. There was no reason to offend it for no reason. Yang Kai instinctively felt that anyone who would act so unscrupulously against Dragon Cave Mountain must have some sort of grudge with him. As for those who had a grudge against him and were related to Shadow Moon Hall, it was none other than the Xie family. Xie Hongwan was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall while his father, Xie Li, was also a steward of Shadow Moon Hall. Although his status was not as high as Qian Tong's, he still had some authority. The Xie family was another force independent of Shadow Moon Hall, but was also inextricably linked to Shadow Moon Hall. There were only 2 reasons why they would act against him. The first was because they suspected Xie Hongwen's death was related to him. After all, a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall had tipped off Xie Hongwen about Yang Kai's location in Lu Yen Sandfield. In the end, Xie Hongwen was unable to escape from Lu Yen Sandfield, so he must have fallen. This was enough for the Xie family to suspect Yang Kai. So far, no one from the Xie family had come to find trouble with him, probably because they were afraid of Qian Tong and his illusory origin-grade artifact refiner. The second reason was that the Xie family was taking this opportunity to test Qian Tong's strength. If Qian Tong still had the strength to protect Dragon Cave Mountain, then Yang Kai would definitely not stand idly by. Now, it seemed that Qian Tong's situation was not very good. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply as he speculated about the situation. However, he was not sure what the truth was, but it should not be far from what he had speculated. As long as he made some inquiries in the future, he would be able to figure it out. Considering all this, Yang Kai's mood suddenly improved. As long as it was not Qian Tong who came to deal with him, it did not matter. Moreover, since the Xie family was taking the lead, it meant that the internal disputes of Shadow Moon Hall were really deep. Not only was Qian Tong unable to deal with this matter, but his opponents also did not have much energy to pay attention to this side. This way, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples. With the current heritage of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai didn't put a trivial Xie family in his eyes. If the other party dared to provoke him, Yang Kai would let the Xie family know what it meant to not touch a tiger's butt. This old master is Xie Quan. Seeing that he had spilled the beans, the old man no longer tried to hide it and sneered. Since you know that this old master is from the Xie family, you dare to destroy my gathering source hall? Boy, you are really arrogant. Xie family, heh. Yang Kai chuckled for a while before touching his chin and looking at Yufeng. Who beat you up like this? Yufeng was stunned for a moment before pointing at the brawny man behind Xie Quan. Yang Kai gently nodded, but his face suddenly became ferocious. With a flick of his wrist, a golden thread shot straight towards the brawny man. Xie Quan's face changed as he shouted, "You overestimate yourself." As he spoke, he released his shi, and at the same time he flicked his fingers to attack the golden thread. In his mind, the attack of a third-order Saint King was something he could easily break with a wave of his hand, so releasing his shi was already quite impressive for Yang Kai. But in the next moment, his eyes trembled because the golden thread actually cut his shi into pieces. He couldn't form it at all, and the qi he sent out had no effect at all. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated his opponent. In a hurry, a top-like artifact appeared in his hand. As the artifact spun, beams of light shot out from it, forming a barrier in front of the brawny man in the blink of an eye. He was an origin-returning realm cultivator, so it would be too shameful if he allowed his opponent to kidnap someone right under his nose. A scene that shocked him appeared. The barrier couldn't stop the golden thread from breaking in. As soon as it came into contact with the golden thread, it exploded. In the next moment, the brawny man cried out in alarm as his body was swept up by a powerful force and flew straight towards Yang Kai. "Put this old master down." Xie Quan's old face flushed red. Saint Qi burst out of his body as he raised his hand and pushed towards Yang Kai. A huge palm print shot out from his hand, as if he wanted to smash Yang Kai into a meat patty. Yang Kai snorted coldly and pushed out his palm as well. Another huge palm print appeared and collided with Xie Quan's palm print. Not only did it swallow up the other party's palm print, but it also produced a power that covered the heavens and the earth, enveloping Xie Quan instead. Xie Quan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that a third-order Saint King could actually fight him head-on, and even gain the upper hand. Chapter 1329. In the blink of an eye, the brawny man was dragged to Yang Kai's side. His eyes were wide open, filled with horror. He was a third-order Saint King, but in front of this young man who was of the same cultivation level as him, he was powerless to resist, which made his hair stand on end. It was only at this moment that he seemed to think of resisting, but just as he gathered his Saint Qi, Yang Kai gently patted him on the shoulder. The brawny man groaned as his face turned slightly pale, and he could no longer gather the strength in his body. Yang Kai kicked him in front of Yufeng and the others, snatching the long whip in his hand and throwing it to Yufeng, saying coldly, "An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye." Yufeng caught the whip and was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He exchanged glances with his tormented companions and surrounded the brawny man with a grin. In the next moment, the sound of punches, kicks, and whips rang out, mixed with the brawny man's screams and cries for help. Xie Quan's face was livid, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour someone. He looked at Yang Kai and nodded. "Good, young people are indeed full of vigor. This old master wants to see how long you can be arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and suddenly, several figures rushed out from all directions. There were at least a few dozen of them, and they surrounded the ruins of the gathering source hall, glaring at Yang Kai and the others. Although none of these people was an origin-returning realm cultivator, their numbers were enough to make Changqi and Howen pale. Not only that, from all directions of Heavenly Fate City, many people were also flying over, many of them origin-returning realm masters. After a short while, the situation took a turn for the worse. Yang Kai and the others, who had been able to gain the upper hand, were now at a complete disadvantage in terms of numbers and cultivator realm. Changqi glanced around and his face sank. He found that there were 7 or 8 origin-returning realm masters gathered around. Obviously, they were all helpers called by Xie. He had expected this situation before he came. After all, this was a trip into the tiger's den. It was impossible for the other party not to call for help, but he did not expect the other party to make such a big scene. Secretly glancing at Kai Yang, Changqi was surprised to find that he was still calm and composed, as if he had a card up his sleeve. This caused Changqi to be slightly surprised, but at the same time, he was also affected, secretly wondering what kind of card Kai Yang had left behind. Brother Xie, is this the one who destroyed the gathering source hall? An old man with a goatee who had rushed over first greeted Xie. His voice was cold as he stared at Kai Yang and asked. Xie cupped his fists and said bitterly, I am ashamed, but it was indeed this boy who destroyed it. This old master did not expect that he would have 2 origin-returning realm masters by his side. This old master was alone and was outnumbered. I failed to protect him. After this Xie will definitely apologize to your noble hall. The old man with the goatee chuckled and waved his hand. Brother Xie is too serious. It's just a trivial gathering source hall. If it's destroyed, then so be it. My Shadow Moon Hall is a big family, so we don't care about this little thing. On the other hand, Brother Xie, your junior situation seems to be a little bad, right? As he spoke, he looked at the brawny man who was being beaten up by Yufeng and the others and said with a cold expression, Since this old master and the others are here, you still dare to attack? Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Stop it for this old master. As he spoke, a sharp light flashed in his eyes and a powerful divine sense pressure descended from the sky, enveloping Yufeng and the others. At the same time, Changqi chuckled meaningfully and also released his own spiritual energy. The 2 divine senses collided in mid-air and disappeared silently. They were both from the First Order origin-returning realm, so Changqi was naturally not afraid of him. They were evenly matched. Yufeng and the others could not help but stop at this moment and look up at Yang Kai. They had never been surrounded by so many origin-returning realm masters before, so they were somewhat uneasy. Keep fighting. Stop when you vented your anger. Yang Kai glanced at the many origin-returning realm masters, as if he did not put any of them in his eyes. His arrogant expression made all the masters here frown in displeasure. The old man with the goatee seemed to be about to say something, but Yang Kai interrupted him. Are you from Shadow Moon Hall? Yes. The old man stroked his beard. This old master is Shadow Moon Hall's junior manager, Marek Zanyuan. Junior manager. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and a sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. May I ask where Elder Qian Tong is now? Elder Qian. Ma Xian Yuan's face changed slightly, as if he was a little afraid. It was not just him. When Yang Kai mentioned Qian Tong, most of the origin-returning realm masters gathered here had the same expression. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that this group of origin-returning realm masters was definitely not on the same side as Qian Tong. They were probably his opponents in Shadow Moon Hall, otherwise they would not show such expressions. It seemed that his previous guess about Qian Tong and the incident in Shadow Moon Hall was not far from the truth. Elder Qian is naturally in Shadow Moon Hall. Boy, you destroyed my Shadow Moon Hall's gathering source hall and injured people here. Don't think that you can get away with it just because you know Elder Qian. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, you won't be able to escape. A middle-aged man on the right shouted. Yang Kai glanced at him and chuckled. Of course I won't leave before this matter is resolved. I came here today for 2 things. As he spoke, He pointed at Yufeng and the others. Take them away and collect the materials owed by your noble hall. The 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters looked at each other and saw the mischievous look in each other's eyes. A few of them could not help but laugh, obviously mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself. Xie Quan looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Boy, you talk big. You think you can take them away just because you said so? Did you ask for this old master's permission? If you don't agree, I'll beat you until you do. Yang Kai shouted and pointed his finger. An artifact that looked like an artifact refining furnace appeared out of thin air. The moment this artifact refining furnace appeared, the temperature within 1,000 meters of it rose sharply, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into a sea of fire. Even the air was distorted by the heat. In the next moment, a sharp bird cry sounded out from the furnace. Immediately, a crimson firebird that was more than 30 feet long flew out from the furnace. The firebird spread its wings, and all of Sky Fortune City's fire attribute heaven and earth spiritual energy seemed to be attracted by it, converging into its body. No one expected that Yang Kai would be so bold as to take the initiative to attack when they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers and cultivation. When the firebird appeared and absorbed the surrounding world energy, its body expanded to several dozen meters in length and covered half the sky. Only then did the many origin returning realm masters come back to their senses. Xie Quan's eyes trembled as he stared covetously at the firebird and cried out involuntarily, "Artifact spirit! It's the artifact spirit!" As soon as his voice fell, the artifact spirit firebird opened its mouth and spat out a washbasin-sized fireball, smashing straight towards Xie Quan. The artifact spirit firebird had awakened a month ago. It was one of the few pieces of good news that Yang Kai had encountered during his long seclusion. After refining a trace of Sun's true fire, not only did the artifact spirit's spirituality increase, its strength had also increased by a lot. At the very least, the flames it could control now were 3 times stronger than when Yang Kai first subdued it. Looking at the washbasin-sized fireball smashing towards him, Xie Quan's face paled. He felt the threat of death from this fireball. Not daring to be negligent, he hurriedly released his defensive artifact to block it. At the same time, his figure flickered and he fled into the distance. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a loud bang, the fireball smashed down. Xie Quan's defensive artifact couldn't withstand it for even a moment and lost most of its spirituality. The surface of the artifact dimmed, and a huge hole appeared on the ground. The edges of the hole were full of signs of melting. This artifact spirit is fierce. Everyone, let's attack together. Xie Quan knew that he wasn't the artifact spirit's opponent and immediately shouted. Hearing this, the other origin returning realm masters summoned their artifacts one after another, wanting to work together to deal with the artifact spirit firebird. Everyone's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and they didn't even care about Yang Kai. They thought that the reason why Yang Kai was so unscrupulous and took the initiative to attack was because of this artifact spirit. As long as they could subdue it, why would they put a trivial third-order Saint King in their eyes? Moreover, if they could subdue this artifact spirit, it would be of great help to them. With such a precious artifact right in front of them, who would be in the mood to care about Yang Kai? Seeing this, Yang Kai sneered and waved his hands. Black fireballs shot out in all directions, bombarding the cultivator who hadn't reached the origin returning realm. Wherever the demonic flames passed, everything that came into contact with them was set ablaze. The cultivator who reacted quickly fled in all directions, while the slower ones were directly swallowed by the demonic flames. Not even their bones were left behind. In the blink of an eye, the territory of Heavenly Fate City had turned into a sea of flames. The flames were monstrous, almost burning a hole in the sky. Let's go! Yang Kai shouted to Changqi and Haowen. The two of them understood and immediately summoned their star shuttles, grabbing Yufeng and the others. Circulating their Saint Qi, they carried Yufeng and the others out of Heavenly Fate City. You want to leave? How could the goateed old man named Ma Xian Yuan give up when he saw Changqi and the others fleeing? The long sword in his hand flickered with swordlight as he slashed out swordlight towards Changqi, and how Yang Kai sneered and summoned his purple shield. Under the urging of his Saint Qi, a yellow sandstorm enveloped Chang Qi, Haowen, and the others. At the same time, he hurriedly sent a message to Chang Qi. Chang Qi paused for a moment before quickly flying forward again. Together with Haowen, they took Yu Feng and the other disciples and disappeared without a trace. Only the burly man who had been whipping them remained, howling in pain. However, this burly man no longer had a human form and looked extremely miserable. Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a demonic flame, which hit the burly man's body and made him completely disappear from this world. This guy was from the Xie family, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Chapter 1330. Little brat, you dare to kill my Xie family's disciple. Xie Quan was furious when he saw that the brawny man was killed. So what if I killed him? What are you going to do about it? Yang Kai's expression was ferocious as he wrapped himself in demonic flames, looking like an ancient demon god. As he spoke, he sent a strand of Saint Qi into the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace floating in the air. The artifact refining furnace immediately began to spin. As it spun, strange flames flew out of the furnace, transforming into the shape of firebirds that shot out in all directions. These firebirds were like miniature versions of the artifact spirit. They looked the same, but in terms of size and power, they couldn't be compared to a real artifact spirit. This was the fire attribute energy stored in the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace. This artifact refining furnace had been baked in the earth-lung fire vein for tens of thousands of years, so it was naturally not an ordinary object. Yang Kai only needed to release the artifact spirit to deal with enemies before, but this time, facing so many Origin returning realm cultivators, he didn't dare to be careless and even used the power of the artifact refining furnace. The artifact spirit firebird flapped its wings at the same time, forming countless fireballs that smashed down like a swarm of locusts. Under the cooperation of the two, the faces of many Origin returning realm cultivators changed drastically and they hurriedly dodged. Heavenly Fate City, which was already on fire, was even worse. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the houses and shops were burned down, and the ground was scorched black. More than a dozen cultivator couldn't dodge in time and were killed on the spot. Waves of Shur descended from the sky as Xie Quan said with a violent look, "Little brat, those two old men are gone. Let's see how a saint king like you can escape." With more than a dozen layers of Shur superimposed on top of each other, Yang Kai could not help feeling as if he was struggling to even move. The two golden threads responded immediately and cut through the invisible Shur, greatly reducing its power. Yang Kai took another step forward, but after this step, his figure suddenly blurred and all the Origin returning realm masters present were unable to see where he had gone. Yang Kai even used his space force. Although he didn't directly tear space, this step had already broken through the constraints of space. When his figure reappeared, he was already behind Xie Quan. "Brother Xie, be careful." The moment Yang Kai appeared, the old man with the goatee cried out in alarm. Xie Quan's complexion also changed greatly, and a layer of white mist suddenly spread out from his body, wrapping around him, making it impossible to see his figure clearly. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and a golden thread flew out, entangling the white mist. Faintly, a soft puffing sound rang out, accompanied by Xie Quan's miserable shriek. The white fog that enveloped him condensed for a moment, before suddenly exploding. His figure that had just disappeared was once again revealed. However, when everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were dumbfounded. Xie Quan stood where he was with an ashen face. He stared blankly at the golden thread that came out of his chest. His face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with fear and alarm. He did not dare to move. The other end of the golden thread was wrapped around Yang Kai's fingertips. He was easily subdued by Yang Kai. Not only did the others not think of it, even Xie Quan himself didn't think of it. He only knew that the golden thread was extremely strange and extremely sharp. His Saint Qi was unable to resist the penetration of the golden thread. Otherwise, it wouldn't have penetrated his body and been captured so easily. A sharp bird cry rang out again as the 100-meter-long Firebird artifact spirit flew over to Yang Kai's head, its pair of bright eyes darting about. Every Origin returning realm master who was targeted by this Firebird paled. Although they had only fought with this artifact spirit for a short while, everyone could see how terrifying it was. In a one-on-one fight, no one was its opponent, and even if they joined forces, it was impossible to subdue it. Even if this artifact spirit strength wasn't as good as a third-order Origin returning realm master, it wasn't far off. If you dare to move, you will die. Yang Kai's voice was like a cold wind from the 9 nether purgatory, blowing into Xie Quan's ears, causing him to feel a chill in the depths of his heart. Seeing Xie Quan standing in place obediently, a look of satisfaction flashed across Yang Kai's face. He looked up at the other Origin returning realm masters and said indifferently, "I said that I came here today for 2 things. The first has been completed, so let's talk about the second." "What do you want?" Xie Quan's voice was bitter. "Return all the Saint Crystals that my Dragon Cave Mountain paid and robbed." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Your Saint Crystals are in my space ring. Take them if you want." Xie Quan replied through gritted teeth. He had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Yang Kai glanced at his finger, and another golden thread flew out and wrapped around Xie Quan's finger. In the next moment, the golden thread flew back to Yang Kai's hand along with the ring. Xie Quan's face turned pale as blood spurted out. He gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain, but he still didn't dare to move. Yang Kai's divine sense swept through the ring, and a look of ridicule appeared on his face. He sneered. "Isn't this a little too little?" It wasn't just a little, it was half of what he had. The materials that Dragon Cave Mountain had ordered from Shadow Moon Hall were worth 20 million Saint Crystals. There was only 10 million in this ring, and the other half was nowhere to be found. Xie Quan didn't say anything, only turning his gaze to the old man with the goatee, Ma Xianyuan. Yang Kai immediately understood that they had already divided the Saint Crystals brought by Yufeng. The other half of the Saint Crystals were probably with this old man with the goatee. His gaze suddenly turned cold as he looked at Ma Xianyuan. The latter looked hesitant and unwilling. Obviously, he wasn't willing to give up the benefits that he had just obtained. That was 10 million Saint Crystals. If it weren't for the sake of so many Saint Crystals, why would these people from Shadow Moon Hall help the Xie family deal with Yang Kai? After all, the struggle in the hall was already in an abyss of suffering, and there weren't many people who could be sent out. Seeing that Xie Quan didn't seem to want a hand over the Saint Crystals, Yang Kai's face turned cold. A second golden thread flew out and wrapped around Xie Quan's shoulder. Blood spurted out as Xie Quan's arm fell off. Everyone's face changed as they looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. They never thought that this little brat would be so ruthless and merciless, dealing such a heavy blow without saying anything. Xie Quan was also unyielding. First, he didn't make a sound when his finger was cut off by Yang Kai. Now, he didn't make a sound when his arm was cut off. He just looked at Ma Xianyuan with a ferocious expression. His dry lips twitched slightly as he growled, "Brother Ma, you won't just watch this little brat cut the Xie into pieces, right?" Hearing this, Ma Xianyuan knew that he couldn't keep the 10 million Saint Crystals. After all, the Xie family still had Xieli in Shadow Moon Hall, and his status was higher than his own. If Xie Quan was really killed by Yang Kai, Xieli would definitely find trouble with him. So he gritted his teeth and took off the space ring on his hand. He took out his belongings and threw the space ring to Yang Kai, saying fiercely, "Little brat, the rest of the Saint Crystals are here. Take them and let them go, or don't blame me for fighting you to the death." They thought that they would definitely succeed this time, but who knew that an artifact spirit would mess up their plans? And this little brat called Yang Kai was also very strange. Even now, Ma Xianyuan still didn't know how he managed to sneak attack Xie Quan and subdue him. While cursing Xie Quan's carelessness in his heart, he also felt some fear towards Yang Kai. If the other party could subdue Xie Quan like a ghost, it didn't mean that he couldn't kill Ma Xianyuan. After all, Ma Xian Yuan wasn't much stronger than Xie Quan. Is he really a third-order Saint King? Ma Xian Yuan suspected that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation. After all, the other party seemed to be at ease. It was obvious that he still had some tricks up his sleeve. After catching the ring Ma Xian Yuan threw to him, Yang Kai checked it and made sure that he wasn't lying. Then, he nodded lightly and put away the 2 rings. He turned a blind eye to Ma Xian Yuan's harsh words and said indifferently, "I've got the Saint Crystals back. Now, let's settle another account. What do you want?" Ma Xian Yuan's face darkened. "Old thing, don't play dumb." Yang Kai chuckled. "You detained my Dragon Cave Mountain's disciples and even tortured and whipped them. You don't think I'll just let you off like that, do you? Do you really think I'm that easy to deal with? Hurt them." Ma Xian Yuan's face was filled with rage as he shouted, "If that's the case, boy, you destroyed so many shops in Heavenly Fate City and killed so many disciples. Shouldn't we settle this with you as well? You brought this upon yourself. My Dragon Cave Mountain has cooperated with your noble palace in good faith for the past 2 years and has never owed you any Saint Crystals. Yet you dare to go back on your word. No matter how much you argue about this, no one will stand on your side. What will it take for you to let this go?" Ma Xian Yuan's face was dark. "Compensation," Yang Kai said concisely and coldly snorted. "It's fine if you don't compensate, but I don't know if you can bear the consequences. Boy, you're threatening this old master." Ma Xian Yuan's face was ferocious. "Yes." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. "I'll count to 3. If you don't agree, I'll take action. 1. Seeing Yang Kai being so aggressive and even counting down, the faces of all the Origin-returning realm masters turned cold. While they were furious, they also felt extremely aggrieved. All of them were only first-order Origin-returning realm cultivators. They thought that with so many people it would be enough to crush Dragon Cave Mountain, but the development of the situation was not something they could control. 2. As soon as this number came out, Xie Quan shouted anxiously, "Brother Ma." Ma Xian Yuan glanced at him from afar and said with a flicker in his eyes, "Brother Xie, these people were captured by your Xie family disciples, and they were also injured by your Xie family disciples. This matter has nothing to do with our Shadow Moon Hall, right?" Xie Quan's expression froze for a moment before a trace of sadness appeared on his face. How could he not know that Ma Xian Yuan was telling the truth? The main force in dealing with Dragon Cave Mountain this time was still the Xie family, but Ma Xian Yuan's words were too hurtful. After all, the reason why the Xie family took action was because they were instructed by the higher-ups of the Shadow Moon Hall to take the opportunity to test Qian Tong's reaction. Ma Xian Yuan should not have stayed out of this matter. 3. After Yang Kai finished counting, he grinned. "It seems that you're not willing to compensate. Since that's the case, I'll do it myself." As he spoke, the golden thread in his hand trembled slightly. In a flash of golden light, Xie Quan was turned into minced meat without a sound. The smell of blood filled the air. All the Origin-returning realm cultivators were dumbfounded, their expressions extremely strange. Chapter 1331. No one would have thought that Yang Kai would actually kill Xie Quan, who was captured by him. The reason why these Origin-returning realm masters did not act rashly was firstly because they were afraid of the Firebird artifact spirit, and secondly because of Xie Quan. Xie Quan was subdued by Yang Kai, so naturally, they were afraid of provoking Yang Kai to kill him. After all, they had witnessed Yang Kai's ruthlessness before. If Xie Quan really died, they would not be able to explain it to Xieli. But now, this concern was gone, and the reason was actually Yang Kai himself. This was both surprising and infuriating. Only now did everyone realize that they had completely underestimated this young man's madness and arrogance. Without Xie Quan as a hostage, did he think that he, a Saint King, could stand here and talk to so many Origin-returning realm masters as equals? When they thought about how the deaths of Xie Quan and the Xie family disciples would enrage Xieli, they could no longer remain calm. Ma Xian Yuan pointed at Yang Kai from afar, pointing his finger repeatedly. He seemed to be so angry that he could not speak. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you're dead. You're really dead this time. Brother Ma, don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and capture him and hand him over to Manager Xie." Someone shouted coldly from the side. "With just you." Yang Kai laughed wildly. If Changqi, Yufeng, and the others were still here, he would have some concerns, but he was the only one left. Even if there was a third-order origin returning realm master here, they would not be able to stop him. He cultivated the Tao of space so he could tear space and escape at any time. This time was not like the last time in the corpse cave. Not only did he have yang inflammation, but he was also facing a 1,000-year-old corpse general. There were only 7 or 8 first-order origin returning realm masters here. Wanting to stop him was simply a fool's dream. "I'll first destroy Heavenly Fate City, then I'll settle accounts with you." Yang Kai's voice suddenly turned cold. He pointed his hand and shouted, "Burn!" The Firebird artifact spirit received the order and let out a long cry. The flames on its body rolled, and the fire attribute spiritual energy between heaven and earth once again gathered into its body. In the blink of an eye, its body seemed to have grown a lot bigger. Seeing this scene, many origin returning realm masters paled and began circulating their Saint Chi around their bodies before summoning their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. In the next moment, the Firebird opened its mouth, and a ball of dazzling light was faintly visible in its mouth. Soon after, it spat it out. A beam of fiery light with astonishing power shot out. The high temperature contained within almost melted the space. It made one's hair stand on end as it flew straight to the ground. The artifact spirit's target wasn't anyone, but the largest shop in the vicinity. Yang Kai had made up his mind to turn Heavenly Fate City upside down before deciding what to do next. The people of Dragon Cave Mountain had been bullied to such an extent, so naturally, Yang Kai would not let this matter rest. If he were to shrink back this time, it would only leave an impression of weakness, which would only make things worse in the future. After all, this was the first conflict Dragon Cave Mountain had faced since it was built. Before the flame reached the shop was set ablaze by the high temperature, and in the next moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the distance and entered the shop. Immediately after, a thin layer of energy barrier wrapped around the building tightly. This was the defensive barrier of this shop, a kind of protective spirit array. As long as one was a slightly larger shop in Heavenly Fate City, it would have one, but depending on the strength of one's financial resources, the power of this spirit array would vary. The barrier of this shop was obviously not weak. The energy barrier surrounding it gave off a faint green light that rippled like water. At a glance, it was obvious it had been carefully arranged. Even so, when the flames came into contact with the restriction, it shook the restriction and almost broke it. The green light dimmed in an instant, and it only lasted for less than 2 breaths before shattering. The flame did not diminish in the slightest as it rushed straight towards the shop. At that moment, an artifact that looked like a round bowl suddenly flew over and expanded to a radius of several dozen meters, directly blocking the entrance to the shop. Caught off guard, the flame rushed into the round bowl. Immediately, a blue light bloomed from the round bowl, gathering the flame and suppressing it. A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared strangely above the round bowl. His expression extremely dignified as he poured a few streams of Saint Chi into it. With the help of his divine sense, the round bowl quickly shrank back to its original size. The middle-aged scholar waved his hand and took back the round bowl, staring blankly at the tumbling flames inside with an ugly expression. "You've finally come out." Yang Kai coldly snorted but did not do anything else, simply standing in place and staring at this middle-aged scholar. When he first stepped into Heavenly Fate City, he had already noticed the existence of this man. After all, this man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Besides him, there was no other master in the entire Heavenly Fate City that Yang Kai was afraid of. Otherwise, he would not have been so unscrupulous before. What puzzled him was that no matter what he did, the other party had no intention of showing up. However, Yang Kai had been paying attention to him. Now, when the shop was about to be destroyed, This man finally could not help but show up. Yang Kai did not know whether this person was an enemy or a friend, but he instinctively felt that the other party should not have any malice towards him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold back long ago. Blue Jade Bowl. City Lord Fei. The cultivator of the First Order Origin returning realm shouted one after another. Hearing them shout, Yang Kai immediately understood who this middle-aged scholar was. Heavenly Fate City's City Lord, Fei Ji-tu. Yang Kai had never dealt with this person before, but he had heard of his name. More than 2 years ago, when he had a conflict with the Haiku family and the Su family, the two families had come to the City Lord's mansion to ask for help. Unfortunately, in the end, the two families were unable to meet Fei Ji Tuesday. However, the patriarch of the Haiku family, En, happened to meet Xiahong Wan in the City Lord's mansion and dragged Xiahong Wan into that conflict. Yang Kai knew about him because he heard about him from Wuxia, but he did not expect that this person was actually a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Looking at this person, Yang Kai finally showed a hint of fear. The blue jade bowl in the other party's hand was actually able to absorb the firebird's attack, so it was obviously not of a low grade. Furthermore, the aura of this person was extremely deep, not much worse than Chen Tong. He could do whatever he wanted under the watchful eyes of 7 or 8 First-Order Origin returning realm cultivators, but that did not mean that he could do the same in front of a Third-Order Origin returning realm master. However, before he could figure out this person's attitude, Yang Kai did not plan to retreat. He still had a trump card that he had not used yet. Whether it was the Space Blade or the Blossoming Lotus secret technique, he was confident that he would be able to rely on them. After the goateed old man and the others recognized Fei Ji-tu, their expressions changed slightly and they all rushed forward to salute him. Ma Xian Yuan's eyes flashed as he said, "City Lord Master, didn't I hear that you were in retreat to cultivate a secret technique? Could it be that you have already succeeded?" Fei Ji-tu glanced at him leisurely and said indifferently, "Why? Is Steward Ma very concerned about this City Lord's secret technique?" I wouldn't dare. This subordinate was just asking casually. Ma Xian Yuan's face turned red and he did not dare to say anything more. Humph. Fei Ji-tu swept his gaze across the faces of the First Order Origin returning realm cultivators and mocked. If this City Lord did not come out, would you tear down my heavenly fate city? City Lord Master, please forgive us. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and hurriedly cupped their fists. One of them stepped forward and explained, "But there are some reasons for this. The reason why the shops in the city are in such a state is not because of us, but because of this brat's arrogance. He killed and set fire to this place. City Lord Master, please understand." As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai from afar. Fei Ji-tu turned his head to look at Yang Kai and found that the other party was looking back at him without fear. He could not help but click his tongue in amazement. At the same time, his face darkened as he scolded, "A bunch of wastes. You can't even take down a Saint King realm brat. Do you still have the face to live in this world? You call yourselves origin returning realm cultivators. I think you've all been living like dogs all these years." The 7 or 8 origin returning realm cultivators all lowered their heads and did not say a word, feeling extremely sullen in their hearts. Fei Ji-tu scolded them for a while before chuckling meaningfully. "Brat, you've got guts. You dare to kill and set fire to my heavenly fate city? You don't put this city lord in your eyes, do you? Senior is wise. This group of people went back on their word and bullied me too much. Junior had no choice but to resist a little." Yang Kai said indifferently. "Resist a little." Fei Ji-tu's eyes twitched. He had been hiding in the dark and had seen everything from beginning to end. All he saw was Yang Kai's infinite arrogance and the group of origin returning realm cultivators being toyed with in the palm of his hand. So how could they resist? Thinking to himself that this brat was lying with his eyes wide open, Yang Kai said with a cold expression, "I just heard you say that you wanted to destroy my heavenly fate city?" Yang Kai grinned. "Senior, please be magnanimous." Junior was just angry and spoke without thinking. Senior Master is magnanimous and won't take Junior's words seriously, right? Fei Ji too took a deep breath and sneered. This city lord doesn't care whether you spoke without thinking or not. A man must keep his word. Today, either you really destroy my heavenly fate city, or this city lord will give you an explanation. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place safely. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai's face sank slightly, but after pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, "Since Senior says so, then Junior will be bold enough to ask for Senior's instructions. With such a master here, he definitely couldn't continue to cause trouble." However, he vaguely heard a different message from the other party's words. This Fei Ji too really didn't seem to be an enemy. The other origin returning realm cultivators weren't fools. How could they not understand the meaning behind Fei Ji too's words? The city lord master clearly wanted to bury the hatchet with the other party. Ma Xian Yuan and the others were shocked. Just as they were about to speak up to stop him, Fei Ji too said loudly, "You've killed people and burned down many of my shops. Even if my Shadow Moon Hall was in the wrong, you've already vented your anger. Originally, it would have been fine if we stopped here, but I can't just let you leave like this. Otherwise, if word gets out, outsiders will only think that this city lord is a coward." Junior understands. Yang Kai gently nodded. Chapter 1332. Seeing that Yang Kai was so tactful, Fei Ji too couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. Previously, when he was secretly observing him, he vaguely felt that this little brat was unruly, but he didn't expect him to be such a clever person. At least his efforts were not in vain. Many of the shops in the city had been damaged and burned down, but they were dead after all, so there was no need to investigate. As long as they were rebuilt afterwards, it would be fine. As for the dozen or so people who had died, most of them were disciples of the Xia family and had nothing to do with Fei Ji Tuesday. Even if everyone here died, he wouldn't care. After pondering for a moment, Fei Ji Tu said, "This city lord will give you two options. It's up to you which one you choose." Yang Kai pretended to listen attentively. "First, take out the saint crystals you just obtained as compensation. You can't just walk away from murder and arson. Those saint crystals are more than enough as compensation. What do you think?" As soon as he said this, the goateed old man and the others' expressions changed slightly. They immediately understood that their worries were actually true. City Lord Fei really wanted to turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. Then, they thought of some of the rumors in the hall and immediately felt anxious, not daring to say anything. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before smiling. "Senior's suggestion is not inappropriate, but please forgive this junior for being so bold as to reject it." Fei Ji too narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. To be honest, the reason he proposed this kind of compensation was because he was the strongest person here. Furthermore, as a city lord, he felt that Ma Xian Yuan and the others wouldn't refute him. How could he have known that this little brat wouldn't appreciate his good intentions? He immediately became angry and scolded Yang Kai for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. He coldly snorted, "You didn't hear what the second option was before you dared to reject it?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "One of the purposes of this junior's visit was to retrieve the saint crystals that were stolen. Now that I've obtained them, there is no reason to return them. Senior, please tell me what the second option is." Fei Ji too stared at him for a while before saying, "Since you are so opinionated, then this city lord won't persuade you. The second option is simpler. Don't dodge or evade. Take a blow from me, and as long as you don't die, I'll let you leave." Don't dodge or evade. Yang's eyes narrowed, but Ma Xian Yuan and the others were overjoyed when they heard this sentence. Fei Ji too was already at the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. In terms of strength, he was almost on par with Qian Tong. With such a master personally taking action, even if it was just a single blow, that arrogant brat wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Perhaps he would even die under this blow. While Ma Xian Yuan and the others were secretly overjoyed, They also thought that they had misunderstood Fei Jitu's intentions. It turned out that he didn't intend to let this brat leave safely. It was only because of the difference in status and cultivation that it wasn't convenient for him to bully the weak. But since it was the other party who took the initiative to do so, there was nothing more to say. They immediately looked towards Yang Kai with schadenfreude, secretly anticipating the start of a good show. You don't dare? Fei Jitu looked at Yang Kai mockingly. Why wouldn't I dare? Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly. With his current strength, he really couldn't deal with a third-order origin returning realm master, but if it was just a single blow, it shouldn't be a problem. As soon as the gloomy light appeared, it exploded and tore a hole in the sandstorm. At the same time, the tiger head took advantage of the opening and the sandstorm could no longer stop it. In the blink of an eye, the huge tiger head arrived in front of Yang Kai. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect, and with a single thought, the Firebird artifact spirit's protective barrier surrounding his body began to spin rapidly, making him look like he was on fire, exuding an astonishingly high temperature. The tiger's roar and the bird's cry intertwined and lingered on. Ma Xian Yuan and the others craned their necks to see if Yang Kai was seriously injured or dead. However, their vision was blocked by the sandstorm and they could not see anything at all. They were so anxious that they could not help but stomp their feet. However, a few people were able to deduce from Fei Jitu's surprised expression that Yang Kai was not seriously injured. With a boom, the sandstorm suddenly dispersed and once again condensed into a shield that flashed with purple light and flew to the side. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure also retreated quickly. His face was slightly pale. The Firebird artifact spirit that had been circling around him had unknowingly returned to hovering above his head. Although the tiger head's color had dimmed significantly, it still chased closely behind Yang Kai, as if it wanted to kill him. In midair, Yang Kai's face turned ruthless. He waved his hands and a series of pitch-black spatial blades shot out towards the tiger head. Seeing this, Fei Jitu frowned slightly. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed and he cried out in alarm, "Stop!" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed out and arrived in front of the tiger head. He reached out with one hand and sucked the tiger head into his body. With the other hand, he took out the blue jade bowl. A dazzling blue light blossomed from the bowl and went towards the spatial blades. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the blue light instantly dimmed, causing Fei Jitu's face to twitch as he couldn't help showing a pained expression. This blue jade bowl was an artifact Yang Kai had refined for many years and was also the one he relied on the most. The blue light stored in this bowl possessed all kinds of strange powers. In the past, Yang Kai had used this bowl's blue light to avert danger many times. But now, he clearly felt that the blue light in his bowl had actually decreased somewhat, and he couldn't tell where it had gone. Thinking about the strange blade that was emitting spatial fluctuations, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. It would take him at least several years to replenish the blue light he had lost, and he would also have to consume some precious treasures. At this moment, Yang Kai even had thoughts of killing Yang Kai. Even when facing an opponent in the same realm, no one had been able to make him suffer such a big loss. Yang Kai had never expected a mere Saint King realm to be able to achieve such a feat. When Fei Jitu summoned the blue jade bowl, Yang Kai didn't attack again and instead retreated lightly, taking back his shield. Taking a few deep breaths, Yang Kai's pale face finally restored a trace of redness. Calmly staring at Fei Jitu, his brow furrowed slightly, his expression slightly strange. You! Fei Jitu looked at his blue jade bowl and then at Yang Kai, his face becoming extremely ferocious. Yang Kai chuckled, "Senior, you've made your second move." Fei Jitu's expression froze for a moment before he smiled bitterly, staring deeply at Yang Kai before waving his hand dispiritedly. Go! Don't ever set foot in my heavenly fate city again, or don't blame the city lord for being impolite. Many thanks for Senior's leniency. And, if possible, I would like to ask Senior to return the flame you took away before. Yang Kai looked at the blue jade bowl in Yang Kai's hand and said faintly. Fei Jitu's face twitched as he stretched out his hand and poured his Saint Qi into the blue jade bowl. A ball of flame immediately flew out and the Firebird artifact spirit opened its beak and sucked it into its beak before diving into Yang Kai's body and disappearing. It wasn't that Fei Jitu was easy to deal with, but he felt that the flame he had collected before was a bit strange. He couldn't refine it at all, and if it was sealed in the blue jade bowl for a long time, not only would it affect the power of this artifact, it might also cause some harm to the blue jade bowl, so naturally he was willing to do this favor. Farewell. Yang Kai cupped his fists and gloomily looked at Ma Xian Yuan and the others, as if he wanted to commit their faces to memory. After sneering meaningfully, he summoned his star shuttle and flew off towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Chapter 1333. In the ruins of Heavenly Fate City, Ma Xian Yuan and the others stood quietly in place, their faces gloomy and the atmosphere extremely solemn. They never thought that Yang Kai would really be able to survive a single blow from Fei Jitu and escape unscathed. They all saw the power of that move and knew that Fei Jitu did not go easy on him. None of the Origin returning realm masters here could safely withstand such a move, but it was blocked by a third-order Saint King youth. While Ma Xian Yuan and the others were shocked, they also felt a deep sense of dread towards Yang Kai. That little brat was only a third-order Saint King, yet his performance was already so eye-catching. What would happen if he really broke through to the Origin returning realm? Everyone present were all old foxes, so they naturally understood the principle of nipping danger in the bud. Especially when they saw Kai Yang's deep gaze before he left, they didn't doubt that in the future, once his cultivation reached a certain level, he would seek revenge. After hesitating for a while, Ma Xian Yuan cupped his fists and stammered, City Lord Master, are we really going to let him go just like that? If we're not going to let him go, then what do you want? Fei Jitu glared coldly at Ma Xian Yuan as he had nowhere to vent his anger. But that little brat killed the Xie families. The Xie family. Fei Jitu coldly snorted. You also know that he was from the Xie family. What does the life or death of the Xie family have to do with me? Ma Xian Yuan's expression became gloomy, and he did not dare to say anything more. Humph, if you don't want to let him go, you can chase after him now, as long as you have the confidence to keep him here. City Lord Master must be joking. The group looked extremely embarrassed, and no one dared to mention Yang Kai again. Since you don't have confidence in your own strength, then stay put. If anyone dares to question this city lord's words, then don't blame the city lord for not giving you face. Also, do you really think that old fart Chen Tong won't be able to come back? Hee, you better pray that you made the right choice this time. Otherwise, you won't have a place in the Shadow Moon Hall in the future. The group of people looked at each other in dismay. Just as they were about to inquire more carefully, they saw that Fei Jitu had already flicked his sleeve and disappeared on the spot. Brother Ma, what should we do? From what City Lord Fei said just now, there seems to be some twists and turns in the struggle within the hall. Is it rumored that Elder Qian he? Someone looked at Ma Xian Yuan and asked. That's right, Brother Ma. Didn't you say this time's plan was foolproof? If not, how could we have come here to cooperate with the Xie family to deal with a mere Saint King? Someone else asked. Ma Xian Yuan's face turned ashen as he impatiently said, If you ask this old master, who should this old master ask? This old master only heard it from his superiors. How could I know the specific situation? If you really want to know, you might as well ask Manager Xie and see what kind of answer he has. Manager Xie. Hearing Ma Xian Yuan's evasive words, everyone knew that they had been fooled this time. Regret filled their hearts. But when they thought about Chen Tong's ability, they all paled, cupped their fists, and left. Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai returned with a pale face. As soon as he entered the mountain, he saw Wu Yi, Yang Yan, and Qian Yu waiting for him. Seeing him appear, the three women looked happy and quickly came forward to greet him. Are you hurt? Wu Yi couldn't help calling out when she saw Yang Kai's pale face. It's nothing serious. How are you, Feng and the others? Yang Kai waved his hand and asked. They're already healing and should be fully recovered soon. If you hadn't come back, Foreign Elder Chong and Foreign Elder How would have made another trip to Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai gently nodded. Tell them there's no need to go. This matter ends here. Shadow Moon Hall shouldn't be making any more moves. But for now, try not to go out as much as possible. Be careful of the Xie family's actions. I know. I'll keep an eye on them and make sure they don't go out. Wu Yi quickly responded, then immediately said with concern, You also need to heal quickly. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards his cave mansion. Fei Ji too was worthy of being a peak third-order origin returning realm master. Although that move didn't seem to be anything special, Yang Kai still understood its fierceness. However, his opponent hadn't used his full strength, something Yang Kai knew. Being able to injure him without using his full strength, it seemed that the gap between him and a third-order origin returning realm master was still quite obvious. Taking out a few bottles of pills from his space ring, Yang Kai poured out a few and stuffed them into his mouth before closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. Yang Kai's injuries were not serious, but his aura was somewhat unstable. After meditating for half a day, Yang Kai had recovered. After all, the golden blood in his body had a powerful restorative ability, so this kind of minor injury was nothing to him. Releasing his divine sense and realizing that it was already late at night, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he quietly got up, opened the cave mansion's barrier, and quietly left Dragon Cave Mountain, using his movement skill to fly straight towards Heavenly Fate City. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in the city and followed the route in his memory all the way to the location of the City Lord's mansion. After another cup of tea worth of time, Yang Kai appeared in the City Lord's mansion. Although this was his first time here, he was able to grasp the situation of the entire City Lord's mansion with his divine sense. Tonight, the City Lord's mansion was a bit strange. It was quiet all around, with not a single person in sight. Even the cultivator who was usually in charge of guarding the place had been removed tonight. The people in the City Lord's mansion did not know why this was happening, only that it was an order from the City Lord's master that no one was allowed to walk around the mansion tonight. Once discovered, they would be killed without mercy. Under this strict order, naturally no one dared to offend the dignity of the City Lord's master. Aware of this, Yang Kai swaggered around the City Lord's mansion. After a few turns, he arrived in front of a room inside the City Lord's mansion. Just as he stood there, Fei Jitu's voice came from inside the room. Since you're here, come in and sit down. Hearing this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and generously pushed open the door and entered. Inside the room, Fei Jitu sat on a chair and looked at the door with a smile. After Yang Kai walked in, he waved his hand and closed the door again with a burst of Saint Qi. Yang Kai's expression did not change. He walked directly to another chair beside Fei Jitu and sat down calmly. I knew that you were very bold during the day, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. Aren't you afraid that this is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den? It's easy to enter, but difficult to leave? Fei Jitu sneered. Senior is joking. If you really wanted to deal with this junior, you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Just do it directly. Yang Kai replied lightly. Fei Jitu's eyes flashed and he nodded. Good. This old man Qian Tong didn't misjudge you. You're quite the character. May I ask why Senior sent a message to this junior during the day? Yang Kai asked with a solemn expression. During the day, after he fought with Fei Jitu, the other party had suddenly sent him a message and asked him to come to the City Lord's mansion again at night, which really puzzled Yang Kai. Although he didn't know the whole story, he could guess that it had something to do with the recent changes in Shadow Moon Hall. If I said that I wanted to ask you for a favor, would you believe me? Help. Yang Kai frowned. What kind of help? Let's not talk about this for now. First, I want to ask you, what do you think about the recent events in Shadow Moon Hall? Fei Jitu asked in a low voice with a dignified expression. Yang Kai shook his head. Junior has been in retreat on Dragon Cave Mountain all this time and does not know much about the outside world. I hope Senior can enlighten me. So that's how it is. Fei Jitu gently nodded. In that case, this city lord won't beat around the bush with you. The reason why your Dragon Cave Mountain is being targeted this time is actually because of the internal strife in Shadow Moon Hall. In this regard, my Shadow Moon Hall owes you. After all, over the past few years, your Dragon Cave Mountain and my Shadow Moon Hall have cooperated very well. Both sides have benefited greatly from each other. However, the reason why your Dragon Cave Mountain can exist and live in peace is mainly because of Qian Tong's protection. Now, Qian Tong has encountered some trouble and some people want to deal with him, so they took advantage of your grievances with the Xie family to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain first to test Qian Tong's reaction. After saying this, Fei Jitu stared at Yang Kai, but unexpectedly did not see any surprise on his face, asking in amazement, "You already knew?" Yang Kai chuckled, "I guessed." "Amazing." Fei Jitu's eyes flashed with a hint of praise. "Since you guessed this a long time ago, it's much easier to explain. Simply put, Shadow Moon Hall was originally divided into two factions, one headed by Qian Tong and the other headed by an elder named Fengzhen. The two of them had different philosophies and were often at odds with one another. Moreover, one of these two elders was in charge of artifact refining and artifacts while the other was in charge of alchemy and alchemy. The other elders and stewards who were subordinate to these two were basically balanced, so over the years, although these two factions had some conflicts, there was no major friction. But now, because of an incident, this balance has been broken. Grandmaster Go Lin's death? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he remembered this matter. Qian Tong and Grandmaster Go Lin had a very good personal relationship, so with Grandmaster Go Lin's death, Qian Tong's side had lost a heavyweight, so it was inevitable that the other faction would become disloyal. Yang Kai thought his guess was right, but Fei Jitu sneered and shook his head. Grandmaster Go Lin's death was just a trigger. What really caused these two factions to fall out was something else. What is it? Yang Kai was stunned. Speaking of which, you've also seen that thing before, Fei Jitu whispered. The red candle fruit. That's it. Yang Kai suddenly realized. In Shadow Moon Hall, the Temple Master's cultivation isn't the strongest. The truly powerful ones are Qian Tong and Fengzhen. Both of them are most likely to break through to the Origin King realm, but there is only a small piece of the red candle fruit, so everyone wants it. How do you think the situation will develop? If that's the case, then it makes sense. Yang Kai's face flashed a look of understanding. 2 years ago, when Lu Yen's sand field opened, a red candle fruit appeared in the third layer. Although it was cut into several pieces by Lung Qing of Star Emperor Mountain, Wei Guchang and Dong Shen managed to grab a piece and bring it back to Shadow Moon Hall. The temptation of a supreme treasure rumored to be able to help an origin-returning realm cultivator break through the shackles of cultivation was too great, so it wasn't surprising that the original balance in Shadow Moon Hall was broken. Chapter 1334. Ha! In fact, Qian Tong is not the kind of person who likes to fight with others, but the red candle fruit is too important. If he can really break through to the Origin King realm, then my Shadow Moon Hall will become the #1 great force on Shadowed Star. Even Star Emperor Mountain will not be able to compete with my Shadow Moon Hall. Although this hope is very slim, it is still hope. Since that old fart Qian Tong thinks so, Fengzhen naturally thinks so as well. As a result, the conflict between the two sides broke out and Shadow Moon Hall is now in a state of chaos. Fei Jitu said with some distress, "If this matter is not handled properly, my Shadow Moon Hall will suffer heavy losses at best, but at worst, it may even be destroyed. Is it that serious?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly. The grievances between the elders and stewards of Qian Tong's faction have been building up for a long time now, and it has always been the sect master who has been suppressing them, so there hasn't been any major trouble. But this time, even the sect master is powerless to do anything. In fact, if it were not for the hall master's advanced age, this red candle fruit would have been the most suitable for him to take. But the hall master could not bear to waste the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit, so he did not use it. If an internal war really breaks out in my Shadow Moon Hall, boy, do you understand what it means to say that no egg can remain unbroken when the nest is overturned? Yang Kai's eyes twitched. How could he not understand what Fei Jitu was trying to say? If Shadow Moon Hall really fell apart, Dragon Cave Mountain would bear the brunt of it. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was still within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall, so no one could say what would happen when the time came. But soon, Yang Kai's expression became indifferent as he stared at Fei Jitu and said, "Senior does not need to make it sound so scary. Junior only wants to know which faction you belong to." "Me?" Fei Jitu raised his brow and could not help laughing. "This city lord is tired of fighting and scheming against others, so I asked the hall master to place me in Heavenly Fate City as the city lord. Which faction do you think I belong to?" Yang Kai gently nodded and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I heard Senior's words were filled with concern and worry for Elder Qian, so I thought you and Elder Qian were on the same side." "Nonsense. Qian Tong, that old fart." Fei Jitu coldly snorted, seemingly wanting to curse, but halfway through his words, he stopped and waved his hand. "Forget it. In short, I owe Qian Tong a big favor, so this time I want to repay him." "What does that have to do with me?" Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Why did Senior call this junior here so late at night? Fei Jitu stared at Yang Kai and said with a solemn expression, "Qian Tong is in trouble." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. "You don't look like an ungrateful person. Your Dragon Cave Mountain has been able to develop steadily these past few years thanks to Qian Tong. Don't think he hasn't taken care of you. If it weren't for him sitting in Heavenly Fate City, I'm afraid you would have already been eaten to the bone. A few trivial youngsters who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth actually dare to take over a mountain and call themselves kings. Humph, how inexplicable. Let's not talk about our Dragon Cave Mountain for the time being. City Lord Fei, please tell me about Elder Qian. If there is anything I can help with, I will not refuse," Yang Kai said lightly. There were some things he didn't need to be reminded of, as he was well aware of. The fact that Dragon Cave Mountain had been able to remain so stable these past few years was indeed due to Qian Tong's care. But hearing Fei Jitu say this still made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable, and his tone immediately became cold. Fei Jitu didn't seem to mind and simply said, "What I'm about to tell you is something only a few people know about. This matter is of great importance, so please don't leak it out." After exhorting Yang Kai, Fei Jitu immediately began explaining. After listening to Fei Jitu's explanation, Yang Kai learned that Qian Tong had been missing for nearly half a year. Calculating the time, around the time he and Yang Yen set off for Colored Glass Sect, Qian Tong had already disappeared. As for where Qian Tong had gone, there were many different theories. Some people said he was in a life or death retreat to comprehend a secret technique. Others said he had gone out in search of opportunities and encountered an accident, while others said he didn't want Shadow Moon Hall to fall apart and had gone into hiding. However, no matter which theory it was, no one could prove it. However, with Shadow Moon Hall on the verge of collapse and the internal strife in the hall, Qian Tong's disappearance was truly puzzling. It was precisely because he had disappeared at such a critical juncture that Feng Zhen's faction was becoming more and more rampant and bold. Now, in Shadow Moon Hall, although there were still several elders who could join forces to contend with Feng Zhen, without Qian Tong, such a key figure, they had fallen into a disadvantageous position. If Qian Tong did not return for some time, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, Ma Xian Yuan and the others had joined forces with the Xie family to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain, which was also the final test Feng Zhen's faction had of Qian Tong. They wanted to see if he had really gone into hiding, so they could use this opportunity to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain to force him to show himself. Although the result of this test was the death of one of the Xie family's origin-returning realm masters, Feng Zhen's faction should be very satisfied. Qian Tong had not appeared from beginning to end, which was enough to show that something must have happened to him, and he was too busy to spare any attention. Once this result was passed back, Feng Zhen's faction would definitely make a big move. "Where is Elder Qian now?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "In an ancient ruin," Fei Jitu replied in a deep voice. "An ancient ruin?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Yes, but whether he is alive or dead, I don't know." Fei Jitu let out a long sigh. "The last time I heard from him was half a month ago. He used this thing to send a message. Saying so, Fei Zhitu flicked his finger, and a milky white light suddenly appeared at his fingertip and flew directly towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught the milky white light in his palm. Looking at it, he could not help but click his tongue in amazement. This milky white light was actually a kind of insect that looked like a snow silkworm. It was only an inch long and its entire body was white and smooth, with tiny blood vessels vaguely visible inside. However, when Yang Kai swept his divine sense across this strange insect's body, a message suddenly came from inside and rushed straight into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai was startled, but he quickly calmed down and listened quietly. The message was indeed left by Qian Tong in this insect. Through his perception, Yang Kai immediately understood Qian Tong's situation. Indeed, as Fei Zhitu said, Qian Tong was trapped in an ancient ruin and could not escape. He had no other choice but to send this insect to Sky Fortune City to ask for Fei Zhitu's help. This insect is called a breath insect and can be considered an ancient variant. It doesn't have much use and is only suitable for sending messages. Because it can ignore all barriers and restrictions, it is very convenient to use. Don't be fooled by its bloated appearance. It can move very quickly. Fei Zhitu explained after Yang Kai finished his investigation. Yang Kai gently nodded, a dignified look flashing across his face as he returned the breath insect to Fei Zhitu's day. From the investigation just now, Qian Tong's condition was not very optimistic. The message left in the breath insect seemed to have been left after he was injured. After such a long time, Yang Kai did not know how he was doing. City Lord Fei, may I ask why Elder Qian went to explore the ancient ruin at such a critical juncture? Yang Kai asked, puzzled. Fei Zhitu coldly snorted. How would I know what he's thinking? After a pause, he continued, but I guess he doesn't want the conflict in the Shadow Moon Hall to really erupt, so he wants to find a balance to stabilize the current situation. You also know that he had a good personal relationship with Grandmaster Gulin before, and with Grandmaster Gulin's prestige and connections, he was able to completely suppress Fengzhen, but now that Grandmaster Gulin has passed away and the other side has an origin-grade alchemist, the balance naturally no longer exists. The ancient ruin was discovered by Grandmaster Gulin a long time ago, and the reason why Grandmaster Gu was able to become an origin-grade artifact refiner was thanks to the ancient ruin. Qian Tong went to explore the ancient ruin at this time because he wanted another person to take this opportunity to break through their bottleneck and become an origin-grade artifact refiner. Once that person succeeded in becoming an origin-grade artifact refiner, the initiative would once again be in Qian Tong's hands. Right, I forgot to tell you, Qian Tong also brought someone with him. That person is a Saint King-grade artifact refiner and can be regarded as Grandmaster Gulin's successor. Then Elder Qian is quite thoughtful. Yang Kai could not help showing a trace of admiration on his face. Good intentions? Fei Zhitu sneered and said disdainfully, I think he has nothing better to do. Originally, with his means and connections, as long as he was ruthless enough, even without Grandmaster Gulin, he could have made Fengzhen beg for death, but instead, he chose to explore some ancient ruins far away. If that wasn't the case, then what was? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. City Lord Fei seems to have a good relationship with Elder Qian. You don't need to comment on this City Lord's relationship with him. Fei Zhitu's face turned cold. I called you here this time to ask for your help in getting Qian Tong out of the ancient ruin, lest he really die of old age there. How can this junior help in this matter? City Lord Fei, please make it clear. Since the ancient ruin can trap Qian Tong with my insignificant cultivation, wouldn't I be courting death if I ran in? You're quite cautious. Fine, this City Lord will make it clear. Otherwise you won't be able to rest easy. What I am interested in is not your strength. You are indeed extraordinary, a trivial third-order Saint King being able to contend with so many origin-returning realm masters, but that is also because you are relying on external forces. The fact that you were able to withstand my blow was most likely due to the power of that artifact and artifact spirit. With your strength, you will only be a burden if you go in, but your artifact spirit is quite good, I want to borrow its power. Yang Kai curled his lips, understanding why Fei Jitu had specifically called him here so late at night. It turned out that he had taken a fancy to the artifact spirit. There is an ice road in the ancient ruin that is extremely dangerous. Your artifact spirit doesn't seem to be born from ordinary flames. Even my blue jade bowl was unable to refine its flames. With its help, this city lord can easily lead people through that ice road. Chapter 1335. Is that all? Yang Kai asked in surprise after listening to him. That's all. Fei Jitu nodded slowly. As for breaking through the ice road and rescuing Qian Tong, you don't need to worry about that. The city lord will arrange it. If not for the fact that I couldn't find a suitable fire attribute artifact to restrain the ice road, I wouldn't have stayed here for so long. Yang Kai stroked his chin and fell silent. Fei Jitu didn't urge him and simply allowed him to think about it. After all, this was a matter of great importance. Although he was only borrowing the power of the artifact spirit to break through the ice road, it was still an ancient ruin, so it was impossible to say that there wouldn't be any risk. Even a master like Qian Tong had been trapped inside, so Fei Jitu couldn't say what he would encounter on this trip. This was a matter of life and death, so of course he had to consider it carefully. However, he still had some confidence in Yang Kai. In any case, as the city lord of Heavenly Fate City, he knew a great deal about the nearby Dragon Cave Mountain. Even if he had never met Yang Kai before, he had heard many rumors about him and knew he wasn't an ungrateful villain. Sure enough, after a while, Yang Kai raised his head and a look of determination flashed across his eyes. Obviously, he had made a decision. Fei Jitu immediately turned to look at him. City Lord Fei, Elder Qian has shown kindness to my Dragon Cave Mountain. Since he is in trouble, Junior will naturally do his best to help him. Fei Jitu heard this and gently nodded, a look of satisfaction flashing across his face as he thought to himself that this little brat really understood the big picture and knew how to repay kindness. However, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject and chuckled meaningfully, asking, "But what benefits do I get for doing this?" Benefits? Fei Jitu was stunned. Staring at Yang Kai in a daze, he asked, "You still want benefits?" Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. City Lord Fei is looking down on this junior too much. This junior has long since passed the age where he is hot-blooded and reckless. This time, his future is uncertain. City Lord Fei couldn't possibly think that he would be able to convince this junior to follow him with just a few words. Right? Since I have to take the risk, of course I have to get some benefits. Fei Jitu furrowed his brows and a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. He said coldly, "But this time, the one we're going to save isn't anyone else but Qian Tong. So what if I am? If Elder Qian had personally sent a message to me, I would have accepted it without hesitation. But now it was you, Senior, who invited me. Since I am not familiar with you, I would have to accept it. After all, I would be able to save Elder Qian. Elder Qian also owes you a favor. It has nothing to do with me." What kind of twisted logic is this? Fei Jitu's face was ashen. He never thought that Yang Kai would actually make a request and directly ask for benefits. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In his mind, he had already given Yang Kai a lot of face by inviting him. If the other party didn't have the fire attribute artifact spirit, with his third-order Saint King cultivation, he wouldn't have been qualified to participate in this operation. When the time came to save someone, how could Qian Tong not be grateful to him? This little brat is actually so shameless. Fei Jitu's nose became crooked from anger. Whether it is twisted logic or not, City Lord Fei will judge in his heart. Yang Kai said calmly, neither anxious nor impatient. Fei Jitu stared at him angrily for a long time before seeming to think of something. Suddenly, he smiled and said with a sly look on his face, "If you want benefits, then I'll give you benefits. Brat, did you kill Xiahong, one of the Xia family?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he quickly said, "City Lord Fei, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. What evidence do you have to prove that I killed Xiahong Wen?" "Don't play dumb with me." Fei Ji coldly snorted. Do you think others don't know about this? Do you think you did it without anyone noticing? Yang Kai frowned, feeling that this man wasn't trying to deceive him. So he quickly put on a humble look and asked, Please explain clearly, senior. Fei Ji sneered meaningfully. Many people know about the grievances between you and Xiahong Wan. Last time, when the Luyan Sand Field opened, Xiahong Wan deliberately brought two Xia family Saint King Realm disciples to take revenge on you. Many people know about this, but after he went in, he never appeared again. Clearly, he died in the Luyan Sand Field. Luyan Sand Field is full of dangers. Even if he died inside, what does it have to do with me? Yang Kai looked indifferent as he flatly denied. Then do you know that the Shadow Moon Palace has a kind of secret technique that can be used by the elders on their juniors? Once the junior meets with any mishap, the secret technique will be transferred onto the person who inflicted the fatal blow. Not only does Xiahong Wan have this secret technique, but also the elite disciples of Wei Guchang and Dong Shen'er. Do you understand what this city lord is trying to say? Yang Kai's expression was one of shock. If Fei Ji wasn't lying to him, then he must have used this secret technique to transfer the secret technique. Yang Kai's killing of Xiahong Wan was likely no secret. There are only two reasons why the Xia family hasn't done anything to you. The first is because they fear Qian Tong, and the second is because you rarely show yourself after returning from the Luyan Sandfield. Your Dragon Cave Mountain is filled with spirit arrays, so the Xia family's masters can't determine whether the source of the secret technique is on you or not. But as long as you leave Dragon Cave Mountain once, the fact that you killed Xiahong Wan will be exposed. Fei Ji grinned meaningfully. As long as you follow this city lord, not only can I help you dispel the maggot-like secret technique, but I can also promise you that the Xia family will no longer cause trouble for your Dragon Cave Mountain in the future, and can even restore your former trading relationship with Shadow Moon Hall. Isn't that great enough? While he was speaking, Yang Kai had already released his divine sense to check his body, and a moment later, his face became ugly. Yang Kai didn't know when, but a faint energy had appeared in his body. This energy was hidden deep within his body, and if he hadn't checked it inch by inch, it would have been impossible to discover it. Even with Fei Ji reminder, Yang Kai still had to check his body 3 times before he was able to discover the existence of this energy. It seemed that this was the secret technique of Shadow Moon Hall that could transfer the secret technique. It was really well hidden. You were able to find it? Fei Ji looked at him in surprise. Although Yang Kai didn't say anything, Fei Ji could see some clues from the other party's expression. This secret technique was extremely well hidden. As far as Yang Kai knew, this secret technique on Xiahong Wan was planted by Xieli. Xieli was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, so even a cultivator in the same realm would not necessarily be able to discover the existence of the secret technique, so how did this third-order Saint King in front of him accomplish it? Fei Ji couldn't help marveling, secretly wondering if the other party had used some kind of artifact to achieve this. Yang Kai didn't answer his question though, instead trying to wrap the weak energy in his demonic flame and refine it, but he quickly discovered that although this energy was very weak, it was extremely difficult to refine and would take at least a few days to completely eliminate it. However, since he had found it, Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Fei Ji with a solemn expression and said, Senior's proposal just now, I agree with half of it. Half? After this matter, Dragon Cave Mountain can restore its trade relationship with Shadow Moon Hall, but the price will need to be negotiated. As for the Xia family, this junior only has one request. Let's hear it. Fei Ji glanced at him. Shadow Moon Hall must not intervene in the grievances between me and the Xia family. Yang Kai shouted. Fei Ji raised his brow in surprise. He had thought that Yang Kai wanted to ask Shadow Moon Hall to suppress the Xia family and prevent them from causing trouble for Dragon Cave Mountain. But how could he have known that this little brat's tone would actually be so bold? From what he had just said, it seemed he wanted to take the initiative to deal with the Xia family. After understanding this, Fei Ji suddenly showed a look of interest. Although the Xia family was not a top family, it still had many origin-returning realm masters, and its patriarch was even a second-order origin-returning realm master. With Dragon Cave Mountain's current strength, could it really compete with them? Was this little brat still dreaming? Of course, Fei Jitu didn't want to pay attention to the grievances between Yang Kai and the Xie family, nor did he bother to think about whether this little brat had eaten some kind of bear's heart or leopard's gall, daring to make such wild claims. Immediately nodding, he said, "That's not a problem, as long as Qian Tong can be released. I can guarantee that even if you destroy the Xie family, Shadow Moon Hall won't say anything. Of course, that's only if you have the ability to do so." Obviously, he wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. Yang Kai didn't try to argue with him, instead deciding on a date and place to meet before leaving the city lord's mansion alone. After Yang Kai left, Fei Jitu frowned. That's not right. Why didn't this little brat ask the city lord to help him expel the secret technique from his body? Does he have a way? After thinking about it for a while, Fei Jitu slowly shook his head, too lazy to think about it. In any case, the Xie family already knew that Xie Hongwen had died at the hands of Yang Kai, so it didn't matter if the secret technique was expelled or not. On Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai returned without alerting anyone. The date he had agreed to meet with Fei Jitu was 3 days later. After all, he still had to make some preparations and couldn't expose his whereabouts. Otherwise, he might be discovered. Taking advantage of these 3 days, Yang Kai wanted to refine the weak energy in his body. Although from Fei Jitu's words, this secret technique was only used to determine who the elite disciple's murderer was, who knew if it had other uses? With such a thing in his body, Yang Kai couldn't feel at ease. Fortunately, the characteristics of his demonic flame were extraordinary, not something an ordinary cultivator's Saint Chi could compare to. Coupled with the Firebird artifact spirit, it only took 2 days for Yang Kai to completely refine this energy. After checking his body again, Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Next, Yang Kai summoned Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi, Chen Yu, Chang Qi, and Howen and carefully instructed them not to go out during this time to avoid being targeted by the Xie family. After receiving their assurances, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion to make some preparations. In fact, there wasn't much to prepare. Yang Kai already had a lot of things, so there was nothing to prepare. On the other hand, the saint crystals he had accidentally formed were round saint crystals that had been purified and compressed by the stone mongoose and given to him by Yang Inflammation. Whether it was in terms of quality or the amount of world energy they contained, low-grade saint crystals couldn't compare with them. These saint crystals were extremely useful for recovery, healing, and even fighting. Chapter 1336. At dawn in the east, the darkest time before dawn, a figure quietly shot out from Dragon Cave Mountain and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, 1,000 kilometers north of Heavenly Fate City, this figure reappeared. It was Yang Kai who had come at the appointed time. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai immediately flew towards a small hill not far away. At this moment, 2 people had already arrived at the top of this hill and were sitting cross-legged in meditation. Both of them were men who didn't look very old, and surprisingly, they were only third-order Saint Kings. Yang Kai didn't hide his figure and directly flew up to this hill. As soon as he stood firm, the 2 men opened their eyes and glanced over at him faintly. One of them, who looked a little older, didn't show any intention to speak and simply closed his eyes again indifferently. The other man, on the other hand, looked at him with interest and nodded faintly. Yang Kai also nodded to him, but neither side had any intention of speaking. The mountain was not small, so while Yang Kai was suspicious in his heart, he quickly found a place to sit down cross-legged. When he heard Fei Jitu say that this operation would be dangerous, Yang Kai thought he would bring a lot of origin-returning realm masters with him. After all, the other party had said that if it weren't for the power of the Firebird artifact spirit, Yang Kai wouldn't be qualified to participate in this operation. How could Yang Kai have known that as soon as he arrived at the appointed place, he would see 2 cultivators with the same cultivation as him? Although he was suspicious, Yang Kai also knew that since Fei Jitu had brought them along, he must have his own plans. These 2 either had some kind of special ability that Fei Jitu could rely on or were elites among elites. Looking at it now, the former was more likely. Atop the hill, none of the three made a sound, and for a while it was extremely quiet. After about half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and stared into the distance where a streak of light was rapidly approaching. Obviously, this was another cultivator who had come to join them, because Fei Jitu's operation this time was very confidential. Everyone had split up to act, something Yang Kai had expected. After the streak of light approached and landed on the hill, a beautiful figure appeared. It was actually a woman with an enchanting figure, a pretty face, and a head of shiny black hair that was quite eye-catching. However, this woman's cultivation was actually a third-order Saint King, which puzzled Yang Kai. Including himself, there were 4 third-order Saint King cultivators gathered here. So where had Fei Jitu gone? Was he counting on these 4 Saint Kings to rescue Qian Tong? Thinking so, Yang Kai's face sank. However, after the woman landed, she was surprised to find that the 3 best spots here had already been occupied, causing her brow to furrow. The man who had expressed his friendliness to Yang Kai before stood up happily and cupped his fists. So it is Sister CC. It has been a year since we last met. I trust Sister CC has been well since we last met. Listening to his tone, he seemed to know this woman, and looking at his expression, it seemed he was quite interested in her. The woman named CC glanced at him and said indifferently, "Kai He, you actually came? City Lord Fei's vision is not very good, even inviting an array master like you. It seems the future of this trip is uncertain." Despite being ridiculed by her, the man named Kai He did not show the slightest annoyance and simply said, "In fact, City Lord Fei invited my father before, but unfortunately, my father is in retreat and cannot go out, so I have come in his place. I'm afraid I will have to cooperate with Sister CC on this trip, so I hope Sister CC will not be stingy." Humph! The woman named CC coldly snorted, her pretty face filled with arrogance. "I wouldn't dare. Although your Kai family's research on the Tao of Spirit Arrays is not as good as my Du family's, you still have some unique points. Just don't drag me down this time." Of course. Kai He still had a grin on his face, as if he had no backbone at all, causing the other man to show a look of disdain. After listening to their conversation, Yang Kai understood why Fei Jitu had brought these 2 third-order Saint Kings. It turned out that these 2 were quite knowledgeable about the Tao of Spirit Arrays. It seemed that Fei Jitu had made some preparations. Du Cc then looked at the indifferent man and Yang Kai and asked arrogantly, "Who are these 2? Did they also come here at City Lord Fei's invitation? How come their cultivations are the same as ours?" Du Cc looked down on Saint King realm cultivators, causing Yang Kai to frown. Knowing that this woman was a proud and arrogant person, Kai He smiled awkwardly. "This brother doesn't know the origins of these 2, but if you don't mind, why don't you introduce yourselves? In any case, we will all be traveling together, so familiarizing ourselves with one another will be beneficial to our future cooperation." Compared with Du Cc, this Kai He's temperament was much gentler. When he spoke to Du Cc, he was gentle and refined, and when he asked about Yang Kai and the other man, he also had a smile on his face, giving off a sense of closeness. Lien Guang. The indifferent man was a man of few words and didn't say anything else after reporting his name. Surnamed Lien. Du Cc and Kai He's expressions couldn't help changing slightly after hearing Lien Guang's name, as if the other party's surname had some kind of profound origin. Yang Kai also couldn't help glancing over at him curiously. Because the Lien family was very famous in this region, even on all of Shadowed Star, its fame was no less than that of an average sect. Even someone as ignorant and inexperienced as Yang Kai had heard of it. It was easy to imagine just how great this family's reputation was. The Lien family wasn't very powerful and didn't have many members. It was said that the entire family only had 100 or so members, and the strongest one was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. There were at least 800 such families on Shadowed Star, if not 1,000, but only the Lien family was widely known. The reason was simple: the Lien family was proficient in the art of puppetry. It was said that the Lien family was proficient in refining and controlling puppets. Their cultivation may not be very high, but their combat power was far superior to that of a cultivator of the same realm because they had countless puppets in their hands to assist them in battle. Once they started fighting, it would be a spectacular scene of several of them fighting one another, or even a dozen of them fighting at once. Moreover, it was said that the Lien family also had several strongest puppets that were comparable to third-order origin returning realm cultivators. The existence of these puppets alone was enough to deter many juniors. Once, there was a clan whose strength far surpassed the Lien clan. They coveted the Lien clan's puppet refining technique and wanted to exterminate the Lien clan in order to seize the secret technique of refining puppets. Unfortunately, even after exhausting the entire clan's strength, they were still unable to succeed. In the end, they were eliminated by the Lien clan. It was also during that battle that the Lien family's reputation was spread far and wide. Several of their puppets, which were comparable to third-order origin returning realm masters, shone in that battle and killed countless enemies, causing many people to covet their treasures and fear them. The Lien family was also smart and knew that an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Since then, they had sought the support of the Shadow Moon Hall and refined some puppets for the Shadow Moon Hall free of charge every year. Under the protection of the Shadow Moon Hall, the Lien family had remained stable until now, and no one dared to have any ideas about them. So, after hearing Lien Guang's self-introduction, Du Cece and Kai He were taken aback. The two of them came from quite a big family and could be considered famous because they were proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, but compared to the Lien family, their reputation was far worse. Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look. Fei Jitu wanted to bring Du Cece and Kai He with him to break the barriers and spirit arrays in the ancient ruins, which was understandable. But why did he bring someone from the Lien family with him? After Lien Guang reported his name, he didn't say anything else, as if he was a naturally reticent person. After Du Cece and Kai He came back to their senses, they turned to look at Yang Kai together, but after Yang Kai reported his name, their expressions suddenly became strange. Kai He looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and said in surprise, "Brother Yang, you wouldn't be the one who made a ruckus in Sky Fortune City a few days ago, right?" Yang Kai chuckled and said, "If there isn't a second person who made a ruckus in Sky Fortune City, then it should be me." Kai He was immediately shocked by Yang Kai's words. Even Du Cece's arrogant expression was restrained. Not only that, Lien Guang even opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai again. Although the families of the three of them weren't weak, none of them had the guts to go to Sky Fortune City and commit murder and arson. What was even more bizarre was that this guy was not only unharmed after committing murder and arson, he was even invited by Fei Jitu to participate in this operation. This surprised the three of them. They didn't know what kind of agreement Yang Kai and Fei Jitu had reached that the latter didn't hold him accountable. However, the three of them knew that some things were better kept a secret, so they didn't get to the bottom of it. However, after learning about Yang Kai's identity, Kai He and Yang Kai felt like old friends at first sight and no longer kept silent like before. Instead, they started chatting and laughing with each other. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai understood why Kai He's attitude had changed so much. It turned out that the Kai family and Xia family had many conflicts and had even suffered a few losses at the hands of the Xia family. Last time, Yang Kai killed an origin-returning realm master from the Xia family in Sky Fortune City. After this news spread, many families and cultivator who had a grudge against the Xia family clapped their hands and cheered, including the Kai family. Yang Kai killing Xia Quan was tantamount to helping them vent their anger. So how could they not be happy? As a member of the Kai family, Kai He naturally found Yang Kai quite pleasing to the eye. As for Du Cece, she found a place to sit down casually and closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. After waiting for about half an hour, several figures suddenly and strangely appeared on the hill. This startled the three Saint King Realm Masters except for Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai had a strong divine sense and was able to detect them, so his expression was calm. After seeing that the person who came was Fei Jitu, Kai He and the others breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to cup their fists and salute. Chapter 1337. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai took a look at the cultivator who had arrived with Fei Ji Tuesday. Of the 3 origin returning realm masters, one was a middle-aged man about the same age as Fei Ji Tu and was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, while the other 2 were first-order origin returning realm cultivators, an old man and an old woman. However, although these 2 were only first-order origin returning realm cultivators, their auras were quite deep and profound, unlike those who had just broken through to the origin returning realm. They should have been immersed in this realm for many years and possessed profound cultivation. The appearance of these origin returning realm masters made Yang Kai feel a little relieved. It seemed that Fei Ji Tu was not unprepared, and in the current situation, secretly gathering so many origin returning realm masters was definitely not an easy task. After all, the rescue of Qian Tong was presided over by him, so it was not convenient for him to transfer manpower from Shadow Moon Hall. At the same time, he also had to conceal this operation from the public. Having so many origin returning realm masters participating in this operation was already beyond Yang Kai's expectations. What's more, with a third-order origin returning realm master leading the team, there shouldn't be any problems in terms of safety. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether there were any dangers hidden in the ancient ruins. After a few words with Kai He and the others, Fei Ji Tu smiled and said, "It seems that you little brats already know each other. That's good too. On this trip, all of you will need to contribute, so it's better for you to get to know each other first. Whether this trip succeeds or not, this city lord will remember this favor. When you return, tell your patriarchs that if they need this Fei's help in the future, just let me know." Kai He, Du Cc, and Lian Guang heard this and showed a touch of joy at the same time as they hurriedly expressed their thanks. "Good. Since everyone is here, let's go." Fei Ji Tu waved his hand and summoned an origin-grade low-rank star shuttle before leading the way. Yang Kai thought that Yang Kai was going to introduce the other 3 origin returning realm masters to him and the others, but the other party had no intention of doing so at all. After being stunned for a moment, he also summoned his star shuttle and followed. When he was chatting with Kai He before, Yang Kai had learned from him that this trip to the ancient ruins was to rescue Qian Tong. But as for where this ancient ruin was, Fei Ji Tu did not reveal anything. Now that everyone had gathered, he still showed no intention of explaining himself. Yang could not help cursing in his heart, but he did not take the initiative to ask and instead just follow behind him. The 3 origin returning realm masters who came with Fei Ji Tu all seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai, glancing at him from time to time with their divine senses. This was especially true for the old man. When Yang Kai could not help but look back, the old man actually smiled and nodded in an amiable manner, making Yang Kai quite puzzled. He had no idea what kind of medicine this old man was trying to sell. Although the second-order origin returning realm cultivator and the old woman did not show such obvious goodwill, there was still a hint of intimacy between them. Although he understood that these 3 people didn't have any malicious intentions towards him, Yang Kai still felt a little apprehensive, so he didn't say anything and just hurried along. For him, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He had many things to attend to right now, and if it weren't for Qian Tong encountering trouble this time, he wouldn't have left Dragon Cave Mountain and would have instead gone into retreat to continue cultivating his various secret techniques. Especially since the Firebird artifact spirit had awakened, the efficiency of refining the dragon bone and dragon bead had greatly increased. Originally, it would have taken him several years to completely refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, but now the time required had been greatly reduced. Yang Kai could not wait to enter retreat and stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to fully refine these 2 treasures. The group of 8 remained silent. At first, Kai He had tried to curry favor with Du Cc, but after being rebuffed, he tactfully chose not to annoy the beautiful woman. After flying forward for 4 days, when a rolling mountain range appeared in front of them, Fei Ji Tu suddenly turned around and flew down. The remaining 7 naturally followed closely behind. A moment later, the group landed on the outskirts of this mountain range. Fei Ji Tu took out a yellowed animal skin map from his space ring and studied it carefully. "Isn't this Fallen Emperor Mountain?" Kai He asked in surprise, Could it be that the ancient ruins are hidden in this fallen Emperor Mountain? That can't be, right? Countless people come to Fallen Emperor Mountain every year. Even you and I have come here a few times. If there really was an ancient ruin, how could there not be any news about it? Du Cece slowly shook her head. While the two were talking, Yang Kai was observing the so-called Fallen Emperor Mountain. This was the first time he had heard of this mountain range and also the first time he had come here, so naturally he had no right to speak. Looking around, Yang Kai could only feel that this mountain range stretched for countless kilometers and was lush and verdant. But what was strange was that this mountain range was completely silent. Not even the sound of insects or birds could be heard. Yang Kai also couldn't see any beasts or birds, causing him to feel somewhat puzzled. Haha! Is this little friend's first time coming to Fallen Emperor Mountain? Just as Yang Kai was feeling puzzled, the old man suddenly came up to him, stroked his white beard, and asked with a smile. And this is indeed Junior's first time here. Yang Kai frowned, not understanding why this old man took the initiative to speak to him. No wonder. This old man is Ning Xiangchun. The old man suddenly changed the topic and introduced himself with a smile. While Yang Kai was suspicious in his heart, he had no choice but to greet this old man politely. After all, this old man was much older than him. This was not the end of it, though. The old man Ning Xiangchun pointed to the other old woman and the second-order origin returning realm master and introduced them to Yang Kai. Both of them also greeted Yang Kai with a smile on their faces, repeatedly praising the younger generation's abilities. Seeing several origin returning realm masters take the initiative to express goodwill naturally surprised Kai He and the others, none of them understanding why Yang Kai could win the favor of so many masters. Du Cece even wore a look of disdain, as if she felt that all the limelight had been stolen by Yang Kai. Several seniors. Is there anything special about this Fallen Emperor Mountain? Yang Kai took advantage of their pause to quickly change the subject. By now, he could see that these three origin returning realm masters probably had something they wanted from him, otherwise they wouldn't have taken the initiative to show goodwill. But no matter what they wanted to help him with, and all of them had such intentions, it was definitely going to be troublesome for him, so Yang Kai wasn't going to let them change the topic. Hearing this question, Ning Xiangchen's expression suddenly became solemn, and instead of answering, he asked, "Do you know why this place is called Fallen Emperor Mountain?" Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while before asking suspiciously, "Could it be that this place has something to do with the legendary great emperors of Starfield?" Ning Xiangchan couldn't help showing a look of approval on his face, while the old woman next to him also smiled and said, This place is indeed related to the great emperors of Starfield, because it is rumored that this place is where the great emperors fell." Yang Kai's face changed as he cried out involuntarily, "Is that true?" Ning Xiangchan chuckled. Whether it is true or not, no one can confirm, but in this Fallen Emperor Mountain, there is a trace of emperor pressure that is well known to the world. Emperor pressure? Yang Kai frowned. As you can see, there are no birds or beasts in this Fallen Emperor Mountain. It's not that this place isn't suitable for them to live. It's just that this place is filled with beautiful scenery and rich in world energy. It's not impossible for some sects to establish their base here, but not only is there no sect here, there isn't even a monster beast because of the emperor pressure in Fallen Emperor Mountain. This invisible emperor pressure shrouds the entire Fallen Emperor Mountain, and the closer to its center, the stronger it becomes. The birds and beasts here can't live under this emperor pressure for a long time, which is why you can't see it. And, a long time ago, Fallen Emperor Mountain was also fancied by a powerful sect that wanted to establish its foundation here. But even a third-order origin returning realm master couldn't stay inside Fallen Emperor Mountain for too long. Under the subtle influence of the emperor pressure, no matter how strong one was, they would eventually go mad and suffer a tragic fate. The old woman took over and explained, "Is this emperor pressure really that amazing?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Don't underestimate this emperor pressure. I also came here to cultivate in the past, and if I hadn't withdrawn in time, I'm afraid I would have become the demon race," the second-order origin returning realm master said seriously. "You can cultivate here?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Haha, that's what this old man was going to tell little friend. And the Emperor pressure in Fallen Emperor Mountain is not suitable for any living creature to stay here for a long time. On top of that, the closer one is to the center of Fallen Emperor Mountain, the stronger the Emperor pressure becomes. No one knows what lies at the center of Fallen Emperor Mountain, but this place is quite suitable for tempering one's spiritual energy. Therefore, every year, many cultivators come to Fallen Emperor Mountain specifically to use the Emperor pressure here to cultivate their spiritual energy. Not only that, but the Emperor pressure also has a great effect on one's comprehension of Shi. This old man can see that little friend's aptitude is extraordinary, and that he will one day break through to the origin returning realm. When that time comes, you might as well come to Star Emperor Mountain to comprehend Shi. When that time comes, you will naturally find that cultivating here will yield twice the results with half the effort. And basically, 6 out of 10 origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star have come to Star Emperor Mountain to condense their Shi, and although no one has ever verified it, the Shi condensed in Star Emperor Mountain is much stronger than what one can comprehend under normal circumstances. Little friend should not miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in the future. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai was surprised and quickly cupped his fists. Many thanks for enlightening me, 3 seniors. When that day comes, this junior will definitely come to Star Emperor Mountain to temper his Shi. Although even if these 3 didn't remind him, Yang Kai would definitely learn about this from other sources. In the end, these were all people's good intentions, so Yang Kai had to express his gratitude. Of course. Ning Xiangchan chuckled. When the time comes, if little friend needs someone to escort him, feel free to inform this old master. This old master will definitely do his best. Not only did Ning Xiangchan say this, but the old woman and the other second-order origin returning realm cultivator also said the same, causing Yang Kai's heart to clench as he felt more and more that they had something to ask of him. Immediately, he said he wouldn't dare. Chapter 1338. While the group was talking, Fei Ji too seemed to have understood something, and after putting away the animal skin blueprint, his figure flickered and he flew into Fallen Emperor Mountain. Haha, little friend should go first. This old master will bring up the rear. Right, try not to resist the Emperor pressure in Fallen Emperor Mountain. Just try to comprehend it silently. Ning Xiangchan kindly exhorted again. Many thanks for senior's reminder. Yang Kai gently nodded before rushing into Fallen Emperor Mountain with Kai He, Du Cixi, and Lian Guang. After the 4 Saint Kings entered, Ning Xiangchan and the other 2 origin returning realm masters followed behind. In Fallen Emperor Mountain, it was true that one would not encounter any beasts or venomous snakes, but here one would often encounter some crazy cultivators who would attack indiscriminately. These cultivators had come to Fallen Emperor Mountain to cultivate, but for various reasons, they had stayed here for too long, causing their minds to be overwhelmed by the Emperor pressure and falling into a state of madness. Every year, countless cultivators would come here, and accidents would occur quite frequently in Fallen Emperor Mountain. In addition, there were also some cultivators with evil intentions who would use this place as a good place to kill and plunder. However, there were 4 origin returning realm masters in Yang Kai's group of 8, and with a master like Fei Ji Tu leading the way, there was no need for them to worry about encountering such problems. As soon as he stepped into Fallen Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai felt an invisible force envelop his body. Under this pressure, the circulation of his Saint Qi suddenly became somewhat sluggish, and when he released his divine sense, he was only able to detect a few thousand meters around him. Under the influence of the Emperor pressure, his divine sense was suppressed to such an extent. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little creeped out. This Emperor pressure was everywhere, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him, observing his movements. This made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable, as if he was being watched. This was just a trace of Emperor pressure. If the great emperors of Star Field really descended, just how terrifying would they be? By now, Yang Kai no longer doubted whether the great emperors of Star Field really existed. The 2-star Emperor tokens he obtained were rumored to have been left behind by the great emperors of Star Field. Star Emperor Mountain was also rumored to have some relationship with the great emperors of Starfield, and the same was true for fallen Emperor Mountain. Nothing was without wind, nothing, so it was likely that the great emperors of Star Field really did exist. In the face of this emperor pressure, Yang Kai instinctively wanted to resist, but remembering Ning Xiangchen's kind reminder and observing Kai He and the others, he found that they were all calm and collected, so he simply held his breath and turned a blind eye to the situation. This was still the outermost perimeter, so the emperor pressure was not too strong. Even if they did not resist, it would not cause any harm. Following Fei Jitu all the way, Yang Kai did not encounter any cultivator along the way. Fei Jitu could perfectly lead everyone around the field of vision and divine sense coverage of any cultivator who came here to cultivate. After all, this operation was extremely confidential, and Fei Jitu did not want to complicate matters. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. As they went deeper and deeper into fallen Emperor Mountain, the emperor pressure that shrouded the area became much stronger. But Yang Kai was not alarmed. Instead, he was happy because in just 2 days, he felt that his spiritual energy had strengthened. Under the subtle influence of the emperor pressure, his knowledge sea had also become clearer and purer. This was really a good place to cultivate one's soul. Yang Kai didn't need to do anything at all. Just by staying here, he was able to reap such benefits. If he really found a place here to cultivate his soul or soul skills, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Unfortunately, the emperor pressure of fallen Emperor Mountain was only suitable for a cultivator to temper their spiritual energy. Other than that, it could only be used to condense one's shi, so its effect was somewhat limited. If this weren't the case, this place would definitely become a cultivation holy land, and the great forces on Shadowed Star would likely fight over the ownership of this place. After walking for another 3 days, Yang Kai faintly began to feel some difficulty. The reason was simple. Although the emperor pressure here could purify a cultivator's knowledge sea and strengthen their spiritual energy, this kind of forceful and unilateral purification put a certain amount of pressure on the cultivator themselves. If they were unable to withstand this pressure, it would inevitably affect their mind. Yang Kai was in a relatively good situation. Until now, he hadn't resisted the emperor pressure and had instead been silently comprehending the various mysteries contained in this emperor pressure according to Ning Xiangchen's instructions. The other 3 Saint Kings, on the other hand, couldn't do the same. As early as yesterday, all of them had simultaneously pushed their spiritual energy to resist the invasion of the emperor pressure. Comparing the two, it was obvious who had higher spiritual energy cultivation. This scene not only surprised Kai He and the others, but also Ning Xiangchen and the others. One had to know that although Kai He and the other 2 were third-order Saint Kings like Yang Kai, 2 of them were proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays while the other was proficient in refining and controlling puppets. No matter which one it was, the requirements for one's spiritual energy were extremely harsh, especially the Lien family's puppetry techniques. Lien Guang could control up to 100 puppets in battle, each of which was attached to his divine sense, so the requirements for his spiritual energy were even more terrifying than studying spirit arrays. It could be said that the spiritual energy of these 3 people far surpassed that of a cultivator in the same realm. But now, compared with Yang Kai, they were still slightly inferior. How could they not be surprised? All of them secretly wondered what kind of secret art Yang Kai had cultivated that allowed him to have such a powerful spiritual energy. Of course, Yang Kai didn't know about this. He just felt that if he tried to resist, the benefits he could obtain here would be greatly reduced, so he decided to open his mind and focus on perceiving the emperor pressure. After Du Cece noticed this, she immediately showed a look of unwillingness. After all, since she began cultivating, because of her focus on spirit arrays, the strength of her spiritual energy had always been much higher than that of a cultivator in the same realm, but now, in front of Yang Kai, she was forced to accept this. Gritting her teeth, she steeled her heart and released the defenses of her knowledge sea. It wasn't until her face turned slightly pale that Kai He noticed something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to ask if she was all right. But he was met with another cold shoulder. Helpless, he could only smile bitterly. In front of them was a swamp. Fei Jitu stared at this swamp with a dignified expression before taking out the animal skin blueprint and comparing it to the one before him. A moment later, he shouted, "We're almost there. Just right here, all of you keep up." Hearing him say this, Everyone's spirits were lifted and they quickly kept up with his pace. This swamp in Fallen Emperor Mountain was, strictly speaking, a huge mountain valley. No one knew why this swamp was formed here, but the ubiquitous miasma and puddles made it rare for cultivators to set foot here. After all, the cultivators who came here all wanted to temper their spiritual energy and find a comfortable place to cultivate. So who would be willing to come to such a place to suffer? Following behind Fei Jitu, the group walked for half a day before Fei Jitu suddenly stopped and stared at a huge puddle in front of him. Is this the place? Ning Xiangchun stepped forward and stood side by side with Fei Jitu and asked, According to the message from Old Ghost Qian, this should be the place, but we'll need to do something. Saying so, Fei Jitu took out a bead and immediately spat it out before throwing it towards the center of the puddle. Under everyone's attention, when the bead fell into the puddle, it immediately began to ripple, as if something was stirring up the water below. Moreover, strands of white cold air suddenly appeared. In an instant, the temperature within a radius of 1,000 feet suddenly dropped. Kacha. With a series of cracking sounds. The huge puddle of water froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only a straight passage was left in the middle. It was so dark that the bottom could not be seen, and no one knew where it led to. Yang Kai released his divine sense but had no way to explore the bottom. After waiting for a while, when the cracking sounds stopped and the channel stabilized completely, Fei Jitu shouted, "Let's go in. Brother Ning, you bring up the rear, I'll take these kids down first." Good. Ning Xiangchun gently nodded. Fei Jitu glanced over at Yang Kai and the others, but after seeing the pale and sweaty Du Cc, he couldn't help frowning as a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. How could he not see that Du Cc was sulking over herself? This operation was of great importance, and if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't find a good array master, he wouldn't have asked this little girl to help. With a burst of blue light, Fei Jitu wrapped Yang Kai and the others in his Saint Qi and immediately leapt down into the channel. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai estimated that he and the others had fallen at least 1,000 meters before suddenly landing on solid ground. The sound of flowing water rang out in their ears, and under the illumination of the blue light, Yang Kai looked around and discovered that he was actually standing next to an underground river. Furthermore, as soon as he arrived here, the emperor might that had been enveloping him all the time actually disappeared. There's actually such a place underground? He also looked around in amazement, obviously not having expected there to be such a place under Fallen Emperor Mountain. If the ancient ruins were so easy to find, they would have been turned upside down a long time ago. Old Ghost Chen wouldn't even have a chance to find them. Fei Jitu coldly snorted before glancing over at Du Cc and saying, "You take a break. If this happens again next time, you don't need to follow us into the ancient ruins." Du Cc bit her red lips lightly and nodded. Although she was proud and arrogant, she didn't dare disobey Fei Jitu's day. After waiting for a while, Ning Xiangchun and the others also arrived here, and after the 8 of them gathered again, they rested for a while. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared in a certain direction silently. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that there was an ancient and desolate aura coming from that direction. This aura was indescribable, but it had a certain charm to it. Fei Jitu saw Yang Kai staring in that direction and couldn't help raising his brow, because the direction they were heading in was precisely that direction. He didn't know if Yang Kai had discovered something. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to observe his surroundings, and after a while, he could not help showing a strange look because he discovered that after passing through the space array, the place they had arrived at was actually a strange space. At this moment, the world energy aura here seemed to be much richer than outside. Even the current Dragon Cave Mountain couldn't compare. Moreover, the sky was blue and filled with white clouds while the sun hung high in the sky, and the place where they were at was actually in the middle of a large group of buildings. This place seemed to be the location of some sect. However, Yang Kai's divine sense told him that besides the 8 of them, there were no other living beings here. Are these ancient ruins? Ning Xiangchen and the others couldn't help exchanging glances, showing a trace of suspicion. There's no need to doubt. These are indeed ancient ruins. Fei Ji too replied in a deep voice, seemingly having discovered something as he pointed forward. These characters have evolved on Shadowed Star and were only used tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Following the direction he pointed, everyone turned their eyes to a loft not far away. The construction of this loft was quite exquisite, and there was a plaque hanging on the second floor. Written on this plaque were a few large characters that were quite charming, but no matter how the 8 of them looked at it, they couldn't understand what these characters were. Even Fei Ji too couldn't recognize them. In addition, there were some other lofts and buildings that also had plaques engraved with characters, but without exception, none of them were able to recognize these characters. Sure enough, these are ancient ruins, and they're actually so well preserved. Ning Xiangchen looked excited, his face turning ruddy, as did the old woman and the second-order origin returning realm cultivator. It wasn't that ancient ruins had never been discovered on Shadowed Star, but none had been so well preserved. Since they were well preserved, it meant that the treasures inside were still undiscovered. As long as they rescued Qian Tong, they would have plenty of time to explore this place. Thinking so, the several origin returning realm masters' hearts began to heat up. First, we need to find old ghost Qian. As for these ruins, it won't be too late to explore them later. Fei Ji too finally understood the importance of this matter. So after giving this order, everyone nodded. After all, in this place he was the strongest, and Ning Xiangchen and the others had a good relationship with him, so naturally they wouldn't refute him. Immediately, Fei Ji too began to explore the marks left behind by Qian Tong. Fortunately, Qian Tong was very cautious and had left behind many marks along the way after entering these ancient ruins. Otherwise, even if Fei Ji too wanted to find him, he wouldn't have been able to do so. After a short while, Fei Ji too determined a direction and began walking towards it. Everyone followed behind him, looking at the rooms and lofts they passed by, all of them sighing. If it weren't for the fact that they had to rescue Qian Tong, they would have already gone deep into these buildings to search. With so many rooms and lofts, there was bound to be something good inside. But right now, they could only force themselves not to think about it. After about a stick of incense worth of time, to everyone's surprise, everything was peaceful. There didn't seem to be any danger inside these ancient ruins. But the more this was the case, the more dignified everyone's expression became. Suddenly, a strange medicinal fragrance wafted into everyone's nostrils, causing everyone to look shocked. In an instant, it was as if they had been enlightened. This is... Ning Xiangchen's eyes bulged as he pointed. The fragrance is coming from up ahead. Fei Ji too's expression also brightened and he couldn't help quickening his pace. Something that could produce such a strange fragrance was definitely something good, so he naturally wanted to see what it was. A moment later, everyone stopped in front of a flower bed. There were many exotic flowers and grasses planted in this flower bed, but most of them didn't have any substantial effect and were only there for people to admire. Only in the middle of the flower bed was a single stalk of purple grass that was about 1 meter tall and as straight as a sword, attracting everyone's attention. The fragrance everyone had smelled before was emitted by this purple grass. Sword soul grass. And it's actually purple? Old man Ning Xiangchen exclaimed as he stared at the purple grass with a burning gaze. Not only him, but even Fei Ji too couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Sword soul grass was the main ingredient for refining a kind of pill called sword soul pill. It was most suitable for a cultivator who cultivated the sword Dao divine technique to consume, as it could increase the cultivator's comprehension and control of sword intent, greatly increasing the power of the sword Dao divine technique they displayed. The sword soul grass itself was an origin grade mid-rank herb and was one of the rarest spirit grasses on Shadowed Star. On top of that, even when a sword soul grass matured, it would only be a light blue color, but if it aged long enough, its color would gradually deepen. This purple sword soul grass was at least 10,000 years old, so its preciousness and rarity could be imagined. If this sword soul grass was refined into a pill and given to a cultivator who cultivated the sword Dao divine technique to consume, the benefits they would obtain would be difficult to estimate. This was definitely a priceless and precious spirit grass. It would also be of great use to Fei Ji2 and the other origin returning realm masters. Although none of them majored in the sword Dao, each of them had at least dabbled in this field and had mastered some sword Dao martial skills, so naturally, they had a desire for sword soul grass. Even if they didn't use it themselves, they could still exchange it for many good things. Brother Fei. Ning Xiangchun turned to look at Fei Ji Tuesday. Although this treasure was very valuable, it wasn't enough to make them enemies. What's more, they had only just arrived at this ancient ruin and had already made such a discovery. As long as they stayed here for a while longer, they wouldn't have to worry about not finding anything good. So, Ning Xiangchun called out to Fei Ji2, wanting to hear his opinion on how to deal with this sword soul grass. Everyone didn't rashly explore the pavilions and rooms to avoid unnecessary trouble. But now that something good had appeared in front of them, there was no reason to let it go. If you trust this Fei Ji2, I will take care of this sword soul grass. After we leave, we can discuss it in detail, Fei Ji2 said loudly. This old woman has no objection. The old woman immediately expressed her stance. We trust City Lord Fei's character, so let's do as you say. The other second-order origin returning realm cultivator also nodded in agreement. Naturally, Ning Xiangchun didn't object. Seeing that the discussion was complete, Fei Ji2 immediately took out a jade shovel and walked over to the sword soul grass, seemingly intending to pick it up by the roots. Brother Yang, why do you have such a dignified expression? He suddenly leaned over to Yang Kai and asked. He inadvertently noticed that Yang Kai's brow was furrowed, as if he had something on his mind, so he couldn't help asking with concern. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his question. His brow furrowed tightly for a moment before a look of understanding flashed across his face, and he suddenly shouted, "No, this isn't a sword soul grass. City Lord Fei, stop." He was taken aback and quickly looked towards Fei Ji2. But Yang Kai's words were too late. Fei Ji2's jade shovel had already dug into the soil in the flower bed. Chapter 1340. When Fei Ji2's jade shovel landed on the soil of the flower bed where the sword soul grass was located, a white halo spread out from the sword soul grass, and at the same time, an abnormal energy fluctuation appeared around it. Fei Ji2's complexion changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. The old woman, old man, and the other second-order origin returning realm master also pushed their Saint Chi to protect the 4 Saint King realm juniors. The sword soul grass, which was originally purple and straight like a sword, suddenly twisted and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What replaced it was endless dazzling light that shot out in all directions. As the light wriggled and changed, it formed clouds of different colors that enveloped everyone. After 2 breaths, the surrounding environment had undergone a huge change. Looking around, there were no longer any lofts or rooms, no flower beds, no sword soul grass, and no exotic flowers or grasses. Instead, there was only an empty and chaotic sky and a strange and unpredictable earth. Where everyone was now, it was as if they were standing in the clouds. All around them, up, down, left, and right, there were clouds of different colors and sizes, but there was nothing else. A spirit array. Fei Ji2's face went pale. At this moment, how could he not know that the sword soul grass everyone had seen before was just a trap? Once they touched the sword soul grass, the spirit array would immediately appear and trap them inside. However, the level of this spirit array was far beyond everyone's imagination. Of the 8 people present, almost no one had noticed any flaws. Only Yang Kai had shouted out a warning at the last moment, but that shout had come too late. Thinking so, Fei Ji2 glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously, seemingly not understanding how he had seen through the flaws. After all, even the 4 origin returning realm masters had failed to notice them just now. Yang Kai naturally knew what he was thinking and took the initiative to explain before Yang Kai could ask. Junior has some knowledge of medicinal principles, and since the sword soul grass just now was purple in color, its medicinal age must be very high. At that level, the fragrance emitted by the sword soul grass will have a faint spicy sensation, like an invisible blade that stimulates one's sense of smell. Fei Jitu looked surprised but did not ask any more questions. Now that they had triggered this trap and were surrounded by this spirit array, there was no point in asking any more questions. Instead, he turned to Kai He and Du Cc and asked, "Both of you are proficient in spirit arrays? Have you seen anything?" Du Cc and Kai He had been carefully observing the surroundings ever since they saw the light and clouds. Hearing this question, Du Cc pretty face turned ugly and said, "If Junior is not mistaken, this should be an ancient spirit array called the Spectral Cloud Array, a long-lost spirit array." Junior also has the same idea. Kai He nodded and agreed with Du Cc's guess. Spectral Cloud Array? Fei Jitu and the other three Origin returning realm masters glanced at each other blankly, seemingly having never heard of this spirit array before, quickly asking, "Is this spirit array difficult to crack? What kind of power does it possess?" Du Cc smiled bitterly and said, "Let's not talk about how to crack it first. Junior will talk about the principle of its formation. Do you see these clouds around us? Naturally, these clouds don't seem to be illusions, nor are they formed from some kind of energy. It's quite strange." Old man Ning Xiangchun nodded, "Because they are all real clouds." Du Cc's words were shocking. "What?" The faces of Fei Jitu and the others changed drastically. "You're saying they are real clouds? And the reason why the spectral cloud array was lost is because to arrange this kind of spirit array, one needs to refine the clouds in the sky. Even the strongest cultivator on Shadowed Star today does not have such ability, so naturally, no one can arrange the spirit array. Refining the clouds in the sky. Even though Fei Jitu and the others were experienced and knowledgeable, they were still dumbfounded by Du Cc's statement, unable to accept it for a while. Just what kind of expert was this to be able to use such a shocking method to even refine the clouds in the sky? This was simply too inconceivable. Du Cc turned a blind eye to the ugly expressions on their faces and continued leisurely. Refining the clouds is only the first step. The person who arranged this spirit array would fuse various attributes into the clouds before extracting the soul of a monster beast and fusing it with it. This would allow these clouds, which are originally inanimate, to gain the ability to transform and attack. The clouds in the spectral cloud array can transform into cloud beasts depending on the grade of the monster beast soul extracted by the spirit array. However, these cloud beasts, no matter what grade they are extremely difficult to kill. "You mean these things can transform into?" Fei Jitu pointed to the countless clouds floating around with an ugly expression on his face. There was no need for Du Cc to answer. When Fei Jitu asked this question, the dozen or so clouds scattered around the group suddenly twisted and squirmed before transforming into monster beasts of different shapes and sizes. However, these cloud beasts did not have flesh and blood bodies and were all composed of clouds, but they had been fused with a large amount of pure energy, making them even stronger than a real monster beast. Everyone swept the bodies of these cloud beasts with their divine senses, and after noticing the energy fluctuations emanating from their bodies, Du Cc patted her towering chest, her pretty face pale as she rejoiced. "It seems that our luck is not bad. These cloud beasts are only 8th order or 9th order. She couldn't help but rejoice. Since this spirit array was arranged in ancient times, who knew how powerful the person who arranged it was? If there had been 1 or 2 10th order cloud beasts here, everyone would have been buried here. Even if Fei Jitu and the others had heaven-defying means, they would not be able to fight against a 10th order monster beast, which was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. Having just stepped into the ancient ruins and falling into such a spirit array, everyone's mood suddenly became heavy and naturally did not dare to show the slightest neglect. Fei Jitu shouted, "Du girl and Kai boy, think of a way to break this spirit array. Leave these cloud beasts to us." "Yes." Kai He and Du Cc nodded quickly, knowing that it was time for them to play their roles, and immediately became spirited. Fei Jitu glanced at Yang Kai and the silent Lian Guang again and said, "You should also take care of yourselves. Don't accidentally fall here." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lian Guang still did not say a word, but instead took out a series of palm-sized puppets from his space ring. These puppets looked very lifelike and were quite finely refined. With a wave of his hand, Lian Guang threw these puppets out and immediately poured his Saint Qi into them. In the next moment, these puppets suddenly grew larger, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up in amazement. This was the first time he had seen someone use puppet techniques, and as a third-order Saint King cultivator, Lian Guang was actually controlling these puppets, all of which exuded first- or second-order Saint King realm energy fluctuations. There were about 5 or 6 of these puppets in total, all of them different shapes and sizes. Some were as small as spirit snakes, while others were as large as houses. Each of these puppets seemed to have a great effect, and when used together, their power was definitely extraordinary. Yang Kai immediately understood that the Lian family's reputation was not undeserved. Lian Guang's skill alone was enough to make him invincible against other cultivators in the same realm. Even if he encountered an origin-returning realm master, he might still have a chance to escape. On the other side, Fei Jitu summoned his blue jade bowl, causing it to suddenly expand to a few dozen meters in diameter and cover the nearby cloud beasts. The blue jade bowl poured out like mercury, and a large blue light poured out, wrapping up a 9th-order cloud beast that had not yet had the time to attack. Immediately after, the blue light retracted, ignoring the 9th-order cloud beast's struggling howls, collecting it into the blue jade bowl. This time, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, as he suddenly understood that he had underestimated the power of this blue jade bowl before. At the same time, the old man, Ning Xiangchun, let out a roar and summoned a crutch-like artifact out of thin air. With a wave of his arm, this crutch-like artifact suddenly transformed into a sky full of afterimages that shot towards the cloud beasts. At the same time, the old woman summoned a net-like artifact which spread out and released a dazzling tricolored light. Not only did it slow down the movements of the cloud beasts enveloped in this light, but it also had an indescribable killing effect. As soon as these people took action, the cloud beasts were completely enraged. With a series of roars, except for the 9th-order cloud beast that had been collected by the blue jade bowl, the rest of the cloud beasts all rushed towards them fiercely. Before the cloud beasts had even arrived, beams of energy shot out from their mouths, blotting out the sky. This scene caused the expressions of Fei Jitu and the others to change slightly. The blue jade bowl spun again and released a blue light that enveloped Kai He and Du Cc as a form of protection. "Brother One, I'll leave Du Girl and Kai Boy to you." Fei Jitu left behind his blue jade bowl, and after exhorting the second-order origin-returning realm male cultivator, he pushed his Saint Qi and charged towards the cloud beasts. Ning Xiangchun, holding his crutch-like artifact, and the old woman followed closely behind. The 3 of them formed a 3-pronged formation and instantly destroyed the 7 or 8 cloud beasts. The origin-returning realm master surnamed when stood in place motionlessly and shouted to Du Cc and Kai He, who were still standing stupidly in place, "Why haven't you broken this spirit array yet?" And Kai He and Du Cc recovered from their daze, and at the same time, both of them took out tools specifically designed to break spirit arrays from their respective spaces, poured their Saint Qi into them, and scattered them around. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that they were already studying this spectral cloud array, allowing him to relax. Having been with Yang Yen for a long time, Yang Kai naturally knew that the things the 2 of them had just scattered were called array plates and array bases. Not only were they used when arranging spirit arrays, but they were also useful when breaking spirit arrays. Moreover, if these things were refined, even those who were not proficient in spirit arrays could use them to arrange spirit arrays. Yang Kai had wanted to ask Yang Yen to refine a few sets of powerful spirit arrays for him before, but he had never found the opportunity or time to do so. It seemed that, after returning this time, he would have to ask her for help. Although a spirit array arranged by an array plate wasn't as powerful as an orthodox spirit array and couldn't display 100% of its power, it could still be recycled. As long as the array plate wasn't damaged, it could be used indefinitely. For Yang Kai, who often went out adventuring, this was undoubtedly a very good thing. Chapter 1341. While thinking quickly, Yang Kai saw that Lian Guang had already commanded his puppet to engage one of the 8th Order cloud beasts deliberately left behind by Fei Jitu and the others. The cloud beast's body was illusory and was completely refined from clouds, making it unpredictable. As soon as it rushed up, it immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Lian Guang's puppet. Yang Kai did not hesitate, and with a flicker, he blocked the other 8th Order cloud beast that wanted to help. Fei Jitu and the others deliberately left behind these two 8th Order cloud beasts because they were busy dealing with too many cloud beasts and could not deal with more. Secondly, they wanted to test the fighting strength of Yang Kai and Lian Guang, so that they would not drag them down later on. The 8th Order monster beast that Yang Kai blocked looked like a giant tiger with a clear king on its forehead. Its long tail seemed to be made of fine steel and shone with a cold light. Its body was also 3 zhang tall, but its body was dark green, making it look very strange. As it moved, a fishy smell assaulted their nostrils, making them want to vomit. Yang Kai immediately understood that this cloud beast had probably been fused with a highly toxic substance. Without waiting for the cloud beast to react, Yang Kai shook off the golden thread, turning it into a golden light that constantly cut the cloud beast's body. With a roar, the giant tiger's body was instantly cut into countless pieces, as if it could not withstand a single blow. However, when Yang Kai saw this scene, he was not happy but shocked because the aura of the cloud beast did not weaken in the slightest because of his cutting. Instead, it became even more violent. After the golden thread was retracted, the giant tiger's body that had been cut into pieces squirmed and merged back together, returning to its original state. There was not a trace of injury at all, and even its aura did not weaken. This cloud beast was really difficult to kill. If it had been an ordinary 8th Order monster beast, it would likely have died without a burial site after being struck by Yang Kai like this. But this cloud beast was not made of flesh and blood, so even if it was scattered, it could still reassemble itself. It seemed that what Du Cc had said before was not false. After understanding this, Yang Kai directly withdrew the golden thread. With a thought, a crisp bird cry rang out. In the next moment, the crimson firebird artifact spirit leisurely appeared. It spread its wings and directly transformed into a giant bird several dozen meters in length. Immediately after, under Yang Kai's command, it pounced towards the giant tiger. There seemed to be a trace of fear in the giant tiger's eyes as it instinctively felt that the artifact spirit was not to be trifled with. It no longer had the arrogance and disdain it had when facing Yang Kai and spat out a large cloud of dark green poisonous fog, shrouding it and concealing its figure. The firebird artifact spirit had a disdainful look on its face as it let out a high-pitched cry and rushed into the poisonous fog without hesitation. For a time, the dark green and crimson light entangled together as the tiger's roar and the bird's cry rose and fell one after another. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched coldly. Wisps of dark green were evaporated by the scorching heat, and in just a moment, the dark green poisonous fog that enveloped the giant tiger became thinner and thinner, revealing the giant tiger's figure again. At this moment, the firebird artifact spirit completely occupied the upper hand as it spat out hot flames from its beak, constantly burning and evaporating the poisonous fog around the giant tiger, suppressing it to the point that it could not fight back. The tiger's roar also turned into a wail, and every time it was burned by the flames, the giant tiger showed a look of horror. However, the firebird artifact spirit seemed to have gained the upper hand, and the flames it spat out from its beak became more and more powerful, as if it was determined to kill the giant tiger. This scene caused the nearby cultivator surnamed One, who was protecting Kai He and Du Cc, to reveal a look of envy as he stared at the firebird that was displaying its might. Yang Kai had caused havoc in Heavenly Fate City and killed an origin-returning realm master from the Xia family. After this news spread, many people knew that he had an incredible artifact spirit, and that this artifact spirit was of the fire attribute. This was also the reason why the old man, Ning Xiangchen, and the other two had constantly expressed goodwill towards Yang Kai along the way. The reason for this was simple. After reaching the origin-returning realm, each of them had several origin-grade artifacts in their hands. What's more, these artifacts had been damaged in battle and had lost a great deal of their spirituality. If they wanted to repair such artifacts, they would need the help of an origin-grade artifact refiner. On Shadowed Star, how rare were origin-grade artifact refiners? The only one in Shadow Moon Hall, Grandmaster Gulin, had passed away half a year ago, so if these origin-returning realm masters wanted to repair their artifacts, they had no way to do so. After learning that Yang Kai had a Firebird artifact spirit, they immediately became interested. As long as they could let Yang Kai borrow this Firebird artifact spirit for a while with their own strength, they may be able to repair their damaged artifacts. Even if they couldn't restore them to their perfect state, it would still be of great benefit. If not for this, how could these three origin-returning realm masters have been so polite to Yang Kai along the way? It was not as if they had nothing better to do. Now that the cultivator surnamed one had seen the ferocious power of this Firebird artifact spirit with his own eyes, he was overjoyed. Such an artifact spirit was definitely born from an artifact refining furnace, and he had heard that when Yang Kai caused havoc in Heavenly Fate City, he had summoned a cauldron-like artifact. If his guess was correct, it should be the artifact spirit's shelter artifact. With an artifact spirit and an artifact refining furnace, even if one wasn't proficient in artifact refining, it didn't matter. However, finding someone to borrow such a precious artifact was definitely not an easy task. First, one would need to make others feel at ease with them, and they would also need to establish a friendship. While the cultivator surnamed One was taking care of Kai He and Du Cc, he was also looking for an opportunity to help Yang Kai and sell him a favor. But how could he have known that Yang Kai wouldn't even need him to intervene in his battle with the Cloud Beast? This made him feel both surprised and a little regretful. While he was lost in thought, the giant tiger's body had shrunk to 2/3 of its original size. After being chased by the Firebird artifact spirit for a while, more than half of the clouds that formed its body had been evaporated. After all, it had fused with the soul of the monster beast, so after realizing the situation it was in, the giant tiger let out a roar and its huge body suddenly expanded, exuding an extremely dangerous aura from within. Yang Kai's expression froze while the artifact spirit's eyes also darted around for a moment before it immediately flew high up into the sky, distancing itself from the giant tiger. In the next moment, the giant tiger's body suddenly exploded. Amidst the explosion, streaks of green light shot out in all directions. However, those streaks of green light instantly transformed into the shape of mini giant tigers, scattering and fleeing for their lives. The Firebird artifact spirit was stunned for a moment before it flew into a rage. It had thought that the giant tiger had realized that it was no match for it and wanted to self-detonate its soul, so it had avoided it. How could it have known that the other party was just making a feint to escape? With a flap of his wings, scorching fireballs flew out, attacking the dark green figures with incomparable precision, directly purifying them. However, after the giant tiger's body burst apart, there were too many green figures that scattered and fled, so the artifact spirit couldn't take care of all of them. There were always a few that managed to avoid its fireball attacks and survive. Yang Kai, on the other hand, grinned and waved his hands, summoning a series of black demonic flames towards the fleeing figures. None of the green figures that had luckily escaped the Firebird's attack were all wrapped up in these giant demonic flames. Alluring Heaven was also one of the 9 Heavens divine skills, so it was perfect to use at this time. Although the 9 Heavens divine skills were martial skills from Tongshan realm, with the improvement of Yang Kai's strength, the power they could display was on a completely different level, not to mention they were formed from demonic flames. Crackling sounds rang out, and no matter how the green figures struggled in Alluring Heaven, they were unable to break free and were instead incinerated by the scorching power of the demonic flames. A moment later, the giant tiger cloud beast disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if the Firebird artifact spirit had shown its power this time, it would have been difficult to kill this cloud beast on his own. Although the demonic flames could restrain its poisonous fog, Yang Kai himself wasn't as impervious to poison as the artifact spirit. If he had fought it alone, it would have been difficult for him. Calling back the artifact spirit, Yang Kai looked to the side and happened to see Lian Guang looking over. Lian Guang had also finished his battle, and the cloud beast he had used his puppet to entangle had also been killed. Exchanging glances, both of them were surprised. Yang Kai didn't know what method Lian Guang had used to kill a cloud beast in such a short time, but the other party also didn't know about Yang Kai's abilities. However, after seeing the Firebird artifact spirit standing on Yang Kai's shoulder and combing its feathers, a look of understanding flashed across Lian Guang's face, and a trace of disdain flashed across his eyes, obviously thinking that the artifact spirit was the one responsible for killing the cloud beast. Immediately after, both of them raised their heads and looked into the distance, wanting to see how the battle between the other origin returning realm masters was going. At first glance, both of their faces sank. Because after the two of them killed their respective cloud beasts, the surrounding cloud squirmed and another cloud beast emerged, and this time, this cloud beast exuded the aura of a ninth-order monster beast. After realizing this, not only did Yang Kai and Lian Guang's expressions become ugly, even Fei Ji too and the others felt a headache coming on. Yang Kai, the old woman, and old man teamed up to fight the remaining cloud beasts to a draw, but if another ninth-order monster beast appeared, they wouldn't be able to determine how the situation would develop. The cultivator surnamed Wen also noticed this, but he was responsible for protecting Kai He and Du Cc, so even if he wanted to help, he didn't dare to leave their side. Otherwise, if something happened to the two of them, no one would be able to break the spirit array. Moreover, there were still so many clouds around them, so even if they tried their best to kill this new cloud beast, more cloud beasts would appear. This was simply the rhythm of exhausting people to death in this formation. Only now did everyone understand the sinister intentions of the person who arranged this spirit array. They wanted to let them see a glimmer of hope, but then ruthlessly extinguished it. Just as the cultivator surnamed Wen's expression became gloomy, Yang Kai pointed his finger and urged the artifact spirit to meet the cloud beast. He then turned to Lian Guang and said with a smile, "Brother Lian, how about we work together to stall it? It looks like we won't be able to continue killing it, so we can only stall for time." "I don't need you to remind me of this," Lian Guang replied with a cold face and ordered his puppets to meet the cloud beast. Chapter 1342. Although the ninth-order monster beast had extraordinary power, neither Yang Kai nor Lian Guang were ordinary third-order Saint Kings. Needless to say, Yang Kai himself could easily fight opponents above his own realm, and the puppets controlled by Lian Guang were not to be underestimated either. With the cooperation of the Firebird artifact spirit, they easily entangled the ninth-order monster beast, preventing it from harassing Fei Ji Tu and the others. If it weren't for them having scruples about the spectral cloud array, the two of them would have been able to kill the ninth-order cloud beast in no time at all. Seeing the two Saint Kings dealing with the monster beast so easily, Fei Ji Tu and the others were overjoyed and relaxed slightly. After witnessing the birth of cloud beasts, they also understood that they could only stall for time in the spirit array, so they immediately changed their previous strategy and focused on delaying the cloud beasts rather than killing them. As a result, the pressure on the group was greatly reduced and they were able to cope with the situation with ease. During this time, Kai He and Du Cc continued to pour their Saint Chi into the array discs and array bases, trying to pry into the mysteries of the spectral cloud array, trying to find the location of its array core and array entrance. However, this spirit array was an ancient spirit array, so even though the two of them came from families proficient in spirit arrays, they were unable to do anything in a short time, causing cold sweat to drip from their foreheads. Although the situation was stable at the moment, whether it was the two Saint Kings Yang Kai and Lian Guang, or the three origin returning realm masters, Fei Ji Tu and the other two, all of them were able to cope with the cloud beasts with ease, but if things were dragged on for too long, there was bound to be an accident. Who knew if more cloud beasts would appear in this spirit array? As such, the two of them had to exert all their strength and use everything they had learned to constantly deduce the various changes in this spirit array. A stick of incense worth of time passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. The cultivator surnamed Wen's face gradually became dignified while Fei Jitu and the others were also not relaxed. On the contrary, Yang Kai and Lian Guang, who were relatively weaker, wore relaxed expressions. For Yang Kai, the main contributor in this battle was the Firebird artifact spirit. He was only casually using his 9 heavens divine skills to pin down the 9th order cloud beast. With the amount of Saint Qi stored in his body, he didn't consume much while Lian Guang was controlling his puppets to fight, and although he consumed his spiritual energy was to replenish his spiritual energy soul his expression he didn't. However, after such a long battle, Fei Jitu and the others were faintly unable to bear it. The consumption of their Saint Qi was massive, so if they continued like this, the situation would only worsen. Fei Jitu couldn't help feeling anxious and kept glancing towards Kai He and Du Cc, wanting to see how they were progressing. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Wen had no choice but to urge Kai He and Du Cc. The two of them lived up to his expectations, and after an hour of deduction, they finally found a flaw. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the countless array plates and array bases and, after circling twice in place, shot off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, this ray of light hit a group of fiery red clouds floating mid-air. After being struck by this ray of light, the fiery red cloud that was originally moving suddenly froze in place. Du Cc's pretty face lit up with joy and she quickly shouted, "The array core is right there. Once we break it, we can break the spectral cloud array." Hearing her shout, everyone showed a look of joy. Although everyone had faintly guessed that the array core or array gate might be hidden among the countless clouds after entering, no one dared to touch these clouds rashly for fear that something bad would happen. Now that the array core had been found, this concern was naturally no longer present. "Brother One," Fei Jitu suddenly shouted. "Leave it to this one." A cold look appeared on the cultivator surnamed Wen's face as he stared at the cloud hit by the ray of light. With a flick of his wrist, a long golden needle about half a meter long suddenly appeared between his fingers. Immediately pouring his Saint Qi into this needle, it began to glow brilliantly as he shouted, "Go!" As soon as his voice fell, he flicked his wrist and the golden light shot straight towards the cloud. In mid-air, the golden light seemed to have transformed into a ferocious serpent that opened its bloody maw in an imposing manner. Just as the golden light was about to hit the cloud, a shocking scene occurred. The cloud wriggled and suddenly turned into a little fiery red beast that looked like a squirrel. The little beast rolled its eyes, revealing a look of disdain. Its figure flickered and disappeared strangely on the spot. The spirit snake formed by the golden light struck thin air as it approached Han Li. The cultivator surnamed Wen's face sank and his expression became ugly. Although he knew that the cloud would definitely change, he never expected that the cloud beast would disappear just like that. Even after releasing his divine sense, he was unable to sense the existence of any aura. Just as he was feeling annoyed, he saw Yang Kai move like the wind and rush directly to the spot where the small beast disappeared, opening his hand with a cold expression and grabbing towards it. Pucci. Yang Kai's large hand seemed to have caught something, but no matter how hard the cultivator surnamed Wen looked, he could not see anything. Instead, a series of squeaking noises came from there. Immediately after, there was a flash of light and the small beast that had disappeared before actually appeared again. At this moment, the small beast was actually held in the palm of Yang Kai's hand. It actually did not leave, but used some unknown method to hide its body. That method was enough to deceive the cultivator surnamed Wen's divine sense. How did this brat discover it? The cultivator surnamed Wen looked at Yang Kai in bewilderment. He really could not understand whether the other party was a blind cat that had stumbled upon a dead mouse or if he really had a target. Just as his thoughts were racing, a ball of pitch-black devil flame had already appeared in Yang Kai's hand and was burning the small beast mercilessly. No matter how the small beast struggled, it could not escape from Yang Kai's grasp. This cloud beast that was the eye of the array did not have any fighting strength at all. It seemed that it could only hide its body. Perhaps it had other magical abilities that it did not have time to use. In the blink of an eye, the small beast was burned into a ball by the devil flame, and a wooden token strangely appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled and grabbed the wooden token in his hand. At the same time as the small beast was destroyed, the cloud beasts that had been entangled with Fei Jitu and the others, as well as the cloud beasts that had been dealing with the firebird and Lian Guang, and even the countless clouds floating around, all rushed towards the wooden token. As if there was an amazing suction force coming from the wooden token, all the clouds were sucked into it. In just 3 short breaths, the crisis was over and the world of clouds suddenly collapsed. When everyone came to their senses, they found that they were still standing near the flower bed. On the flower bed, the purple sword soulgrass was still as straight as a sword. The spectral cloud array had been completely broken, but at this moment, no one spoke. Instead, they all stood in place in a daze, looking at the wooden token in Yang Kai's hand with envious expressions. Even Fei Jitu and the others were no exception. Kai He and Du Cici's eyes were filled with fanaticism. At this moment, this wooden token was exuding a white light, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. The world energy around it was abundant, so it was obvious at first glance that it was not an ordinary object. Array plate. Is this the legendary array plate? Du Cici cried out, attracting everyone's attention. It really is an array plate. Fei Jitu's Adam's apple squirmed as his expression became slightly complicated. Although he had guessed it just now, he was not sure. Now that he heard Du Cici's cry, he immediately knew that his guess was correct. This was an extremely rare and precious array plate. Everyone present had obviously heard of the rarity and value of this array plate. When the cultivator surnamed one remembered that he had missed out on this treasure and that it had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, he couldn't help feeling depressed. If he had directly stepped forward to capture the little beast just now, this array plate might have been his. Such an array plate was undoubtedly much more precious than an origin-grade artifact. "Brother Yang!" Kai he shouted, but as soon as his voice fell, he was stunned to see Yang Kai casually put the array plate into his space ring before standing in place with a blank look on his face. "Ahem!" Fei Jitu lightly coughed. "Since Yang Boy has obtained it, it is also your opportunity. Take good care of it." Hearing this, Ning Xiangchen pondered for a moment before chuckling. "Congratulations, little friend, for obtaining this rare treasure. Your strength has greatly increased." The old woman and the cultivator surnamed one thought about it for a moment before also congratulating, obviously agreeing with Fei Jitu's words and not intending to snatch or share this array plate with Yang Kai. After all, the main purpose of entering this place this time was to rescue Qian Tong. Obtaining this array plate was just an inadvertent act, so it was obviously not wise to start a conflict over this array plate. What's more, the 3 origin returning realm masters all wanted to make friends with Yang Kai and borrow his firebird artifact spirit. With the opinions of all the origin returning realm masters reaching a consensus, the remaining 3 Saint King realm masters did not dare to object. Du Cici pursed her lips as she glared at Yang Kai with a look of extreme bitterness. This guy obviously did not understand the Tao of spirit arrays, nor did he know the preciousness of this array plate, yet he had actually obtained it. It was simply too unfair. If Du Cici had obtained this array plate, perhaps the Du family's Tao of spirit arrays would have been able to reach a new height and completely suppress the Kai family. Kai he thought about it for a moment and could only resign himself to his fate and congratulate Yang Kai. But the smile on his face was extremely bitter. If it had been something else, he wouldn't have cared. But this array plate was too important, especially to his family, which was famous for its spirit arrays. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. Although he had never heard of an array plate before, from the reactions of these people, he could tell that he had obtained something extraordinary. However, Yang Kai was too lazy to ask these people about it and simply planned to wait until he returned to Dragon Cave Mountain to ask Yang Yan about this array plate. Encountering a sword soul grass by chance and encountering such a disaster, everyone immediately understood that this ancient ruin was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. On the contrary, it was full of dangers, and if one was not careful, they could easily fall into a spirit array. Naturally, no one dared to be negligent. Let's rest here and restore ourselves first. If we encounter anything else along the way, don't act rashly, Fei Jitu said before walking to the side and sitting down to meditate. Everyone nodded and took out saint crystals and pills to restore themselves. Chapter 1343. Although Yang Kai didn't need to restore himself, in order to avoid being too conspicuous, he also found a place nearby to meditate. The world energy here was much richer than outside, so restoring himself was naturally twice the result with half the effort. After a short while, the few saint kings who hadn't contributed much had completely restored themselves. Perceiving the sound of footsteps approaching him, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and saw Kai He and Du Cece walking over together. Du Cece still had the same disdainful look on her face while Kai He had a big smile on his face. Do you two need something? Yang Kai waited for them to come closer before pretending to be confused and asked. Although he didn't know why they had come looking for him, Yang Kai felt that it should have something to do with the array plate. Sure enough, hearing this, Kai He cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, please don't take offense. We are all from the same generation, so this Kai won't beat around the bush. I came here to ask Brother Yang what you plan to do with the array plate you just obtained. Do you have any plans to sell it?" When he asked this, Du Cece also stared at Yang Kai eagerly, as if she was eager to try. As soon as Yang Kai said he wanted to sell it, she would immediately offer a price. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, I'm still quite well off, so I don't plan to sell it for the time being." A look of regret flashed across Kai He's face. Although he had some faint guesses, when he heard Yang Kai's answer with his own ears, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. On the other hand, Du Cece coldly snorted and said, "You don't seem to have come into contact with spirit arrays. Do you even know what an array plate is? Do you know what it's used for?" Yang Kai glanced at her faintly and said, "Whether I know or not has nothing to do with young lady. That thing is in my hands, so I'm free to do whatever I want with it." "You!" Du Cece's chest heaved as she shouted. "But you being able to obtain this array plate is all thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. Otherwise, how could you have had the ability to do so? On top of that, finding the location of the array core was all thanks to Kai He and me. Even if the array plate is in your hands, I should have a share." "Oh?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and looked at her with a smile. "From what you're saying, it seems you want to snatch my array plate. I didn't say that. Don't make such slanderous accusations." Du Cece's face changed slightly as she couldn't help glancing over at Fei Jitu. After all, Fei Jitu had just said that since the array plate had been taken by Yang Kai, it was now his. If Yang Kai really accused her of stealing it, it would be difficult for her to explain herself to Fei Jitu's. "What does young lady to ZSST?" Kai Yang's face became cold. He didn't have a good impression of this kind of self-righteous woman. If others didn't provoke him, then he wouldn't care. But once they did, he was disinclined to give them any face. To buy to sell, T to Yang T to T to the point. "I already said, this array plate isn't for sale." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. At this point, how could he not understand the preciousness of this array plate? Not to mention a trivial Du family, even if Shadow Moon Hall came to buy it, he would not give it up. Before he understood the role of this array plate, how could he easily give it up? Du Cece bringing up the Du family's name was obviously an attempt to pressure him, causing Yang Kai to feel a little disgusted. Hearing Yang Kai's refusal, Du Cece sneered and slowly said, "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. It's not too late to listen to the price. My Du family offers 30 million Saint Crystals." 30 million. That's a lot of Saint Crystals. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. This little girl doesn't know about Dragon Cave Mountain's heritage, right? She wants to tempt me with a trivial 30 million Saint Crystals? On the other hand, Kai he seemed to have heard about Dragon Cave Mountain before and couldn't help snorting. "Are you still not satisfied with this price?" Du Cece was obviously taken aback. After all, She had heard that Yang Kai was just a guy who occupied a mountain and acted like a king. How could such a humble cultivator have ever seen so many saint crystals? Even her Du family would not be able to gather this much money. Originally, she didn't have the right to make such a decision, but this array plate was of great importance, so if she reported it to her family, they would only agree and not object. Even if she had to sell everything she had, she would still be able to gather this amount. Du Cece frowned, thinking that Yang Kai was trying to raise the price because he was a rare commodity. Secretly cursing him for being too hateful, she rolled her eyes and said, "How about this? If you can sell this array plate to my Du family, not only will we pay you 30 million Saint crystals, but we will also allow our Du family's array masters to create several powerful array plates and array bases for you. Is that good enough?" "I'm not selling." Yang Kai still shook his head. Du Cece looked at Yang Kai like he was a fool. To be honest, the price she offered was indeed not low, but she had not expected that it would not move Yang Kai at all. For a moment, she ground her teeth and hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to make another offer. Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted her chatter, frowning as he said, "Girl, please go back. Even if your Du family offers better conditions, I will not sell this array plate. You'll regret it." Du Cece was furious, stomped her foot, turned around angrily, and left, not bothering to speak any more nonsense with Yang Kai. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to comfort her, but in the end he remained silent. After Du Cece left, he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yang, please don't blame her. Cece has always been spoiled, so she has a bit of a temper. If she has offended you in any way, this Kai will apologize to Brother Yang on her behalf." Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile and nodded. "It doesn't matter. I won't lower myself to her level." "Then many thanks to Brother Yang." He relaxed and said, "But looking at Brother Yang's expression, it seems that you really don't understand the preciousness of this array plate, right?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he said, "I'd like to hear the details." He chuckled and sat cross-legged across from Yang Kai, chatting with him. After listening to Kai's explanation, Yang Kai understood why Du Cece was so obsessed with this array plate. He also realized how precious this array plate was. The Tao of spirit arrays was extensive and profound. Even if a cultivator spent their entire life studying them, they might not necessarily be able to understand the essence of spirit arrays. Array plates, array bases, array eyes, array gates, and all kinds of other mysteries were created by array masters. As for the array plate, it was an anomaly. Today's array masters on Shadowed Star could no longer make array plates, not only because the method to refine array plates had been lost, but also because the people who could refine them no longer existed. It was rumored that a long time ago, there was a special branch of array masters called artifact array masters. From this name, it could be inferred that artifact array masters were not only proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, but also in artifact refining. Only by combining the two together and achieving a certain level of attainment could one become an artifact array master, and only artifact array masters could refine array plates. Generally speaking, array masters understood some of the Tao of artifact refining. After all, array plates and array bases needed to be refined by array masters themselves. Similarly, artifact refiners also understood some of the Tao of spirit arrays. The spirit arrays used in artifact refining belonged to the category of spirit arrays, and this was also applicable to alchemists. It was just that both parties did not know much about each other's territory. The Tao of spirit arrays was already broad and profound, so how could array masters have too much energy to study artifact refining? So over time, the special existence of artifact array masters gradually disappeared from the long river of history. Array plates refined by artifact array masters, in a strict sense, contained the three characteristics of spirit arrays: array bases, array plates, and artifacts. They did not require a complicated spirit array plate or array base. Only a plate was needed to perfectly display the function of a spirit array. In other words, Yang Kai had the array plate for the spectral cloud array, so as long as he refined it, he could arrange the spectral cloud array as he pleased. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up. He had personally experienced the power of this spectral cloud array. The cloud beasts contained inside were not weak, and even origin-returning realm masters like Fei Ji-tu and Ning Xiangchan had been trapped inside. If he could obtain the assistance of this spirit array, his strength would indeed soar, and he would have many more methods to deal with his enemies. Moreover, when everyone was trapped by the spectral cloud array just now, the full power of the spirit array had not been displayed. After all, no one was controlling it, so it would be good if it could display half of its power. If Yang Kai had personally arranged the spirit array and controlled it, even a master like Fei Ji-tu would have died without a doubt. This kind of long-lost array plate was of great significance to an array master. If one could obtain it, they might be able to discover the refining method of this array plate. Compared to using a complicated array base and array plate to arrange a spirit array, this array plate was obviously much better. Moreover, this array plate was a kind of artifact that could be refined into one's body, and one would not have to worry about it being stolen. There were many benefits. He explained these things to Yang Kai with a look of envy on his face. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? Although he did not offer to buy this array plate like Du Cece did, it was obvious that he also had the same intention, but for the sake of face, he did not say it out loud. So, does Brother Yang understand the preciousness of this array plate? He looked at Yang Kai enviously. Yang Kai nodded. I understand. Many thanks for Brother Kai's explanation. Chapter 1344. Putting aside the matter of the array plate for the time being, Yang Kai secretly decided that after returning, he would really need to ask Yang Yan about it. If she could really refine array plates, then he would no longer need array plates or array bases in the future. He could just ask her to refine a few array plates so he could arrange a large spirit array at any time and place. A moment later, Fei Ji-tu and the others also returned to normal, and after a brief discussion, they continued on their way. Along the way, from time to time, they could see some exotic flowers and herbs casually planted in the nearby flower beds. Every one of these exotic flowers and herbs was priceless. Many of them were even good things that had long gone extinct. They looked no different from the real thing. However, learning from their mistakes after experiencing the torture of the spectral cloud array, Fei Ji-tu and the others no longer dared to touch these exotic flowers and grasses at will lest they accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array or spirit array. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had developed a strong interest in these exotic flowers and grasses, because with his experience and judgment, he found that some of the things planted in these flower beds might actually be real. In other words, not all of these things were traps, but were actually rare herbs. However, Yang Kai wasn't 100% sure he would be able to find these herbs, let alone rescue Qian Tong. So even though he was somewhat tempted, he could only follow behind Fei Ji-tu and the others and continue forward, completely ignoring these exotic flowers and grasses. However, Yang Kai silently memorized the route, preparing to return to this place to explore if there was a chance after rescuing Qian Tong, so he could determine whether these herbs were real or not. Even with everyone's caution, they still encountered no small amount of trouble along the way. The barriers and spirit arrays in this ancient ruin were impossible to guard against, and as a third-order origin returning realm master, Fei Ji-tu was constantly scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, but he was unable to detect any danger at all. Fortunately, there was an array master in the team, Kai-he, who played a huge role. Every time they were surrounded by a spirit array, the two of them would work together to break it open, while the others stood guard and resisted the spirit array's attacks. So along the way, although everyone was in a bit of a difficult situation, there were no casualties. Only the old woman suffered some minor injuries, while Yang Kai, a Saint King realm master, was well protected and did not encounter any danger. Unfortunately, after these array formations were broken, no array plates appeared again. This made Kai-he and Du Cece very disappointed. 3 days later, a group of people stood in front of a spacious passageway. This passageway was spotlessly white and seemed to be paved with pure white jade, without a speck of dust. However, the passageway was filled with a bone-chilling cold air. Strands of cold air could be seen with the naked eye, converging into various forms in midair. On both sides of the passageway, there were icicles erected, looking like a mountain of swords. Each icicle flickered with a cold light, causing one's hair to stand on end. Even though they were standing in front of the passageway and had yet to enter, they were still affected by the cold air. Frost formed on the tips of their brows and hair. This should be the ice path. Fei Jitu's expression was solemn. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but it also seemed like he was telling everyone. How did Elder Qian pass through such cold air before? Ning Xiangchen's old face paled slightly. He knew that if he had fallen into this passageway, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture in a short time, unable to reach the end. Although Qian Tong was a third-order origin returning realm master, without some kind of treasure to suppress the cold here, it would have been impossible for him to bring a Saint King-grade artifact refiner through here. I heard that Elder Qian obtained a Raging Flame bead a few dozen years ago. He probably borrowed the power of this Raging Flame bead, the old woman said thoughtfully. Fei Jitu gently nodded. Old Ghost Qian did have a Raging Flame bead. Otherwise, he would have definitely retreated here. Saying so, he turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Can you do it?" Yang Kai squinted at the passage and instead of answering, asked, "City Lord Fei, do you know how long this passage is?" Fei Jitu slowly shook his head. Old Ghost Qian did not mention this in his message, so I don't know how long this passage is. But since Old Ghost Qian was able to bring someone through with the help of the Raging Flame bead, it shouldn't be too long. If it's not long, then it shouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, the reason why Fei Jitu brought Yang Kai with him this time was to borrow the power of the Firebird artifact spirit to pass through this ice path. Now, it was naturally time for Yang Kai to contribute. Don't worry, this city lord has also made some preparations for this trip. I won't just rely on your artifact spirit. Fei Jitu comforted, waving his hand and summoning a copper bell-like artifact into his palm. This copper bell was red in color and gave off a scorching and pure fire aura. Grand Fire Dome. Ning Xiangchen's eyes lit up as he smiled. I didn't expect Brother Fei to be able to borrow an artifact like the Grand Fire Dome. With this, we should be able to pass through this ice path. Fei Jitu grinned. Although the Grand Fire Dome is the Hall Master's personal treasure, and he rarely uses it even when fighting others, since we're here to rescue Old Ghost Qian, he naturally won't be stingy. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai and the other juniors realized that this Grand Fire Dome artifact was actually owned by the Shadow Moon Hall's Hall Master. For this operation, Fei Jitu had borrowed it. Although the borrowed artifact couldn't display the full power of the Grand Fire Dome, it was not a problem for it to provide some assistance. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded and calmed down. Releasing his divine sense, the Firebird artifact spirit rushed out from his body and immediately under Yang Kai's command. It transformed into a light curtain that wrapped around the group of 8. The Firebird did not have a physical body, so although it usually appeared in its bird form, it could still take on a myriad of forms. At the same time, Fei Jitu opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of Yuan Qi onto the Grand Fire Dome. Pushing his Saint Qi, the Grand Fire Dome immediately expanded and enveloped everyone. With these 2 layers of protection, everyone felt a sense of security. Hey, don't squeeze me. This is... Ning Xiangchen's old eyes flashed with a trace of horror as he stared at one of the ice sculptures for a long time. Brother Ning, you also recognize it? The old woman glanced over at him. Since you also recognized it, then it should be right. It really is that person. I was only fortunate enough to meet him once when I was young, but I didn't expect him to fall here. Ning Xiangchen smiled bitterly. 2 seniors know someone here? Kai, he asked in surprise. And 200 years ago, he was a famous peerless genius on Shadowed Star. Although he was not from Star Emperor Mountain at that time, it was rumored that he was the one most likely to break through the shackles of Shadowed Star and break through to the Origin King realm. Unfortunately, There has been no news of him since 100 years ago. Ning Xiangchan explained faintly. Even such a genius has fallen. Kai, he had a look of pity on his face. Take a closer look at the clothes of these people. Fei Ji too seemed to have discovered something. Chapter 1345. After the several Saint King Realm Juniors took a closer look, all of them couldn't help showing looks of surprise, because the clothes of these ice sculptures were clearly very similar to the uniforms of some of Shadowed Star's sects. Although there were some differences, after a careful inspection, they could still find some similarities. For example, one of the ice sculptures had a small thunder character embroidered on his chest, similar to the current uniform of Thunder Typhoon sect. Another ice sculpture had the word war embroidered on his cuffs, indicating he was a member of Heaven Battling Union. Others, such as Colored Glass Sect, Grand Fire Temple, Myriad Beast Mountain, had similar uniforms. Fei Ji too even found a senior from Shadow Moon Hall among them. All of these frozen cultivators were masters with profound cultivations. Since they had been able to reach this place, they must have been extremely lucky, each of them possessing heaven-defying methods, but all of them had fallen here, causing everyone to sigh. Now isn't the time to be looking at these things, is it? Yang Kai frowned, seeing Fei Ji too and the others all staring at the space rings worn by these dead seniors. He faintly reminded them. Since they were frozen here, perhaps there really is some great danger here. Shouldn't we hurry up? Hearing Yang Kai's words, Fei Ji too and the others couldn't help frowning. When they discovered these ice sculptures just now, everyone had naturally noticed their space rings with regret. Since these people were all famous masters, there must be a lot of good things in their space rings. It was human nature to be greedy, so while they were coveting these space rings, none of them realized why they had been frozen here until Yang Kai called out. Fei Ji too instantly broke out in a cold sweat and nodded quickly. Yes, let's move quickly. Ning Xiangchan and the others also withdrew their reluctant gazes and followed closely behind Fei Ji too and Yang Kai. But after walking less than 1,000 meters, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a golden thread shot out from his finger and swept towards the void. There was a flash of white light and a blurry figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes before disappearing without a trace. At the same time, a large expanse of cold air enveloped everyone, colliding with the protective barrier formed by the artifact spirit Firebird, causing a series of hissing sounds to ring out. In the blink of an eye, the first layer of protection laid down by the Firebird artifact spirit was pierced through by the cold chi. Fortunately, the Grand Fire warding barrier was able to block the remaining cold chi. Even so, Fei Ji too's complexion paled. This cold chi. What is it? Ning Xiangchen's expression changed dramatically as he looked around. Everyone else also wore looks of horror. Not to mention how strong the protection laid down by the Firebird artifact spirit was. The Grand Fire warding barrier owned by the Shadow Moon Hall's Hall Master was supposed to be able to restrain the ice attribute, but after coming into contact with the remaining cold chi, it actually began to tremble. It was easy to imagine how powerful this cold chi was. If not for these 2 layers of protection, everyone would have likely followed in the footsteps of their seniors. There really was another danger here. Yang Kai's expression was particularly ugly because in the brief moment of contact just now, he discovered that his Firebird artifact spirit was not a match for this white light, which both surprised and shocked him. The artifact spirit was formed after being burned by the earth-lung fire vein for tens of thousands of years. So what was this thing that even it was no match for? Fortunately, the flash of white light did not conceal itself, and after its attack failed, it revealed its original appearance and stopped not far away. When everyone saw this, they could not help but be dumbfounded. The reason for that was because that thing had the appearance of a white rabbit. However, that white rabbit's body was plump, and it was 3 times the size of an ordinary white rabbit. Its fur was pure white, without the slightest trace of impurity. It appeared as if it was carved from ice and jade. Only its eyes were incomparably red, and emitted a ruthless and cruel radiance. World Energy Manifestation. A world spirit. Fei Ji2 and the other origin-returning realm masters exclaimed. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that this white rabbit was not made of flesh and blood, but rather an existence similar to the Firebird artifact spirit, composed of world energy and possessing sentience. This kind of existence was a world spirit. An artifact spirit could barely be considered a kind of world spirit, but it was not completely so, because the birth of an artifact spirit depended on an artifact refining furnace. An artifact refining furnace was the home of an artifact spirit, and once an artifact refining furnace was damaged, the artifact spirit could be destroyed. However, the red-eyed white rabbit in front of him was a spirit of heaven and earth in the truest sense of the word. It did not have a vessel for its birth, but was born purely from the rich ice energy in this place, after which it gained sentience. World spirits were extremely rare, but their value was immeasurable. Once a cultivator of the same surname obtained this kind of world spirit and refined or even absorbed it, their strength would increase greatly without any harm, saving them many years of hard work. However, world spirits themselves were unpredictable, so even if someone discovered a world spirit, they might not be able to capture it and might even be killed by it instead. Although everyone had long guessed that under such harsh conditions, after so many years of accumulation, something good would definitely be born here, no one had expected that it would actually be a world spirit. For a time, everyone's expressions changed. Some were filled with fear, some were excited, some were panicking, and so on. As for why all the seniors who had set foot here had been frozen into ice sculptures, there was now an explanation. It was definitely the work of this world spirit. It had been hiding in the ice and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Even a third-order origin returning realm master might not necessarily be able to avoid it. With its means, once a cultivator was hit by it, their fate would definitely not be good. If Yang Kai had not sensed the warning of the Firebird artifact spirit just now, he definitely would not have discovered it, but the Firebird and the White Rabbit world spirit were incompatible, so it was able to detect it the moment it launched its attack. No wonder he felt that the artifact spirit was not its opponent. It turned out to be a world spirit. Yang Kai's expression relaxed slightly. At this moment, the White Rabbit world spirit was glaring at them with a malicious look on its face, so no one dared to act rashly. Fei Ji2's face twitched. This is big trouble. Do you have any good ideas to scare it away? He no longer expected to be able to defeat or even capture this world spirit. He only hoped to scare it away so everyone could safely cross this ice road. In front of such a powerful world spirit, even if the 8 of them joined forces, they might not necessarily be its opponent. The reason why the other party had not made a move was obviously because the Firebird artifact spirit and the Grand Fire Ward were restraining it. But in this place, once the artifact spirit and the Grand Fire Ward were exhausted, there would be no need for the White Rabbit to take action, as no one would be able to survive. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads with ugly expressions. Ning Xiangchen's face went pale as he whispered, I heard that world spirits like to devour the vitality of living things to strengthen themselves. It seems that the reason those seniors were killed was because of this. Devour the vitality of living things? The several Saint King Realm juniors all paled. Obviously this was the first time they had heard of such a secret. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed a strange look as he secretly thought that if this White Rabbit really liked to devour vitality, he had a way to lure it away. After all, the golden blood in his body contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, so as long as he gave up a drop, it should be enough to restrain the other party. However, this White Rabbit was too fast, and he didn't know where the end of the ice road was. If it swallowed a drop of golden blood and they still hadn't left the ice road, it would definitely turn back and chase after them. At that time, Yang Kai would likely have to give up a second, third, or even more. Not worth it. Yang Kai shook his head secretly planning to use this method as a last resort. If it really didn't work, he would have to use his golden blood to attract its attention. If there's no way to scare it away, we can only force our way through. Fei Ji2 smiled bitterly. If we delay, the situation might change. Let's go now, everyone be careful. Understood. Everyone nodded, each summoning their own defensive artifacts and standing guard. Lian Guang didn't say a word, instead suddenly tossing out a python-shaped puppet. After pouring his Saint Chi into it, this puppet suddenly transformed into a giant python that was as thick as a bucket and several dozen meters long. It had a ferocious appearance and was covered in thick scales, exuding an aura no weaker than a third-order Saint King. "Go!" Lien Guang shouted, ordering the giant python to immediately open up a path ahead, obviously intending to use this puppet to attract the attention of the white rabbit. Generally speaking, rabbits had an instinctive fear of snake-type creatures, so although he didn't know what this world spirit was, Lien Guang still held onto a sliver of hope. Seeing this, a look of satisfaction flashed across Fei Zhitu's face as he led the group to follow behind the giant python. Everyone didn't dare to move too quickly, for fear of angering the white rabbit. As for the giant python puppet, it was constantly flicking its tongue and shaking its head, looking extremely powerful, which really opened Yang Kai's eyes. The Lien family's puppet refining techniques really had some skill. This giant python looked exactly the same as a real one, except for the fact that it didn't have any vitality. Not far away, the white rabbit's crimson eyes flashed a strange light. Obviously, its sentience wasn't low. After staring at the giant python for a moment, it suddenly shook its body and transformed into a giant eagle. A loud cry rang out, and in the next moment, the giant eagle flew to the top of the giant python's head and opened its mouth to spit out a white mist. Everyone paled, none of them having expected it to know how to transform. Lien Guang was even more surprised, forming a seal with his hand. The giant python suddenly stood upright, opened its mouth, and spat out a crimson beam of light with astonishing momentum. However, as soon as the crimson beam of light came into contact with the white mist, it was suddenly frozen. Not only that, but after the white mist covered the giant python, ice began to condense on the python's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, making a cracking sound. Chapter 1346. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator was not the opponent of this world spirit, so how could a trivial third-order Saint King python puppet be its match? After being shrouded in the white mist, the puppet immediately began to freeze. Lien Guang's face changed drastically and he tried to recall the puppet, but he was a step too late. In the blink of an eye, the giant python was frozen into an ice sculpture, and even the connection between it and Lien Guang disappeared. Immediately after, the giant eagle grabbed the giant python with its claws, flew up into the air, and dropped it directly. With a loud bang, the giant python fell to the ground and disintegrated into pieces. Under normal circumstances, if such a puppet were to fall from such a high altitude, it would be impossible to destroy it. It was comparable to a third-order Saint King realm cultivator and was extremely sturdy and resilient. Otherwise, Lien Guang wouldn't have been able to use it to fight. However, the white mist the giant eagle spat out easily destroyed the puppet's body, and when it fell from such a high altitude, it naturally scattered. Lien Guang's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be seen on it. He was only a third-order Saint King right now and had spent a great deal of energy and effort to refine this puppet, but he had never expected it would be destroyed before it could play any role. The pain and hatred in Lien Guang's heart could be imagined. But facing this world spirit, he was also helpless and could only stand there with a gloomy face. Even if he had more puppets, he wasn't willing to release them. Facing such a world spirit, no matter how many of them he had, they would all be destroyed. After the giant eagle destroyed the giant python, a trace of disdain and pride flashed across its red eyes before it immediately flapped its wings and swooped towards the group. Fei Zhitu shouted, "Stop it!" As soon as his voice fell, he summoned his blue jade bowl while Ning Xiangchun and the others also summoned their artifacts. In an instant, a multicolored light bloomed in the sky as all kinds of powerful secret techniques and artifacts intertwined. The cries of the eagles resounded throughout the heavens and earth as another white mist descended. No matter what kind of attack it was, no matter what kind of artifact it was, they were all blocked by this white mist and quickly frozen. Even the blue light from Fei Jitu's blue jade bowl showed signs of being frozen. The giant eagle didn't show any mercy and swooped down with its sharp claws, directly grabbing the Firebird artifact spirit's protective barrier. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on the artifact spirit's protective barrier and spread out in all directions. Yang Kai's face changed, and with a thought, countless scorching black flames appeared around him. Under his control, these flames once again formed a protective barrier around the group. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit's artifact. The Firebird artifact spirit had reverted back to its normal form and transformed into a strange bird several tens of meters long before it swooping towards the giant eagle artifact spirit. The artifact spirit seemed to be holding back its anger. After all, although it wasn't a genuine world spirit, it could still be considered one. Just now, it had to protect Yang Kai and the others, so it wasn't convenient for it to reveal its true form. Now that it had been provoked by the giant eagle again and again, it was naturally annoyed. Now that it had received Yang Kai's order, it immediately erupted. Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. Letting the Firebird artifact spirit continue to maintain this protective barrier was obviously not a wise decision. The artifact spirit's power was inferior to the giant eagle's, and at this moment, in this cold weather, it was only a matter of time before the artifact spirit ran out of strength. Since this was the case, it was better to take a gamble and let the artifact spirit deal with the giant eagle while they took the opportunity to quickly leave the ice road. Fortunately, the Grand Fire Shield played a huge role here, and with Yang Kai's scorching demonic flame, even if everyone felt uncomfortable, they weren't in any immediate danger. High up in the sky, the giant eagle and the strange bird transformed by the artifact spirit fought fiercely, causing the world energy aura on the ice road to become chaotic. The cries of the eagle and the bird rang out incessantly. Seeing this, Fei Jitu was overjoyed and beckoned to his group. "Let's go!" Saying so, he quickly displayed his movement skill and led the way. Everyone else also hurriedly pushed their defensive artifacts, desperately pushing their Saint Chi to resist the cold that was invading through Yang Kai's demonic flame and Grand Fire Shield, while following closely behind Fei Jitu's. Unlike everyone else's anxiety and uneasiness, Yang Kai's expression had become extremely strange at this moment. Because the moment the cold chi invaded his body, he felt something stirring inside his body, and that thing was actually absorbing the cold chi that was gushing in from all directions. As the cold air entered his body, Yang Kai didn't feel much discomfort. On the contrary, that thing seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment and became even more excited. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he rushed forward while inspecting himself. A moment later, his expression became even stranger. "It's that thing." Yang Kai had never imagined that the Ice Phoenix tattoo would be the one that had reacted at this time. Strictly speaking, this was the Phoenix Empress inheritance. The Yin-Yang joyous unification art he and Su Yen cultivated had a total of 2 inheritances, both of which were obtained in Tong Xian Realm's Dragon Phoenix Palace. The Dragon Emperor's inheritance was obtained by Yang Kai himself and had merged with his body. The Phoenix Empress inheritance had been sealed in the Phoenix Nest before, but before Yang Kai left Tong Xian Realm, he had gone to the Phoenix Nest and taken away the Phoenix Empress inheritance. Since then, Yang Kai had always had 2 tattoos on his body. One was a golden dragon and the other was an ice phoenix. Yang Kai's original intention of taking away the Phoenix Empress inheritance was to find Su Yen and give it to her, but until now, he had not been able to do so. Even before meeting Chen Yu, he had not been able to obtain any news about Su Yen. This ice phoenix tattoo had existed on Yang Kai's body for more than 10 years, and since he had obtained it, it had not moved at all. But now, on this ice road, as the cold air entered his body, the ice phoenix tattoo actually began to stir. As it swallowed the cold air, it became more and more difficult for Yang Kai to control it, faintly showing signs of wanting to break free. After a long silence, Fei Jitu coughed dryly and asked hesitantly, "Yang Kai, is that ice phoenix remnant soul yours?" Although he had seen the ice phoenix appear with a flash of light from Yang Kai's body, even now he could not believe that Yang Kai actually possessed a remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit. This little brat had an artifact spirit that would make anyone jealous, and he even had the remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit. How heaven-defying did his luck have to be to obtain these two things? Yes. Yang Kai glanced at him. Although he felt that it was impossible for anyone here to have any ideas about the ice phoenix, he still held some vigilance in his heart and asked lightly, "City Lord Fei, do you know why this ice phoenix chased after that world spirit?" Even now, he still couldn't figure out why the ice phoenix had come out at this time. It didn't make sense to say that it was because of the chill in this place. Yang Kai had traveled extensively over the years and had been to more than just this ice road. The profoundine sunflower water and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were also filled with chill, but he had never seen the ice phoenix appear at that time. Chapter 1347. Fei Jitu chuckled, his attitude becoming much more amiable as he explained. "It's understandable that you don't understand. It's because ancient divine spirits like to devour world spirits of the same surname, and after devouring them, they are of great benefit to them. I can see that your ice phoenix remnant soul is extremely weak and should be in urgent need of this world spirit to restore its strength. The ancient saint spirits and the spirits of heaven and earth were natural enemies. However, you can rest assured that since the ice phoenix remnant soul is yours, after devouring the world spirit here, it will naturally return." So that's how it is. Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but in reality, he was extremely anxious. Others might not know what the situation was, but Yang Kai was well aware that the Phoenix Empress inheritance was just a vessel for his body, a temporary residence, and did not belong to him. If not for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, the Phoenix Empress inheritance would not have left Tongshan realm with him and would likely still be sealed in the Phoenix Nest. However, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't point this out. It was impossible to know what a person's heart was, and if these people learned that the Ice Phoenix remnant soul didn't belong to him, they might become disloyal. However, after this incident, Yang Kai understood that Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Emperor's great inheritance actually contained the remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit. No wonder it had such great power. It was not difficult to explain why the two tattoos on his body seemed to be alive and often wandered around the surface of his skin. The world spirit in the ice road wanted to devour everyone's vitality, but upon encountering its natural enemy, it fled in panic. As a result, the great stone weighing down everyone's hearts instantly disappeared and the crisis was resolved. With the artifact spirit and the grand flame shield protecting them, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about being affected by the cold here. So he immediately accelerated his pace and rushed towards the end of the ice road. Halfway there, Yang Kai noticed that the cold air here was rapidly converging in a certain direction, greatly alleviating the daunting cold in a short time. A moment later, this abnormal movement disappeared and from the corner of his eyes, a gorgeous and noble figure appeared and rushed straight towards him. Yang Kai was overjoyed as the Ice Phoenix remnant soul had really returned. Although he had always been worried, he was actually somewhat confident that the other party would not leave so easily. After all, it was considered the Phoenix Queen's inheritance, and he had the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, so it was somewhat resonant and attractive to him. For so many years, it had used its own body as a carrier and slept until now. Now, there was no reason for it to leave. There was a flash of light, and the gigantic Ice Phoenix appeared above everyone's heads. It looked down with its cold and noble eyes, and no one dared to take a deep breath. A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he said softly, "City Lord Fei, please open a gap in the fire-blocking dome." Fei Jitu nodded quickly, and with a thought, a crack appeared in the leaf fire barrier. At the same time, the artifact Spirit Firebird's protective barrier also opened up a gap. The Ice Phoenix's figure flickered and turned into a streak of white light, rushing straight into Yang Kai's body and disappearing. Although everyone was curious as to whether the Ice Phoenix had swallowed the world spirit, no one asked at this time. The most important thing now was to leave this ice road as soon as possible. Fortunately, The end was not far away, and after a few dozen breaths, everyone safely stepped into a palace. It was only at this moment that the chill lingering around them finally disappeared. Fei Jitu turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing his brow furrowed, he seemed to be examining himself. So Fei Jitu didn't bother him and simply said, "You rest here first. I'll go look for the mark left behind by old Qian. I'll inform you when I find it." Saying so, he walked to the side. Hearing this, the others naturally found a place to sit down cross-legged and began adjusting their breathing. Although they had not exerted much strength when crossing the ice road, they had still suffered a great deal of shock. This time, if it were not for the Ice Phoenix remnant soul appearing at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, while resisting the chill and the world spirit's attacks, everyone had consumed some of their strength, so they naturally had to seize this opportunity to recover. Yang Kai sat silently to the side, perceiving the situation in his body. Although the Phoenix Empress inheritance did not belong to him, since it existed in his body, he could investigate it. What surprised him though was that the Ice Phoenix remnant soul did not seem to have received much nourishment. Although he felt that it was indeed stronger than before, it was obviously not because it had swallowed the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's world spirit. It had not been able to swallow the world spirit. Yang Kai immediately determined that it was only after absorbing the ice attribute energy in that place that such a change had occurred. This result did not surprise Yang Kai. First of all, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul was not too strong. It was just an inheritance, so it would not be able to play much of a role in his hands. Only by passing it to Su Yan would it be able to display its full power as Su Yan's strength improved. Secondly, since the ice attribute world spirit was born in the ice road, it would definitely be extremely familiar with the environment, so it should not have been difficult for it to avoid the Ice Phoenix. What a pity! Yang Kai sighed in his heart. If the Ice Phoenix remnant soul had really been able to swallow the world spirit, perhaps some unexpected changes would have occurred. At that time, if he had passed it to Su Yan, the benefits she would have obtained would have been even greater. Yang Kai did not intend to go back and find trouble with the world spirit. Although the Ice Phoenix was its natural enemy and nemesis, Yang Kai could not control it at all. Moreover, even a rabbit would bite if forced into a corner. With the world spirit's ability, if he really provoked it, it would be difficult to say who would emerge victorious. While everyone was meditating and resting, others would occasionally glance towards Yang Kai, a strong sense of envy hidden in the depths of their eyes. Even the taciturn Lian Guang was no exception. In this regard, Yang Kai pretended not to notice and continued meditating to restore himself. What they thought in their hearts was none of his business. As long as they did not provoke him, it was fine. Good. I found the mark left behind by old Qian. Follow me. Fei Jitu's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, everyone stood up and moved closer to him. This hall did not occupy a large area, and after exiting the hall, they found themselves in a labyrinthine maze with many forks and intersecting paths. No one knew where each path led to, so just looking at it gave them a headache. Standing at the entrance of the maze, everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to proceed. Fei Jitu strode in, and seeing this, everyone had no choice but to follow. As they walked, Fei Jitu explained, although the message sent by old Qian was vague, it did mention this maze. There are no barriers or spirit arrays in this maze, only mechanisms. Mechanisms? Ning Xiangchun showed a look of surprise. Yes, mechanisms. Fei Jitu gently nodded. But don't underestimate these mechanisms. If you accidentally trigger one or two of them, even you and I may die here. Ning Xiangchun and the others' expressions changed slightly. As they were speaking though, several forks suddenly appeared in front of them. Fei Jitu stood at one of the forks and glanced back at Lian Guang. Lian boy, it's up to you. Lian Guang didn't say a word, simply waving his hand and summoning several rat-like puppets on the ground. Under Lian Guang's control, they split up and walked towards the forks, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. only now understanding why Fei Ji2 wanted to bring Lian Guang, a Saint King realm master. It turned out that he wanted to use his puppets to explore the way. This was indeed a good idea. There were some places where it was inconvenient for a cultivator to explore, but Lian Guang's puppets didn't have such concerns, so even if they were lost, it wouldn't cause him any harm. After the rat-like puppets disappeared, Lian Guang closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. A moment later, a squeaking sound came from the left side of the passage, causing Lian Guang's face to twitch slightly as a look of pain appeared on his face. Looking at the situation, the left passage was likely quite dangerous, so the puppet he had summoned was likely destroyed. A moment later, a slight sound came from the front of the passage and Lian Guang opened his eyes at the same time. Right side! Fei Ji2 nodded gently and led the way to the right. With Lian Guang's puppets leading the way, it was indeed a lot safer. Those rat-like puppets were useless in battle, but they were second to none when it came to finding a path. After sacrificing a total of 20 to 30 such puppets, the group passed through the maze safely. Along the way, they didn't encounter any danger. Lian Guang's face was gloomy to the extreme, and even a blind man could see his heartache. Although these puppets weren't too difficult to refine, each one consumed a lot of materials. 20 to 30 rat-like puppets had emptied Lian Guang's savings over the years. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. Don't worry, after we return, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Fei Ji2 comforted him. With this promise, Lian Guang's complexion improved greatly. Brother Fei, let's not talk about this for now. What do you think we should do now? Ning Xiangchen frowned as he stared ahead. Fei Ji2 heard this and turned his head, his expression suddenly becoming dazed. Because after passing through the maze, two arched round doors appeared in front of them, one black and one white, giving them a strange appearance. The white one seemed to be made of white jade while the black one gave off a gloomy aura, a stark contrast. Behind the two arched round doors was a vast expanse of chaotic nothingness. Probing it with his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't sense anything. On the surface, it looked like the surface of a lake, unfathomable. A space array gate? Fei Ji2 exclaimed in surprise. What? Didn't Elder Qian tell you which array gate to use? Ning Xiangchun asked in amazement. If the message sent by Qian Tong contained this information, Fei Ji2 wouldn't have reacted like this. The only explanation was that Fei Ji2 didn't know. He didn't mention it. Fei Ji2 slowly shook his head. How could that be? How could Elder Qian forget such an important matter? Ning Xiangchen exclaimed. Old Ghost Qian's message was sent in a hurry, so it's normal that he didn't mention it in time. Fei Ji2 frowned, saying so before turning to Kai He and Du Cc and asking, "Can you two crack it?" Chapter 1348. The black and white arches formed a difficult choice in front of the crowd. Under normal circumstances, most people would prefer to choose the white arches because black always represented mystery and evil, but in this situation it was somewhat unsuitable because no one knew where these two arches led to. Perhaps one led to life and one led to death, or perhaps neither. Fei Ji2 could only pin his hopes on Kai He and Du Cc. Hearing this, the two array masters glanced at each other and revealed awkward expressions. Kai He said, "Although we have studied spirit arrays, we know nothing about the Tao of space and have never come into contact with space array doors. However, in the Tao of spirit arrays, there are many variations, but the fundamentals remain the same. If Senior Fei is not worried, CC and I can study it and see if we can find a suitable path." Fei Ji2 gently nodded. "Good. Don't worry. You two study it carefully and let me know if you find anything." Kai He and Du Cc then stepped forward, threw out their array-breaking tools, and began studying the two space array entrances. The others were helpless and could only sit or stand on guard. Even Yang Kai, who cultivated the Tao of space, was powerless to help. The current situation was obvious. Both space array doors could be used, but no one knew where they led to, so they could only pin their hopes on Kai He and Du Cece. Unfortunately, although the two of them had been nurtured by their families since childhood and were proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays, they had no idea where to start. At first, the two cooperated smoothly, but soon disagreements arose and they began arguing in low voices. It seemed that one of them preferred to pass through the white space array door, while the other preferred to pass through the black space array door. Neither could convince the other, and there was no basis for their opinions. Although Kai He was interested in Du Cece, this was a matter of great importance, so he argued strongly and refused to back down. Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Although these two's attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays were already quite good, compared to Yang Yen they were still far behind. When Yang Kai encountered those spirit arrays before, he had already noticed it. If Yang Yen had been the one to crack those spirit arrays, she would have been able to find the array cores in less than a minute, but these two worked together and wasted a lot of time. If Yang Yen were here, what would she choose? Yang Kai squinted at the two space array cores and smiled, secretly thinking that if Yang Yen encountered this situation, she would most likely choose the black one. The reason was that this girl wore a black robe all day long, covering her entire face. Obviously, she had a special fondness for the color black. Just as his thoughts were running wild, a huge suction force suddenly came from the black and white space array gate. A huge vortex appeared on the surface of the space array gate that was as calm as the surface of a lake, taking on the shape of a funnel. The suction force came from these two vortexes. It seemed that the array breaking tools arranged by Kai He and Du Cece had some kind of influence on the two space array doors, causing them to spontaneously react. The strength of this suction force caused everyone to pale, because when this suction force appeared, everyone felt their bodies being uncontrollably drawn towards the black and white space array doors. Fei Ji2 and the others shouted again and again as they desperately pushed their Saint Chi, but they were still unable to resist this suction. Seeing themselves approaching the black and white space array doors step by step, Fei Ji2 hurriedly asked, "Kai boy, Du girl, have you made the right choice?" Kai He and Du Cece both looked panicked at this moment. They were already in the middle of a quarrel, so how could they reach a consensus in such a short time? As a result, each of them chose a different color. When Fei Ji2 heard this, he immediately knew that he couldn't count on them, but he didn't blame them. It was just that he hadn't expected such a strange thing to happen here. "We can't resist it," Ning Xiangchen shouted, tactfully choosing to give up, turning his head and saying, "Brother Fei, this old master will take his leave first." As soon as his voice fell, he rushed towards the white space array door and disappeared into it in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the old woman was also sucked towards the black space array door. Seeing Ning Xiangchen rush towards the other space array door, she immediately struggled, but to her despair, she couldn't break free from the suction of the black space array door and was sucked into it with a cry of alarm. In the blink of an eye, two origin-returning realm masters had been sucked into different space array doors, causing everyone to look at each other in confusion, not knowing what choice to make. Moreover, at this moment, even if they wanted to make a choice, they were powerless. Cultivator 1 and Fei Ji2 were also pulled towards the white space array door. Seeing that they were powerless to resist, Fei Ji2 grit his teeth and shouted, "Let's go!" Saying so, he and Cultivator 1 both entered the white space array door. Before the two of them entered though, Lian Guang had already disappeared. Everyone was in a hurry, so no one noticed him at all, nor did they know which array door he had been sucked into. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was further away, was still struggling to hold on while Kai He and Du Cece, with the help of the array-breaking tools they had scattered before, were able to resist a little. Seeing that most people had rushed into the white space array door, Du Cece grit her teeth, twisted her waist, and was about to follow behind everyone, but she was pulled back by Kai He, who hurriedly said, "This way is the right way." Du Cece didn't even have time to get angry before she and Kai He were sucked into the black array door. At this moment, Yang Kai finally arrived at the two array doors. Staring at the different colored array doors, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he muttered in a low voice, "Yang Inflammation, oh Yang Inflammation, don't try to trick me." Saying so, he took the initiative to approach the black array door. In the next moment, he was swallowed by the array door. After a moment of dizziness, Yang Kai found himself in another place. Before he could take a closer look at his surroundings, Du Cic's scolding and Kai He's apology reached his ears. Fortunately, there was no danger in this place, and everyone had been transmitted together. Yang Kai felt a little relieved and immediately released his divine sense to explore his surroundings. This place was also a palace-like place, but it was completely empty. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The reason why he chose the black space array door was not entirely because Yang Inflammation preferred it. Yang Kai also had some considerations. Although acting together with most of the masters would undoubtedly increase their safety, no one could say for sure what would happen behind the two array doors. Therefore, it didn't matter what choice he made at that time. Moreover, Kai He, an array master, could play a huge role in this place. Since they had entered the black array door, Yang Kai was naturally willing to follow. He didn't want to fall into some kind of spirit array and be helpless. "Stop arguing!" The old woman, who had arrived first, shouted, interrupting Du Cic's scolding of Kai He. After glaring at her with a cold expression, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Where are the others?" "They all went to the other side. I was the last to arrive." Yang Kai glanced around and didn't see Lian Guang's figure, immediately understanding that he should have entered the other array door. "What?" The old woman's expression changed slightly, seemingly not expecting that she would be separated from the others. Looking at Yang Kai and the other two juniors, she couldn't help feeling sad. At this time, she was the one with the highest strength, so if they encountered any danger, she would be the one to deal with it. Naturally, she felt pressured. However, when she thought of Yang Kai's artifact spirit's might, the old woman's expression relaxed slightly. She didn't expect much from the two array masters in this battle, but Yang Kai would be a big help. After pondering for a moment, the old woman said, "Let's ignore the situation on their side for now. Little girl Du, this old woman feels that our choice shouldn't be wrong." Although Du Cici was intimidated by the old woman and didn't dare to blame Kai He for taking the initiative to bring her here, she was still unconvinced when she heard the old woman's words. "How so?" "At the very least, this place is very safe. City Lord Fei and the others may not be so peaceful, so don't blame Kai boy. He only acted out of goodwill." Du Cici nodded somewhat unwillingly, still feeling that following the majority of the masters would be safer. The old woman frowned, thought for a while, then turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little friend Yang, what do you think we should do now?" She was actually asking for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai chuckled, cupped his fists, and said, "Senior is too polite. Junior is still young and his experience is not as profound as Senior's. As for how we should act, Senior can just give the order, Junior will obey." These words made the old woman feel comfortable and the wrinkles on her face relaxed slightly, but she still smiled and said, "Good. Let's leave this place first." Kai He and Du Cici naturally didn't have any objections, so the three Saint King Realm juniors followed the old woman out of the sealed palace. As soon as they set foot outside, everyone's eyes lit up. The outside world was basically the same as what they had seen when they first arrived at the ancient ruins. Flower beds were everywhere, and there were rare and exotic flowers and plants growing healthily in the flower beds. However, the scene that entered their eyes was slightly different from before. For example, there were many fake mountains here. Yang Kai's nose suddenly twitched as a look of surprise appeared on his face. At the same time, the old woman and the two array masters also discovered something and couldn't help exchanging a glance, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. This was because there was a refreshing aroma floating in the air. This aroma could not be faked and was not an illusion. This also meant that there should be something good at the source of the aroma. Considering all this, everyone's heart began to heat up. "It seems you've also discovered it." The old woman smiled lightly. "Let's go and see what good things are here. But be careful, lest we fall into some kind of spirit array again." Chapter 1349. Unexpectedly, the group moved cautiously along the way but did not encounter any danger. After spending half an hour or so, they finally found the source of the fragrance. It was actually a place where a rockery was located. The rockery was more than 100 feet tall and was rugged. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it looked like a single piece. Yang Kai squinted at this rockery and his expression changed slightly. He found that the material of this rockery was also a rare artifact refining material. If he took it out, he would definitely be able to refine a few powerful artifacts. Unfortunately, this rockery was simply too big. Even if a third-order origin returning realm master came here, they would not be able to take it away, causing many people to sigh. Below the rockery, there was a pool that covered an area of less than 3 feet. At this moment, the pool was filled with water that was about half a finger high. However, the water was not so clear that one could see the bottom. Instead, it was milky white. The aroma that everyone smelled came from this pool. Directly above the pool, there were some traces of liquid flowing through it, so it was obvious that the pool water here had flowed from some unknown place. This place had been abandoned for countless years, but it had still accumulated such a small amount of pool water. It was obvious that the speed at which it had accumulated was extremely slow. The old woman stared at the half-finger deep pool water with a dignified expression that fluctuated from time to time. Excitement, joy, surprise, and hesitation flashed across her face. Could this be 10,000-year stone milk? Kai, he exclaimed. Is it really 10,000-year stone milk? Du Cc also jumped up. Although they had never seen 10,000-year stone milk before, they had all heard of its name. 10,000-year stone milk was extremely rare, but it had many incredible effects. It was said that if it was used in alchemy, it could be used to refine healing medicines that could bring the dead back to life. This was a rare treasure for any cultivator. At first, Yang Kai also thought that this was 10,000-year stone milk. After all, the appearance and shape of this pool of water were very similar to the rumors, almost exactly the same. However, after taking a closer look, he felt that something was not quite right. It was rumored that 10,000-year stone milk was milky white with a hint of gold, but this pool of water was only milky white. If this isn't 10,000-year stone milk, then what is it? Although Yang Kai was an alchemist and had read a lot of ancient books about herbs and pill recipes, he did not think he could identify the best medicines in the world. He could not help turning his eyes to the old woman, hoping that she could recognize this pool of water. The old woman's expression fluctuated as she pondered for a long time before letting out a sigh and saying, "Whether this is 10,000-year stone milk or not, we'll know after trying." As he spoke, he extended a finger and dipped it into the pool of water. Then he placed it into his mouth. In the next moment, the old woman's eyes suddenly widened, and an unfathomable vitality burst out from her aged body, causing her old face to turn red as if she was weeping blood. Her wrinkles and wrinkles and wrinkles, wrinkles and her wrinkles and wrinkles. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the old woman's demeanor had returned to normal, but she was very different from before. She seemed to have become much younger all of a sudden. Although she still looked like an old woman, she was much better than before. The 3 Saint King Realm Masters were dumbfounded. The old woman also couldn't believe her own transformation and quickly took out a mirror from her space ring and held it in front of her eyes. Stroking her cheeks with her hand, after seeing the changes in her appearance. Her old eyes flashed with tears and her body trembled violently. Yang Kai and the others did not disturb her and instead stood aside, waiting for her to calm down, hoping she could give them an explanation. After a while, the old woman chuckled and gently nodded. "So that's how it is. Senior, what kind of medicine is this? It actually has such a miraculous effect," Kai he asked anxiously. "What kind of medicine is this?" The old woman glanced over at him. "This isn't some kind of medicine. It's an extinct treasure." When she said this, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he secretly pushed his Saint Chi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. As the saying goes, People die in pursuit of wealth while birds die in pursuit of food. Although this old woman had shown him goodwill along the way, if this thing in front of her was too precious, it was difficult to guarantee she wouldn't have thoughts of killing him and snatching it. There were only 4 of them here, and she was the one with the strongest strength. Judging from her reaction just now, this pool of water was more than enough for her to take a risk. Yang Kai even saw a strange light flash across her eyes. The other party obviously had such thoughts, but for some reason, she didn't take action in the end. Under Kai He's repeated questioning, the old woman slowly said, "Have you ever heard of the 3 great divine waters in the star territory?" 3 great divine waters? Kai He and Du Cc were both confused. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. "It seems little friend Yang has heard of them." The old woman observed Yang Kai's expression and smiled. "I've heard of them occasionally, but I don't know what these 3 great divine waters are," Yang Kai replied honestly. He had indeed heard of the 3 great divine waters when he was in the Luoyan desert. Soul-cleansing divine water was one of them. Soul-cleansing divine water could cleanse a cultivator's soul and greatly enhance their soul cultivation. However, the conditions for the formation of this divine water were extremely difficult. First, there had to be a spirit spring or spirit spring nearby, and then an Origin King Realm Master had to die nearby. The soul of the dead Origin King Realm Master had to fuse with the spirit spring and undergo countless years of transformation before there was a chance for soul-cleansing divine water to form. At that time, in the Luoyan desert, Yang Kai had obtained many benefits from soul-cleansing divine water, allowing his soul-warming lotus to evolve to 7 colors and giving birth to his blossoming lotus secret technique. At that time, he had heard people talk about the 3 great divine waters and was about to ask Yang Yan about them when he returned, but he had forgotten. Now that he heard the old woman mention the 3 great divine waters, Yang Kai naturally paid attention. Could this be one of the 3 great divine waters? Yang Kai asked in surprise. If this old woman's judgment is not wrong, this is the life-revitalizing jade cream of the 3 great divine waters. The old woman shouted. Life-revitalizing jade cream. The 3 Saint King Realm Masters were all shocked. Although they did not know how precious this life-revitalizing jade cream was, since it was one of the 3 great divine waters of the Star Territory, and they had witnessed the changes the old woman had undergone. How could the 3 of them not understand that this was indeed an invaluable treasure? Heh heh. The old woman chuckled. We're really lucky to have actually found the life-revitalizing jade cream here. This is a great opportunity that's hard to come by even in hundreds of thousands of years. Senior, what is the use of this life-revitalizing jade cream? Kai he asked excitedly. There are countless uses, but of course, its greatest use is to enhance a cultivator's vitality and even extend their life. This old woman just tasted a little bit of this life-revitalizing jade cream and felt like she had become several years younger. If I can refine more of this life-revitalizing jade cream, restoring my youth won't be an extravagant hope. Compared to the 10,000-year stone milk, this life-revitalizing jade cream is far superior. As the old woman spoke, her expression became extremely excited. Because of her limited aptitude, she had been stuck in the First-Order Origin returning realm for so many years, and now that her lifespan was approaching its end, she felt that her cultivation would stop here. How could she have known that this time she would discover a heaven-defying treasure like this life-revitalizing jade cream? As a result, not only could she restore her youthful appearance, but she could also greatly extend her lifespan, giving her plenty of time to break through her bottleneck and perhaps even stand at the peak of Shadowed Star. After listening to her explanation, how could Yang Kai and the others not understand how precious this life-revitalizing jade cream was? On Shadowed Star, a cultivator's cultivation could only reach the Third-Order Origin returning realm at most, and their lifespan was also limited to the peak of this realm. Many talented cultivators died of depression, unable to break through their shackles, but if they could obtain some life-revitalizing jade cream that could increase their lifespan, it would help them achieve their dreams. Once such a treasure was leaked, it would likely cause all the masters on Shadowed Star to go crazy over it. Thinking so, all 4 of them fell silent. The old woman glanced at the 3 juniors and said, Regarding this matter, I hope you can keep it a secret. Even if you return to the family, it's best not to let irrelevant people know about it. Junior understands. Kai He and Du Cece responded in unison. Yang Kai also nodded. How could he not understand the importance of this matter? Naturally, he didn't want to cause any trouble for himself. By the way, Senior, you just mentioned the 3 great divine waters. What are the other 2? Kai He asked humbly. Of course, he wasn't willing to let go of such an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Although each of the 3 great divine waters was extremely difficult to obtain, since he had obtained one, perhaps he would also have a chance to obtain the other 2 in the future. Hearing this, the old woman said, "The other 2 are equally valuable and are treasures that only appear once every 100,000 years. One of them is the soul-cleansing divine water. I heard that it appeared a few years ago." It appeared? Kai He and Du Cece exclaimed. It appeared in the Lu Yen sandfield. If you hadn't entered it, you wouldn't have known. Unfortunately, Origin returning realm masters couldn't enter the Lu Yen sandfield. Otherwise, this old woman might have had a chance to obtain 1 or 2. What about the last one? Du Cece also asked. The last one, hehe, is the immortal source liquid. The old woman showed a look of fascination as she slowly explained. Soul-cleansing divine water can help a cultivator cleanse their soul and enhance their soul's cultivation, while life-revitalizing jade cream can increase one's lifespan and enhance one's vitality. This immortal source liquid can help a cultivator strengthen their physical body and is the best treasure for tempering one's physical body. If one has a heaven-defying opportunity and can refine the legendary immortal divine tree into one's body, one can achieve an immortal and indestructible body. Immortal divine tree? Yang Kai's expression changed. When he heard the old woman say that the immortal source liquid could temper his physique, he was greatly interested. Although he had the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art in his hands and could achieve an immortal and indestructible body if he cultivated it to its peak, he had never cultivated it before, so he didn't know how effective it would be. On top of that, he was still missing 2 of the 5 elements materials, so it wouldn't be easy to obtain them. Now that the immortal divine tree had such a miraculous effect, of course he was interested. It was just that he didn't know what the relationship between the immortal divine tree and the immortal source liquid was, but since the old woman mentioned it, there must be a reason. Chapter 1350. Kai He and Du Cece also listened attentively from the side. The old woman pondered for a moment before continuing. It is said that the immortal divine tree is a strange tree that has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. It is immortal and indestructible, existing alongside the heavens and earth. The immortal source liquid is its sap, but according to rumor, some immortal source liquid has been obtained by some heaven-defying cultivators. But no one has ever seen the immortal divine tree, so whether it really exists or not, this old woman does not know. So it's like that. Yang Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If this was really the case, then cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art would be more reliable. Even if the description of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was somewhat exaggerated, it was still a good body tempering secret art. After cultivating it, it would definitely be of great help to one's body. On the other hand, the immortal source liquid and the immortal divine tree only existed in an illusory world. Good. Let's stop talking about the 3 great divine waters here. Let's first divide up this life-revitalizing jade cream. The old woman waved her hand, her expression becoming dignified as she turned to the 3 saint kings and said, "This old woman won't bully the weak or take advantage of you juniors. How about we divide the life-revitalizing jade cream here equally?" Kai He and Du Cece looked at each other and both nodded happily. Yang Kai naturally had no objections. The old woman immediately took out a few jade bottles and began to remove the life-revitalizing jade cream from the pool. The entire process was carried out under the eyes of the 3 saint kings, so the old woman didn't use any tricks. She simply divided the pool of life-revitalizing jade cream into 4 equal portions, 1 for each of them. Keep everything safe, But after you go back, you must never reveal it to anyone unrelated to you. The old woman warned again with a serious expression. Yes. Kai He and Du Cc both held the life-revitalizing jade cream in their hands. Their faces flushed red as they carefully stored the jade bottles into their space rings. Having obtained such a precious treasure, no matter who it was, they felt that this trip had not been made in vain. Du Cc also had no reason to blame Kai He for taking the initiative to bring her to the Black Space Array Gate, instead feeling some gratitude in her heart. If it weren't for Kai He, she likely would have missed out on such a precious treasure. Let's go. Let's find a way out. The old woman seemed to be in a good mood, and after saying this, she led the three Saint Kings away. Kai Yang had been silent the entire time. Only when he was about to leave did he turn around to look at the rockery, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Since the life-revitalizing jade cream was known as one of the three great divine waters, logically speaking, its effects shouldn't be so limited. The old woman had tested it just now, and it had only made her a few years younger. This clearly didn't make sense. On top of that, the old woman's request to divide the life-revitalizing jade cream into 4 parts also puzzled Yang Kai. With her strength and age, she could have gotten a bigger share. Even if she had made such a request, Yang Kai believed that Kai He and Du Cc would not have refused, and he would not have objected to it either. However, the old woman only asked for a quarter, which made her seem very generous. When he thought of the traces of liquid flowing on the rockery, Yang Kai secretly felt that the pool of life-revitalizing jade cream they had discovered might not be pure life-revitalizing jade cream. Perhaps it was a diluted product that had flowed here from somewhere else. If they could follow the direction of the flow, they might be able to find more pure life-revitalizing jade cream. If this was really the case, then the old woman's actions were very easy to explain. She had most likely also noticed this point, so she had divided the life-revitalizing jade cream equally. She wanted to stabilize the situation first while she planned to find another time to explore this place again. This wasn't impossible. Considering all this, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. Others might have such thoughts, but he couldn't help thinking the same. After all, monopolizing a good thing would give him a greater sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Of course, this was just his own guess. Whether this was the case or not had yet to be verified. About a day later, the group of 4 gathered again and reported their findings one by one. After exploring for half a day, everyone found that there really wasn't any danger in this place, so they decided to split up and search for a way out. After spending another half a day, they finally gathered here. After telling each other about their findings, Yang Kai immediately understood that the place they were in now was a semi-enclosed place that occupied a large area. Besides the life-revitalizing jade cream they had discovered earlier, there were no other treasures worthy of their attention. Moreover, there weren't many exits. The only exit was found by Kai He. After Yang Kai explained the situation on the other side, the old woman said thoughtfully, "So, we can only leave this place through that exit? Boy Kai, is there anything worth paying attention to there?" Replying to Senior's question, there is only one thing worth paying attention to. In front of the exit, there is a human-shaped statue that is over 100 meters tall. It looks fierce and repulsive. It is standing there, and the exit is under its crotch. A human-shaped statue? The old woman frowned. Yes, other than that, there is nothing suspicious. The old woman nodded lightly. Since that's the case, let's go take a look first. After some discussion, the 4 of them set off towards the location Kai He had discovered. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at their destination. Kai He pointed to the front and said, "Senior, that is the exit I found." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and couldn't help smiling happily because there was indeed a round door in front of them. It was dark and bottomless, and when they tried to probe it with their divine senses, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, impossible to see what was inside. In front of the round door, there really was a statue that was more than 100 meters tall with a ferocious face. Its legs were spread apart, and the round door was under its crotch. This scene made everyone smile wryly. Although it was just a statue, passing through its crotch made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. Moreover, whether or not there was anything strange about the statue still needed to be investigated. The old woman didn't say anything and instead released her divine sense to carefully explore the statue. Yang Kai also did the same. After a long time, the old woman withdrew her divine sense and whispered, "This statue doesn't seem to have any problems. There are no fluctuations from any barriers or spirit arrays, but everyone should be careful. Since this statue exists here, it must have some kind of trick. Don't be careless." The several Saint King Realm Juniors naturally nodded, all of them raising their vigilance. The barriers of this ancient ruin were so well hidden that even Fei Ji too sometimes couldn't detect them. If not for this, everyone wouldn't have been trapped in this spirit array when they first entered this place. This statue may have triggered some kind of barrier or mechanism. The old woman's eyes flashed with a dignified light as she opened her mouth and spat out a yellow light. This light flashed and wrapped around her body. It was unknown what kind of strange artifact this was, but it seemed to be quite sturdy. With this strange artifact protecting her, the old woman's expression relaxed slightly as she slowly said, "This old woman will lead the way. All of you follow closely." Yang Kai and the others also quickly summoned their own defensive artifacts and followed closely behind the old woman. A moment later, the old woman walked a few dozen meters in front of the round gate. During this process, she had been carefully inspecting her surroundings in case of any accidents. Most of her attention focused on the statue. But up until now, nothing unexpected had occurred, and she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After all, they hadn't encountered any danger since they entered this area, and she thought to herself that this place was probably really safe to the extreme. However, she didn't relax just because of this and instead became even more vigilant. After walking a dozen steps forward, nothing happened. The old woman sneered and was about to say something when a faint sound suddenly came from the humanoid statue standing in front of her. Hearing this sound, everyone's expression changed drastically. The old woman's reaction was even faster, her figure flickering and leaving behind only an afterimage as she quickly retreated. But what happened next terrified her. While she was in midair, a huge palm came from the side with lightning speed and grabbed her in the palm. She didn't even have the chance to dodge. "Senior Kai," he exclaimed, his eyes trembling violently. Yang Kai also showed a look of shock as he cried out, "A puppet!" At this moment, the originally motionless human-shaped statue actually started to move. Moreover, its eyes were emitting a dark red light. It looked extremely frightening. Its seemingly clumsy and huge body was moving at a speed that caused one to be intimidated by just looking at it. Yang Kai, who was following behind the old woman, clearly saw what had just happened. The moment the humanoid statue made that sound, it waved its big hand. Although the old woman's reaction was fast, she was still caught. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and by the time Yang Kai reflexively jumped away, the old woman had already been captured. As a cultivator of the First Order Origin Returning Realm who had been immersed in this realm for many years, the old woman's means were far superior to those of ordinary Origin Returning Realm masters. Pushing her Saint Chi desperately, she stretched out her hand and condensed a huge blade that slashed towards the puppet's hand that was grabbing her body. The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out as sparks flew. The old woman was dumbfounded because the puppet's big hand was actually unscathed, not even leaving a mark on it. Seemingly because of this blow, the huge puppet became enraged and a red light flashed across its eyes as it tightened its grip on the old woman's body. The old woman's face went ashen as a second-order origin returning realm strength burst forth from her withered body, and she struggled violently. However, it was useless as the big hand was like an iron hoop that tightly bound her body. No matter how she pushed her Saint Chi to struggle, it was useless. Kacha. A desperate sound rang out as the yellow barrier the old woman had arranged before was unable to withstand the strength of the puppet's giant hand and began to crack at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, it collapsed and transformed back into a bead-shaped artifact before falling to the ground and disintegrating into dust. This defensive artifact had been directly destroyed. This both shocked and angered him. Looking up, after seeing the situation in front of him, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming dumbfounded. At this moment, the puppet was still standing in place, as if it had never moved in the first place. Kai He and Du Cece, who were standing in front of it, were both pale as if they had been struck dumb. They raised their heads to look at this terrifying existence, but the puppet didn't seem to care about them at all. It didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them. In front of the puppet, however, was a huge stick, which it was currently holding in its giant palm. Calling it a stick would not be appropriate. It was more like a powerful stick-type artifact. Its entire body was pitch black, and Yang Kai did not know what material it was made of. It was more than a dozen meters long and as thick as a water barrel. It looked extremely terrifying. Yang Kai immediately understood that the shadow that had attacked him just now was this giant black stick. Where did this thing come from? A trace of surprise flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes. There was no such thing in front of the puppet before, but when he tried to rush out of the round door, Yang Kai did vaguely see a flash of light in the puppet's hand. Could it have taken it out at that time? Even from 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai could feel an oppressive aura coming from the giant stick. Moreover, there were several strange characters engraved on the giant stick. These characters were the same ones everyone had seen when they first entered this ancient ruin, but no one knew what they were. Lightly coughing a few times, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the puppet in a daze. Discovering that it had no intention of pursuing them, he couldn't help feeling relieved. It was only now that Kai He and Du Cece seemed to have recovered. Kai He looked towards Du Cece with a trembling body and whispered, "Cece, retreat!" Du Cece's pretty face was completely pale, as if she had not yet recovered from the blow of the old woman's death. Hearing this, she glanced towards Kai He and 2 drops of tears fell uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She was terrified. Although she had encountered some dangers before, it was not as shocking as this time. The moment the old woman was crushed into a bloody mist, she saw it with her own eyes. The old woman's head was still on the ground, and her eyes were wide open as she stared in her direction, as if blaming her for not saving her. Such a huge mental blow caused her to completely lose her composure. She simply didn't know what to do. Even though she heard Kai He's warning, she still couldn't take a step forward. She was afraid that if she moved, she would be killed. When Kai He saw this, he was naturally anxious. Although the puppet seemed to only be guarding the exit, who knew if it would suddenly attack? He didn't want to see the person he liked die in front of him and follow in the old woman's footsteps. In a moment of desperation, Kai He's figure flickered and he rushed over to Du Cece's side, grabbed her, and turned back without looking back. It wasn't until he returned to Yang Kai's side that Kai He's body softened and he collapsed to the ground. This short distance of 1,000 feet seemed to have exhausted all of his strength. His face was frighteningly pale and his teeth were constantly chattering, making cracking sounds. Du Cece wasn't much better off. Her fear had caused her to lose her composure. Her beautiful eyes filled with panic and horror. Although this old woman was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, when she was alive, she still gave Du Cece a sense of support. But now that she was dead, there were only 3 Saint Kings left, making Du Cece feel as if she had lost someone she could rely on. Yang Kai's face was also gloomy. He had just been struck by the giant stick and had not yet recovered. Fortunately, he had his golden blood, which gave him a powerful restorative ability. If it had been someone else, they would have needed to rest for at least a few months to recover. After swallowing a few healing pills, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged to adjust his breathing. In any case, stabilizing his injuries was the most important thing. As for how to leave this place, that could only be discussed at length. Half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and silently examined his own condition. Although his injuries had not yet healed, they shouldn't affect his ability to fight. Kai He and Du Cece, after half a day of adjustment, were also in much better condition. But Du Cece's eyes were a little red and swollen, and her expression was somewhat sluggish. Although Kai He's condition was not as bad, a trace of despair and helplessness could be seen in his eyes. After all, that puppet had killed the origin-returning realm old woman with a single blow, so with it guarding the round door, he did not think he and the others could pass through safely. Glancing at the two of them, Kai frowned slightly but didn't say anything, simply waving his hand and summoning the purple shield that had been sent flying back to him. Kai examined it for a moment and found that there was actually a dent on the purple shield and a 2-finger-wide crack on its surface, indicating that it had lost a lot of its spirituality. Kai couldn't help feeling some lingering fear. This purple shield was the product of Yan's refinement and had reached the origin grade high rank. As a defensive artifact, its toughness could be imagined. Even so, after being hit by the giant black stick, it had actually become like this. It was easy to imagine how terrifying that blow was. Sighing slightly, Kai put away the purple shield, planning to have Yan repair it when he returned. Immediately after, he stood up and stared at the giant puppet 1,000 meters away, a dignified expression on his face as he walked over step by step. Brother Yang. Seeing this, Kai's complexion changed slightly as he hurriedly called out, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to test its abilities." Kai turned around and replied, "Test." Kai's expression froze as he asked in amazement, "Isn't this a bit too hasty?" He had seen the old woman die tragically at the hands of this puppet, so naturally, he wasn't optimistic about Kai's chances. The difference in strength between Kai and the old woman was simply too great, so it was likely he wouldn't be able to return alive. "Can you stop messing around?" Du, who had been staring blankly up until now, suddenly shivered and screamed, "It has finally calmed down. Why are you trying to provoke it? Do you want all of us to die here?" Kai glanced at her coldly. Du's eyes suddenly became evasive, as if she didn't dare to look him in the eye, explaining anxiously, "That senior is already dead. If you die too, what will he and I do?" Although she had a high opinion of herself and didn't put any cultivator of the same generation in her eyes, in the current situation, the more people there were, the more secure she felt. She didn't care much about Kai. She just didn't want to see any more casualties on her side. If that happened, she would feel even less secure. Kai said coldly, "Then in your opinion, what should we do?" Du immediately nodded, not giving any good suggestions. Chapter 1352. He thought about it for a moment and smiled bitterly. When the old woman was still alive, the four of them had carefully searched this place. Apart from the exit guarded by the puppet, there were no other exits. In other words, if they wanted to leave, they could only go through the round door. Unless they stayed here and waited for Fei Tu and the others to rescue them, no one could say for sure. Whether or not Fei Tu and the others could find this place was another matter. If they stayed here, they would only be waiting for death. Instead of waiting, it was better to take a risk. If they were lucky, they might be able to find a way to leave this place. Although the hope was not great, it was better than waiting forever. Thinking of this, Kai's expression became firm and he nodded to Kai. "Brother Yang, I will go with you. Although this Kai is not very good at fighting, it is always better to have more people." Kai slowly shook his head and said, "No need. I just want to test its ability. For the time being, I don't need Brother Kai to take action. Once I test it out, we will find a way to leave this place together." "That's good. But Brother Yang, you must be careful." He nervously exhorted. Kai nodded solemnly and approached the puppet with full vigilance. He and Du both stood in place and watched nervously. Half an hour later, Kai ran back with a gloomy face. This round of probing had forced him to use all of his means, but with his strength far exceeding that of a cultivator in the same realm, he didn't make any major mistakes and didn't suffer too much of a loss at the hands of the puppet. He had only been grazed by the puppet's giant stick, and now half of his body was still numb. He and Du watched Kai from beginning to end. When Kai returned, the two's eyes could not help but become filled with awe. This was because Yang Kai's test just now was like an experiment with his own life. Many times, the two thought that Yang Kai would definitely die, but they did not expect that he would be able to find a way to survive every time. After watching for half an hour, the two of them were even more tired than Yang Kai, feeling as if time had passed like years, their palms and backs covered in sweat. However, from this, the two of them were able to see that Yang Kai was not an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator. The various methods he displayed were incredibly powerful and unpredictable. Even an origin-returning realm master might not necessarily possess such ability. How could Kai He and Du Si dare to underestimate Yang Kai? After returning, Yang Kai did not say a word and simply took out a few healing pills before sitting cross-legged. After a full day, Yang Kai exhaled gently and opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing across them. It seemed that he had recovered. Kai He and Du Si, who had been waiting nearby, saw this and quickly approached him, looking at him expectantly. Hearing this, Kai He and Du Si's eyes lit up as a look of joy appeared on both of their faces. Kai He even sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai and anxiously said, "How can we get rid of this puppet? Please advise us, Brother Yang. CC and I will cooperate fully." "Get rid of it?" Yang Kai showed a strange look before smiling. "It's impossible to get rid of it. You saw it when I tested it before. Although it's huge, it moves like the wind and is extremely fast. If it was just me alone, I might have a chance to get rid of it, but with the two of you, it's absolutely impossible." It wasn't that Yang Kai was looking down on them, but that he was simply speaking the truth. Even if Yang Kai used his full strength and used his wind and thunder wings to increase his speed, he would only have a small chance of breaking through the puppet's blockade. Previously, when he was experimenting with this puppet's ability, he had tried to bypass it many times to reach the round door, but every time he had been forced back by it. This puppet seemed to hold great hostility towards any living creature that tried to pass through the round door, killing them without mercy. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Du Si's pretty face changed and she immediately shouted, "You can't just leave us behind." She instinctively thought that Yang Kai wanted to leave by himself. Kai He forced a smile. "CC, you think too much. Brother Yang won't do that." These words were not only meant to comfort Du Si, but also himself. At the same time, he quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. He was also a little worried that Yang Kai would do this. Yang Kai did not make too many excuses. To be honest, if he could really break through the puppet's blockade before, he would have left by himself, but he had no intention of leaving them behind. If he could leave, he would have gone to find Fei Ji too and the others to rescue them. After all, it was better for him to escape alone than the three of them being trapped here without any hope of survival. Now, listening to Kai He's probing, Yang Kai had no intention of explaining and simply said, "If we want to leave now, we can only work together. If I deal with this puppet alone, I won't be able to protect myself." Kai He nodded repeatedly. "Brother Yang is right, but you just said that you can't get rid of it, so what should we do? It seems to be guarding the exit and won't go too far." Yang Kai had also probed this before. Once they were within 10 feet of the exit, the puppet would immediately move, but if they left that range, it would be as unresponsive as a dead object. Hearing Kai He's question, Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. "Naturally, we'll kill it." "Kill it?" Kai He was dumbfounded. Du Si also spoke bluntly, "Are you stupid?" Before she could finish speaking, she saw Yang Kai looking at her coldly, causing her heart to skip a beat. She swallowed the rest of her words back into her stomach and wore an embarrassed expression. But her expression clearly indicated that she felt Yang Kai's proposal was unreliable. "Since I said so, I naturally have some confidence in it." Yang Kai knew that if he didn't explain clearly, it would be impossible for these two to cooperate with him. The giant puppet's great power and the scene of it killing the old woman had already left a shadow in their hearts, so they simply didn't have the courage to fight against it. Let's talk about its shortcomings first. This puppet is guarding the round door, and regardless of what secrets are hidden behind it, it is actually worth it to stay close to it. However, this point can be exploited. Since you two are array masters, I don't need to tell you what to do, right? Yang Kai glanced at the two. Kai He and Du Cece pondered for a moment before gently nodding. This huge weakness of the puppet would give them enough time to arrange a large spirit array. With the power of the spirit array and Yang Kai's help, they might really have a chance. Arranging a spirit array shouldn't be a problem, and we can also arrange a large spirit array that can limit the puppet's speed. Although this puppet is impervious to fire and water, its speed is the most troublesome aspect. If we can really slow it down, its advantage will be greatly reduced. Kai He stroked his chin and said slowly, "You can arrange such a spirit array?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. It seemed that Kai He had the same idea as him. Puppets were different from living people. Although some spirit arrays were quite powerful, they had no effect on them. Yang Kai originally wanted Kai He and Du Cece to arrange a spirit array that could limit the puppet's speed, but he hadn't expected that he would agree with Kai He on this point. "This isn't difficult. I have the Mirror Lake Muddragon Array's array disk and array foundation, while Cece should have the Painting Earth Prison Array, right?" Kai He looked at Du Cece. Du Cece gently nodded, not surprised that the other party knew about her. After all, the Kai family and Du family were both spirit array masters, so it was normal for them to compete and spy on each other. "How powerful are these two spirit arrays?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Kai He showed a proud look on his face. "Their power is naturally not small. If we can push the full power of these spirit arrays, even a third-order origin returning realm master would be helpless against them." Quickly changing the subject, he said embarrassedly, "Unfortunately, CC and I aren't strong enough, so we can only display about half of their power." "Less than half." Yang Kai frowned secretly. Kai He looked at Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Rest assured, Brother Yang, I am very confident in these two spirit arrays. I can't guarantee anything else, but they can definitely reduce the puppet's speed by 10 to 20%. 10 to 20% is a bit too little, but that's all we can do." Yang Kai didn't care. "But Brother Yang, even if CC and I cooperate with the spirit arrays to reduce its speed, how are we supposed to destroy such a puppet? And, when you were probing it before, you weren't able to hurt it at all?" Du Cece also hurriedly asked. This was a matter of great importance, so neither of them dared to act carelessly. Otherwise, if they failed to cooperate, all three of them would die here. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Although I didn't hurt it, at least I verified one thing." "What is it?" "The reason this puppet can move on its own, without anyone controlling it, is because there is a soul clone inside it." "A soul clone?" Kai He and Du Cece called out in surprise. "And you can say it's a soul clone. When Lien Guang was controlling the puppet, did you observe it?" Yang Kai looked at the two of them and said with a serious expression, "Lien Guang placed a wisp of his soul clone on these puppets in order to drive them for his own use. Although these puppets look much more advanced than Lien Guang's, the principle should be similar. After all, puppets are inanimate objects. If they want to move, they must have a similar existence to a soul clone. Since no one is controlling this puppet, there should be a soul clone sealed inside it, but I don't know what kind of creature's soul clone is." Listening to Yang Kai's analysis, Kai He and Du Cece suddenly felt as if the clouds had cleared and the moon was shining brightly. Previously, the two of them were shocked by the might of the puppet, so they didn't consider this issue carefully. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they felt that it made a lot of sense. "Brother Yang, you mean, I don't need to destroy this puppet? I just need to find the soul clone and kill it. Then the puppet will naturally stop moving." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Kai He's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. "So that's how it is. In that case, this plan is feasible. Compared to destroying such an impregnable puppet, it was obviously much easier to destroy a single soul essence." "Then do you know where the soul clone is?" Du Cece interjected. Yang Kai's face darkened as he slowly shook his head. "I'm not sure yet, but there are a few suspicious places, so I need to borrow the strength of the two of you to slow it down. This way, I'll have a chance to investigate these locations and find where the soul clone is hiding." Chapter 1353. When one fell into a crisis, what one feared the most was not the slightest hope of survival. Now that they heard Yang Kai's words, both Kai He and Du Cece were overjoyed, because if Yang Kai was right, with the strength of the three of them, it was not impossible to kill this puppet. The haze on the faces of the two immediately swept away as they exchanged a glance, both of them filled with enthusiasm. Without further ado, the three of them immediately took action. Because of Yang Kai's previous probing, everyone was well aware of the puppet's range of detection. Kai He and Du Cece stood a few dozen meters away from it, constantly taking out spirit array tools from their space rings and injecting their Saint Chi into them, spreading them out in all directions. As soon as these tools fell to the ground, they disappeared without a trace. Even with Yang Kai's divine sense, he was unable to detect them. The two of them skillfully arranged the spirit array while Yang Kai's eyes lingered on the head, chest, and lower abdomen of the giant puppet. These were the places where he felt the soul essence that was controlling the puppet was located, but because he was facing the puppet alone just now, he was unable to examine it carefully, so he was unable to determine which part it was. If he could determine which part it was, as long as he destroyed that part, he should be able to stop this puppet from moving. Yang Kai thought about it secretly, constantly pondering over his idea and feeling that there was nothing wrong with it. After a short while, Kai He and Du Cece both finished their preparations and exchanged a glance before pressing their palms together and shouting in unison, "Merge!" In the next moment, the Saint Chi in their bodies seemed to faintly resonate with some of the things around them. As their Saint Chi pulsed, the world energy in a radius of several dozen meters around the puppet trembled slightly before quickly returning to normal. Yang Kai looked around and didn't see any abnormalities, but that didn't mean he was surprised. Many spirit arrays, even if they were activated, couldn't be seen from the outside. Only by going inside would one be able to see what was going on. "Brother Yang, Cece and I are ready. You can start at any time," Kai He shouted. Yang Kai gently nodded and said with a serious expression, "Then I'll have to trouble the two of you. Brother Yang is too polite. You'll be the main force in this battle, so be careful. Cece and I can only preside over the spirit array and use its power to coordinate with your actions. Don't take this opportunity to run away." Du Cece's expression changed a few times as she still felt somewhat uneasy about Yang Kai's character. If Yang Kai took advantage of their spirit array to restrain the speed of the puppets to escape, then she and Kai He's efforts would be in vain. Faced with her doubts, Yang Kai didn't get angry. Yang Kai and the others were not familiar with each other, and right now the three of them had to work of their own as they were. Any disagreements or conflicts would lead to unimaginable consequences. Hearing her words, Yang calmly replied, "Don't worry, since I've joined hands with you, of course of." After getting Yang Kai's promise, Du Cece smiled and said insincerely, "I'm just saying." Yang Kai didn't say anything more and simply took a deep breath before glancing at the giant puppet that had been standing still for a long time. His expression suddenly became dignified and serious as his figure flickered and he rushed towards it. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had rushed into the spirit array arranged by Kai He and Du Cece. The scenery around him suddenly changed and Yang Kai discovered that he was standing on top of a lake. The lake water under his feet was clear and sparkling, but there was an invisible suction force coming from the lake that seemed to be trying to restrain his movements. Not only that, but there was also another force pressing down on him from all directions, similarly restricting his freedom. The illusion of the lake under his feet was obviously the effect of the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon array that Kai He had mentioned before, while the invisible pressure around him should be the Painting Earth Prison array arranged by Du Cece. Sure enough, she has some skill. Neither of these spirit arrays deliberately targeted him, but as soon as he fell into them, he was suppressed. If they had used their spirit arrays to deal with him, the suppression he would have suffered would have been even greater. Thinking so, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. For him, the stronger Kai He and Du Cece's spirit arrays were, the better. The stronger they were, the more likely they would be able to restrain the puppet's movements. When he stepped into the spirit arrays, Kai He and Du Cece, the two array masters, changed their hand seals and poured their Saint Chi into the spirit arrays under their feet. The next moment, Yang Kai felt the pressure and restraint on him disappear, allowing him to regain his freedom. With 2 array masters presiding over the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon array and the Painting Earth Prison array, Yang Kai would naturally not be affected. Yang Kai took another step forward and stepped onto the surface of the Mirror Lake, causing a circle of ripples to spread out from the soles of his feet. At the same time, the eyes of the giant puppet, which had not moved until now, suddenly flashed red and opened its mouth, spitting out a beam of red light that shot straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as his feet flickered and his figure disappeared. When he was testing the puppet's abilities before, he had seen it use this move many times, so it was naturally impossible for him to be hit so easily. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The beam of red energy hit the Mirror Lake, but it only caused a larger ripple and did not affect the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon array at all, allowing Yang Kai to relax. Go! Yang Kai shouted, and the Firebird artifact spirit immediately appeared, transforming into a strange fiery red bird several dozen meters in length that rushed straight towards the giant puppet. The puppet immediately raised the giant pitch-black stick in its hand and smashed it towards the artifact spirit. Wherever the giant stick passed, it brought with it a whimpering wind. Its power was so great that it was like a landslide or a tsunami, causing everyone to pale. With a single sweep of the stick, the artifact spirit's body immediately collapsed, but since the artifact spirit was not a physical entity, this kind of attack had no effect on it at all. The scattered flames gathered together again, wriggling and transforming into the shape of the Firebird once more. The next moment, the artifact spirit opened its mouth and spat out a series of fireballs the size of washbasins, each of which smashed towards the giant puppet with astonishing momentum. With a violent bang, the giant puppet was actually forced back by these fireballs, its huge body leaning back slightly. After suffering such a blow, the giant puppet seemed to be enraged, and the red light in its eyes became even more intense as it stared at the Firebird, waving the giant stick in its hand as it fought with the Firebird. In an instant, countless stick shadows appeared and red energy beams and scorching fireballs filled the sky. These two were both strange existences, but at this moment, they were locked in a fierce battle. The artifact spirit was not afraid of the giant black stick, but it was somewhat wary of the red energy beams. Once the puppet released such an attack, the artifact spirit had no choice but to dodge and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Yang Kai was overjoyed. When he was experimenting before, the artifact spirit had also contributed greatly, so he hadn't expected this puppet to hold a grudge. At this moment, it actually ignored him and only focused on attacking the artifact spirit, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Seizing an opportunity, Yang Kai flicked a golden thread from his hand and shot it straight towards the puppet's left eye. With a loud clang, although the invincible golden thread accurately hit the other party's left eye, it only flickered for a moment before the golden thread was bounced back. Yang Kai frowned slightly, but at that moment, a low shout reached his ears. "Brother Yang, be careful." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai saw the puppet swing its giant stick and smash it down towards him. The murderous intent from the giant stick almost froze the surrounding space. Yang Kai's eyes shrank, but just as he was about to dodge, he suddenly discovered that the mirror lake beneath his feet was emitting a strange energy fluctuation. Immediately, the clear mirror lake seemed to be stirred up by something and suddenly became turbid. In the next moment, several streams of turbid lake water rolled up and transformed into the shape of a flood dragon, which then rushed towards the giant stick. At the same time, specks of light appeared all around him. These specks of light were like fireflies dancing in the air. At first, there were only a few of them, but in the blink of an eye, they filled the sky. Like a swarm of locusts, these specks of light rushed towards the giant stick and stuck to it like maggots. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the speed at which the giant stick was swinging actually slowed down a lot. The mud dragons that rushed out of the mirror lake collided with the giant stick and were directly scattered, but this also weakened the strength of the giant stick. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. The scene just now was obviously the result of the two spirit arrays in this place. Yang Kai's evaluation of the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon array and Painting Prison array in his heart rose again, making him even more confident in killing the puppet. As long as Kai He and Du Cc sincerely cooperated with him, their chances of leaving this place would greatly increase. The giant stick was still swinging down, but with the two spirit arrays restraining it, Yang Kai had already calmly avoided it. With a single thought, the Firebird artifact spirit turned into a mass of flames, wrapping around the puppet and burning it vigorously. Yang Kai didn't expect the artifact spirit to be able to incinerate this puppet. He didn't know what kind of material this puppet was refined from, but it was impervious to fire, water, blades, and spears. Even if the artifact spirit had refined a trace of the sun's true fire's power, it wouldn't be enough to melt it. Yang Kai just wanted to rely on the artifact spirit's special form to find where the wisp of soul inside the puppet was hiding. The artifact spirit's body was burning, but the giant puppet was not affected in the slightest. Instead, without the artifact spirit to attract its attention, it immediately set its sights on Yang Kai and began walking towards Yang Kai. After taking just 2 steps, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the Mirror Lake and sucked in one of its big feet, causing the puppet's body to tilt, obviously about to fall. Seeing this, how could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Stretching out his hand, he pushed his Saint Chi and sent a heaven-covering hand towards the puppet's head. It had to be said that Kai He and Du Cc's 2 sets of spirit arrays were of great help to Yang Kai. Before, when he was testing the puppet's abilities, he was constantly in danger. But now, with the cooperation of the 3 of them, he was able to deal with this puppet with ease, without much burden at all. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai only needed to avoid the attacks of the puppets while diverting some of his attention to the information transmitted by the artifact spirit. As long as he could find the hiding place of the soul essence, he could attack that location recklessly and destroy it. Chapter 1354. Restrained by the vortexes in the Mirror Lake, the puppet was unable to move freely, allowing Yang Kai's heaven-covering hand to accurately hit the puppet's body. With a loud bang, the puppet, which was already unstable, fell directly to the ground. Yang Kai hurriedly took 2 steps back and did not attack again. For him, the most important thing right now was to deal with the puppet. Before he could find the wisp of soul that was driving the puppet, any attack would be meaningless. Kai He and Du Cc obviously understood Yang Kai's intentions and took advantage of the situation to strengthen the power of their spirit arrays. Suddenly, more vortexes appeared in the Mirror Lake, and the light that filled the sky became denser. Restricted by the 2 spirit arrays, the puppet was unable to get up for a while, and its crimson eyes kept flashing. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stared at the puppet's movements while silently sensing the movements of the artifact spirit. At the same time, he also separated his divine sense to constantly investigate the puppet's body. In his opinion, since there was a wisp of soul hidden in the puppet's body, there must be some abnormalities. This kind of abnormality could only be discovered by relying on his divine sense. Just as Yang Kai was investigating, another change occurred. The entire lake suddenly became turbulent as the puppet, seeing that it could not get up immediately, waved its giant black stick in anger and smashed around aimlessly. This kind of attack could not cause any harm to Yang Kai, but Kai He's complexion changed drastically when he saw this. There was no other reason. Previously, in order to ensure the maximum power of the spirit formation, the area covered by the spirit formation set up by him was not large. If the puppet smashed around like this, it might destroy those hidden spirit formation set up. Once one of them was damaged, the entire spirit formation would collapse. Not only that, but the huge force of the puppet's ferocious attacks had also affected the formation slightly. If left alone, the formation would most likely collapse on its own in no time. In a moment of desperation, Kai He could only slow down the suppression of the puppet to ensure the operation of the spirit arrays. Du Cc's situation was the same. As a last resort, they could only weaken the power of the painting earth prison array. They had never encountered such a thing before and could not help but feel depressed. The light that filled the sky like fireflies and the whirlpool in the mirror lake immediately decreased. Without some restraining force, the puppet no longer waved the giant stick randomly. It climbed up on its hands and feet. As soon as it stood up, it stared at Yang Kai and then at the mirror lake under its feet. It revealed a thoughtful expression. Soon after, it opened its mouth wide, and with a buzzing sound, it spat out wasp-like things. Those things were only the size of a fist, but there were hundreds of them. They gathered into a ball, and after circling in the air for a while, they immediately pounced on Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, revealing a surprised expression. This was the first time he knew that the puppet had such a strange ability. Previously, when he was testing it, the puppet did not release these wasps at all. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank because he discovered that these wasps were all small puppets, and each of them was exuding a strange aura. Naturally, Yang Kai could not allow these wasps to get close to him. Demonic flames surged in his hand as a black sword appeared and he swung it, sending out a series of sword lights. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk an unexpected scene appeared. These wasps seemed to be extraordinarily powerful, but when the sword lights came into contact with them, they burst apart, as if they could not withstand a single blow. However, Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more. Because these wasps did not explode because of his attack, but because of their own self-detonation. The self-destruction of each wasp created a shockwave of energy. Not only that, after the wasp exploded, a yellow mist appeared in the air. This mist connected together and quickly enveloped the entire space. Yang Kai accidentally inhaled a mouthful of this mist and instantly felt dizzy. Shocked, he quickly shouted, "It's poisonous, hold your breaths." As he spoke, a pitch-black demonic flame sphere appeared in his hand and he threw it at the yellow mist. Wherever the demonic flame passed, the yellow mist was swept away. Although the yellow mist was poisonous, it was unable to resist the burning of the demonic flame. Kai He and Du Cc finally felt relieved. When they heard Yang Kai's shout just now, both of them had been on edge, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Seeing the yellow mist being burned away, they were naturally overjoyed and immediately focused on driving the spirit array. Yang Kai, however, did not relax in the slightest. He sent out a series of sword lights, cutting down all the wasp-like puppets, and then used the demonic flame to burn away the yellow mist. Since this puppet had such a method, it was certain that it had other stronger methods. A long night was fraught with problems, so Yang Kai was secretly anxious. Over 100 wasp puppets were killed in a short while, and all of them were cleaned up. But at this moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly, immediately revealing a look of pleasant surprise because he had received a message from the Firebird artifact spirit. It had found the hiding place of the soul essence that drove the puppets. Just as Yang Kai had expected, the soul essence was in the puppet's chest. Because all of the puppet's movements were driven by this soul essence, the artifact spirit had finally found some clues under its constant investigation. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, and with a single thought, the artifact spirit, which had been wrapped around the puppet, transformed back into its firebird form and flew above the puppet's head, constantly spitting out fireballs to attack it and attract its attention. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the puppet's chest, and while it was busy dealing with the artifact spirit, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed towards the puppet, leapt high into the air, and smashed his fist towards its chest. With a bang, Yang Kai was bounced back by a huge force, but the puppet's chest remained unscathed, not even leaving a mark on it. This punch was just a test and did not have any effect, but Yang Kai was not surprised. Narrowing his eyes, he shouted, "You too! Push the power of your spirit arrays to their maximum. Whether we succeed or fail will depend on this." Hearing this, Kai He and Du Cc no longer hesitated and pushed their Saint Chi to their limits. fully activating the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array and Painting Earth Prison Array. In an instant, the light that filled the sky appeared again, and whirlpools of various sizes appeared on the surface of the Mirror Lake. Mud dragons rushed out of the Mirror Lake and flew to the side of the puppet, entangling its limbs and restricting its movements. Combined with the Firebird's attack, the puppet immediately fell into a disadvantage, but the giant black stick in its hand once again waved around aimlessly. But this time, Kai-He and Du-Cece ignored it and still did not relax the power of their spirit arrays. Yang Kai saw the puppet's speed greatly reduce, and a look of joy appeared on his face as he swung the demonic flame sword in his hand forward, sending out a sword wave that struck the puppet's chest. Sparks flew and the sword wave disappeared, but the puppet's chest remained unchanged. Kai-He and Du-Cece both felt their hearts sink to the bottom of their chests as they witnessed this scene. Although the two of them could use the power of their spirit arrays to restrict the puppet's movements, if Yang Kai couldn't break the puppet's defenses, it would be a complete failure. The current situation did not allow them to consider too much, so they could only pin all their hopes on Yang Kai and secretly pray that he had more tricks up his sleeve. But to their disappointment, Yang Kai actually sent out another black sword wave towards the puppet's chest. In the next moment, both of them were surprised and bewildered because that attack had actually left a shallow mark on the puppet's body. Although this mark was very small, it was the first time the three of them had actually caused any real damage to the puppet. This naturally made Kai-He and Du-Cece overjoyed, and when they looked towards Yang Kai again, they could not help showing looks of admiration. This puppet's body was extremely sturdy. Even if they did not personally test it, they could tell from the previous attacks of Yang Kai and the artifact spirit that even an origin-returning realm master would not necessarily be able to cause any damage to it. But now Yang Kai had done just that. This meant that he had a chance to destroy the puppet's body and destroy the soul hidden inside. Feeling excited, they felt as if they had seen the light before dawn and were filled with great expectations towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at the small mark on the puppet's chest and his face sank slightly. The attack just now was a space blade condensed from Space Force, and although it looked similar to a sword wave, it was actually quite different. The space blade could be said to be Yang Kai's trump card. It was capable of swallowing everything in its path and possessed unfathomable power, but it was still only able to cause this much damage to the puppet. If he wanted to completely break through its chest, he would need to send out at least 100 space blades at the same time. Could Kai-He and Du-Cece restrain it for such a long time? It was not that Yang Kai did not have confidence in these two, but this puppet was simply too difficult to deal with. Its giant stick not only made it difficult for Yang Kai to get close to it, but it was also disrupting the two spirit arrays. As time passed, the spirit arrays would break and Yang Kai would not be able to accurately hit the same spot. But now, there was no point in worrying about this. So Yang Kai's face became cold and he no longer had any scruples, sending out a series of space blades towards the mark on the puppet's chest. Silently, unlike the sword wave that hit the puppet's body, the space blades did not make any noise at all. As time passed, the wound on the puppet's chest gradually grew larger. But in contrast, Kai-He and Du-Cece's faces were pale and their bodies were trembling slightly. In order to maintain the power of the spirit array, the two of them had exhausted all their strength and had even taken a lot of restorative pills. But their Saint Chi was still not enough to make up for their losses. What was even more anxious was that after the puppet's prolonged struggle and attacks, the stability of the two spirit arrays had been greatly affected and had become precarious. Whether it was the vortexes and turbid mud dragons produced by the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array or the firefly-like light emitted by the Painting Earth Prison Array, both were rapidly decreasing in number. As a result, the restrictions on the puppet were greatly reduced and Yang Kai's attacks often failed to hit its target, causing him to feel annoyed. Compared to the anxiety and helplessness of the three people, the puppet was displaying its might. As it waved its giant stick, even the firebird could not get close to it. It could only circle around it and attack it with pure fire spiritual energy, attracting its attention. Chapter 1355. Inside the ancient ruins, in front of the round gate, Yang Kai was constantly releasing space blades towards the puppet's chest. Under the influence of the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon array and the Painting Earth Prison array, the puppet could only swing its giant stick around aimlessly while struggling to move. As such, even though Yang Kai was often unable to hit the same spot, under this constant consumption, a crack about 3 centimeters deep appeared on the puppet's chest. Even so, the puppet was not affected in the slightest. On the other hand, Yang Kai and the other two had consumed a lot of energy. Needless to say, Kai He and Du Cece had almost exhausted their Saint Chi in order to maintain the spirit array. Yang Kai's space blades also placed a great burden on his body. Once or twice wasn't a problem, but after hundreds or thousands of times, his knowledge sea had almost dried up. If it weren't for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, this kind of overdraft would have caused him indelible damage. Once again taking out a pill to restore his soul and stuffing it into his mouth, Yang Kai's face turned as pale as paper, but his eyes remained fixed on the crack on the puppet's chest as he sent out another wave of space blades. Kacha. A slight sound came from the side. Kai He's exclamation soon followed, "Brother Yang, we can't hold on any longer." His voice was filled with indescribable anxiety because the spirit array they had arranged was on the verge of collapse and could break at any time. Once the spirit array was broken, without the power of the spirit array to restrain the puppet's speed, the 3 of them would most likely fail this time. Although there was still a chance to make a comeback, with the puppet's abnormal speed, it was uncertain whether he and Du Cece would be able to escape. Moreover, after working so hard for so long, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to fail. As soon as his voice fell, another slight cracking sound rang out, and immediately, the countless firefly-like lights that filled the world suddenly disappeared, as if they had never existed. On the other side, Du Cece's pretty face was filled with shock as she stared at the base of the spirit array in her hand. This spirit array given to her by her family's elders had shattered at this moment and could no longer be used. The painting ground prison formation that she laid down was broken before Kai He's grand formation. Apart from feeling heartache, he was also extremely shocked. Without the assistance of the Painting Earth Prison array, the vortexes and mud dragons produced by the Mirror Lake could not restrict the movements of the puppet at all. Seeing the puppet break free from the entanglement of the mud dragons and shatter the vortexes on the Mirror Lake before turning its red eyes towards Du Cece, who was still standing in place, Yang Kai steeled his heart and wiped his space ring, summoning a picturesque artifact out of thin air. As Yang Kai madly poured his Saint Chi into it, phantom mountain peaks began to appear one after another. 100 Mountains Portrait. The 100 Mountains picture was the only offensive artifact Yang Kai possessed. Because in battle, Yang Kai preferred to rely on his own strength rather than relying on the power of an artifact, so he had never possessed an offensive artifact. This 100 Mountains picture was also a unique artifact that had allowed him to refine it into his body. When facing the puppet, Yang Kai did not summon the 100 Mountains picture, but now he had no choice but to do so. In an instant, the sky was filled with phantom mountain peaks of varying sizes. This time, Yang Kai almost disregarded the stability of the artifact itself and forcibly summoned 30 to 40 of them. This was the limit of what he could control. As soon as those mountain phantoms appeared, they rumbled and smashed towards the puppet. The puppet waved its giant stick, and all the nearby mountains were blocked by its great force. Not a single mountain was able to get close to its body. Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely as he sent out his divine sense, summoning the mountain phantoms that had been sent flying back again. This time, however, these mountain phantoms didn't smash down on the puppet, but instead circled around it, completely sealing it off. "Explode for me!" Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted. As soon as these words fell, the large and small mountain phantoms suddenly released terrifying energy fluctuations and a dazzling light blossomed, illuminating the entire world as if it were daytime. Kai He and Du Cece couldn't even look straight at it. Hong hong hong. An earth-shattering energy fluctuation swept out and a gust of wind swept Kai He and Du Cece into the distance. Even the spirit array tools that were hidden in the surroundings were swept away by the shockwaves. After the energy fluctuations subsided, a tattered picturesque artifact fell from the sky. It was the 100 Mountains picture Yongkai had summoned before. But at this moment, this 100 Mountains picture had lost all its spirit, and the mountain peaks that originally existed on it had all disappeared. Before it could even fall to the ground, it had suddenly turned into dust and disappeared from this world. An artifact had self-destructed. Not every artifact had this kind of power, but the 100 Mountains picture Yongkai had obtained just so happened to possess it. Speaking of which, the 100 Mountains picture had really helped Yongkai a lot since he obtained it, and its grade was not low, being an origin grade artifact. However, in order to limit the puppet's movements, Yongkai could not be stingy with this artifact, so he had no choice but to self-destruct the 100 Mountains picture. Otherwise, Du Cc, who had been targeted by it, would not have been able to escape. When Yongkai fixed his eyes on the 100 Mountains picture again, he could not help gawking before a look of joy appeared on his face. Because the puppet had been knocked to the ground again by the 100 Mountains picture's self-destruction. And this time, it seemed to have suffered some damage as it lay on the ground motionless for a while. At the same time, a strange red light flashed from the crack on its chest. The power of an origin-grade artifact's self-destruction was obviously extraordinary. His expression flashing, Yongkai immediately rushed forward and arrived in front of the puppet in the blink of an eye. Leaping onto its chest, Yongkai immediately shot out a series of space blades at the 3-meter deep crack on its chest. At such a close distance, and with the puppet not having the slightest resistance or evasion, Yongkai was naturally able to hit his target. Each space blade accurately struck the same spot, causing the crack to grow deeper and wider at a rate visible to the naked eye. A hint of joy flashed across Yongkai's eyes as he felt that as long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to penetrate the puppet's chest. Yongkai did not relax his vigilance and monitoring of the puppet either, continuing to condense space blades while simultaneously probing the puppet's movements. After 20 breaths of time, the puppet's eyes suddenly flashed and a crimson light shot out from them, like the eyes of a ferocious beast, causing Yongkai to shudder. Yongkai instinctively felt a sense of danger and his hair stood on end. Noticing a gust of wind behind his head, he quickly rolled to the side, condensed another space blade, and slashed it towards the crack. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Yongkai's fist and the space blade hit the crack almost at the same time. Kacha. The sound of something shattering rang out and Yongkai's eyes lit up as he sent a command to the Firebird artifact spirit with his divine sense. The Firebird let out a crisp cry and swooped down towards the crack. At the same time, the puppet's giant hand, which almost covered the entire sky, shot towards Yongkai. Looking at the terrifying palm, Yongkai's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but that he simply could not muster the strength to do so. His head felt like it was about to split open. Using the space blade so many times had placed an unimaginable burden on his spiritual energy. Now, as far as he could barely see the world in front of him. However, there was no need to dodge. The next moment, the Firebird artifact spirit rushed through the crack Yongkai had painstakingly opened and rushed into the puppet's body, bursting out with scorching heat and burning the puppet from the inside. The red light appeared and spread all over the puppet's body like tiny snakes slithering around. But soon, the red light disappeared and the puppet's huge hand stopped in mid-air. A crisp bird cry rang out as the Firebird artifact spirit rushed out of the puppet's body, hovered above Yongkai's head for a moment, and then drilled into his body. Yongkai's mouth twitched and a look of exhaustion appeared on his face as he directly lay down on the ground. On the other side, Kai-He and Du Cc, who had been sent flying by the explosion of the 100 Mountains picture, had not suffered too much damage. Struggling to get up, they saw the scene of the puppet's movements being frozen and couldn't help glancing at each other, wondering what was going on over there. After releasing their divine senses to investigate, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not know what had happened to Yongkai, he was still alive, which meant that the puppet could not move. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be safe and sound? Although they were excited, both of them still felt some lingering fear. Although they knew that a puppet capable of instantly killing an origin-returning realm master was definitely not easy to deal with, both of them had underestimated its sturdiness. Fortunately, Yang Kai's attack was effective, and with the cooperation of the two of them, they were able to slowly grind away at the puppet's body and finally win. After this battle, neither Kai He nor Du Cece had the energy to speak anymore. Kai He just called out to Yang Kai, and after confirming that he was fine, the three of them began adjusting their breathing. Half a day later, Yang Kai was the first to stand up. It was not that he had not consumed enough energy, but that he was an alchemist and had countless restorative medicines in his space ring. His golden blood also had a powerful restorative ability, so naturally, he was able to restore himself faster than the two array masters. Glancing over at the two of them and seeing that they were still meditating, Yang Kai did not show any intention of greeting them and instead jumped onto the giant puppet, rubbing his chin and inspecting it. Such a puppet was obviously not an ordinary thing. Even the Lien family couldn't create such a tyrannical puppet. In a one-on-one fight, even a master like Fei Ji wouldn't be its opponent. This time, the three Saint King Realm Masters were able to defeat it mainly because of the two spirit arrays. Without these two spirit arrays, Yang Kai would not have been able to protect himself, let alone destroy it. From top to bottom, except for its chest, there were no other wounds on the puppet's body. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai released his divine sense and wrapped the puppet in an attempt to put it into his space ring, but after trying, the puppet remained motionless, surprising Yang Kai. It was not that his divine sense was not strong enough, but rather that the puppet itself was too heavy for his space ring to store. Since he had said so, what else could Du Cece do? Yang Kai nodded and walked over to the giant black stick. After thinking for a moment, he reached out, placed his hand on it, and released his divine sense to examine it carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he poured his Saint Chi into the giant black stick. An incredible scene appeared. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it, the giant stick, which was several dozen meters long and as thick as a water barrel, shrank at an extremely fast speed, becoming as tall as a person in the blink of an eye. Kai He and Du Cece, who were discussing the distribution of the puppet and space ring, were dumbfounded by this scene. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. When he first saw this puppet, he didn't notice this giant stick at all, but after it crushed the old woman to death, the puppet suddenly took it out. At that time, Yang Kai had wondered whether this giant stick could change its size at will, but now that he tried it out, he found that his guess was correct. Reaching out to grab the black stick, Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Yang Kai found that he couldn't hold the stick properly. Making this choice had been the right choice, as the stick was likely refined from some kind of extraordinary material. The puppet had been destroyed, so it was impossible to repair it with the methods of Shadowed Star, so it was useless. At most, he could exchange it for some saint crystals and treasures from the Lien family. As for the life-revitalizing jade cream in the old woman's space ring, it was just a diluted product, so there was no need for it. Yang Kai was quite confident that somewhere inside this rockery there was a pure life-revitalizing jade cream. Although he was overjoyed in his heart, Yang Kai maintained a calm expression on his face as he poured his Saint Chi into the stick before releasing his divine sense to wrap it up and store it in the ring Yang Yen had refined. This ring could even store the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal. So storing this extraordinarily heavy stick was naturally a piece of cake. After Yang Kai finished his work, Kai He and Du Cece also finished their discussion. Kai He walked over to where the puppet originally stood and picked up the old woman's space ring, while Du Cece took out a bracelet-like artifact. Her pretty face filled with joy as she tossed this bracelet into the air. The bracelet immediately expanded in size and enveloped the puppet like a ring before releasing a number of willow-like energy threads from it. These energy threads attached themselves to the puppet and soon wrapped around it like a dumpling. Du Cc then shouted, "Collect!" Countless threads instantly retracted and the huge puppet was pulled into the bracelet bit by bit, disappearing in less than 10 breaths of time. The bracelet once again returned to its bracelet form and automatically flew back to Du Cic's wrist. Everyone was happy as the three of them each gained something. Yang Kai didn't intend to monopolize everything. This time, Kai He and Du Cici had indeed helped him greatly in destroying the puppet's ability to move. Yang Kai certainly wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing the river. It was just that among the three of them which one was more important only the heavens knew. In any case, after Kai He checked the old woman's space ring, his brow filled with joy, obviously very satisfied with his harvest. "Brother Yang, what should we do next?" It seemed that because of the previous battle, Kai He couldn't help but follow Yang Kai's lead. Hearing this, Du Cici also turned her head and looked over. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before smiling. "Waiting here isn't a solution. There is only one exit, so we have no other choice. It's just that we don't know where this exit leads or what dangers lie ahead. Judging from how tightly guarded this puppet is, there may be something good inside." Kai He and Du Cic's eyes lit up. Yang Kai quickly changed the topic and quickly said, "But where there are good things, there will definitely be dangers. The two of you should be mentally prepared." Naturally, according to Brother Yang's meaning, should we continue to explore? No matter what, we must find a way to leave this ancient ruin. Regarding this, the two array masters naturally had no objections. The three of them rested for a while before Yang Kai led the way towards the round gate. After passing through the gate, Yang Kai discovered that there was a straight corridor in front of him. After using his divine sense to investigate and determine that there was nothing strange, Yang Kai cautiously walked forward. The corridor was not long, only about 1,000 meters in length. Soon, the three of them passed through it and stepped into another palace. As soon as they entered this palace, Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he looked towards the center of the palace, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he called out involuntarily, "Elder Qian!" Kai He and Du Cici, who had just arrived, heard Yang Kai call out to them and couldn't help looking overjoyed. They hurriedly looked over, but when they saw the situation there, they couldn't help smiling bitterly as they secretly felt a headache coming on. Over there, Qian Tong was sitting cross-legged, also looking over with a bitter smile on his face. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a second-order Saint King cultivation. His face was pale, and it seemed that his mind had been injured. This person should be the artifact refiner who followed Qian Tong into this place, Yang Kai judged in his heart. After all, Fei Ji too had said that Qian Tong did not come here alone, but had instead brought a Saint-grade artifact refiner with him in the hopes that this Saint-grade artifact refiner would be able to advance to the origin grade through this exploration and replace Grandmaster Galin, who had passed away in Shadow Moon Hall. Next to the two of them was a stone tablet that was densely engraved with countless tiny characters. Even from such a distance, Yang Kai could clearly see that these small characters were all ancient characters that he did not recognize. However, this stone tablet exuded an indescribable charm, as if one sat in front of it and comprehended it, they would gain a great deal of benefits. In addition, around the two of them were more than a dozen puppets. Some of these puppets were humanoid while others were monster beast, each of them exuding a thick murderous aura. These puppets were all glaring at Qian Tong and the Saint-grade artifact refiner, but none of them showed any intention of attacking, simply surrounding the two of them in the middle. When Yang Kai sensed this situation, he complained in his heart. Even if these dozen puppets were not as good as the one they had encountered before, they were not much worse. With so many of them, it was no wonder Qian Tong could only sit there and not dare to act rashly. If he moved, he would immediately be torn to pieces by these puppets. "Why are you here?" Although Qian Tong's voice was a little weak, it was not a big deal. Looking at Yang Kai and the others who had suddenly set foot here, he asked in surprise. Elder Qian, these puppets. Yang Kai did not answer immediately and instead stared at the dozen puppets vigilantly. It's fine, they are guarding this place. As long as you don't move forward, you will be fine. As for this old master, and with this stone tablet as a deterrent, they won't dare to approach, so I won't die for the time being. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed. After pondering for a moment, he explained how Fei Ji had invited him and the others to come and save Qian Tong. Chapter 1357. Hearing that Yang Kai and the others had been called by Fei Ji to help rescue him, Qian Tong showed a grateful expression and expressed his thanks. The three St. King Realm Juniors naturally didn't dare, but after hearing that the group had been separated after passing through the black and white space array gate, and the old woman had died tragically under the giant puppet's hand, Qian Tong's expression became gloomy and he faintly blamed himself. A short time later, Yang Kai explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly, causing Qian Tong to frown and ask, So, you don't know where old Fei and the others are now? Yang Kai and the others slowly shook their heads. Qian Tong smiled bitterly. This time, this old master has implicated you. Now that there is no way out of this place, even if you go back the way you came, I'm afraid you won't be able to find your way back. Then what should we do? Du Cc asked anxiously. There are only two ways now. Qian Tong sighed. What is it? Do you see that space array over there? Qian Tong pointed his finger in the direction he was pointing, and Yang Kai and the others quickly discovered that at the end of this palace, there was actually a complete space array. It should lead to the outside. If you are confident you can escape from these puppets, you can give it a try, but this old master doesn't recommend it. The other puppets are easy to deal with, but this wolf puppet is extremely fast. Even this old master is not confident he can beat it in speed. Yang Kai and the others had just fought a puppet before, so how could they be in the mood to deal with this kind of thing at this moment? Even if the puppets here were not as good as the previous one, the sheer number of them was enough to make even Yang Kai's scalp tingle. What's more, although the space array over there was intact, it would still take some time to activate it. This delay was more than enough time for these puppets to attack. In such a situation, who would dare act rashly? Other than that, all we can do is wait for old Fei and the others to come over so we can work together. Qian Tong noticed the helplessness and despair on Kai He and Du Cc's faces and couldn't help comforting them. Don't worry. If there is no other way, this old master will take action and delay these evil beasts to buy you some time to escape. Absolutely not. Kai He turned pale with fright and hurriedly said, Elder Qian, you can't do this. Now that Shadow Moon Hall is in constant internal strife, we still need you to preside over the overall situation. If you fall here because of us, then the three of us will be sinners for eternity. We can't bear such responsibility. Du Cc also nodded vigorously. Qian Tong chuckled and said in a carefree manner, There's no other way. Don't worry. This old man won't do this unless it's absolutely necessary. I also want to live for a few more years. Hearing this, Kai He felt relieved. With no way out, the three St. King Realm Masters had no choice but to sit down and meditate, occasionally chatting with Qian Tong to pass the time. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that the stone tablet was actually engraved with exquisite artifact refining techniques. Although no one could understand these ancient characters, if an artifact refiner were to comprehend them, it would be of great help to their own artifact refining techniques. The middle-aged man had now comprehended some of these principles and was close to refining an origin-grade artifact himself. Once he succeeded, he would become a new generation origin-grade artifact refining grandmaster in Shadow Moon Hall. With the assistance of this person, coupled with Qian Tong's methods and prestige, it would be easy for Shadow Moon Hall to settle the internal strife and restore peace again. Time flew by, but such a long wait made everyone anxious. They didn't know what had happened to Fei Ji and the others, but for the next half a month, They had disappeared without a trace. After half a month of recuperation, Yang Kai and the other Saint King's internal injuries from the battle with the puppets were all healed. On this day, while Yang Kai was meditating, he suddenly noticed a strange energy fluctuation coming from his surroundings. Immediately opening his eyes, he began probing his surroundings in surprise. At the same time, Qian Tong also noticed it and released his divine sense. However, Kai He, Du Cici, and the others didn't respond. But in the next moment, they showed a look of horror because the palace they were in was shaking violently and dust and debris were falling from the sky, as if the entire ancient ruin had become unstable. This is... Qian Tong's eyes bulged, as if he had discovered something. Yang Kai also showed a look of surprise. He didn't know what Qian Tong had discovered, but he noticed that a terrifying space force was fluctuating in this ancient ruin. He cultivated this space force, so he was naturally very clear about this strange fluctuation. Rumble. Violent sounds came from all directions, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The middle-aged man next to Kai He, Du Cici, and Qian Tong glanced around in panic. The dozens of puppets who had been surrounding Qian Tong also moved at this moment. The eyes of each puppet flashed with a red light, and they slowly retreated in fear. The change came very quickly, and before Yang Kai could investigate anything, an unimaginable repulsive force came from the surrounding space, wrapping everyone's body, making it difficult for them to breathe. Yang Kai was not surprised but happy because he had encountered this feeling once before. The current situation was exactly the same as what Lu Yen felt a few years ago when the desert was closed. Could it be? Yang Kai's mind was spinning. Right at that moment, the world energy in the air suddenly gathered towards a single spot. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the world energy condensed into a ball. Immediately after, rays of light shot out from the ball of world energy. These rays of light instantly arrived above everyone's heads. After a series of distortions, they actually formed a huge palm. Yang Kai raised his brow and his face filled with ecstasy, because this palm formed from world energy looked so familiar. It was the same one he had seen in Lu Yan's desert, the jade palm of a woman. It was just that this jade palm had been enlarged countless times. At that time, this jade palm wanted to throw Yang Kai out of Lu Yan's desert, but it was stopped by a Star Emperor token he had obtained by chance, allowing Yang Kai to stay in Lu Yan's desert for half a year after it closed. With his previous experience, Yang Kai was naturally unperturbed. The jade palm came down, grabbed Yang Kai, and squeezed hard. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai did not make any resistance. Seeing Kai He and Du Cici's faces turn ashen and their Saint Chi surging, seemingly wanting to resist, he quickly reminded them, "Don't panic, we can go out now." As soon as his voice fell, the jade palm burst apart and Yang Kai felt a strong rejection from the surrounding space force. His vision blurred and his figure disappeared. After receiving Yang Kai's reminder, Kai He and Du Cici were both stunned. In that instant, the two jade palms also grabbed them, and after the jade palms burst apart, the two disappeared. This scene also happened to Qian Tong and the middle-aged artifact refiner, as well as to Fei Jitu and the others who were in a certain part of the ancient ruins. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single living person left in the entire ancient ruins. Somewhere about 10,000 kilometers away from fallen Emperor Mountain, a figure strangely emerged and after shaking for a while, stood firm. It was naturally Yang Kai who had been expelled from the ancient ruins by the world principles. Almost at the same time as he appeared, figures appeared one after another around him. Everyone looked around, and after seeing each other's faces, Kai He shouted with joy, "Senior Fei, Senior Ning." Fei Jitu raised his brow and showed a joyful look. "You also came out? And I don't know what happened, but we suddenly left the ancient ruins and arrived here. Oh, where's Senior One?" Kai He suddenly discovered that the cultivator surnamed One had disappeared. Fei Jitu and Ning Xiangchen's faces both darkened as they sighed deeply. Seeing this scene, the others immediately understood that the cultivator surnamed One had probably died in the ancient ruins. "My old friend, Ning Xiangchun also couldn't find any trace of the old woman and looked surprised. Kai he smiled bitterly. That senior also fell. Ning Xiangchun heard this and was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. It's fate! It's fate! In this trip to the ancient ruins, 2 of the 4 origin returning realm masters had died, but the 4 Saint Kings had all safely escaped, including Lian Guang. However, after following Fei Zhitu and the others for so long, he had suffered great calamities again and again, so his expression was a bit sluggish. Old Ghost Qian, you're quite lucky. You actually survived. Fei Zhitu looked at Qian Tong and coldly snorted. Qian Tong didn't answer, but anyone could see the self-blame in his eyes. Seeing this, Fei Zhitu no longer tried to provoke him. However, this time's escape was inexplicable. Yang Kai and the others had been staying in the palace without taking any action, so naturally it wasn't because of them. Thinking about it this way, it was obvious that Fei Zhitu and the others had triggered some kind of barrier, causing the entire ancient ruins to produce a repulsive force. Moreover, although Yang Kai was the only one present who had entered Lu Yen Sandfield, everyone had naturally heard about the situation inside Lu Yen Sandfield, including the jade hand condensed from world energy that appeared when the ancient ruins closed. The scene just now was exactly the same as when Lu Yen Sandfield closed. Was there some kind of connection between the two? Not only did Yang Kai frown, but the other origin returning realm masters also had similar thoughts. Perhaps only Kai He, Du Cc, and the others didn't understand the situation. Just as Qian Tong opened his mouth and was about to ask something, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the distance. In an instant, everyone lost their footing and their complexions changed drastically as they turned towards the source of the sound in horror. Is that Fallen Emperor Mountain? Du Cc called out. The source of the sound was indeed Fallen Emperor Mountain. Even from 10,000 kilometers away, everyone could vaguely see the outline of Fallen Emperor Mountain. At this moment, the rumbling sound was coming from inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, as if some kind of great change had occurred there. Being able to cause such a sound, it was easy to imagine how violent the situation was. Just a moment ago, everyone had come out of the ancient ruins, so could this sudden change be related to what had just happened? Chapter 1358. While everyone was still in shock, a violent and terrifying change occurred at Fallen Emperor Mountain 10,000 kilometers away. All the world energy within 100,000 kilometers began to madly gather towards this place. The cultivators who stayed inside Fallen Emperor Mountain to cultivate were all shocked and quickly used their movement skills to escape, but it was obviously too late to escape now. Just as these people began to move, an unimaginable emperor pressure descended from the sky. This emperor pressure was so strong that it was no worse than the one at the center of Fallen Emperor Mountain. This emperor pressure was everywhere, and everyone felt as if there was a pair of indifferent eyes staring down at them. Under the gaze of this pair of eyes, they felt as small as ants and their movements stiffened, not even having the strength to move a finger. Fortunately, this emperor pressure came and went quickly. When the cultivators discovered that they had regained their freedom and wanted to move again, they were shocked to find that the surrounding world energy had condensed into a mass of world energy that was visible to the naked eye and colorful. At this moment, the entire Fallen Emperor Mountain seemed to be filled with countless bubbles. Each of those bubbles contained energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. Violent rumbling sounds came from under their feet as the ground cracked open one after another like a spider's fangs. It was terrifying to the extreme. Many of the warriors who were caught off guard fell into these fissures and were mercilessly strangled by the strange forces. They didn't even have the chance to resist. In just a dozen breaths, the cultivators cultivating inside Fallen Emperor Mountain had been killed or injured, their cries echoing everywhere. Only those cultivators whose strength was not too high and who had stayed on the outskirts were lucky enough to escape this calamity. 10,000 kilometers away, Fei Zhitu, Qian Tong, and the others were also pale. Although they were so far away that they could not see clearly, they could clearly feel the changes coming from fallen Emperor Mountain. Exchanging a glance with each other, they could see the confusion and panic in each other's eyes. Before Qian Tong could ask what Fei Zhitu and the others had done to cause such a change to occur in fallen Emperor Mountain, the abnormalities suddenly subsided and the continuous rumbling sound disappeared without a trace. However, the heavens and earth were filled with an extremely dangerous aura. Especially the calm before the storm, it was enough to make people panic. Spiritual qi was still silently gathering in that direction, and its speed was even faster and more terrifying than before. A moment later, a dazzling light burst out from somewhere inside fallen Emperor Mountain, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, causing everyone to feel dizzy and unable to look directly at it. A heaven-destroying, earth-shattering feeling descended from the sky, causing everyone's face to go pale. When the light dissipated and everyone looked back, they could not help but be stunned. Above fallen Emperor Mountain, a palace-like building had appeared at some unknown time. This palace-like building was simple in design and exuded a wild aura. Outside the palace-like structure, golden and silver runes flashed and flowed like fish. At this moment, this palace-like structure was slowly flying up into the sky. It did not seem to be moving very quickly, but from this palace-like structure, an unfathomable emperor pressure slowly spread out and enveloped almost all of Shadowed Star. This is... Ning Xiangchan stared at the palace-like structure in a daze, suddenly seeming to think of something, his expression changing greatly as a complex mix of surprise, excitement, and uneasiness filled his face. The Emperor Garden, Fei Zhitu and Qian Tong exclaimed at the same time. When the several Saint King Realm Juniors heard them call this strange palace, their eyes couldn't help lighting up as they showed looks of disbelief. The same was true for Yang Kai. He had known for a long time that there were 3 restricted zones on Shadowed Star. The first was the Luyan Sandfield he had visited before. There was no need to mention the various dangers inside. Last time, over 10,000 elites from various great sects had entered, but less than half of them had come out alive. Almost half of them had died inside, and this was under the premise that the power of the Luyan Sandfield flame area had weakened. If the Luyan Sandfield had opened in the past, the probability of death would have been even higher. The second restricted zone was the Emperor Garden that Fei Zhitu and the others had called out. It was rumored that this was the private home of the great emperors of Starfield. This name alone was enough to scare people away. As for the third restricted zone, it was Serene Soul Island on Shadowed Star's limitless ocean. The first restricted zone had always existed on Shadowed Star and would open once every few hundred years. Every great force on Shadowed Star was quite familiar with it, and every time it opened, it would bring them countless benefits. As for the second restricted zone, the Emperor Garden, no one had ever entered it. It would occasionally appear for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. The cultivator on Shadowed Star had only heard of the existence of the Emperor Garden, and over the course of tens of thousands of years, some people had seen the Emperor Garden for a fleeting moment, but no ancient records had ever recorded anyone actually setting foot inside it. As for the third restricted zone, Serene Soul Island, no one had ever found it. It was rumored that those who had seen Serene Soul Island had all died, making it even more mysterious than the Emperor Garden. At this moment, Fei Zhitu and Qian Tong actually called out the words Emperor Garden. So how could Yang Kai not be surprised? Calming his mind, he respectfully asked, 2 seniors, is this the legendary private home of the great emperors of Starfield? Fei Zhitu's eyes narrowed into slits as they occasionally flashed, gently nodding. It should be. Although this city lord has never seen it before, it is exactly the same as the ancient records in the palace. But what? The several Saint King Realm Juniors turned to look at him. It's just slightly different. Qian Tong frowned. What's the difference? Qian Tong pondered for a moment before slowly saying, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Since the Emperor Garden has appeared at this time, even if this old master doesn't say anything, this news will definitely spread quickly. You should also have heard some rumors about the Emperor Garden. It has always been a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing without a trace. More than 1,000 years ago, a senior of my Shadow Moon Hall was fortunate enough to witness the appearance of the Emperor Garden, which is why there are records of it in the palace. The last time the Emperor Garden appeared, it didn't cause such a commotion, appearing silently and then disappearing without alerting too many people. But now, I'm afraid half of Shadowed Star will be able to see it. Chen Tong said with a wry smile. Not only that, the Emperor Gardens that have appeared before have always been illusory, like a mirage, visible to the naked eye but incorporeal. But this time, Fei Jitu said, his brow furrowed in worry, as if he was worried about something. There was no need for him to remind them, as everyone could clearly see that the Emperor Garden that had appeared this time was real, not a mirage. If they could fly to the Emperor Garden, perhaps they would have a chance to enter it. Could the ancient ruins we just entered be the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai's brow flashed as he speculated. Qian Tong and Fei Jitu did not answer, but from the looks on their faces, it was clear they were thinking the same thing. After all, just as everyone was expelled from Fallen Emperor Mountain, the Emperor Garden slowly rose from that direction, so there was definitely some kind of connection between the two. If the ancient ruins they entered before were really the Emperor Garden, it would explain why there were so many extinct ancient treasures inside. The Emperor Garden's reputation was so resounding that it would be strange if there were not some good things inside. Thinking about how they had once entered the Emperor Garden and walked out alive, Kai He, Du Cc, and the others could not help trembling with excitement. Now that the Emperor Garden had appeared, they might have a chance to enter it again. As these people spoke, the Emperor Garden continued to slowly rise into the sky, but strangely, no matter how high it flew or how far it flew, everyone standing in place could still clearly see it, and it didn't seem to be shrinking in size at all. It was quite strange, but as it rose higher and higher, the Emperor pressure that enveloped the area was indeed weakening. When the Emperor Garden appears, the star territory is in chaos. I wonder if the ancient records are true or false. Fei Jitu muttered to himself blankly. In any case, old Fei, you and this Chen should go and investigate first. If the Emperor Garden is really appearing this time, it may not be a good thing for us. Chen Tong said worriedly. Good. Even if you didn't say anything, this city lord was also thinking the same thing. Fei Jitu nodded. The two third-order origin returning realm masters reached an agreement. So Qian Tong immediately urged his juniors to return to Heavenly Fate City as soon as possible and not rush to join in on the fun. He then spoke a few words to Ning Xiangchan and asked him to take care of them along the way before he and Fei Jitu turned into streaks of light and flew off in the direction of the Emperor Garden. After they left, Ning Xiangchan stood in place with a gloomy expression on his face for a while before sighing, "Let's go back." He also wanted to go to the Emperor Garden to take a look, but after perceiving the Emperor pressure emanating from it, he had no choice but to give up. After all, his strength was still too low. Perhaps before he could even approach the Emperor Garden, he would be crushed to dust by the Emperor pressure. Immediately, Ning Xiangchun led the 4 Saint Kings and the middle-aged artifact refiner back towards Heavenly Fate City. Along the way, Yang Kai looked towards the Emperor Garden suspiciously. The more he looked, the more confused his expression became. He had seen a flying palace before, which was one of Meng Wuya's artifacts, the Heavenly Palace. If that was the case, then this Emperor Garden might also be an artifact, but it was of a much higher grade than Meng Wuya's Heavenly Palace. The owner of this artifact was undoubtedly one of the great emperors of Star Field, as the emperor pressure it exuded could not be faked. However, what confused Yang Kai was not this, but rather the feeling that this Emperor Garden seemed to be missing something. It was just a feeling, and as for what it was, he could not say. Yang Kai kept this thought to himself and did not try to inquire about it. After all, this matter was related to the Emperor Garden, so even if he asked someone to inquire about it, they would not be able to learn much. On the way back, Kai He and Du Cc asked Ning Xiangchun some questions and learned that after they separated, they had fought several battles with a number of puppets. The cultivator surnamed one had died tragically at the hands of an astonishingly powerful puppet. Chapter 1359. Hearing this, Du Cece glanced at Kai He gratefully. At that time, if it weren't for Kai He's quick reflexes and pulling her back, she would have definitely passed through the white space array gate with Ning Xiangqian and the others. With her cultivation, going there would have been a disaster. One shouldn't underestimate Lian Guang's ability to return safely. After all, he was proficient in controlling puppets and could summon them to protect him in times of crisis. Du Cece, on the other hand, did not have such ability. Although they also encountered a puppet at the black space array gate, overall it was more daunting than dangerous, and they only had to deal with a single battle. After a few battles, Fei Zhitu and the others entered an extremely cold secret room. Inside the secret room, they found an ice crystal jade coffin. Inside this jade coffin, they could vaguely see a person lying inside, but before they could figure out who was lying inside, they accidentally triggered some kind of barrier. What happened next was clear to Yang Kai and the others. The world principles of the Emperor Garden had acted and expelled everyone, teleporting them to a place 10,000 kilometers away from fallen Emperor Mountain. Now, it seemed that the jade coffin was the source of this anomaly. Fei Zhitu and the others had triggered a barrier near the jade coffin, causing them to be expelled, and then the Emperor Garden appeared. As for who was inside the jade coffin, Ning Xiangqian could not say, only that it should be a woman. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and fell into deep thought. He had been expelled by the world principles twice, and both times he had seen a jade hand, one that obviously belonged to a woman. Inside the ice crystal jade coffin in the Emperor Garden, there was also a woman without any vitality, but whether there was a connection or not, Yang Kai had no idea. Moreover, what kind of relationship there was between the flowing flame sandfield and the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai was even more confused. Unable to figure it out, Yang Kai shook his head secretly. On top of that, many things about Shadowed Star were strange. There were no origin kings here, and even the highest grade of alchemist and artifact refiner was only origin grade low rank. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious force suppressing these people who had reached a bottleneck and were unable to break through. Yang Kai faintly felt that this star was not simple. After a few days of traveling safely, the group returned to Heavenly Fate City. Kai He, Du Cece, and Lian Guang all said their goodbyes while Ning Xiangqian had a few words with Yang Kai before leaving. Knowing what Ning Xiangqian was thinking, and since Ning Xiangqian had taken good care of him along the way, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't be stingy. He immediately told Ning Xiangqian to visit Dragon Cave Mountain when he had time, and that if he needed to repair an artifact, Ning Xiangqian could simply ask. Receiving this promise, Ning Xiangqian was overjoyed and thanked Yang Kai profusely before hurriedly leaving to make preparations. After all, in order to repair an artifact, he needed to collect some materials, and he couldn't ask Yang Kai to provide all of them. Standing outside Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai raised his head and stared at the sky. At this moment, the Emperor Garden seemed to have stabilized and was now suspended somewhere above Shadowed Star. Its size still did not seem to have changed, but the Emperor pressure it exuded had disappeared without a trace, obviously because it was too far away from the ground. Yang Kai did not know how Fei Zhitu and Qian Tong's investigation was going, but he estimated that for a long time to come, all the great forces on Shadowed Star would be stirring up a storm. After all, the appearance of the Emperor Garden was a matter of great importance, so no great force would not be tempted. When the time came, everyone would want to get a share of the pie, so there would definitely be some friction and contradictions. After observing the Emperor Garden for a while, Yang Kai's expression suddenly sank and became extremely ugly. He had not paid much attention to it before, but now that he was observing the Emperor Garden again, he discovered that it was actually hovering above Heavenly Fate City. In other words, it was hovering above Dragon Cave Mountain. This, Yang Kai almost couldn't help cursing out loud. With the Emperor Garden here, although Dragon Cave Mountain would be close to it, it would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Masters from all the great forces on Shadowed Star were bound to come here to investigate. They would not dare to provoke Shadow Moon Hall, but Dragon Cave Mountain was different. Even with Qian Tong's protection, it would not be safe. With a gloomy expression, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while before stomping his foot, and flying back towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Worrying about such things now was meaningless, as he did not have the means to expel the Emperor Garden. What he needed to consider now was strengthening the defenses of Dragon Cave Mountain, lest it be targeted by crooks and honest people. While silently cursing the great emperors of Star Field, Yang Kai quickly rushed back. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, took out the token Yang Yen had given him, and poured his Saint Qi into it. In the next moment, a stream of light shot out from the token and into the mountain defending array. Suddenly, a straight passage appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he put away the token and stepped inside. After he entered, the passage disappeared again and Dragon Cave Mountain was once again shrouded in fog. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was actually happening. As soon as Yang Kai entered, several figures flew up to him. After seeing that it was Yang Kai, these people showed happy looks and cupped their fists. Yang Kai did not remember the names of these people, only that they were originally disciples of the Haiku family who had left the family to join Dragon Cave Mountain with Wu Yi. When they first arrived, the strength of these people was uneven and their cultivations were quite low. However, with the help of Dragon Cave Mountain's amazing financial resources, everyone's cultivation had improved tremendously. Now, the leader of this group had reached the Saint King realm while the rest were all third-order saints. This kind of cultivation was naturally nothing in the outside world, but it was not something a small force like the Haiku family could cultivate in such a short time. "Sect Master, you've returned?" The Saint King leader shouted in surprise, but there was also a trace of anxiety on his face. Yang Kai frowned and asked in amazement, "What Sect Master?" The leader grinned meaningfully and said, "Young lady said to call you Sect Master when we see you in the future. She said that since you're going to establish a sect in the future, it doesn't matter if we call you that now." Yang Kai was speechless. He really did have the idea of establishing a sect, but not to develop his own force, but to pave the way for his family and friends on Tongshan realm. Once he had the opportunity to bring them to Star Field's territory, they would definitely need a place to settle down. With the number of people he had gathered, it was already enough to form a sect. Yang Kai had never mentioned any of this before, but Wu Yi had been observant enough to notice. Yang Kai didn't have any intention of delving into this matter, simply looking at the leader and asking, "What happened while I was away? Why do you look so worried? Did the Xie family do something again?" Before he left, the Xie family had been targeting Dragon Cave Mountain, so Yang Kai thought that after he left, Dragon Cave Mountain had suffered some kind of loss and immediately became angry. Hearing this question, the leader of the cultivator quickly said, No. A trivial Xie family can't pose a threat to our Dragon Cave Mountain. After you left, they tried to probe us a few times, but no matter how many people they sent, they all died without a burial. After a few times, they learned their lesson and no longer dared to break into our spirit array. Then why do you look like this? It's... The cultivator stared at Yang Kai hesitantly, as if he found it difficult to speak. "If you have something to say, then say it, no need to hesitate." Yang Kai's face sank. "It's young lady Yang inflammation." The cultivator grit his teeth and shouted. "Yang inflammation?" Yang Kai's face changed. "What happened to Yang inflammation?" "I don't know, I just heard young lady say that young lady Yang inflammation suddenly fell into a coma a few days ago. I don't know what happened, but young lady and Lady Qian, you were trying to find a way." "Oh." The leader of the cultivators was just answering Yang Kai's question when Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. Even with his first order Saint King cultivation, he didn't notice how Yang Kai had disappeared, causing his heart to tremble as a look of admiration and envy appeared on his face. Hearing that something had happened to Yang inflammation, Yang Kai didn't have the time to listen to this man's ramblings. Since coming to Shadowed Star, the number of friends he had made could be counted on one hand, and those he could confide in were even fewer. Yang inflammation was one of them, and her weight in Yang Kai's heart was definitely the highest. Without her, Dragon Cave Mountain wouldn't have reached its current scale, and without her, Yang Kai wouldn't have so many artifacts. Dragon Cave Mountain's current development was largely due to Yang inflammation. Yang Kai was also able to cultivate in peace without any worries thanks to Yang inflammation. Thinking back, this mysterious woman was still refining Saint Grade artifacts in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining hall to earn Saint crystals. If it weren't for Yang Kai accidentally bringing her back, the two of them would have missed the opportunity to meet. As time passed, Yang Kai became more and more aware of the importance of Yang inflammation, so now that he heard that something had happened to her, he naturally became anxious. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai quickly found where Yang inflammation was located. It was none other than the loft where she lived. At this moment, Qian Yu and Wu Yi were also here. One of them was holding a bowl of unknown medicine and delivering it to Yang inflammation's mouth, while the other was sitting cross-legged on the bed, constantly pouring her Saint Qi into Yang inflammation's body, trying to wake her up. The two women's faces were filled with worry and anxiety. While they were at a loss, a figure suddenly appeared, causing Wu Yi and Qian Yu's expressions to change. Just as they were about to attack, however, they saw that it was actually Yang Kai, causing them to immediately look towards him with joy. Yang Kai didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with these two. Glancing over at Yang inflammation, he found that she was pale and unconscious. Even in her sleep, it was as if she was experiencing some kind of nightmare, the expression on her pretty face filled with panic. The Saint Qi in her body was also fluctuating restlessly, as if she was on the verge of suffering from cultivation deviation, causing many to worry. Yang Kai quickly came over to the bed, picked up her hand, put his finger on her wrist, and began carefully examining it with his divine sense. A moment later, his brow furrowed and he let go of Yang inflammation's wrist before asking, "What happened? When did this happen?" Wu Yi and Qian Yu glanced at each other before the former replied, "Just 4 days ago. She was fine. I was helping her refine something when her complexion suddenly changed. She muttered something under her breath and fainted on the ground. I don't know what happened, but after I brought her back, she has been unconscious ever since. Even after taking a lot of the healing pills you left behind to restore her soul, she still hasn't recovered." Chapter 1360. For days ago? Yang Kai raised his brow. For days ago, wasn't there a great change in Fallen Emperor Mountain and the Emperor Garden appearing? Why had Yang Yen suddenly fainted at that time? What was the relationship between the two? After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai shook his head, feeling that his thoughts were a bit too inexplicable. Fallen Emperor Mountain and the Emperor Garden were both related to the great emperors of Starfield, so they had nothing to do with Yang inflammation, so how could they be related? Yang Kai, what happened to her? Wu Yi asked worriedly, her pretty face filled with concern. I don't know. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Have Foreign Elder Chong and Foreign Elder How come to investigate? But the two foreign elders are also helpless about this. Should we send her to Medicine Pill Sect and let the people there take a look? Wu Yi bit her thin lip lightly and proposed. Although Medicine Pill Sect was famous on Shadowed Star for its alchemy skills, their understanding of medicine was also extraordinary. If they sent Yang inflammation to them, perhaps they would be able to find some clues. Wu Yi had this idea before, but Yang Kai hadn't returned yet, so she couldn't make a decision. There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head. Not to mention the delay, even if we sent her there, we may not be able to invite an elder to act. Then what should we do? Wu Yi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Throughout Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was always in retreat, often going out for adventures. She was the one who got along best with Yang inflammation, so now that she saw Yang inflammation suffer such a disaster and was helpless to do anything about it, she was naturally anxious. Don't worry, I'll try to find the cause. Yang Kai comforted her and explained casually, I just checked her knowledge C and found that there's nothing wrong with her body, but since she's unconscious, something must have happened to her knowledge C. As long as I can break into her knowledge C and take a look, I'll be able to find the cause. Then be careful, don't hurt her. I understand. You can leave now. Yang Kai waved his hand. Wu Yi and Qian Yu glanced at each other before walking out with worried expressions. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation were left in the room. Glancing at Yang Inflammation, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, Yang Kai sighed slightly. He reached out and helped her up, sitting cross-legged facing him. Then, he slowly pointed a finger and touched her smooth forehead. Immediately, Yang Kai closed his eyes, and his spiritual energy burst out, pouring into Yang Yen Yen. At this moment, Yang Inflammation was in a comatose state, so her knowledge sea was automatically sealed off. If he wanted to break into her knowledge sea, he would have to break through her knowledge sea's defenses. Doing so might cause some damage to Yang Inflammation, but Yang Kai was confident in his own methods, so he wasn't worried about this. After all, under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years, Yang Kai's soul cultivation had far surpassed his cultivation realm. In the next moment, Yang Kai's soul avatar broke free and directly arrived in front of a barrier. This barrier was Yang Inflammation's knowledge sea's defenses. At a glance, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that Yang Inflammation's defenses would be so strong even in a coma. It was like the thick walls of an impregnable city, blocking in front of him and preventing him from taking a single step forward. Not only that, but the runes on the wall also flowed, making it look extremely difficult to deal with. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He found that he had underestimated Yang Inflammation's ability. Since meeting this woman, Yang Kai had never been able to guess her true cultivation and had never taken the initiative to ask. Previously, Yang Kai thought that she carried some kind of special artifact on her that prevented others from prying, but now it seemed that her cultivation realm was much higher than he had expected. Sure enough, she was an enigmatic woman. Yang Kai was not surprised and instead rejoiced. Looking at the thick barrier, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and in the next moment, his divine sense burst out, forming a powerful soul attack that struck the barrier. The runes on the wall flickered, and Yang Kai's attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and he couldn't help increasing the intensity of his attacks, bombarding the barrier. Throughout the process, Yang Kai was extremely careful. Not only did he have to ensure that his attacks were effective, but he also had to control his strength so that after breaking the barrier, Yang Inflammation would not be harmed. The difficulty of the process was not worth mentioning to outsiders. The runes on the wall constantly flickered, and strange runes flew out from the wall to meet Yang Kai's divine sense attacks and offset them. However, Yang Inflammation was in a comatose state after all, so even though this autonomously formed knowledge sea defense was not weak, it could not withstand Yang Kai's continuous attacks. After an hour, Yang Kai finally tore a hole in the wall-like barrier. Seeing this, Yang Kai smiled happily and was about to rush into Yang Inflammation's knowledge sea when suddenly 3 rays of light flew out from the hole. One was purple, one was white and flawless, and the last was as blue as the sky. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he instinctively perceived a great danger approaching. It seemed that if he did not withdraw his soul avatar, he would encounter a disaster in the next moment, so he hurriedly retreated. Fixing his eyes again, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little dumbfounded. The 3 rays of light turned out to be 3 artifacts of different shapes. The purple one was a dagger-like artifact that twisted and transformed into the shape of a fanged snake, constantly flicking its forked tongue at Yang Kai, giving it a ferocious appearance. The pure white item was a circle that seemed to be made of white jade. It was sometimes big and sometimes small, and there was a frightening restrictive force coming from it. The last one was a blue light which was emitted by a seal-like artifact. This blue light swept over Yang Kai's soul avatar, giving him the illusion that he was a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun, as if he was about to melt. His spiritual energy was rapidly being melted away. Yang Kai's face paled. Although he had long known that Yang Yen was an artifact refiner and was extremely wealthy, he had not expected her knowledge sea to also contain 3 powerful soul-type artifacts. Moreover, judging from the function of these 3 artifacts, they were obviously self-defensive. This was troublesome. Yang Kai's face became ugly. Although he had already torn apart Yang Yan's knowledge sea defense, if he did not block the attack of these 3 soul-type artifacts, he would not be able to directly enter Yang Yan's knowledge sea to see what was going on. Judging from the power of these 3 soul-type artifacts, it was not going to be easy to block them. If he really had to fight with these 3 artifacts, either he or Yang Yan would be injured. No matter what the result was, Yang Kai did not want to see it happen. His face sank as his soul avatar stopped in front of Yang Yan's knowledge sea defense, not daring to act rashly. During this short delay, the hole in Yang Yan's knowledge sea defense that had just been torn began to repair itself, and it would not take long for it to fully recover. At that time, all of Yang Kai's previous efforts would be in vain. Seeing the hole closing at an extremely fast speed, and the 3 soul-type artifacts glaring at him from the side, as if they would attack Yang Kai if he dared to move forward, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up and he suddenly thought of a way. A burst of spiritual energy burst out, mixed with Yang Kai's call, and quietly rushed into Yang Yan's knowledge sea through the hole. Immediately, Yang Kai watched nervously. However, to his disappointment, Yang Yan's knowledge sea defense was still repairing itself, and in the blink of an eye it was completely restored. Yang Yan did not seem to hear the call at all. Just as Yang Kai let out a long sigh and was about to give up on this operation, a crack suddenly appeared in the knowledge sea's defensive wall, and the 3 artifacts flew back through it with a swish. Yang Kai stood in place and watched for a while, but was surprised to find that the crack did not seem to be closing again. Immediately overjoyed, his figure flickered and he rushed into Yang Yan's knowledge sea through the crack. Yang Yan had really heard his call. That was why he had voluntarily opened his knowledge sea defense and let Yang Kai in. Just now, Yang Kai had just given it a try and hadn't expected it to really succeed. It seemed that Yang Yan wasn't completely unconscious at the moment. It was just that her soul was immersed in her knowledge sea and had no reaction to the outside world. After entering Yang Yan's knowledge sea, Yang Kai stood midair and looked around, a trace of surprise appearing on his face, because he found that the situation in Yang Yan's knowledge sea was very similar to his own. The tumbling seawater below was also like a flame, extremely hot, and even the sky was red. Standing here, it was as if he was in a land of fire. Conflagrated knowledge sea. Last time, Yang Kai brought back 9 Luyen flying fires from the Luyen desert and gave a few to Yang Yan. Luyen flying fires were good things that could mutate a cultivator's knowledge sea. At that time, after Yang Kai gave her some, he did not ask whether she had succeeded or not. Now, it seemed that Yang Yan had succeeded. Not only that, her conflagrated knowledge sea was not far from his own. Even if its power was slightly lacking, it was only a matter of time. After all, Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea was born much earlier than Yang Yan's. In the tumbling flame-like knowledge sea, there were bubbles floating peacefully above it. These bubbles contained some inexplicable things. These things were Yang Yan's life experiences, memories, and things she had learned. Yang Kai naturally would not be bored enough to pry into Yang Yan's memories, but many of these bubbles exuded a special charm that surprised him greatly. His own sea of consciousness didn't have such an unfathomable charm. Shaking his head, Yang Kai suppressed this suspicion in his heart and looked up at a certain place in the sky. Immediately, his expression changed and he quickly approached that place. Somewhere above his knowledge sea, a figure was curled up into a ball, arms wrapped around her knees, long hair reaching her hips, and wrapped in a layer of inexplicable transparent energy. Yang Yan's soul avatar. At this moment, she was like a baby in her mother's belly, looking a little fragile. Her eyes were closed, and her eyelashes were trembling. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai inexplicably felt a trace of pity, causing him to frown. Although Yang Yan's soul avatar was completely naked at this moment, and every part of her body was exposed to Yang Kai's eyes, he could not produce any evil thoughts. There was only one thought in his mind: to get her out of here and wake her up. Chapter 1361. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Yen slowly opened her beautiful eyes and glanced at him through the transparent energy barrier. As their four eyes met, Yang Kai's face filled with surprise. Because at this moment, he was shocked to discover that the look in Yang Yan's eyes was somewhat unfamiliar, causing him to involuntarily feel a sense of inferiority, as if he was nothing more than an ant in front of her. But when he looked at her carefully, Yang Yen returned to normal, as if everything just now was just an illusion. After Yang Yen glanced at him, she closed her beautiful eyes again, as if she was distracted. Yang Kai tried to call out to her several times but got no response. At this moment, the knowledge sea below began to tumble and an orange bubble suddenly emerged from it. The bubble slowly rose and arrived in front of Yang Yen before bursting. As the bubble burst, a kind of energy that Yang Kai could barely detect poured into Yang Yan's soul avatar. The next moment, Yang Yan's expression became extremely painful, as if she was experiencing some kind of ordeal. Her brow furrowed as her tender body trembled and her arms hugged her body tighter. Yang Kai's heart clenched as his expression became gloomy. He didn't understand what was happening to Yang Yen, but at this moment, he finally understood that the reason why Yang Yen was like this was completely related to the bubbles in her knowledge sea. Weren't these bubbles wrapped in Yang Yan's life experiences and memories? How could they make her feel so uncomfortable? Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered something. Yang Yen had once told him about her knowledge of artifact refining and spirit arrays. There was no one to teach her, so she had inexplicably comprehended everything on her own. Moreover, as she studied spirit arrays and artifact refining, her understanding of them would become more and more profound. Could it be that what was sealed in these bubbles was the knowledge that Yang Yen hadn't mastered yet? But where did these things come from? Why were they stored in her knowledge sea? Why did she have to comprehend them at this critical moment? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Yang Inflammation's current situation was like a person receiving too much unknown information. He couldn't digest it immediately. He could only accept it passively and seal his soul avatar in his knowledge sea to protect himself. Although these were just Yang Kai's guesses, they were not far from the truth. If that was the case, Yang Kai couldn't help, unless he took away the knowledge sealed in those bubbles, to share some of the burden with Yang Inflammation. However, this was Yang Inflammation's wealth after all. Without her permission, Yang Kai could not do this. He was really going to do that. That would be seizing by force. Although the Yang Inflammation was a little painful now, as long as she could endure this period of time, her gains would be unimaginable. After understanding this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had found the root of the problem and it was not what Yang Kai had imagined, he was naturally no longer worried. However, he was not in a hurry to go out for the time being. He could stay here to protect Yang Inflammation, in case something unexpected happened and he couldn't rescue her in time. After making up his mind, Yang Kai whispered a few words to Yang Inflammation, telling her his plan. Immediately, his figure flashed and he hid in the distance, sitting cross-legged in midair, staring at Yang Inflammation's movements. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but it seemed that because he stayed here, Yang Inflammation was encouraged. In the following time, the bubbles in her knowledge sea emerged one after another, constantly rising to Yang Inflammation's side and bursting, pouring all kinds of sealed information into her body. Although Yang Inflammation's expression was still painful, her reaction was much better than before. As time passed and the bubbles decreased, Yang Inflammation's expression gradually calmed down. In the blink of an eye, about half a month had passed. During this period, Yang Kai did not leave, not even closing his eyes, paying attention to Yang Inflammation's movements all the time. Finally, the last bubble in her knowledge sea rose and burst, and the sealed information was quickly absorbed by Yang Inflammation. At this time, the layer of energy membrane outside Yang Inflammation's body also burst, and Yang Inflammation, with her eyes closed, slowly straightened her delicate body, one hand around her chest, the other between her beautiful legs. Her body slightly leaned back, and her long hair fluttered in the wind, exaggeratedly spreading out. The whole knowledge sea at this moment suddenly returned to calm. Yang Kai stared at this beautiful scene, making him feel that Yang Inflammation was like a goddess, awe-inspiring and inviolable. For a long time, Yang Inflammation's head and face had been wrapped in a black robe, and even if Yang Kai wanted to see her true appearance, it was not easy, but he had not expected this woman to be so charming. If she dressed better, it was likely countless men would go crazy for her. Just as Yang Kai was staring at her, Yang Inflammation's soul avatar suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Not only that, but there was also an aura that caused Yang Kai to pale. This aura caused him to tremble uncontrollably. Emperor pressure. Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant. He had felt this aura in Fallen Emperor Mountain before, so it was naturally impossible for him to be mistaken. This emperor pressure appeared strangely and disappeared quickly. When the light dissipated and Yang Kai looked around again, Yang Inflammation's soul avatar had transformed into a black robe that covered her head and face. Her beautiful eyes glanced towards Yang Kai, a look of embarrassment appearing on her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned slightly, stood up, and quickly flew over to her. When he arrived, he looked her up and down a few times, a strange look appearing on his face. Yang Inflammation was still the same Yang Inflammation, and it seemed that she had not changed much, but everything he saw just now made Yang Kai suspicious. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai was silent for a long time before asking. "I'm fine." Yang Inflammation brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled at Yang Kai. This smile was full of confidence. This was a smile Yang Kai had never seen before. In the past, Yang Inflammation was as timid as a mouse, only showing this kind of confidence when it came to artifact refining or arranging spirit arrays. "I've made you worry this time," Yang Inflammation whispered gratefully. "It's good that you're fine. Wu Yi and Qian, you were both very worried about you. But since you're fine now, you can leave. You go out first, I want to stay here for a while. There are some things I need to sort out." Yang Inflammation bit her red lips lightly. Yang Kai looked at her and nodded. "Very well. Once you've sorted out everything, come out." After saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from Yang Inflammation's knowledge sea. After seeing Yang Kai, a complicated look suddenly appeared on Yang Yan's face. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking as her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. After a while, she sighed softly, sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began feeling the endless information in her mind. Inside the loft, Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced at Yang Inflammation sitting cross-legged in front of him. He found that her complexion had indeed become much rosier and her breathing had become much more stable. Immediately, he understood that she was indeed fine, but her soul avatar was still immersed in her knowledge sea and was unwilling to wake up for the time being. No matter what happened to her or what she obtained, Yang Kai was too lazy to ask. For him, Yang Inflammation was Yang Inflammation. So long as she was willing to tell him, he would certainly not hide anything. Carefully placing her on the bed and tucking in the bedding, Yang Kai walked out. Outside the door, Wu Yi and Qian Yu were still waiting anxiously. Yang Kai had been away for half a month now, during which there had been no news at all, so they were naturally anxious. Neither of them dared to disturb him at will, so their anxiety was palpable. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two women were overjoyed, and after seeing Yang Kai, Wu Yi hurriedly asked, "How is she?" "She's fine, don't worry. She'll probably wake up in a few days." Hearing Yang Kai say this, Wu Yi and Qian Yu couldn't help looking happy, patting their chests as they breathed a sigh of relief. Let's not talk about Yang Inflammation for now. Has Dragon Cave Mountain been affected in any way by the appearance of the Emperor Garden? You also know about the Emperor Garden. Wu Yi showed a hint of surprise. After all, the Emperor Garden had only appeared recently, and during this time, Yang Kai had been accompanying Yang Inflammation, so it was reasonable for him to learn about it so quickly. The reason Wu Yi knew about the Emperor Garden was because news had come from Shadow Moon Hall. But soon, Wu Yi sorted out her thoughts and replied, "There are more unfamiliar faces appearing nearby, and the number of cultivators in Heavenly Fate City has also skyrocketed. But for now, it doesn't have much of an impact on Dragon Cave Mountain. But if this continues, it's hard to say. Yang Kai nodded lightly. What Wu Yi said was exactly what he was worried about. As luck would have it, the Emperor Garden had been floating above Dragon Cave Mountain since its appearance, and after only 10 days or so, it had already attracted so many foreign cultivators to observe and inquire about it. As time passed, more and more masters would definitely come, and when that time came, all kinds of fish and dragons would mix together, making it impossible to say what would happen. Elder Qian sent you a message a few days ago. Do you want to take a look? Wu Yi suddenly remembered something. Oh, where is it? Yang Kai looked at her. Wu Yi immediately took out a letter from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai accepted it, but after opening it, he found that there was nothing written on it. However, he wasn't surprised and simply released his divine sense to scan it. A short time later, Yang Kai finished reading the letter. The news from Qian Tong was very simple. There were only two things. The first was that the internal strife in Shadow Moon Hall had been quelled. This wasn't difficult to imagine. Since the other party had chosen to take action after Qian Tong had disappeared for half a year, it was obvious they were afraid of him. Now that Qian Tong had returned safely and brought back an artifact refiner who was very likely to break through to the origin grade, it was only natural that Shadow Moon Hall had taken the initiative to nip the internal strife in the bud. What's more, now that the Emperor Garden had appeared, the people in Shadow Moon Hall didn't want to continue fighting. So with the Hall Master's words, this struggle had come to an end. At that time, it was inevitable that some people would be punished as an example to others. With the internal strife coming to an end, Qian Tong finally told Yang Kai that Shadow Moon Hall would no longer intervene in the grievances between Dragon Cave Mountain and the Xia family. Qian Tong also restored the trade relationship between Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall and took the initiative to lower the price of materials by 10%. If refined into a pill, it could help a cultivator break through the third-order origin returning realm bottleneck and break through to the origin king realm. Although Yang Kai had no use for it now, there would be a day when it would be useful. The 10,000-year incense drifting in the cave mansion was extremely light, but it had the miraculous effect of refreshing one's mind and calming one's qi, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree was constantly emitting an indescribable charm that helped one comprehend the mysteries of secret skills and secret skills. This small cave mansion contained countless treasures that would make one's eyes go red with envy. After inspecting these supreme treasures, Yang Kai returned to his usual retreat and sat down cross-legged to organize his thoughts. No matter what, improving his strength was the most important thing right now. If those masters had really figured out a way to enter the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would need to have a strong enough backing to enter and compete with the various masters of Shadowed Star. There was no hope for him to break through to the origin returning realm in a short period of time, but there were many other ways to improve his strength. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression became firm as he waved his hand and collected all the treasures he had collected during this trip. Yang Kai's harvest this time was not many, but each of them was of immeasurable value. Not to mention the long-extinct life-revitalizing jade cream, the spectral cloud array's array plate alone was a powerful weapon. Yang Kai originally had 2 artifacts, but during this trip, one had self-destructed and the other had been damaged, so he was currently lacking some replacements, so this array plate had appeared at just the right time. As long as Yang Kai refined this array plate, it would not take long for him to greatly increase his strength. There was also that incredibly heavy black stick. Yang Kai had never been able to figure out what material it was made of, but its weight was simply unimaginable. It did not need to possess any kind of power, just its unimaginable weight alone was enough to make it unstoppable as long as someone could wield it. This was what it meant to be strong enough to defeat 10. However, Yang Kai helplessly discovered that even with his own strength, he could not use the stick as a weapon, causing him to sigh helplessly. 3 things, no more, no less. However, Yang Kai had more than just these three things to deal with. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace. Immediately, the artifact spirit's cry rang out and a strange 10-meter-long bird appeared in the cave mansion. The artifact spirit's figure flickered and landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, where it began combing its feathers with its long beak. Yang Kai glanced at it and smiled before immediately communicating with it with his divine sense. A moment later, the firebird tilted its head and looked at the special ring on Yang Kai's hand, a dignified and excited look flashing across its eyes. There was also some hesitation and fear. It was extremely human-like. If you don't want it, then go back and continue to help me refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. Yang Kai smiled slightly. As soon as these words fell, the artifact spirit transformed into a mass of flames and rushed directly towards the ring. Yang Kai raised his brow and under his divine sense, a suction force emerged from the ring and sucked in the artifact spirit. Sure enough, the artifact spirit could not resist the temptation of Yang Kai's proposal. Seeing this, Yang Kai was very satisfied. A moment later, the ring flashed and Yang Kai released the artifact spirit again. However, at this moment, the artifact spirit's body was slightly different from before, because inside its fiery red body, there was a crimson light that slithered about like a spirit snake. The artifact spirit let out a sharp cry as its body burned fiercely, seemingly struggling to assimilate this crimson light. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai's ring only contained two things. One was the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, and the other was the sun's true essence. Last time, the artifact spirit had swallowed and refined a trace of the sun's true fire and obtained great benefits and growth. But when it fought with the ice attribute world spirit in the Emperor Garden, it was still not its opponent, showing just how ferocious and difficult this ice attribute world spirit was. Since Yang Kai wanted to obtain this ice attribute world spirit, naturally he intended to improve the strength and power of the artifact spirit, and swallowing and refining the sun's true fire was the most effective and fastest way to do so. Of course, there was also a certain amount of danger involved, so Yang Kai had to consult the artifact spirit first. The artifact spirit did not fail to live up to his expectations. Its desire for the sun's true fire exceeded its fear of it, and it took the initiative to dive into the ring and absorb a trace of the sun's true fire. After all, having experienced this before, the artifact spirit's performance this time was much better than last time in the corpse cave. Although it seemed that under the impact of the sun's true fire, its form had become somewhat unstable and its fire attribute aura fluctuations were somewhat chaotic, it did not fall unconscious directly. Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand towards the artifact refining furnace, summoning the artifact spirit back into it and beginning to assimilate the sun's true fire. Yang Kai believed that it would not be long before the artifact spirit reappeared and became even stronger than before. After dealing with the artifact spirit, Yang Kai put away the artifact refining furnace before reaching out and picking up the spectral cloud array plate and examining it carefully. When Yang Kai obtained this array plate, he didn't have time to examine it carefully. He only learned from Kai He and Du Cc that this thing was extremely valuable and had long been lost. Now that he observed it carefully, Yang Kai found that this array plate was made of neither metal nor wood. It looked like a wooden plate, but it was actually quite heavy. It was about the size of a palm and had many patterns of white clouds on its back. If one stared at it carefully, they would feel as if they had fallen into a sea of clouds and were unable to escape. Yang Kai's heart clenched and he quickly withdrew his gaze, held it in his palm, closed his eyes, and began refining it with his Saint Chi and divine sense. This array plate was refined by an artifact array master and was similar to an artifact, so refining it was naturally the same as refining an artifact. What's more, it didn't take much effort to completely refine it, making it extremely convenient. Time passed by and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Yang Kai had been refining this array plate, and now that he had finally succeeded and absorbed it into his body, as long as he could comprehend the mysteries of the spectral cloud array, he would be able to arrange a large spirit array at any time. Having obtained this unique treasure, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had finally made up for the shortcomings of the 100 Mountains picture's self-destruction. On top of that, the power this array plate could display was definitely much greater than the 100 Mountains pictures. At that moment, Yang Kai opened his eyes and found that Yang Yen had at some unknown time been sitting in front of him, staring blankly at the pitch-black stick that was only about a foot long on the ground. Although she was still shrouded in her black robe, Yang Kai noticed that her expression was a bit strange, as if she was thinking about something. "When did you get here?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Although Yang Yen also had the restriction token of the cave mansion, he hadn't noticed her arrival at all, which was somewhat inconceivable. "A few days ago, seeing that you were refining this array plate, I didn't want to disturb you." Yang Yen replied casually, a pleasant expression on her face, as she pointed to the black stick on the ground and asked, "Did you bring this heaven-shaking pillar back from the Emperor Garden?" "Heaven-shaking pillar?" Yang Kai raised his brow, immediately seeming to remember something as he stared at her in surprise. "Do you recognize the text on it?" Chapter 1363. There were 3 ancient characters on this black stick that Yang Kai didn't recognize at all, but now that he heard Yang Yen mention the heaven-shaking pillar, he immediately made the connection. Yang Yen glanced over at him and lightly snorted, saying nonchalantly, "What's so strange about you recognizing it? Does that mean the array plate you refined before was also taken from the Emperor Garden?" Yang Kai nodded subconsciously as he stared towards Yang Yen. Noticing the change in his gaze, Yang Yen chuckled lightly. "What's wrong? Did you think I would change?" "That's not it. It's just that although I knew you were knowledgeable and knew a lot, I didn't expect you to know these ancient characters as well. These aren't really ancient characters. They're from tens of thousands of years ago. It's just that Shadowed Star experienced a great change that caused these characters to be lost. This heaven-shaking pillar is a precious treasure. It's actually made entirely out of heavenly crystal profound iron." "Heavenly crystal profound iron?" Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although he was not proficient in artifact refining, he had still heard about precious artifact refining materials. Heavenly crystal profound iron was one of the most precious materials available, a top-grade origin king-grade material. It was rumored that the weight of this material itself was immeasurable. A single piece the size of a palm could weigh 10,000 kilograms and was extremely sturdy. It was difficult for anything in the world to destroy it. When refining an artifact, adding a small amount of this material could increase the strength of an artifact, giving it a great advantage in a fight. However, Yang Yen actually said that this heaven-shaking pillar was made entirely out of heavenly crystal profound iron. This was simply too incredible. But if that was the case, it would explain why it had such a bizarre weight. It must have been very dangerous to obtain it, right? Yang Yen asked with concern. Yang Kai chuckled and briefly explained his battle with the puppet. After listening, Yang Yen gently nodded. "You made a good choice. Although that puppet was precious, it was still far inferior to this heaven-shaking pillar. Only that kind of puppet could wield such an artifact." "Do you want it? I'll give it to you. It's useless to me. If you melt it down, you should be able to refine many artifacts." Yang Kai's brow twitched. Originally, he had chosen this giant black stick because of its material. "Melt it down?" Yang Yen spat disdainfully. "Why should I melt it down? I can't even refine such an artifact. There are many amazing spirit arrays engraved inside. It would be a waste to melt it down. If I can find the right person to use it, then who would be able to use it?" Yang Kai laughed. "Unless you can also refine a puppet like that one. Someone can afford it." Yang Yen smiled mysteriously. "Who?" "Yang Yen's to Yang Yan's, not Yang Yen's assessed have a testes, have the abilities simply wasn't human have. SSTSSS. Yang's right, TS, est, TSS Yang's. S Yang. There it is." Yang Yen pointed. Yang Kai looked in the direction she was pointing and saw the stone mongoose staring towards them. Seeing both Yang Kai and Yang Yen staring at it, the stone mongoose no longer hid itself and used its hands and feet to rush over like a stone monkey, directly arriving in front of Yang Kai, its two eyes staring towards Yang Kai. Can the stone mongoose do it? Yang Kai frowned. You'll know once you try. Yang Yen pursed her lips and smiled before pointing to the heaven-shaking pillar and calling out, "Xiao Xiao!" Hearing the call, the stone mongoose glanced at Yang Yen, then at Yang Kai, and after getting his permission, walked over to the foot-long heaven-shaking pillar and began walking around it. After a while, a look of joy and excitement flashed across the stone mongoose's eyes as it straightened its hunched back and patted its chest a few times before reaching out to grab the heaven-shaking pillar. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared unblinkingly. He clearly saw that the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar, which even he was helpless against, seemed to have become weightless. The stone mongoose, on the other hand, seemed to have obtained a novel toy as its eyes filled with joy and its big mouth split open. Holding the heaven-shaking pillar with both hands, it swung it about, creating a curtain of light. Asterisk hoo-hoo, asterisk a fierce wind whistled and the world energy in the cave mansion instantly became chaotic. In the blink of an eye, a tornado formed where the stone mongoose was standing. In the next moment, the barriers in all directions flickered as if they were blocking an invisible attack. At the same time, Kai Yang also felt an invisible wind blade cutting into his body, emitting a chi-chi sound. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Back in the Emperor Garden, when the puppet swung its giant stick, it wasn't as smooth as the stone mongoose's. It was hard to believe that the tiny stone mongoose's body contained so much power. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that the stone puppet was not as simple as he had thought. It seemed that it could only be used as an artifact refiner to refine materials. It seemed that there was more to it than meets the eye. Last time in the corpse cave, the stone mongoose suddenly grew a lot bigger and swallowed the sun's true essence in one gulp, preserving it in its body for a long time. If it weren't for the stone mongoose, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to take the sun's true essence away. This little guy is really full of surprises. All right. Yang Kai's eyes were full of smiles as he waved his hand at the stone mongoose. Go play outside. If you keep doing this, the barriers here will be destroyed and I'll have to repair them. It'll be very troublesome. The stone mongoose immediately stopped what it was doing and the tornado it had just formed suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, the stone mongoose opened its mouth and swallowed the heaven-shaking pillar into its stomach. Its figure flickered and disappeared into the ground. When Yang Kai sensed it again, it was already more than a dozen kilometers away. Perceiving the potential of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai was extremely excited. There was no other reason than the stone mongoose embryo in his black book space. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find a blood essence stone. Otherwise, it would have been born. Over the years, this stone mongoose embryo had maintained its vitality and showed no signs of dying. This is your shield, be careful next time. Although I can repair it once or twice, if it's damaged so badly every time, I'm afraid it won't be able to repair itself after a few uses, Yang Kai said as he handed over a purple shield. Yang Kai wasn't worried about the shield, but seeing how even an origin-grade high-rank shield was so damaged, it was easy to imagine what kind of danger Yang Kai had encountered. What she was worried about was Yang Kai himself. Yang Kai knew this in his heart but didn't say anything, simply nodding his head and accepting the shield. Silently inspecting it, he found that it had become the same as before, flawless, so he happily put it away. Let me see your array plate again. Yang Kai stretched out her jade hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and took out the array plate and handed it to her. Yang Kai stared at the array plate for a while before tossing it back to Yang Kai. This is the Spectral Cloud Array's array plate. Its power isn't small. I'll tell you how to use this array plate so you can comprehend it yourself. That way, when you face an enemy in the future, you'll be able to maximize the power of this array plate. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Yang Kai was worthy of being called a spirit array master. With just a glance, she knew this was the spectral cloud array's array plate. If it were any other array master, it would have been impossible for them to recognize it so easily. Even if her tone was arrogant, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest doubt. Saying so, Yang Yen stretched out her finger, a white light swirling around her fingertip, and tapped it towards Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai didn't move and simply let her do as she pleased. A moment later, Yang Kai's body shook as he inexplicably felt a stream of information pour into his mind. After a brief examination, he found that it was indeed a description of the spectral cloud array, causing him to be overjoyed. Originally, he had been preparing to ask Yang Yen about the spirit array, but Yang Yen had taken the initiative to tell him, saving him a lot of effort. However, after using such a method, Yang Yan's face became slightly pale, seemingly having consumed a lot of energy. Good. Take your time to comprehend it. Right now, the outside world is a mess with countless cultivators coming and going, and there is no lack of masters. Our Dragon Cave Mountain has also been closed according to your wishes, so you can take advantage of this time to attend to your own affairs. Right, I'll bring some things over in a few days, you can help me refine them. Got it. Yang Kai nodded gently. Seeing her turn to leave, he hesitated for a moment before suddenly shouting, Yang Yen, what's wrong? Don't you have something to tell me? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Not now. I'll tell you when the time is right. Yang Yen glared at him, her expression neither happy nor angry, twisted her waist, opened the barrier, and left. Looking in the direction she disappeared, Yang Kai smiled lightly. No matter what kind of changes had occurred to Yang Yen, she had no malicious intentions towards him. Just like before, she still treated him as a friend, which was something Yang Kai hoped to see. As for her secrets, Yang Kai didn't feel compelled to inquire about them. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it and began to comprehend the various mysteries of the spectral cloud array. In less than 2 hours, Yang Kai had already grasped the changes of this spirit array. All that was left was to improvise during battle. It was only at this moment that a trace of fear appeared in his heart. This spectral cloud array was one of the ancient spirit arrays. Just arranging it was extremely difficult and required one to refine the clouds in the sky. As an ancient spirit array, of course, it had more power than what Yang Kai had seen before. It was just that back in the Emperor Garden, no one was controlling the spirit array, so it could only display a tiny fraction of its power, allowing Yang Kai and the others to break it, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of it. Although with Yang Kai's spirit array attainments and strength, he couldn't display the full power of the spirit array, but it was enough to display 30% to 40% of its power. With the help of this spirit array, his strength would soar. As long as he didn't face masters like Chen Tong or Fei Jitu, Yang Kai estimated that he would have no problem dealing with them. Of course, if he wanted to kill his enemy, it would depend on their strength and means. Under normal circumstances, even a second-order origin returning realm master would die if they fell into this spirit array. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.